Chapter 1, Sign in at the beginning and get a 30 billion World Trade Center building. In Shanghai, downstairs of the World Trade Center, a black Lamborghini attracted a lot of attention. Su Rua sat in the car smoking, looking at the people coming and going, the brightly dressed white-collar workers, and couldn't help scratching her head. 2 days ago, he came here diligently with his resume to look for a job. Now, the entire World Trade Center is his property. The night before yesterday, he accidentally linked to the daily sign-in system, and won the World Trade Center worth 30 billion the first time he signed in. Last night was his second time signing in, and he won a Lamborghini Bull and 100 million in cash. Su Rua is now considered a wealthy man even in Shanghai. Su Rua sat in the car, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. After all, with the circumstances in his life, he really didn't expect that he would end up like the protagonist of the novel. Now he drove here, firstly to appreciate the World Trade Center, after all, it is his asset now. Secondly, he had an appointment with his sister Su Meng to have dinner together in the evening. Su Rua has been staying at his rented house these past 2 days. As for the fact that he is rich, he has not told anyone yet. But he didn't plan to keep it hidden forever. Today, he drove a Lamborghini Bull here to give his sister a surprise. He had already thought of the reason. Didn't he study computer programming in college? He said that his graduation project was noticed by a big company, which spent 100 million to buy out his graduation project. Although this reason sounds unreliable, the 100 million in cash does exist. Speaking of my sister Su Meng, she has always been excellent in both character and study since she was a child. Not only does she have good grades, but she is also very beautiful. However, because her family conditions were not very good and Su Rua was still at school, Su Meng had never found a partner. Su Rua has been studying in Shanghai for many years, and his sister Su Meng has spent a lot of money on him. He always remembers all the kindness his sister has shown him. As long as he becomes successful in the future, he will never treat his sister unfairly. Looking at the time, Su Rua frowned. It's already 5:30, why hasn't my sister finished get off work yet? Su Meng made an appointment with him yesterday to meet downstairs at 5:10, but 20 minutes have passed and Su Meng has not shown up yet. Su Rua's eyelids twitched twice, and she suddenly became a little impatient. Sister, won't something happen to her? Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly saw a beautiful figure walking out of the World Trade Center in the distance, but there were 2 men following her. Su Meng, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Young Master Lin has taken a liking to you. If you just nod your head today, you will definitely be rich and prosperous in the future. The man who was speaking was Su Meng's department manager, and the other man standing next to him was Lin Tao, the young master of their company's chairman. Su Meng, if you dare to leave like this today, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Lin Tao looked at Su Meng's graceful figure and said with a wicked smile on his face. When Su Meng heard Lin Tao say this, she paused, but she did not hesitate the next second and even quickened her pace. She had heard about Lin Tao's character. The playboy has toyed with the feelings of at least 800 women. She would rather not have this job. She doesn't want to have anything to do with someone like Lin Tao. Seeing Su Meng quicken her pace, Lin Tao took 2 steps at a time and walked directly in front of Su Meng, blocking Su Meng's way. You fucking bitch, I'm attracted to you, don't be so shameless. Lin Tao stopped pretending and angrily cursed with a straight face. I have never failed to get the woman I like in bed, you little slut. The more you resist, the more excited I am. As he spoke, Lin Tao took a step forward and prepared to reach out to Su Meng. Su Meng took a step back, with a hint of panic on her face. Lin Tao, what do you want to do? What do you think? What do you think I want to do? Ha ha. Lin Tao licked his lips and spoke impatiently. Just when Su Meng closed her eyes in despair, the sound of sudden brakes attracted the attention of several people. A black Lamborghini stopped in front of them. Fuck you, just try to touch her. Although Su Rua didn't know who Lin Tao was, he knew that this person was definitely not a good person. If anyone dares to bully her sister, Su Rua will chop him into pieces and feed him to the fish. Su Meng was stunned. Because Su Rua just drove a Lamborghini sports car over here. Lin Tao was stunned. But then he frowned and shouted at Su Rua, who the hell are you? But before he could finish his words, Su Rua rushed forward and punched Lin Tao directly in the nose. How could Lin Tao, a rich second generation whose body was hollowed out by alcohol and sex, be a match for Su Rua? You know, Su Rua is the captain of the school basketball team, and his muscular body is not built for nothing. Lin Tao was knocked to the ground with just 1 punch. As for Lin Tao's lackeys, they were so scared that they dared not move. Sister, are you okay? Su Rua walked up to Su Meng and asked with concern. I'm fine, Xiaorui, what are you doing? Su Meng frowned, she was a little confused. Sister, I'll tell you in detail later, what should we do with this person? Su Rui walked up to Lin Tao, pinched the back of his neck with her hand, and lifted him up like a chicken. You are the brother of that bitch Su Meng, right? You dare to hit me? You are done for, and your sister is done for too. When Lin Tao heard Su Rui call Su Meng's sister, he remembered that Su Meng had a younger brother who had just graduated from college. However, he didn't take Su Rui and her brother seriously at all. As for the Lamborghini that Su Rui drove over, he naturally thought that Su Rui rented it to show off. Snap. Snap. The next second, Su Rui gave Lin Tao 2 big slaps directly to the face. Lin Tao was completely stunned. He covered his face and shouted, "You are done. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me?" Just as he finished speaking, Su Rui slapped him twice with 2 big slaps. I don't give a damn who you are. Su Rui kicked Lin Tao hard in the stomach and said, "You bully my sister. Believe it or not, I will make sure you don't have any offspring." Lin Tao was kicked to the ground by Su Rui. He arched his body in pain and screamed. "Xiao Rui, you're in trouble now." Su Meng also said with a worried look on her face, "He is the son of our company's chairman. If you hit him, it will probably be difficult to resolve this situation peacefully." Su Meng walked up to Su Rui and said something in a low voice. "Sister, don't worry, I'll take care of this." Su Rui's lips curled up slightly, and she looked at her sister and smiled softly, saying, "Sister, we might as well not stay in that rubbish company of yours. As for this rubbish, he actually dared to bully you, sister, just say something, and I'll go and destroy him right now." Hearing Su Rui say this, Lin Tao trembled a bit, but he didn't care about the pain and rolled over on the ground to get up. Chapter 2. Did you really sell your graduation project for 100 million? How dare he? Lin Tao roared in his heart. In his opinion, Su Rui was a lowly person who was not even worthy of carrying his shoes, so how dare he hit him? But at the moment, he couldn't think so much. After all, Su Rui really beat him to death. Forget it, Xiao Rui, don't make a big deal out of it. Su Meng was afraid that if Su Rui really killed Lin Tao, Su Rui would not be able to escape legal sanctions. You should thank my sister for letting you go. Otherwise, just because you tried to touch my sister just now, I would definitely make sure you have no children or grandchildren. As Su Rui spoke, she stepped on Lin Tao's face again. Next time if I find out that you still have improper thoughts about my sister, it won't be as simple as a beating you up. At this moment, Lin Tao was like a lost dog. Where was the arrogant and domineering look he had just now? But for what Su Rui did to him, he swore to make Su Rui pay the price. Stop. Who are you to commit a crime here in broad daylight? When Lin Tao heard this voice, it was like the sound of nature. He looked up and saw Wang Su running towards them with a team of security guards. Manager Wang, hurry up and catch him. Lin Tao showed a wicked smile on his face, thinking to himself, aren't you a good fighter? What's the point of being able to fight? If you want to get involved in the underworld, you need connections. He knew Wang Su, he was the general manager of the World Trade Center and was considered a top figure in Shanghai. But the next second, Su Rui raised her head, looked at Wang Su coldly and said, Manager Wang, this guy molested my sister and I beat him up. It's just right that you're here. Arrest him and send him to the authorities. By the way, people like him must have harmed a lot of young girls. Find someone to investigate. It would be best if he could be sentenced to life imprisonment or something like that. Wang Su was far away just now and didn't see clearly that it was Su Rui. When he and his men jogged over, he was shocked when he saw that it was Su Rui. The night before yesterday, he learned that the World Trade Center had a new owner, and he also had a video call with Su Rui. After all, his status and position in Shanghai is due to the fact that he is the general manager of the World Trade Center, and his power is basically given to him by the owner of the World Trade Center. Yes, Mr. Su, I know what to do here. Wang Su walked up to Su Rui, instantly stood up straight, and said with awe on his face. Okay then, you take care of the rest, I'll be leaving first. Su Rui raised the corner of her mouth slightly, patted Wang Su's shoulder and said. Don't worry, Master Su. Take care, Master Su. Seeing Wang Su being so respectful to Su Rui, Lin Tao was completely stunned. He knew very well who Wang Su was. Although he is a rich second generation, he is not as good as Wang Su in terms of strength and background. But now, the famous Wang Su was so reserved and fawning in front of Su Rui? He doesn't understand. After all, in his opinion, Su Meng was just a country girl with no identity or background. As for her younger brother, didn't he just graduate from college? How could Wang Su be so respectful to him? Lin Tao's eyes were filled with fear. The next second, he was held up by 2 security guards. Wang Su punched him in the face, causing him to scream in pain. As for the lackeys around Lin Tao, they were also directly controlled by the 2 security guards. They were so scared that their whole bodies became limp, like a puddle of mud. Su Meng followed Su Rui into the car, but she was also full of question marks on her face. How could she not know what was going on with her brother? However, this was a supercar, and it made people like Wang Su treated with respect. She really couldn't figure out what had happened to her brother. After Su Rui drove away, Su Meng came to his senses and stared at Su Rui and asked, "Tell me, what's going on?" "Sister, I'll tell you. Su Rui chuckled and said, "It's like this. Didn't I study computer programming? Then my graduation project was noticed by a big boss in the industry, who spent 100 million to buy it. As for Wang Su, well, the big boss who bought my graduation project is Wang Su's boss." Although Su Rui's explanation sounded unreliable, Su Meng could still accept it. If Su Rui said that he was now the owner of the World Trade Center and Wang Su was working for him, Su Meng would probably think that he was suffering from delusions, right? Moreover, although Su Rui had revealed her hand, she was not prepared to reveal it completely. After all, he is carrying a big secret now. He will never tell anyone about binding to the daily sign-in system, not even his relatives. That sounds ridiculous. Su Meng curled her lips and said something. "Sister, it's true. If you don't believe me, I'll show you the account balance later." Su Rui parked the car on the side of the road, took out her mobile phone, and opened her online banking. "Sister, I spent 10 million on the car, and I still have 90 million left. If you don't believe me, count it." Su Rui transferred 10 million to her other bank card yesterday, so there is 90 million left in her account now. Su Meng didn't look carefully, but she was not stupid. She knew that Su Rui did have that much money in her account. "Did you really sell your graduation project for 100 million? Although Su Meng still couldn't quite believe that this was true, the money in the account wouldn't lie. How could it be false? "Sister, this is 100 million. Even if I rob a bank, I can't steal that much money, right? And have you heard that anyone has robbed a bank recently?" Su Rui took her phone back with a smile. "Sister, don't you want to start a design company? Now that I'm rich, I'll invest in you to start a company. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you start showing off as soon as you have a little money." Although Su Meng said this, she was actually very happy in her heart. After all, my younger brother is now successful, so I, as his elder sister, can rest assured. "Sister, this is 100 million. What's wrong with showing off a little?" Su Rui smiled and said, "Sister, you took care of me before, but from now on, I will not allow anyone to bully you." "Good." Su Meng nodded. "I'm hungry, let's go eat first." "Aha!" Su Rui responded quickly and drove towards Jingnan Road pedestrian street. "Sister, there's a new buffet restaurant here, 800 yuan per person. Normally we wouldn't be willing to eat there, but now that we're wealthy, it's not too much to splurge a little, right?" "Okay, not too much." Su Meng also knew the buffet restaurant that Su Rui mentioned, but with a price of 800 yuan per person, she would just look it up online under normal circumstances. But now, Su Rui is worth hundreds of millions, so it is not too much for her to go and taste a buffet of this level. The black Lamborghini Bull shuttled through the roads of Shanghai, attracting many envious eyes of young people. I really envy these rich people. When will I be able to drive a supercar? In a dream. You don't have to attack me like this, do you? I'm really not trying to discourage you. The price of a Lamborghini Nero is at least tens of millions. Do you think you can afford it? Ah. If that doesn't work, I can buy a Maserati. I saw one on AutoHome before. It's a cheap one, about $1 million or so will do. Chapter 3, When the National Martial Arts Bajiquan Grandmaster Skills Through Lottery. During the meal, Su Rui waved her hand and directly transferred 50 million to her sister. Hiss. When Su Meng saw that her younger brother transferred 50 million to her, she couldn't help but gasp. "Xiao Rui, why did you transfer so much money to me?" "Sister, didn't I just tell you that I will invest in your company? That doesn't cost that much. Sister, what's mine is yours. So, if you can't spend all the money, just save it for me." Su Rui said so, and Su Meng nodded and said with a smile, okay. Xiao Rui, I'll save this money for you and use it when you get married in the future. Sister, you haven't even gotten married yet. I'm still young, there's no rush. Su Rui stuck out her tongue at Su Meng and said with a chuckle. After dinner, I went shopping in the nearby mall to help digest the food. While Su Meng was going to the bathroom, Su Rui found out that she could sign in today. Without hesitation, Su Rui signed in directly and got the reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in for 3 consecutive days and winning a Tan Palace villa worth 1 billion. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in for 3 consecutive days and getting a chance to win a prize. A chance to win a prize? Su Rui was stunned for a moment. There was no such reward when she signed in before. Does the host want to draw the lottery now? Lottery! A lottery panel instantly appeared in Su Rui's mind. After Su Rui confirmed the lottery panel also started to rotate. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a Chinese martial arts Bajiquan Grandmaster level skill book. Would the host like to learn it immediately? Study. Su Rui didn't hesitate and chose to study directly. Compared to rewards like luxury cars and mansions, skill rewards are more attractive to Su Rui. Chinese martial arts Bajiquan. And he is at the Grandmaster level. This is definitely something you need to learn. After becoming rich, the first thing Su Rui considered was safety. After all, he became rich overnight and had no background. If someone with ulterior motives knew his specific situation, it is hard to say that someone would not take action against him. The security issues around us definitely need to be resolved. But if you are strong, you will have an extra layer of protection. The moment he chose to study, Su Rui felt that his brain had gained a lot more knowledge about Bajiquan. Tai Chi practitioners don't go out for 10 years, but Baji can kill people in 1 year. Among all Chinese martial arts, Bajiquan is still superior in terms of actual combat power. At that moment, Su Rui secretly clenched his fists. He was quite excited. What's wrong? Why are you laughing so happily? Su Meng came out of the bathroom and saw from afar a smile on Su Rui's face that she could hardly hide. Ah, nothing, just thinking of something happy. Su Rui said casually, and Su Meng didn't ask any more questions. The two were about to leave, and the next second, a man holding a baby quickly walked past them. Catch the human trafficker. That man stole my grandson. Su Rui originally felt that something was not right. After all, how could a grown man walk so fast while holding a baby? Sure enough, a shout came from a distance, instantly confirming what Su Rui was thinking. When encountering such a thing, even if you don't know the person, as long as you still have a conscience, you will stand up. Su Rui, a passionate young man who just graduated from university, is naturally no exception. He ran towards the man quickly and blocked his way. Where did you come from, you little brat? Get out of here. The man holding the baby was blocked by Su Rui and seemed very impatient, and started scolding Su Rui. Keep your mouth clean. Su Rui also replied bluntly, the child in your arms is not yours, right? You're talking nonsense. If it's not my child, how can it still be yours? Get out of here now, or I'll be rude to you. As they were talking, the man holding the baby wanted to leave, but Su Rui was certain that he was the human trafficker who stole the child, so how could she let him leave? When the human trafficker saw the woman behind him getting closer and closer, he actually threw the baby in his arms towards Su Rui. Su Rui reached out and hugged the baby, allowing the human trafficker to run away. Damn, this human trafficker is so despicable. Su Rui was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but curse out loud. The woman behind ran over, panting and looking anxious. Thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how to face this child's parents. Seeing her grandson lying safe and sound in Su Rui's arms, her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. It's okay. I felt something was wrong just now. Plus, when I heard you shouting that someone was snatching the child, I realized that the man was a human trafficker. It's a pity that he got away. Su Meng walked up and helped the woman who was slumped on the ground up. Su Rui walked up and handed over the crying baby in her arms. This human trafficker is so despicable. He actually snatched the child in broad daylight. That's right, it's a pity that he got away. Otherwise I would have just broken his legs. Alas, I only saw it on the news before, but I didn't expect it to actually happen in front of me today. This boy is so brave. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to go up. At this time, the passers-by who were watching the show also gave Su-Rue warm applause. The baby's grandmother finally came to her senses and said to Su-Rue, "Young man, I really don't know how to thank you. I have several $1,000s here. Auntie, I can't take this money." Su-Rue refused directly and said with a smile, "As long as the child is fine, this is what I should do. How could I ask you for money?" After saying that, Su-Rue didn't stay here for long. She took Su-Meng and left. Originally, the two were planning to shop in the mall for a while longer, but after what happened just now, they decided to go back. However, as soon as they came out of the mall, Su-Rue felt something was wrong. He walked in front and let Su-Meng stand behind him. "You little bastard, how dare you ruin my good deeds? I'm going to kill you today." Su-Rue frowned and looked at the 8 ferocious-looking men in front of her. The one who was speaking was none other than the human trafficker who had just escaped. "I let you run away just now, but I didn't expect you to dare to come back." Su-Rue looked at the people in front of him jokingly, clenched his fists, and thought to himself that he didn't expect that the Bajiquan he had just learned would come in handy so soon. "Brothers, this is the guy, get him." These human traffickers were indeed evil people, each holding a baton, and they rushed towards Su-Rue while talking. "Sister, stay away." Su-Rue shouted to Su-Meng behind him, then clenched his fists and rushed towards those people. Originally Su-Meng was still worried about Su-Rue's safety, but the next second, her eyes widened. Su-Rue moved like a dragon, punching each of those people one by one. In less than half a minute, all the human traffickers were lying on the ground groaning in pain. Chapter 4, he is actually a rich second generation and looks so low-key. The onlookers around all gasped. 1 against 10, I have only seen this kind of scene in movies, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. Moreover, these people are all extremely vicious and cruel, each holding a baton and with a ruthless look on their faces. Fuck, this is awesome. Really 1 person against 10? Does anyone know what's going on? I'm not sure. But these guys are obviously not good people. This little brother is really awesome. He kills them one by one with 1 punch. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. I know. That person is a human trafficker. He just tried to snatch someone's child in the mall but was stopped by this guy. Now it's obvious that he's seeking revenge. But they've hit a tough guy. Human traffickers? No wonder that little brother was so ruthless. Human traffickers all deserve to die. After the confused onlookers learned that these people were human traffickers, they all gave Su-Rue a thumbs up. After all, this is Shanghai, and it is in a busy area like a pedestrian street, so the relevant departments responded to the call quite quickly. In less than 5 minutes, a police car drove over. When the police saw the people lying on the ground, they couldn't help but frown. These people are human traffickers. Police officers, please don't let them go. At this time, a little boy shouted at the uniformed policeman, which instantly ignited the atmosphere at the scene. Yes. These human traffickers are extremely evil, we must not let them off easily. After failing to snatch the child, they dare to come back for revenge. These human traffickers are too bold, they must be severely punished. This young man bravely fought against the human traffickers. I think he should be rewarded. We are all witnesses. This young man is great. After all, human traffickers are beasts and can be killed by anyone. Even if they are lying on the ground wailing in pain, they will not get any mercy from anyone. The accompanying police handcuffed all those people, and there was no room for them in a police car. Young man, did you take down all these people by yourself? The police captain walked up to Su-Rue and asked with a chuckle. Su-Rue hummed without comment. That's pretty impressive. These people are all carrying weapons, and you can take them all down by yourself. It's okay. I've practiced it before. Su-Rue scratched his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. Well done. Society needs young people like you. By the way, I'd like to trouble you to come with us and help us record a statement, okay? Okay, no problem. Su-Rue nodded. We drove here ourselves. How about this? We drive behind you, okay? Yes, no problem. The police captain said quickly with a smile. After all, so many people were arrested at once that the police car was full of space. Since Su-Rue and her friends have a car, that is perfect. Originally, he wanted to ask Su-Rue to help take the 2 police officers back together, but when Su-Rue drove over in a Lamborghini, he could only smile bitterly and said nothing more. After Su Rui drove her supercar and followed the police car away, the onlookers at the scene were still chatting with some interest. She's actually a rich second generation. She seems so low-key. Lamborghini is awesome. A supercar worth tens of millions. Wow, so cool. These damn human traffickers have really hit a wall. This guy's identity is definitely not simple. Of course, he's still young and can drive a supercar worth tens of millions. He must be a rich second generation. At the Jingnan Road police station, Su Rui and Su Meng finished recording their statements and came out. The police captain personally escorted them out. Brother Su, don't worry, these human traffickers will be severely punished by law. Yeah, trust the government. Su Rui nodded, smiled, and said, Brother Luo, if there is nothing else, we will leave first. If you need our cooperation later, just call me directly. Hearing Su Rui say this, Luo Ping smiled and said, Okay, if you need anything, I'll call Brother Su again. It was only half an hour, but Su Rui and Luo Ping had become close friends. More friends mean more paths. In Su Rui's opinion, it is definitely not a bad thing to have the police captain Luo Ping as a friend. As for Luo Ping, he naturally had the same idea. After coming out of the police station and sitting in the car, Su Rui looked at Su Meng and said, Sister, we haven't been home for more than half a year, right? Yes. Su Meng sighed when she heard Su Rui say that. We went back for the Qingming festival holiday in the first half of the year, and it's less than a month until the Chinese New Year. Time flies by so fast. Su Rui couldn't help but sigh. Mom and Dad have worked hard over the years, they should enjoy their lives in the future. Our little Rui has made it big now. When you go home for the new year, ask Mom to arrange a blind date for you. Then, let Mom have a fat boy next year. Sis, if you say so, don't blame me for being nosy. When we get home, let's see if Mom cares about my lifelong event or yours. Su Rui drove Su Meng back to where she lived. Sister, when I make more money later, I will buy you a house in Shanghai. Okay, save the money you earn to get married. You don't need to worry about me, your sister. Su Meng got out of the car and said, It's getting late, you should go back. Sister, I won't leave until you get home. Su Rui watched Su Meng enter the corridor. 2 minutes later, he saw Su Meng send him a message saying that she had returned home, so he drove away. Although he had just signed a contract for a Tan Palace villa worth 1 billion yuan, he had no intention of revealing these things before he figured out how to explain it to Su Meng. After all, he just said that his graduation project was sold for 100 million, and the next second, he owned a villa worth 10 billion. It doesn't make sense at all. In order to avoid unnecessary worrying from her elder sister, Su Rui decided not to disclose the matter of the villa for the time being. Of course, it's obviously not his character not to enjoy the villa. After coming out from here, Su Rui directly set the navigation to the Tan Palace Villa district. Although Su Rui is not a native of Shanghai, he has been in Shanghai for 4 years in college. How could he not know about the Tan Palace Villa district? When most people in China mention luxury homes in Shanghai, the first thing that comes to mind is probably Thomson Mansions. But when it comes to luxury homes in Shanghai, Tangshaniping, with an average price of 300,000 renminbi per square meter, is obviously not good enough. As the number one luxury home in Shanghai, the average price of villas in Tangong Villa District is as high as 600,000 renminbi per square meter. Moreover, in order to ensure the quality of living, only 18 villas were built in the entire villa area. Let us put it this way, those who can live here are either rich or noble in Shanghai. Sorry, sister, I want to go enjoy myself. Su Rui's mouth corners slightly raised, and she couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Chapter 5, Encountering the Bullied School Beauty Wu Jinyan. At the Tan Palace Villa district, Su Rui was driving a Lamborghini Neo but was still stopped by the security personnel at the gate. After all, it is the most luxurious residential area in the whole of Shanghai. Luxury cars like the Lamborghini Aventador, which cost tens of millions, are basically considered the most common supercars here. Su Rui was stopped mainly because it was his first time here, his license plate was not entered, and the security personnel did not recognize him. Hello, which owner are you visiting? Would it be convenient for me to register? As expected, he is worthy of being a security guard of the Tan Palace Villa district. Judging from his age, he is definitely no more than 30 years old. And judging from his physique, he is probably a retired veteran. Hello, I'm the owner of this place. This is my first time here. Here's my property certificate. Take a look. Su Rui directly handed over the property certificate. When the security guard heard Su Rui say that she was the owner, he stood up straight instantly. After he confirmed Su Rue's identity information, he also saluted Su Rue. "Excuse me, Mr. Su, I have entered the car photo information for you, and you will have no problem coming back in the future." "Thanks." Su Rue didn't care. This was someone else's job, and the security guard took his job so seriously and carefully. As the owner of this place, Su Rue naturally felt very gratified. After Su Rue drove the supercar into the villa area, the security guard couldn't help but reveal an envious expression. "It's really enviable that you own a mansion worth billions at such a young age. You can't envy them. Reincarnation is a skill. Others are born with these things, but we probably won't have the chance in this lifetime." The security guard who was on duty heard his colleague sigh and patted him on the shoulder and said something. Tangong Villa number 9 is located in the most central location of the Tangong Villa area and is also the most luxurious villa in the entire Tangong Villa area. After all, it is a villa worth 10 billion. Even in China, such a villa is considered a top-notch villa. Su Rue drove the car directly to the parking space in front of the villa. The entire villa was equipped with smart locks. Su Rue stood in front of the gate and the door lock opened automatically. The private garden of the villa alone is more than 1,000 square meters. The whole villa gives Su Rue a feeling of luxury. Walking into the villa, you will see the extremely luxurious decoration, especially the living room of nearly 200 square meters. An 18th century European-made piano adds a lot of cultural atmosphere to the villa. The stairs are covered with hand-woven wool carpets. You should know that this kind of hand-woven wool carpet costs as much as $50,000 per square meter. What a luxury! Su Rue sat on the sofa, looked around, and couldn't help but sigh, "Damn, this is life. It's really lonely living in such a big villa by yourself." If Su Rue wasn't a grown man, he really wouldn't dare to come here and live alone at this time. No wonder those wealthy families in TV dramas have so many servants. With such a big villa, it must be exhausting just to clean it. Su Rue crossed her legs and decided to find some professional servants to help her look after the villa. "But it's so late today, I'm destined to spend the night here alone. After a night's sleep, I woke up and it was already past 9 in the morning." Before, he had to worry about finding a job, but now he is financially free and can sleep until he wakes up naturally every day as long as he wants. Lying on the soft big bed, Su Rue stretched and yawned. "I finally understand why people say it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Who wouldn't be confused if they lived a life like this?" After a simple wash, Su Rue drove out directly. Today, he plans to find some professional servants for himself. By the way, he also plans to hire a professional private butler to take care of his daily life. When he went to the villa last night, he just felt that the villa was so big and it would feel lonely if he lived alone. But when he woke up in the morning, he felt different. For example, he hasn't had breakfast after getting up in the morning. For example, when he wanted to drink tea, there wasn't even any tea leaves at home, let alone someone to serve him tea. I need a personal butler, a servant, a Chinese chef and a Western chef. In this case, I also need 2 bodyguards. Enjoy life, it's not excessive to spend a little money. Besides, I am now worth hundreds of billions, so there is no problem in enjoying myself. Su Rue was indeed a little hungry as she hadn't had breakfast yet. When we drove into the city, we happened to see a manhwa beef soup restaurant on the side of the road. Although it is not a high-end tea restaurant, it is a specialty of his hometown after all. In the past few years, when he didn't know what to eat in the morning, he would choose a bowl of beef soup. When the car was parked on the side of the road, it instantly attracted the attention of many passers-by. After all, it is a supercar worth tens of millions. Even in this city where supercars are everywhere, the Lamborghini Bull's ability to attract attention is unquestionable. What the hell? Driving a Lamborghini to eat beef soup? The second generation of rich people are just experiencing life. But he looks really handsome. I have to say, Su Rue's appearance is really amazing. He is 1.85 meters tall and has a body with golden ratios. Since he is on the school basketball team and likes to work out on weekdays, his muscular body is absolutely perfect. "Boss, a bowl of beef soup and 2 sesame cakes." Su Rue walked into the breakfast shop and said something to the busy breakfast shop owner with a smile. The breakfast shop owner was slightly stunned. When Su Rue calmly sat down at the table, he quickly responded, "Okay, wait a moment, I'll make it for you right away." After all, he was watching Su Rue getting off the supercar, so there was an invisible hint of flattery in the breakfast shop owner's words and expression. Su Rue had just sat down for less than 2 minutes when the entrance of the breakfast shop suddenly became noisy. Originally, Su Rue didn't want to join in the fun, but when he saw 6 grown men surrounding a girl who was dressed simply, he couldn't help but frown. The main thing is that he knows this girl who is dressed simply. Wu Jinyan. Wu Jinyan, known as the civilian campus belle of Magic City University. Su Rue is in the same grade as her. Su Rue is from the computer science department, and Wu Jinyan is from the business administration department. However, although Wu Jinyan is the school belle, in addition to being good-looking, she is also a top student, and has always been among the top 3 in her grade. As Wu Jinyan is one of the 4 campus beauties of Magic City University, Su Rue knows that she is also normal. What's going on with her? Since we are university alumni, even though we are not classmates, in this situation, you can't just watch her being bullied, right? Chapter 6, this kind of garbage will be dealt with soon. Little girl, when is your father going to pay back the money he owes to our brother Nan? I didn't expect that old man Wu has such a pretty daughter. TSK, don't say we don't give you a choice. Either you pay back the 200,000 you owe to our brother Nan today, or you go over and warm brother Nan's bed today. When old man Wu pays back the money, we'll let you go back. This little girl is so beautiful. Her skin, wow, you can even squeeze water out of it. How about it? Have you thought about it? 6 hooligans with dyed hair and a shabby look pushed Wu Jinyan into a corner. My dad owes you money, I will pay you back when I make money. I won't go with you either. Wu Jinyan pursed her lips and spoke with a worried look on her face. When is the future? Damn it. It's only natural to pay back debts. Go out and ask around, who the hell dares to owe our brother Nan money and not pay it back? The gangster leader obviously lost his patience and raised his voice, which scared Wu Jinyan, who was already a little timid. There were quite a few onlookers gathered around, and when they heard that the hooligans were looking for Wu Jinyan to collect a debt, none of them were prepared to step forward to help. After all, as people say, a son should pay for his father's debts, and it is only natural to pay off debts. Although it is not right for these grown men to bully a girl, who would dare to stand up in this situation? Moreover, it is clear at first glance that these people are not easy to mess with. The spectators are only responsible for eating spectators. As the saying goes, if it's none of your business, just stay out of it. No one wants to take responsibility for such things. Wu Jinyan looked at the people around her who were watching the show, but to her disappointment, no one was willing to come forward to help her. Tell me. Pay the money back or go with us. There are 2 options. You have to choose one, right? Ha ha. The leading thug snorted coldly. Okay, I see you don't have any money either. Do you want to follow us obediently, or do you want us to carry you? After hearing what the gangster said, Wu Jinyan almost despaired. Money, she certainly didn't have it. But she also knew that these people would never let her go just like that. Go with them? Who are these people? If I really follow them, my life will be ruined. Wu Jinyan didn't say anything. She just hoped that these people wouldn't dare to do anything in broad daylight. But who are these people? They are hooligans, what can't they do? The leading gangster had already reached out to grab Wu Jinyan, but just when he was about to touch Wu Jinyan, Wu Rue stepped forward in time. In broad daylight, you grown men are bullying a girl. Do you have any shame? Su Rue's voice arrived before she did. This sound really confused these little gangsters. Fuck, someone really wants to meddle in other people's business, right? The gangster who was leading the group looked at the crowd of onlookers and said with a chuckle. The next second, Su Rue walked out from the crowd and stood in front of the arrogant gangster. Say what you just said again. Su Rue's aura was definitely enough to crush the gangsters. Even though he was alone, he managed to scare the 6 gangsters. However, this kind of gangster is not easily frightened. When the gangster reacted, he shouted at Su Rue fiercely, "Fuck you." Bang! Before he could finish his words, Su Rue slapped him hard in the face. What does it mean that a person is ruthless and doesn't talk much? Su Rue is just like that. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am with? After being slapped hard in front of so many people, the gangster was immediately furious and prepared to fight with Su Rue. But in the next second, Su Rue hit him with a baji bang, directly sending him flying 5 or 6 meters away and smashing him heavily to the ground. This scene scared the remaining gangsters silly. One punch sent the man flying so far away. Not to mention that they were outnumbered. If a fight really broke out, I guess they would also kill him with one punch. I paid back the money her father owed you. Su Rue walked over to the hooligans who were still lying on the ground and wailing. You should thank me for holding back my strength in that punch just now, otherwise you would have half a leg over the Naiha bridge by now. Ha ha. After Su Rue said this, the gangsters did not dare to refute. Even when Su Rue took a few steps forward, they were frightened and stepped back. I can give you the money, but where's the IOU? It was only 200,000, but Su Rue didn't care. Besides, if they don't give them the money today, they will have to cause trouble for Wu Jinyan tomorrow. Hearing Su Rue say this, one of the gangsters quickly handed over the IOU. 150,000 yuan, and it became 200,000 yuan after 1 month of borrowing. Hee, you are a loan shark, right? Su Rue looked at the IOU in his hand, and the next second, he tore it into pieces. I originally wanted to pay her back, but since you are a loan shark, I really don't plan to give her the money now. Su Rue's mouth corners slightly raised. I'll just eat beef soup here, give you some time, go call your boss over, don't say I won't give you a chance, I'll leave after I finish breakfast. Su Rue was not afraid at all. What could a bunch of loan sharks do to him? If it doesn't work, just like we did last night, knock them all down with one punch. Anyway, none of these people are good. Who among those who dare to lend money at high interest rates has a clean bottom? When the time comes, call Luo Ping and arrest them all and give them a good re-education. Wu Jinyan had been standing behind Su Rue. When she heard Su Rue say that, she pulled Su Rue's clothes with her hands and said, that Nan brother they are talking about is not easy to mess with. Leave me alone and go. What will you do if I leave? When Su Rue heard Wu Jinyan say this, she turned around and looked at her, then laughed and said, School beauty Wu, have you had breakfast? If not, how about a bowl of beef soup? When Wu Jinyan heard Su Rue say this, she was slightly stunned. Especially when Su Rue said the words campus beauty just now, she couldn't help but frowned. Don't worry, we'll take care of all this garbage when they come. Su Rue didn't take these people seriously at all. With such scum, even if there were 100 more of them, they would not be enough for him to beat. I know you're powerful, but their brother Nan is no ordinary gangster. You'd better leave quickly, or it will be too late. Wu Jinyan followed Su Rue and tried to persuade her. After all, if Su Rue had not taken action just now, she would have been taken away by these people today. At this time, she couldn't just watch Su Rue get into trouble. School beauty Wu, don't worry. Su Rue walked into the beef soup restaurant and sat down again. Boss, are my beef soup and sesame cakes ready? All right. Well, young man, these scoundrels are no good. This girl is right, if you can't do it, you'd better leave here quickly. The owner of the beef soup restaurant came over with beef soup and sesame cakes. Seeing that Su Rue was still so calm, he smiled bitterly and said, Boss, I don't like what you said. How can a man say no? Su Rue laughed and said, they are just a bunch of hooligans, not up to the standard. You'll see what happens in a while. Chapter 7 Is this the legendary hair grafting? Su Rue really didn't take this group of gangsters seriously. What the hell is Brother Nan? What era is this? Are they gangsters? In the context of cracking down on gangs and eliminating evil, if these people really dare to come and cause trouble, Su Rue doesn't mind beating them up first and then throwing them into labor camps for a few years. Before I finished my bowl of beef soup, 3 vans drove over and at least 30 people jumped out of them. Damn it, you're trying to make trouble for me so early in the morning. I want to see who dares to be so arrogant. The person who was speaking was about 1.9 meters tall, with muscles all over his body. It was winter, and he was only wearing a thin shirt with the sleeves rolled up. His arms were covered with tattoos. Brother Nan, that kid is eating inside. Brother Nan, he's quite good at fighting, be careful. He tore up the bill and said, Brother Nan, you are shit. When those gangsters saw that their boss had brought so many people with him, they instantly became very confident. What's the point of being able to fight? There are so many of us, but we can't beat him alone. Brother Nan obviously doesn't care much. Besides, when it comes to fighting skills, he is no pushover. As he spoke, Brother Nan walked directly to Su Rue's side and said, It's you. But before he could finish his words, Su Rue reached out and grabbed his arm, and then Brother Nan lost his balance. Su Rue held his neck with one hand and used the other hand to pierce Brother Nan's palm with chopsticks, and even pierced through the wooden table. What does it mean that a person is ruthless and doesn't talk much? Su Rue is one of them. Everyone around looked at each other and couldn't help but gasp. People like Brother Nan always bully the weak, and at a time like this, he doesn't even dare to fart. As for the dozens of younger brothers he brought with him, they were all stunned at this time. The event hasn't even started yet and already his boss has been ruined? You are Brother Nan, right? I dare not, I dare not, I dare not call you brother in front of you. Brother Nan just gave in. After being in the business for a long time, he knows better than anyone who was a ruthless person. If he dares to resist today, he will probably die here. I tore up her father's IOU. Is there a problem? No, no problem. Will you dare to find someone to harass her in the future? No, I don't dare. Even if you give me the courage of a bear or a leopard, I still wouldn't dare. Go away. Su Rue kicked Brother Nan directly on the thigh and kicked him 3 or 4 meters away. The onlookers around were all dumbfounded. Originally I thought Su Rue was going to be in trouble and was going to be in big trouble, but who could have thought that she could solve the problem just by sitting there? Brother Nan didn't dare to say a word, and he slipped away with his little brothers in disgrace. Fuck. Young man, that move you made just now was really amazing. I understand. Could this be the legendary transformation of hair? Too strong. I give in. What a shame. If it were you, if that Brother Nan dared to resist, those dozens of hooligans would have all been left here today. Just this one move will definitely shock these spectators for the whole year. Wu Jinyan was stunned just now. It was not until Brother Nan and his little brothers left in a hurry that her tense nerves relaxed. Thank you. I didn't even know your name. Wu Jinyan sat next to Su Rue, her eyes unconsciously moistened. If Su Rue hadn't been here today, it would definitely be the darkest day for her. Even though Brother Nan looked so scared that he almost peed his pants just now, in fact, he just met someone more ruthless than him. Su Rue, you and I are from the same class. I'm from the computer science department. Su Rue looked at Wu Jinyan, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she smiled softly and said, Wu, campus beauty, have you found a job? Don't call me the campus beauty of Wu University. It sounds weird. Alas, with this kind of thing happening at home, how can I feel like looking for a job? Well, I'm planning to find a butler. Since you graduated from the Department of Business Administration, I think you are more than qualified to be my butler, right? Su Rue made a joke casually, but Wu Jinyan took it seriously. Sure. Wu Jinyan agreed immediately. Regardless of anything else, Su Rue could be considered her savior. Not only did it help her get rid of the entanglement of these gangsters, but it also solved her father's debt. The ancients said that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. To her, Su Rue was a life-saving favor. Although being a private butler doesn't sound that good, it seems not bad. I just said that casually, and you took it seriously? Su Rue burst out laughing. If the people in her dormitory knew that she had asked Wu Jinyan to be her personal housekeeper, they would probably say to her heartbrokenly, you really deserve to die. Really? Wu Jinyan pursed her lips and said firmly. Ah, being my personal butler is very tiring. You have to be at my disposal 24 hours a day, and you may not even have any private space in the future. Are you sure you want to be my personal butler? Su Rue wasn't trying to scare her, this was exactly what he required of his personal butler. Sure. Wu Jinyan nodded without any hesitation. Okay then. It saves me from going to the job market to look for one later. Su Rue laughed and said, but then again, being my personal butler may not necessarily be a loss for you. As for the monthly salary, I'll give you 50,000 a month for now. Su Rue said this casually, but Wu Jinyan didn't react. 50,000 a month? Wu Jinyan asked in a silly way. Yeah, what's the problem? Su Rue laughed, don't think this money is easy to make. And I'm really not trying to scare you. When I need you, you really have to be there 24 hours a day. If you make 50,000 a month, this little bit of hardship is nothing. It was a rare occasion for Wu Jinyan to smile, but the 2 dimples on her cheeks made people feel as if they were bathed in spring breeze. TSK, if the people in school knew that you, the campus beauty of Wu University, are now my personal butler, they would be so jealous. Su Rue made a joke casually. Wu Jinyan didn't respond, but just laughed. Since you are taking up the position, I will leave the trivial matters of finding servants to you. Su Rue originally planned to find a private butler first, and then assign the task of finding servants to the private butler. Now that Wu Jinyan has unexpectedly become his personal housekeeper, it is natural for her to take care of this kind of work. Okay, no problem. Wu Jinyan agreed directly without any hesitation. To be honest, Wu Jinyan is not just a pretty face. She is a top student who has always been among the top 3 in her grade. With her abilities, it would be no problem for her to manage a company of several hundred people, let alone be a personal housekeeper. Although being a private butler doesn't sound very respectable, it's true that based on the salary Su Rue offered her, even if Su Rue didn't save her today, she would still consider being Su Rue's private butler. If for no other reason, it's just that Su Rue gave too much. With her current academic qualifications, even if she were to enter one of the Fortune 500 companies, a monthly salary of just over 10,000 would already be the maximum she could earn. 50,000 a month is basically the salary only middle-level leaders can get. Chapter 8 accidentally rear-ended a luxury Bentley and met the rich second-generation Fong Yu. Then how many servants should we hire? And what is an appropriate monthly salary for the servants? After all, it was a matter of money, so Wu Jinyan still had to consult Su Rue's opinion first. The house is quite big, so you should hire 10 servants first. As for the requirements, they must not be too old or too ugly. As for the monthly salary, 30,000 is the starting point. Oh, in addition to the servants, you should hire 2 chefs, one for Chinese food and one for Western food. You also need to hire 2 bodyguards. As for the salary, it will be paid according to the servant's standard. Well, the year-end bonus will be calculated separately. Su Rue looked at Wu Jinyan and smiled. I don't have any special requirements. Just follow the criteria I mentioned. So, give me a card number and I'll transfer some money to you. As the family's personal housekeeper, you will be in charge of the salary and daily expenses in the future. Wu Jinyan had no objection to Su Rue's words. She nodded and said, okay. Got it, boss. Let me add your WeChat first. Okay. Su Rue stood up and stretched, then I'll leave this matter to you. Boss, rest assured, I will complete the task. After all, it was Wu Jinyan's first day on the job, so she must be thinking about performing well. At the very least, she should be worthy of the 50,000 yuan monthly salary that Su Rue offered her. Wu Jinyan sent her bank card account number to Su Rue. Half a minute later, she was completely stunned. Your savings card with the last number 6636 transferred 10 million yuan at 9:52 on December 29th, and the current balance is 10,009,086.32 yuan. Huaguai Industrial and Commercial Bank. Just now, Su Rue actually transferred 10 million yuan to her directly. That is 10 million. Boss, aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money? Wu Jinyan looked at Su Rue and asked subconsciously. Don't employ a person you doubt, and don't doubt a person you employ. Besides, it's only 10 million. There's no need to make such a fuss, right? Su Rue glanced at Wu Jinyan indifferently. You are a smart person. I don't think you will run away for just 10 million, right? Hearing Su Rue say this, Wu Jinyan's eyes unconsciously became moist. A gentleman will die for his friend. Although she is just a personal butler, she has the trust of her boss, which is enough for Wu Jinyan to work hard for Su Rue. Thank you for your trust, boss. I will definitely work hard. Wu Jinyan stood up straight and said respectfully. Well, go recruit people first, and then bring them directly to the 9th villa of Tan Palace. By the way, I just moved there, so you can buy some daily necessities, tea, cigarettes, alcohol, etc. You don't have to save money for me, just buy more expensive ones. Expensive ones may not be the best, but the quality is definitely not bad. Su Rue briefly explained to Wu Jinyan, who listened carefully. After Su Rue finished speaking, she nodded and said, yes, boss, I understand. Then I'll leave first, and I'll leave this matter to you. Su Rue walked out of the beef soup restaurant, and Wu Jinyan watched Su Rue drive away in a Lamborghini. Wu Jinyan finally came to her senses after Su Rue walked away, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. She felt like she was dreaming. Not only did Su Rue rescue her, but now she has become someone else's personal housekeeper. Not to mention the monthly salary of 50,000, she swore that she must serve Su Rue well just because Su Rue directly transferred 10 million to her and let her take charge of the family's finances. Tan Palace Villa. Wu Jinyan muttered in her heart, no wonder 10 million has become just 10 million in the boss's place. He lives in the Tan Palace Villa worth hundreds of millions. Although Su Rue's identity and status were still unclear, the information revealed by Su Rue was enough to make Wu Jinyan understand that her boss was definitely not an ordinary person. It's true, I didn't think anything of taking Wu Jinyan as my personal housekeeper just now, but now that I think about it, I do feel secretly happy. But now, he has nothing to do. Rich people also have troubles. After all, most of the time they don't know what to do, especially those super rich second generations. Experiencing the life of rich people firsthand, Su Rui's words really come from her heart. Just like now, he doesn't know what to do. After driving a supercar around downtown Shanghai, he was about to go back to his villa to lie down and rest when he wasn't paying attention and rear-ended a Bentley in front of him. Fortunately, it was in the city. Su Rui was not driving fast, and she stepped on the brakes in time, so no major accident occurred. However, since she was rear-ended, Su Rui's idea of going back to the villa to lie down and rest was shelved. The scene of the Lamborghini Bull rear-ending a luxury Bentley immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Su Rui frowned, smiled bitterly, and quickly got out of the car. The Bentley also stopped, the door opened, and a young man in his 30s walked out from the passenger seat. He first looked at the rear-end collision, then looked at Su Rui, who was also a young man, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sorry, I didn't notice it just now. How about this, give me your contact information, and I'll pay for the repairs when the time comes. Su Rui walked forward, scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Hey, forget it. I just checked and it's nothing serious. No need." Since Su Rui said so, the young man who got off the Bentley would not be so aggressive. After all, it's just a small matter and no one wants to ruin the relationship because of such a thing. Let's pull over first, so as not to block the traffic. That's fine. There was not the tense situation that the onlookers had expected, but rather a harmonious atmosphere. The Bentley and Lamborghini stopped directly on the roadside. Su Rui got out of the car and stood on the roadside. After a while, the young man sitting in the Bentley also walked up to Su Rui and asked, "Do you want to smoke?" Fong Yu handed the cigarette box to Su Rui. Su Rui took a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. "I'm so sorry, I was distracted just now. It's a small matter, don't worry about it." Fong Yu laughed, took a puff of cigarette, blew out a puff of smoke and said, "My Bentley is an old and broken car, but yours looks like a new car, right? It makes me sad just looking at it." "Yeah, but it doesn't matter." Su Rui smiled bitterly. After all, this car was given as a gift when he signed in, and he didn't spend any money on it. Even if it was smashed to pieces, he wouldn't necessarily feel bad. Besides, after all, he was the one who rear-ended the other person, and Su Rui felt a little embarrassed that the other person didn't hold him responsible. "Well, my name is Su Rui. Let's add each other as WeChat friends. Today's matter will be mine. Let's have dinner together some other day. Then let's not postpone it. We already know each other. We just so happen to have a dinner today. Shall we join us?" Fong Yu took out his phone, added Su Rui's friend and said with a smile, "They are all young people gathering together. How about going over to join in the fun? How can this be so embarrassing?" Su Rui wanted to refuse, but Fong Yu smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm also the type who wants to go there for a free meal. Brother Su, we are destined to be together. It's time for dinner, so come with me." Fong Yu had said so Su Rui had no choice but to say, "Okay, brother Fong, you lead the way, and I'll drive behind." That's right. Let's go, today's party is on the top floor of the Bulgari Hotel, it's so nice to get it for free. Fong Yu chuckled and then got into the Bentley. Su Rui really had nothing to do, so it would be nice to go with her and see the world. Chapter 9 You're the Best. At the entrance of Bulgari Hotel, Fong Yu and Su Rui handed the car keys to the hotel waiter, and the two of them walked into the hotel lobby together. Fong Yu was familiar with the place, but Su Rui was here for the first time. However, Su Rui was very calm. After all, she even owned the Tan Palace Villa worth 1 billion, so she would not be shocked by this 5-star hotel. You should know the organizer of today's party, Wang Song, the young master of Yida Group. After all, he is one of the top rich second generations in the country, and his behavior was very high profile before. He was often active on the internet, and most ordinary people in the country knew him. Su Rui nodded, "Principal Wang, how could I not know him? Today is his birthday, and he happened to be in Shanghai, so he organized this party." Fong Yu laughed and said, "I'll introduce you to him later." Su Rui was stunned when she heard Fong Yu say that. From what Fong Yu said, he and Wang Song should be friends. As a friend of Wang Song, Fong Yu was undoubtedly one of the top second-generation rich people in the country. After all, the circle is there, and if you are not a rich second generation of the same level, you can't squeeze into this circle at all. Su Rui nodded without comment. After all, it wouldn't be a bad thing for him to get to know Wang Song. He understands that when you go out, you have to rely on friends. Even though he is worth hundreds of billions now, to be honest, he has no foundation at all. A lot of people have gathered on the top floor of the Bulgari Hotel. In addition to the wealthy second generation who were well known in Magic City, Su Rui also saw many celebrities and internet celebrities. After all, the organizer of this party is Wang Song, who has a wide circle of friends, including many celebrities in the entertainment industry. As for internet celebrities, everyone in China knows that Principal Wang loves internet celebrity faces. If we count the dozens of girlfriends Wang Song has dated, almost without exception, they are all internet celebrities. Su Rui came here with Fang Yu, and no one dared to look down on him. "Brother Yu, you are finally here." Wang Song walked over with two young and beautiful internet celebrities in his arms, hugging them on both sides. "There was a minor accident on the road, which delayed us a bit. Come, let me introduce you to a little brother, Su Rui. Just now on the road, he was driving a Lamborghini Bull and rear-ended my broken Bentley." Fang Yu chuckled and introduced Su Rui to Wang Song. "Brother Song, happy birthday to you." Su Rui smiled at Wang Song and said, "After all, today is someone's birthday, and saying happy birthday is the most basic respect." "Ah, thank you. Eat well, drink well, and have fun today." Wang Song patted Su Rui on the shoulder and said, "The people that brother you brought here are our own people, so don't be restrained." Hearing Wang Song say this, Su Rui smiled and nodded, but at the same time she couldn't help but feel a little curious about Fang Yu's identity. The person who can make Wang Song respectfully call him brother Yu must be someone who is definitely not an ordinary person. The party lasted until about 2 in the afternoon. When many people had left, Wang Song came over and said, "Brother Yu, I heard that there will be a car show at Yangfu Club recently. We have nothing to do this afternoon. Why don't we go over and take a look? You didn't go to see the auto show, you went there to see the young models. I'm embarrassed to point it out to you." Fang Yu rolled his eyes at Wang Song, but then he looked at Su Rui and said, "Brother Su, are you free this afternoon? How about we go to the hot springs together and relax with a massage?" "I don't have anything to do this afternoon, it's okay." Su Rui originally wanted to go back and lie down to rest, but when he heard them talking about Yangfu Club, he changed his mind. Su Rui had heard of Yangfu Club before. It is a private membership club not open to the public. But as the #1 private club in Shanghai, Yangfu Club is well known to him. The Yangfu Club, which was first built during the Republic of China period, is known as a paradise for the wealthy in Shanghai. If Su Rui hadn't known Fang Yu, it would have been unlikely for her to go to Yangfu Club to spend money even if she was rich. Because the members of Yangfu Club are all introduced by fellow members and it is not open to strangers at all. Su Rui also wanted to go over and have a look, so she agreed immediately. After leaving the hotel, Su Rui and his group drove directly to Yangfu Club. The Yangfu Club, which was first built during the Republic of China period, is a manor with ancient features, covering an area of more than 3,000 acres. In this magical city where every inch of land is valuable, the value of this land alone is more than 100 billion. Of course, being able to turn this manor into a private club, one can imagine how powerful the people behind the Yangfu Club are. This was Su Rui's first time here. He simply registered. Since Fang Yu and Wang Song were here, it was natural for him to become a member here. The three of them first went to see the auto show. After all, it was an auto show held by the Yangfu Club, and the worst cars on display were luxury cars like the Lamborghini Termini. "Shit. That's poison, right?" Wang Song pointed at a supercar not far away and said, "Brother Yu, you listened to me, didn't you? You finally came to the right place today. I didn't expect that there would be poison in this auto show." Although Wang Song is one of the top second-generation rich people in China and may have more than 100 luxury cars under his name, to be honest, he doesn't have the Lamborghini addiction. It's not that he can't afford it, it's mainly because there are only 14 of them in the world, so he can't buy it at all. Supercars of this level are not only worth hundreds of millions, but are basically reserved by super rich people abroad before they even leave the factory. Not to mention buying it, you can't even see it normally. Of course, the Lamborghini Veneno in the Yangfu Club is just an exhibit and is not for sale. After all, who would be short of money if they can own a luxury car of this level? Even if it's not for sale, it's nice to take a look at it. Wang Song and Fang Yu were very excited, and Su Rui was even more excited. Because just now, he found out that he could sign in today, so he signed in silently. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in for the 4th consecutive day, and getting a Lamborghini Veneno, 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, and 1 billion yuan in cash. The continuous system prompt sounds in her mind made Su Rui a little confused. Fuck, that feels good. Su Rui was secretly happy. Although the sign-in rewards were still mundane things like luxury cars, luxury houses and cash, these rewards were indeed quite generous. A Lamborghini Veneno, 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, and $1 billion in cash. That's really cool. Wang Song walked around the Lamborghini Veneno 2 or 3 times and couldn't help but say excitedly, "It's a pity that this car is not for sale. Otherwise, even if it costs a little more, I will definitely get it." As the young master of Yida Group, Wang Song has to be said to have the ability to do so. "Brother Song, if you like, I can lend it to you for a few days." Su Rui, who had been silent all this time, suddenly smiled and said this to Wang Song. Hearing Su Rui say this, Wang Song and Fan Yu were both full of doubts. "Well, Lamborghini Veneno, I also have one." Seeing the questioning expressions on their faces, Su Rui scratched her head and explained. "Wang Song. Fan Yu." Originally, both of them had doubts on their faces, but after Su Rui's explanation, their faces were filled with disbelief. "That's a Lamborghini Venom. There are only 14 limited editions in the world, and each one is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. This is a top-notch supercar. Brother Su, don't be ridiculous. We are talking about poison, not bulls." Wang Song recovered and said to Su Rui. "I'm not kidding. I really do. You'd better." "I'm not kidding. Damn it, Brother Su, that's a Lamborghini Venom worth hundreds of millions." Fan Yu was also shocked. He had only known Su Rui for a short time. Although he could feel that Su Rui's identity and background were not ordinary, he really didn't expect that Su Rui's identity and background were even deeper than he thought. "It's true. If you don't believe me, come to my house and take a look." Su Rui shrugged and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Shit. We have to go. Now." Wang Song said impatiently. Isn't it about taking a hot spring bath, getting a massage, etc.?" Su Rui laughed and said jokingly. "It's important to look after the car. Why not take a shower and massage at any time?" Wang Song said so. Su Rui stretched and said, "Okay then. But Brother Song, you have to treat me to a bath and massage next time." "No big deal." Wang Song laughed and said, "When we have time, let's go to an island country where life is pretty good, hee hee." Su Rui and the other two came out of the Yangfu Club and drove directly to the Tan Palace Villa district. When the three of them parked the car in front of Su Rui's villa, Wang Song shouted as soon as he got out of the car, "Fuck, Brother Su, you really shocked me. After all, this is Tan Palace Villa, and any one of them is a luxury house worth hundreds of millions. And looking at Su Rui's villa, its value might be even higher." "Stay calm." Su Rui looked at Wang Song and murmured in her heart, "Is this really Principal Wang? Why does he look so ignorant?" Chapter 10. It's not about money. But to be honest, it really can't be blamed on Wang Song for making a fuss. After all, the strength displayed by Su Rui really shocked him. If he didn't quite believe that Su Rui also had a Lamborghini Veneno just now, then when he found out that Su Rui actually lived in the Tan Palace Villa district, he already believed that Su Rui was not kidding him. "Brother Song, Brother Yu, I just moved here yesterday and I'm the only one at home. I hope you can forgive me if I haven't treated you well enough." After entering the villa, Su Rui looked at Wang Song and Fan Yu and said with a smile, "What's the big deal? We didn't come here to drink tea anyway. Come on, take us to see your Lamborghini Veneno." Wang Song, who had recovered, waved his hand and responded anxiously. "Look how anxious you are." Fan Yu could hardly bear to watch it anymore. Although the Lamborghini Veneno is rare, you, Wang Song, are at least one of the top second-generation rich people in the country. Why are you acting like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden? "Okay, Brother Song, I'll take you there." Su Rui felt that Wang Song was a man of genuine character. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by the world's top supercars? The underground garage of the villa. It was Su Rui's first time to come here. The system had previously prompted him that all the cars he had been rewarded with were parked in the villa's underground garage. In addition to the Lamborghini Veneno worth hundreds of millions of dollars, there were also 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. The three of them took the elevator directly to the underground garage. The underground garage was originally pitch black, but as soon as the three of them came out of the elevator, it became brightly lit. I have to say that the underground garage under this villa is really big, with at least hundreds of parking spaces. Not far away, a black Lamborghini Veneno was parked quietly in the parking space, surrounded by 10 brand new Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Wow! This is so cool. Brother Sue, this bottle of poison is worth all the luxury cars in my garage. Wang Song stared at the Lamborghini Veneno and said with envy. Even though he is one of the top second-generation rich people in the country and his family assets are over hundreds of billions, there are some things that really cannot be bought with money. Just like the supercar in front of you. If Brother Song likes it, drive back and play for a few days. Su Rui chuckled and said nonchalantly. Then forget it. Wang Song felt a little nervous when he heard Su Rui say that, but he shook his head and said, if I accidentally get scratched when I drive out, I'll be heartbroken if you don't feel bad. If it really hits me, it's my fault. Su Rui chuckled and replied. It's not about the money. Wang Song sat in the driver's seat, looked at Su Rui and said with a smile, I feel so sorry for her, so sorry for her. What Wang Song said was really a true expression of his feelings. After all, as one of the top rich second generations in the country, he is not short of money. When he was studying abroad, his annual living expenses were 5 million euros. After returning to China, his father gave him 500 million yuan in startup capital. Although Yida Group encountered a cash crisis in the past 2 years and it was revealed that Yida Group had a debt of 800 billion yuan, but with the iron-fisted approach of Wang Song's father, Yida Group has come back to life in the past 2 years. Last year alone, Yida Group announced a profit of 50 billion. However, as he grows older, Wang Song has been much more low-key in the past 2 years than when he first returned to China. Apart from changing girlfriends frequently as before, he is not very active on the internet. Now Wang Song has figured it out. As a rich second generation, he just needs to have fun. After all, eating, drinking and having fun doesn't cost much, but starting a business will really burn money. Wang Song and Fang Yu also took turns sitting in the driver's seat of the Lamborghini Veneno to experience the charm of the world's top supercar. Brother Sue, our Magic City Supercar Club will have a party in a few days. You can drive this car over then. Wow, it will definitely dazzle everyone. Didn't Qin spend over 40 million to buy a Koenigsegg Regera a while ago? I've been filming him driving around with girls all day. Brother Sue, wait until you drive this car around for a couple of laps, and see if Qin still shows off. Wang Song said this, but his face was already beaming with joy. Su Rui also knew something about Qin, whom Wang Song mentioned. Like Wang Song, he was considered one of the top second-generation rich people in the country. As one of the top second-generation rich people in China, even Wang Song rarely makes Qin lose face. Therefore, when Wang Song thought about the Supercar Club party in 2 days, when Su Rui would drive the Lamborghini Veneno to crush Qin's Koenigsegg, he was really looking forward to it. After coming up from the underground garage, Wang Song and Fang Yu didn't stay with Su Rui for long and left directly. Brother Song, if you like it, you can drive it back and play for a while. I don't drive that car much on weekdays anyway. Forget it. Driving this car out is really too high profile. If I really drive this car out for a spin, in less than an hour, the entire internet will be filled with news about me buying a Lamborghini Venetian. Wang Song smiled bitterly and waved his hands, forget it, forget it. If this car was mine, it would be fine because this matter became a hot topic. Otherwise, if someone finds out that it was borrowed, I'm afraid someone will make a fuss about it again. What Wang Song said made sense, so Su Rui laughed and said, okay, anyway, whenever you need a car, just tell me. Su Rui really didn't take this car seriously. After all, it's hard to cherish something that comes easily. Just after sending Wang Song and Fang Yu away, Wu Jinyan called me. Boss, we are at the gate of Tan Palace Villa District, but the security guard won't let us in. I'll come pick you up. Su Rui had seen the security level of Tan Palace before, so she didn't say anything and drove her Lamborghini to the gate of the community. Su Rui came over in person, and the security guard at the door quickly stood up straight. I'm sorry, they are servants I hired. Today is their first time here. I will ask them to get passes tomorrow. Su Rui's politeness made the security guard at the door feel a little embarrassed, so he immediately sent a car to take Wu Jinyan and her group directly to the door of Su Rui's villa. It's true, Su Rui just took a look at the servants hired by Wu Jinyan. Whether in terms of appearance, figure, or even temperament, they are all of very high quality. Wow! Boss, this villa is really big. Are we going to live here in the future? This is so awesome. Not to mention the 30,000 yuan monthly salary, the most important thing is that when I think about living in a villa like this in the future, my god. I am so happy. Wu Jinyan and her group looked at the villa in front of them that was almost like a castle, and everyone was muttering to themselves. Although they all came here to be servants, so what? Even white-collar workers in companies probably don't get such treatment, right? Chapter 11, Set up a group company to kill time. I have to say that Wu Jinyan's abilities are indeed very good. In just half a day, she actually recruited all the people according to Su Rui's requirements. Even the bodyguards Wu Jinyan hired were all girls. Boss, according to your request, we have hired a total of 10 servants, a Chinese chef, a Western chef, and 2 bodyguards. Except for 2 chefs who are around 50 years old, the average age of the rest is around 23. Wu Jinyan stepped forward to report her work to Su Rui, and the others also consciously stood in 2 rows. Of course, they couldn't help but look at Su Rui a few more times in private. Originally, they thought their boss would be a rather wretched middle-aged man, but after they saw Su Rui, almost everyone couldn't help but feel a secret crush on him. After all, Su Rui is not only rich, but also very handsome. Well, you should arrange your work first. Su Rui looked at Wu Jinyan and nodded, then turned her attention to 2 of the twin sisters who looked almost identical. Are you 2 sisters? What are your names? Xu Xing. Xu Yu. The 2 sisters stood up straight and spoke in unison. Are you bodyguards? Were you soldiers before? Su Rui could feel that the aura of these 2 sisters was somewhat different from that of ordinary people, especially the hint of murderous intent in their eyes. I served in the regular army for 2 years and as a mercenary for 4 years. Xu Yu was the elder sister, so she didn't hesitate and responded while staring into Su Rui's eyes. Su Rui nodded and hummed softly, have you ever killed anyone? Killed. Xu Xing and Xu Yu did not shy away from answering, and responded together. We used to be mercenaries in Africa, so it's normal for us to have killed people. However, Xu Yu also explained it immediately. No problem. Su Rui laughed and said, how about this, both of you come out and fight with me, so that I can see how strong you 2 sisters are. Hearing Su Rui say this, the sisters Xu Xing and Xu Yu couldn't help but frown. Boss, this is not good. Fists and feet have no eyes. It will be bad if I hurt you, boss. How about this, both of you come at me together, if you can hurt me, I will give you both a monthly salary of 100,000. The corners of Su Rui's mouth rose slightly. He was very clear about his own strength. With the strength of a master of Bajiquan, how could he not be able to beat these 2 girls? Although the 2 sisters are indeed quite powerful, he still doesn't believe that they can hurt him. The 2 sisters who were still a little hesitant heard Su Rui say that she would give them a monthly salary of 100,000. They looked at each other and said, Boss, are you sure you want to compete with us sisters? Don't worry, if I really get hurt, you 2 won't be responsible. As soon as Su Rui finished speaking, the 2 sisters suddenly attacked Su Rui. But in the next second, Su Rui moved directly, dodged the first wave of attack from the 2 sisters and took the initiative. The 2 sisters Xu Xing and Xu Yu were each hit by a punch and instantly lost half of their fighting power. Boss, we lost. Sisters Xu Xing and Xu Yu were extremely surprised. They really didn't expect Su Rui to be so powerful. Moreover, they knew that Su Rui was using Bajiquan the moment she made her move. Xu Xing and Xu Yu looked at each other, and without any hesitation, they knelt on one knee and said, I am willing to serve the boss. The strong will naturally admire the strong. The 2 of them naturally saw that Su Rui had not used her full strength just now. Otherwise, if they each took a punch, they would have been paralyzed on one side even if they didn't die. You guys are really good. Although the 2 sisters could not defeat me, to be honest, they were indeed much stronger than ordinary people. Besides, if they were really my opponents, then wouldn't I, a master of Bajiquan, be worthless? Although you 2 failed to hurt me, but considering your 2 sisters' strength, I will give you a monthly salary of 100,000. Su Rui was not stingy at all. Looking at the 2 sisters kneeling on one knee in front of her, Su Rui couldn't help but laugh and said, Thank you, boss. You 2 should get up. We don't have so many rules in our house. Su Rui raised the corners of her mouth, smiled softly and said, Yes, boss. Sisters Xu Xing and Xu Yu stood up straight, and when they looked at Su Rui, there was even more awe on their faces. Okay, you 2 just protect the safety of our villa on weekdays. If I go out, you 2 can follow me. Su Rui waved at the 2 of them, signaling the 2 sisters to leave first. As for the others, after witnessing what just happened, they instantly admired Su Rui even more. Boss, is he so powerful? Fuck. That's so cool. The boss's punch was so fast just now that I didn't even see when he threw the punch. I'm a little envious of these two sisters. Not only can they protect the boss closely, but their monthly salary has also been raised to 100,000. Wu Jinyan knew that Su Rui was a good fighter, but she didn't expect Su Rui to be so powerful. After all, she knew the resumes of the sisters Chu Xing and Chu Yu very well. Those are the mercenaries who roam across Africa. He couldn't even withstand a single move from Su Rui? Jin Yan, come here for a moment. Yes, boss, you say. Wu Jinyan recovered and walked directly to Su Rui, bowing respectfully. We have several Rolls Royces in our basement garage. When you travel in the future, you can just use those Rolls Royces. Su Rui sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and took a deep puff. By the way, have you purchased the tea I asked you to buy? Wu Jinyan nodded, and then asked the servant standing nearby to make some tea. Good. Su Rui smiled and said, I will leave the house to you from now on. Don't worry, boss. Wu Jinyan hummed and responded. Go ahead and do your work. I'll call you if I need anything. Su Rui leaned back on the sofa, looking very much enjoying herself. There was a time when this kind of life was something that we couldn't even dream of, right? Su Rui looked at the servants who were busy around her. Although there was no change on her face, she couldn't help feeling happy in her heart. Here, Wu Jinyan came over personally carrying the freshly brewed tea. Taking a puff of cigarette, sipping a cup of tea, and enjoying the service of so many people, life instantly becomes relaxed and comfortable. After dinner, Su Rui went straight into her study. It's really nice to live a carefree life, but it's just too boring. No, I still have to find something to do. In the study, Su Rui frowned. How about setting up a group company to kill time? Chapter 12, The Problem of Loss. Jin Yan, you don't need to worry about it. Start a group company to kill time? Only someone like Su Rui would think this way. After all, he is not short of money. For him, it doesn't matter whether the company makes money or not, he just wants to find something to do. Just then, Wu Jinyan came over with a freshly cut fruit platter. Boss. Su Rui nodded, then came back to her senses and glanced at Wu Jinyan. By the way, Jinyan, I have some spare money now and want to start a company. What kind of project do you think would be a good choice? Su Rui wanted to start a business on a whim, and when it came to deciding on a project, he didn't really have much idea in his mind. As soon as Wu Jinyan came over, Su Rui looked at her directly and asked. After all, as a top student in the business administration department, Wu Jinyan must have more ideas in this regard than him, a poor student. Wu Jinyan was a little confused when she heard Su Rui ask this, but she reacted immediately. That depends on how much spare money you are talking about, boss. Wu Jinyan placed the fruit platter on the desk and stood in front of Su Rui respectfully and said. 1 billion, maybe. Su Rui smiled softly, picked up a white strawberry, tasted it and said. Puff. Wu Jinyan knew that she, the small boss, was rich, and she was mentally prepared, but she didn't expect to be shocked by Su Rui's words. Boss, that's 1 billion. Wu Jinyan frowned. Although she didn't say the next sentence, her meaning was already very clear. 1 billion, and you tell me this is some spare money? If you don't need so much money, it's just spare money. Su Rui understood the hidden meaning of Wu Jinyan's words and said casually, Look, your boss, I'm unemployed at home at such a young age. I'm bored. I have to find something to do, right? Wu Jinyan. Wu Jinyan said she didn't want to talk at this moment. After all, the life of Su Rui, a top rich second generation, is something many people dare not even dream of. If it's 1 billion, I suggest you stop starting any entrepreneurial projects. After all, starting a business is risky. If you really feel bored, you might as well use the money to buy dozens of school district houses and drive a supercar to collect rent every day. Wu Jinyan was not joking, she was giving the suggestion seriously. After all, if you start a business, there is an 80% chance of losing money. But if you use this money to buy dozens of school district houses in Shanghai and collect rent, it can definitely be considered a sure profit. That's a good suggestion, but the entire World Trade Center belongs to me. If I want to collect rent, I can rent it out in different lots every year. Su Rui raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and said softly, besides, collecting rent every day is very tiring and not very interesting. What Su Rui said had a bit of Versailles meaning. But Wu Jinyan beside him was shocked again. What did the boss just say? The entire World Trade Center belongs to him? After all, Today was Wu Jinyan's first day on the job, and she knew nothing about Su Rui's identity and background. Of course, in her opinion, Su Rui is definitely not an ordinary person as she can live in Tan Palace Villa. Although she was a little confused when Su Rui said that 1 billion was spare money, she could actually accept it. But now that she knew that Su Rui was actually the big boss behind the World Trade Center, she couldn't remain calm anymore. That's a landmark building in Shanghai. That's the Shanghai, and even in the country, it's considered a top-notch office building. There is no need to say much about the market value of 30 billion. The key is that the identity and background behind it can definitely be described as terrifying. It's nothing, just an office building worth a little money. Su Rui saw Wu Jinyan's shocked expression and coughed softly. How about it, do you have any good projects to recommend? Boss, if it's 1 billion, I suggest we start a medical project, which will benefit the country and the people. Wu Jinyan came back to her senses and said, our country has a population of 1.4 billion. Currently, there are about 267 million people over the age of 60, accounting for 14% of the total population. Moreover, it is estimated that by 2035, the total population of our country over the age of 60 will exceed 400 million, accounting for 30% of the total population. Well, by then our country will enter a serious aging stage. Su Rui listened to Wu Jinyan's analysis and nodded without comment. The development prospects of the pharmaceutical industry are self-evident. After all, who doesn't have some underlying diseases when they get old? Wu Jinyan looked at Su Rui and continued, but boss, although the pharmaceutical project is good, the investment cost is high and the technical content is much higher than other industries. Besides, many major domestic pharmaceutical manufacturers started their layout 20 years ago. If we enter the market now, I'm afraid we won't have any advantages. We may not even make a splash with our 1 billion yuan. Wu Jinyan's analysis is relatively objective and includes both the pros and cons. However, Su Rui scratched his head without caring. In fact, Wu Jinyan had said so much just now, but he only listened to the first sentence about benefiting the country and the people. You are right. If the medical project can achieve success, it will definitely be a good thing that benefits the country and the people. Su Rui had no intention of making money by starting a business. He just wanted to find something to do to kill his boring time. Of course, if it can benefit the country and the people as Wu Jinyan said, it would be even better. So when Wu Jinyan was considering that it was a little late to enter the market and there was a high probability of losing a lot of money, Su Rui didn't think so much. Jinyan, you don't need to worry about the loss. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you should take care of yourself, and if you are rich, you should help the world. Although I, your boss, am not a great man, if what I do can benefit the country and the people, I am still willing to do it. Su Rui raised the corners of her mouth slightly, stood up and stretched, looked at Wu Jinyan beside her and said, that's it. Jinyan, this project is for you, is that okay? Ah. Wu Jinyan didn't react for a moment. Boss, then my personal butler. Those who are capable should do more work. Su Rui patted Wu Jinyan on the shoulder and said, as for the company, I'm the chairman, in charge of paying the money, and you're the general manager, so you have the final say on how to operate it. Although Su Rui wanted to find something to do, he didn't want to shoot himself in the foot. After all, he didn't want to be tied down by the trivial matters of the company. Just like he said, as the chairman, he is in charge of paying the money. If he has nothing to do, he can just walk around the company and kill some time. As for other things, they have to be left to professionals. As for the company, we must find professional talents to manage the operation. Jinyan, you will be tired in the early stage, but you should build the company framework first, and then it will be easy later. Su Rui laughed and said, you are the housekeeper, so as the project leader, I will give you 1% of the shares. When Wu Jinyan heard Su Rui say this, she quickly said, boss, you don't have to give me shares. Although it is only 1%, you have to know that the initial investment is 1 billion. 1% of 1 billion is 10 million. Ha, your boss is not a mean and ungrateful person. You work for me, this is what you deserve. Su Rui waved her hands, not caring at all. Yes, boss, I got it. Wu Jinyan stood up straight and responded solemnly. Chapter 13, a large sum of money to recruit the medicine god Qin Dongkai. It's just 1% of the shares. Su Rui doesn't care about this little bit of money. Besides, Wu Jinyan is one of ours after all, so isn't it necessary to be nicer to one of our own? Speaking of medical projects, there has been a hot search online recently about the Anhui province medicine god Qin Dongkai, whose homemade combination of drugs can effectively target cancer cells and treat cancer. Su Rui recently saw this person on TikTok. He is a PhD from Oxford University and was sentenced to 3 years in prison with 4 years of probation for selling homemade drugs through illegal channels. When Su Rui saw this report, she exclaimed, "What a talent!" However, he had not yet bound to the system at that time, let alone thought about entering the pharmaceutical industry. But now that he was going to enter the pharmaceutical industry, Su Rui immediately thought of Qin Dongkai, the medicine god of Anhui province. "Boss, I've also seen the news. Hey, he's really amazing. And patients who have been taking this drug for a long time have also spoken out to show that the drug is indeed effective." Wu Jinyan nodded in response. "Send someone to contact them. Since we want to enter the pharmaceutical industry, we can't waste this kind of talent." Su Rui lit a cigarette and tapped her fingers on the table. "Well, tell him that as long as he is willing to come, the company will give him an annual salary of 5 million plus an apartment in Shanghai and a Rolls-Royce Phantom." Su Rui is never stingy when it comes to talents. What's more, this is a talent who has made breakthroughs in cancer treatment. "Okay, I got it." Wu Jinyan responded, "He should be in the most difficult time now. Boss, if you offer him this condition, there is no reason for him to refuse." "Well, tell him that I will build him a top laboratory. For scientists, no matter how much money they are offered, it is not as attractive as a top laboratory research institute. Why can't the country retain talent? Firstly, the salary is indeed not as good as that in Europe and the United States. Secondly, the scientific research environment is indeed much worse than other countries." Although Su Rui started the company and carried out projects purely to kill time, he had invested so much money after all, and he would still be very happy if he could achieve some results. "Okay, boss." Wu Jinyan responded. "Okay, go ahead and get busy." Su Rui looked at Wu Jinyan and smiled and said, "I'll tell you if there's anything else." After coming out of the study, Wu Jinyan became even more excited. Although this will inevitably increase her workload a lot, the challenge also makes her full of motivation. And Su Rui really trusted her, which made her very grateful. "Boss, I will definitely not let you down." Wu Jinyan pursed her red lips and swore secretly in her heart. Su Rui was feeling very comfortable here, smoking, drinking tea and eating fresh fruits, feeling very relaxed. Su Rui didn't think too much about his future development. After all, the rewards he received from signing in every day were enough to guarantee him a lifetime of wealth and glory. Su Rui was watching a short video on Douyin when his high school classmate Zhang Su sent him a message. "Brother Rui, have you returned to your hometown? I'm getting married at the end of the year, can you come and be my best man?" Zhang Su was Su Rui's best friend in high school. Although they didn't keep in touch as closely during college, every time they went home for the new year, the two of them would still have a drink or two and get together. Fuck. Is it so sudden for you? Getting married right after graduation? When Su Rui saw the message, she replied immediately. "Hey, I've been doing internship for half a year, and then I met my wife through the introduction of my family. She's 2 months pregnant now, so..." Zhang Su explained to Su Rui, and Su Rui also casually sent an emoticon pack that said, "You are the sexiest one." "Well, I'm getting married on January 19th, so you should be back home by then, right?" "No problem. When my good friend gets married, there is naturally no problem for me to be his best man. I have some things to deal with in Shanghai recently, so I probably won't be back until before the new year at the earliest. So, you better remind me when the time comes, so I don't forget." There is still nearly a month until the Chinese New Year, and Su Rui still has a lot of things to deal with. "Aha!" Zhang Su replied with an emoticon and didn't say anything else. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, this kid is going to be a father. Su Rui couldn't help but sigh, and then thought about the fact that she didn't even have a girlfriend yet, so she murmured unconsciously, "Why don't I find a girlfriend too?" That being said, when it comes to things like having a girlfriend, how can you just talk about it? Without thinking about these things, Su Rui played the game for a while and then went back to the bedroom to sleep. "I slept until 9:30 the next morning. When I got up and went downstairs, all the servants in the house had changed into uniform. When he saw Su Rui coming downstairs, he greeted Su Rui immediately. Su Rui stretched in her pajamas. "Is breakfast ready?" "Ready." The servant who was serving Su Rui stood up straight and replied with a smile on his face. "May I have your name?" Su Rui nodded at her. She had to admit that the servants Wu Jinyan found for him were all very good looking. "My name is Cui Shui." Well, I'll call you Xiaoxua from now on. Su Rui smiled and said, I want to drink tea after breakfast, so go prepare it first. Okay, master. When Su Rui heard Shui Shui calling him young master, he didn't say anything. Wu Jinyan called him boss, but she also instructed the servants in the house to address him as master in the future. After all, the chefs at home are all head chefs, so even breakfast is quite sumptuous. After breakfast, Su Rui sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, drank the freshly brewed tea, and crossed her legs comfortably. Wu Jinyan took people out to purchase supplies early in the morning. In addition to the work of a personal housekeeper, she did not dare to neglect the medical project that Su Rui asked her to be responsible for last night. Su Rui didn't have anything else to do the whole morning. She just watched some short videos on Douyin and played some games, and the morning passed by. After lunch, Su Rui stretched and went straight back to the bedroom for a nap. When she woke up, Su Rui found that she could sign in again today. Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in for 5 consecutive days and winning 10 billion Douyin coins. The reward has been distributed to the host's Douyin account. What the hell? What the hell? 10 billion Douyin coins? As a freeloader, Su Rui had never recharged Douyin coins when watching live broadcasts on Douyin. However, he also knew that Douyin coins were purchased at a ratio of 1:10, which means that $1 was worth 10 Douyin coins. 10 billion Douyin coins, wouldn't that be worth 1 billion? Su Rui couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. After all, he had always been a freeloader before and never spent money on rewards when watching live broadcasts. Are you asking me to become an internet superstar for once? Su Rui couldn't help but think of a rich man novel she read before going to bed last night, in which the protagonist obtained trillions of online coins and then generously rewarded the anchor. This should be the novel reflected in reality, right? Although I don't have as many Douyin coins as he does, it is still worth 1 billion Douyin coins. Su Rui thought so in her heart, and couldn't help but open TikTok to check her account. 10 billion Douyin coins, will this make Douyin go bankrupt? Su Rui gave a bitter smile, but casually swiped to a small anchor whose live broadcast room had only 13 people watching online. A man wearing sunglasses kneeling on a massage mat for 1 minute? Seeing that the young anchor was playing games, Su Rui casually rewarded him with a pair of sunglasses. Mr. Rui, what do you mean? I just started the show and you're asking me to kneel down. Humph. The little anchor named Mumu said this, but when he saw someone giving him a reward, a bright smile appeared on his face. Chapter 14, the comments in the live broadcast room were all over the place. A pair of sunglasses costs 99 Douyin coins, which is 9.9 yuan. For a small anchor like Mumu, if he can receive more than 50 pairs of sunglasses a day, it will definitely make him very happy. Although he said reluctantly, he still took out the acupressure mat and knelt down obediently. Master Rui, I think this is all your strength is? Humph. Kneel down if you want. It's only 1 minute. Okay, there are still 40 seconds. 5 seconds left. I told you, Master Rui, this is all you have. Su Rui was not annoyed. After all, this account had never been recharged or rewarded before, so it was naturally a first-level rookie account. I'm going to get up. When 1 minute was up, Mumu was about to stand up with his hands on the ground, when he saw another pair of small sunglasses appear on his eyes. Su Rui gave another pair of sunglasses as a reward, and posted a comment in the live broadcast room, kneel down for Master Rui. What are you doing? Mumu pouted and continued to kneel on the acupressure mat reluctantly. Master Rui, that's all you have. Just kneel, it's only a minute. I'm not bragging, my strength can make you kneel for the rest of your life. Su Rui directly posted a comment in the barrage to tease. Seeing the comments sent by Su Rui, Mumu raised his head, pouted and said, I don't believe it. However, when she looked at the phone screen again, she saw that Su Rui had sent out 66 sunglasses in one breath and unlocked a sunglasses special effect. If you kneel for 1 minute for each pair of sunglasses, then you will have to kneel for more than an hour for 66 pairs of sunglasses. What are you doing? When Mumu saw Su Rui giving out 66 sunglasses, she was completely panicked. Kneeling on the acupressure mat for 1 minute is really not a big deal, but if you have to kneel for an hour, that would be too painful. In an instant, Mumu put on the mask of pain. You set the rules of the game yourself, and you have to grit your teeth and play on no matter how uncomfortable it is. 1 pair of sunglasses costs 99 Douyin coins, and a set of 66 sunglasses costs 6,534 Douyin coins, which is worth 653 yuan. Just for this set of sunglasses, after deducting the 20% tax and splitting the price with the platform, the total amount you get is 261 yuan. For a small anchor like her, if she can earn 2 or 300 yuan a day from live streaming, that's pretty good. Kneel down for me. Little black guy. Dog head. Humph. Master Rui, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted your strength. Please let me go. A kiss saves 1 minute. Master Rui, I know I was wrong. Please give me another 66 kisses. Kneel down first. I'm going to go out for a walk. If you're still kneeling when I come back, I'll give you a set of kisses to save you. Su Rui left right after posting the barrage. As for Mumu, although it was uncomfortable to kneel on the acupressure mat, she gritted her teeth and continued kneeling when she thought that Su Rui would give her another 66 kisses as gifts. After all, a kiss costs 99 Douyin coins, and a group of 66 kisses can unlock a kiss special effect. Of course, the most important thing is money. If Su Rui really gives her 66 more kisses later, she will be able to earn more than 500 yuan from the live broadcast today. She could earn more than 500 yuan just by kneeling for an hour, and she even felt that she could make Su Rui go bankrupt by kneeling. However, if she knew that Su Rui had 10 billion Douyin coins in her account, she would never dare to think so. After all, 10 billion Douyin coins could keep her on her knees for the rest of her life. In fact, Su Rui just felt that this young anchor was a little dull but stubborn, which was interesting to watch. In fact, he didn't really want her to keep kneeling. After coming out of Mumu's live broadcast room, he spent a lot of Douyin coins in several other live broadcast rooms. Although he had 10 billion Douyin coins in his account, he did not start using it to buy gifts like the carnival. After all, one carnival costs 30,000 Douyin coins, which is worth 3,000 yuan. Watching live broadcasts is for fun. If he really wants to give expensive gifts just to hear the host call him Big Brother, he still thinks it is unnecessary. After all, he was used to being a freeloader, so he really couldn't spend lavishly on giving gifts to the anchor. But then again, it feels really good to be the boss when it comes to giving out gifts. Although Su Rui didn't give expensive gifts like those from the carnival, he was still generous in giving tips to talented anchors. 4 gifts like Porsche supercars worth 120 yuan, he bought 10 at a time. In less than half an hour, Su Rui had unknowingly given out gifts worth more than 200,000 Douyin coins. My goodness, 20,000 is gone. It would be really painful to spend my own money. Su Rui murmured softly, but when he saw that there was almost no change in the Douyin coins in his account, he casually threw out 10 Porsche supercars as gifts in a live broadcast room. As for the level of Su Rui's Douyin account, it took less than an hour to go from a level 1 rookie account to a level 35 Big Brother account. You know, the highest level of a TikTok account is only level 60. However, if you really want to upgrade to level 60, the corresponding amount of Douyin coins consumed will be as high as 200 million Douyin coins, which is equivalent to 20 million in cash. If he is at level 35, he will need at least 230,000 Douyin coins to consume. But then again, what can a super rich account at level 60 do? If Su Rui wants to reach level 60, isn't it as easy as sprinkling water? After all, 10 billion Douyin coins are enough for him to upgrade his account to level 60 50 times. He was casually scrolling through the Douyin live broadcast, and coincidentally, he saw the little anchor named Mumu again. However, compared to the initial 13 people watching online in her live broadcast room, there are now more than 100 people watching online in her live broadcast room. What's going on, host? Why are you kneeling all the time? I'm new here, I don't know what happened. Is there any brother who knows what's going on and can explain it to me? Isn't it just that the host set up a game rule, 1 pair of sunglasses kneeling on the acupressure mat for 1 minute? Well, it seems that a rich man bought 66 pairs of sunglasses before. Suga. The anchor's whole body is soft, except for his mouth. It's so funny, I was in the live broadcast room from the beginning, and the anchor started to provoke the Big Brother, saying that the Big Brother was not strong enough. In the end, the Big Brother punished him to kneel down. The live broadcast room was lively. Although the number of online viewers increased a lot, no one gave her kiss gifts to save her. Still kneeling? Su Rui posted a barrage of comments, which was instantly seen by Mumu's die-hard fans. Hey, it's this rich guy called Rui Yi. Wow, Rui Yi is awesome. When he first entered the live broadcast room, he was still a level 1 rookie, but in less than an hour, he's already a level 35 Big Brother. Fuck. He is indeed a rich man. It costs more than 20,000 to reach level 35, right? Well, but speaking of it, spending more than 20,000 is nothing. After all, there are too many Big Brothers at level 35 on Douyin to count them all. You overlooked one thing. He upgraded from a novice to level 35 in less than an hour. The barrage in the live broadcast room was indeed a lot more lively than before. Although Mumu was kneeling on the acupressure mat, his face looked a lot paler than before. However, since no one gave her a kiss as a reward, she really never got up secretly. Master Rue. You are finally here. Mumu also discovered that Su Rue had come to her live broadcast room again, and she also noticed the change in Su Rue's level. Master Rue, I have deeply realized my mistakes. Please spare me a hand. Mumu looked at the camera of the mobile phone pitifully, and the next second Su Rue fulfilled her promise and directly rewarded a group of 66 kisses. But just when Mumu stood up from the ground with tears of gratitude, Su Rue gave 10 carnival rewards in a row. In an instant, the live broadcast room became a little stuck. What the hell? What the hell? In an instant, the two words WTF appeared all over the screen in the live broadcast room. Chapter 15. Since there are 10 billion Douyin coins, why not just set up a live broadcast company? One carnival is worth 30,000 Douyin coins, which is equivalent to 3,000 yuan in cash. Su Rue gave away 10 carnivals in a row, that would be 30,000 yuan. Mumu was stunned on the spot in an instant. You have to know that she is just a small anchor with less than 1,000 fans. The most expensive gift she has ever received was the Douyin #1 rocket, which was only worth 1,000 yuan. As a small anchor who barely makes ends meet, the number of carnivals he can receive in a year is very limited. Even many anchors have been live streaming for 2 or 3 years and have never received such expensive gifts. That's 10 carnivals. Even after deducting the tax and the half and half share with the platform, she would still be able to get 12,000. Thank you, Master Rue, for the carnival. At this moment, Mumu's eyes were moist, and it was obvious that he was moved. After all, this was the first time she received a carnival since she became a host, and there were 10 at once. This is really rich. Master Rue is awesome. I'm convinced. Mr. Rue's money is equivalent to half a year's salary for me. The anchor is really getting close to someone important. The anchor was so envious of this 1 hour of kneeling. There were already quite a few people watching online in the live broadcast room. As soon as Su Rue gave out rewards for the 10 carnivals, the screen was filled with comments, all of which were praising Su Rue. As for Su Rue, her account level went directly from level 35 to level 38. Don't think that it's just a 3-level upgrade. You should know that the maximum level for a Douyin account is only 60. It's easy to upgrade at the beginning, but it becomes harder as you upgrade higher. A level 38 account means that you need to spend at least 510,000 Douyin coins in the Douyin live broadcast room, which is 51,000 yuan. Su Rue enjoyed the feeling of being a wealthy person in the virtual network. It was really exciting. But there is no point in just giving gifts, and there are 10 billion Douyin coins in my account, which is worth 1 billion. I have so many Douyin videos, but I can't cash them out. Well, I can start a live streaming company. Su Rue took a sip of tea and murmured softly. After all, live streaming is the current trend on the internet, and many live streaming companies are making a lot of money. As for this little bit of money, Su Rue didn't really care, but as for making money, who could complain about having too much money? It just so happened that my sister had lost her job and had originally wanted to help Su Meng open a design company, but Su Meng did not agree. Although she had transferred 50 million to Su Meng, Su Rue knew her elder sister's temper and knew that Su Meng would definitely not use the money. Thinking of this, Su Rue did not hesitate and called Su Meng directly. Sister, what are you doing? What else can I do? Looking for a job. Sister, don't look for a job anymore. I have set up a live streaming company and I'm in need of a person in charge. How about you come and help me run the company? Online live broadcast company? Is this industry reliable? Have you known about it before? Do you have experience? Xiao Rue, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Although you are rich now, but... Sister, my company has already been set up, so just say one word, and tell me whether you will come or not? Su Rue was very clear about his sister's temper. After he said that, Su Meng could only sigh helplessly. Come on. Okay, sister, you are the general manager of the live broadcast company. I will leave your brother's live broadcast company to you. Su Rue laughed. Sister, the company registration is still going through the process. You finally don't have to go to work, so take advantage of these 2 days to rest. Okay, sister, I won't bother you anymore. Without waiting for Su Meng to reply, Su Rue hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Su Meng could only smile bitterly. Good boy, you are trying to trick your sister again. Wu Jinyan was very busy. As Su Rui's personal housekeeper, she had to personally purchase all the supplies for the villa. Although she had purchased a batch of supplies yesterday, the villa was so big and there were so many people in the family, so the daily food and drink expenses also needed to be solved urgently. Although Wu Jinyan and Su Rui had just met, based on her understanding of Su Rui, she understood that Su Rui liked luxury and enjoyment. She took people out to purchase supplies early this morning. In addition to luxury items such as fine tea, cigarettes, and alcohol, she also went to find the top private tailor in Shanghai. As Su Rui's personal housekeeper, she must take good care of Su Rui in every aspect. She ordered 10 sets of custom-made clothes at once. Of course, apart from purchasing supplies, she also followed Su Rui's instructions and sent someone to register a pharmaceutical company as soon as possible. She has also contacted Qin Donkai, the Anhui province medicine god on the internet. Originally, Donald Qin was still a little hesitant, but he was well aware of his current situation. Although his combination of drugs is indeed useful, he has no background and no capital. Even if he enters the market through normal channels, it will be impossible without 10 to 8 years. And the conditions Su Rui offered him were indeed too tempting. 5 million annual salary, an apartment in Shanghai, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom as a private car. I want to talk about the material aspects. The most important thing is that they promised to provide him with a world-class experimental research institute. As a scientific research expert, owning a world-class experimental research institute would definitely be a lifelong dream. Qin Donkai didn't think about it for too long. 2 hours later, he called Wu Jinyan directly. After returning to the villa, Wu Jinyan immediately reported her work progress to Su Rui. Boss, I've already asked someone to register the pharmaceutical company. The name is what you said, Longhua Pharmaceutical Company. Wu Jinyan stood beside Su Rui respectfully. In addition, Dr. Qin Donkai has also accepted our invitation. He will be in Magic City this afternoon. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Su Rui nodded, looked at Wu Jinyan and said with a smile, Jinyan, don't stand either, sit down. Wu Jinyan originally wanted to refuse, but after thinking it over, she sat down obediently. When the servants in the house saw Wu Jinyan sitting next to Su Rui, they were all very envious. After all, in this villa, the only person who can sit on the sofa and talk to Su Rui is Wu Jinyan. Jinyan, I was right about you. Your work efficiency really surprises me. Su Rui laughed and said, oh, there is one more thing. Ask someone to register a live broadcast company and call it Rui Meng Live Broadcast Company. Ha! Wu Jinyan was stunned for a moment. Boss, are you talking about the live broadcast company? Yeah, it's the kind of live broadcast company that recruits some anchors, and then we help them become famous. Su Rui looked at Wu Jinyan's worried expression and instantly understood what she was thinking. Ha, Jinyan, you don't have to be in charge of the live broadcast company. I have a sister named Su Meng, and she has nothing to do recently, so this live broadcast company is for her. After Su Rui said this, Wu Jinyan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, boss, I'll ask someone to do it. Wu Jinyan stood up directly and nodded in response. Don't worry. The 99th and 100th floors of the World Trade Center are still vacant. I have already told the manager there, Wang Su, that they will be used as offices for the live broadcast company. You can also send someone to take over. The renovation should be finalized before the end of the year. Good. Wu Jinyan nodded and said okay. She knew last night that the World Trade Center belonged to her boss, so she was not surprised at all when Su Rui said that the 99th and 100th floors of the World Trade Center would be used as the office space for Rui Meng Live Broadcasting Company. Chapter 16 Don't give up, we can win. Needless to say, Wu Jinyan's efficiency is very high. Of course, this is mainly because Su Rui provided sufficient funds for the activities. Registering a live streaming company is obviously much simpler than registering a pharmaceutical company, and it took less than half a day to go through all the procedures. Su Rui had nothing to do anyway, so she sat in the study room in the afternoon and watched live broadcasts. On the one hand, it was to kill time, and on the other hand, she hoped to discover some good anchors to join her own live broadcast company. As long as Su Rui thinks a host has potential, starting with giving rewards is like a carnival. In one afternoon, Su Rui gave away more than 200 carnivals, worth more than 6 million Douyin coins. The Douyin account level was directly upgraded from level 38 to level 47, with a total consumption of 7 million Douyin coins. After spending 700,000 cash in one afternoon, Su Rue was firmly labeled as a super rich person by passers-by fans. Su Rue is very casual when it comes to giving gifts to anchors. Basically, as long as he likes the anchor, he will give 1 or 2 carnival gifts. Here, Su Rue entered the live broadcast room of a new female anchor, which had only about 10 people in it. Look at the live broadcast background of the anchor. Are you a college student? Su Rue recognized this as a university dormitory as she had lived there for 4 years. Yes, I'm a junior at the Shanghai Drama Academy, and I do live streaming to earn some living expenses. Su Nua looked at the comments sent by Su Rue and said with a slight smile. But I may not be suitable to be a live streamer. I have been live streaming for a week, and the money I earn is not enough to pay the electricity bill. In the girls' dormitory building of the Magic City Drama Academy, Su Nua held his chin with his hand and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Don't be discouraged. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. You have a good image. As long as you keep sowing, you will definitely reap the rewards in the future. When Su Rue heard Su Nua say this, she sent a comment to comfort him. After all, Su Rue was a level 47 boss, and Su Nua noticed it as soon as he posted the barrage. Thank you for your comfort, Mr. Rue. Su Nua pursed his lips and said, since a big brother has finally come, I'll start a PK. I lost 7 PK games in a row before. It's too miserable. So miserable? It's okay. I'll help you win a game. Seeing Su Rue say this, Su Nua did not hesitate and quickly looked for a PK opponent. But the moment she saw her PK opponent, her heart instantly turned cold. Fuck, Nuonuo, how did a small anchor like you connect to Mu Xiao Xiao? It's over. Finally a big brother came, but the person opposite is Mu Xiao Xiao. Isn't this a joke? No, the person on the other side is one of the top 10 anchors on the entire site. I think there is no hope for this PK again. Although there are not many people in Su Nua's live broadcast room, those who are here are basically die-hard fans. Oh, this is too miserable for me. It looks like I will lose 8 games in a row. Su Nua was also confused. This is Mu Xiao Xiao. He is one of the top 10 anchors on TikTok. He has more than 5 million fans alone. For an anchor of this level, after each PK match, he will get at least 50,000 or 60,000 PK points. Sometimes, hundreds of thousands of PK points are very common. During PK, fans can get a PK point by giving gifts of Douyin coins, so for top anchors, their daily income from live broadcasts is still considerable. We had just connected online and Mu Xiaoxiao's fans had already started sending gifts like crazy. After all, he is one of the top 10 anchors on the platform, with more than 10,000 fans watching online alone. With so many fans giving gifts, even if they only give the cheapest little hearts, a small anchor like Su Nua can't win. Of course, connecting with big anchors also has its advantages. At the very least, it will bring some traffic to yourself. I came here from the other side, just to tell you that you are bound to lose this PK. Today is our Xiao Xiao's birthday, and we fans want to give her 50 consecutive PK victories. Streamer, just admit defeat and save your time. Host, if you admit defeat, I'll come over and give you a sports car. Hundreds of people rushed into the live broadcast room at once, and barrages of comments were flying everywhere, but they were all coming from the opposite side. Su Nua felt very aggrieved as well. She finally had a big brother come to her live broadcast room, but he just had a PK with Mu Xiaoxiao who occupied the top 10. Just like what those people said, the probability of her winning this PK is almost 0. Master Rue, how about we admit defeat this round and start another one? Su Nua looked at the camera and asked unwillingly. Don't give up, you can win. Su Rue frowned and directly sent a barrage of comments. Can you win? When did a level 47 loser become so arrogant? Don't lose sight of reality. We have more than 30 level 50 guys on our side. Can you win? Do you want to win with your heads? Be good and listen. Let's admit defeat. Hurry up, don't waste time. Look, our PK points are about to reach 10,000, while yours is still 0. Su Rue posted a barrage of comments, which instantly irritated the people on the opposite side, and they all started to mock and ridicule her. But what is funny is that a group of people with accounts at only level 10 or 20 are looking down on a level 47 brother. Su Rue didn't waste any more time talking to them and threw out 10 carnivals in one breath. When the carnival special effects appeared in Su Nua's live broadcast room, Su Nua was completely stunned. And when she saw that her PK points instantly reached 300,000, she couldn't help but her eyes became wet. Of course, Su Nua was not the only one who was stunned. Not only everyone in Su Nua's live broadcast room, but also everyone in Mu Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room were all stunned. Fuck, what's going on with the other side? Has the score soared to 300,000? Not good. The guy on the other side has some stuff, he directly spawned 10 carnivals. There is indeed something, but not much. After all, Mu Xiaoxiao is one of the top 10 anchors on the entire platform, and there are a lot of big brothers above level 50 guarding the live broadcast room. My goodness, are you protesting against us? It's just a carnival, you're just treating it like you can't afford it. After all, there were many big brothers in Mu Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room. In less than 10 seconds, the PK points directly doubled. See? We already have over 600,000 points. Feeling desperate, right? Give up, our big brothers have a carnival each, what can you use to win? I told you, it's a complete waste of time. Su Nua was somewhat desperate when she saw that Mu Xiaoxiao's PK points surpassed hers by more than double almost instantly. Thanks to Master Rui for the carnival. Otherwise, our game should still be. But before she could finish her words, she saw the carnival special effects lighting up her live broadcast room again. And this time, the special effects didn't seem to be interrupted at all. Su Rui was also irritated by the brainless fans on the opposite side, and she kept her finger on the carnival and wouldn't let go. As for how many gifts he gave, he didn't care. Anyway, there were nearly tens of billions of Douyin coins in his account. At the rate he gave out gifts, he might not be able to finish it by tomorrow night. As for PK points, they were crushed back in an instant. And as Su Rui never stopped, Su Nua's PK points also skyrocketed. One carnival is 30,000 points. When Su Nua saw the 3 million points displayed on the scoreboard, her mouth opened wide and she was so excited that she couldn't speak. What the hell? Is the big brother on the opposite side so fierce? I've already played more than 100 carnivals, and the key is that they don't seem to have any intention of stopping. There's only one big guy on the opposite side? Damn, isn't the firepower too strong? Mu Xiaoxiao originally had some disdain on her face, but now she had to frown. You know, if she loses this PK round, it would be a small matter to break her 23-game PK winning streak. But if other top anchors get to know about it, they will laugh at her for a whole year. Brothers, let's go for it. There's only one person on the other side. Let's crowdfund. Brothers above level 50 will each clear 5 carnivals. There's only one person on the other side. We will definitely not lose. However, the big brother's money didn't just come from the wind. Although Mu Xiaoxiao has been working hard to canvass for votes, there are really not many people who are willing to reward the carnival. Damn it! Is the guy on the other side crazy? Does he really not take money seriously? Mu Xiaoxiao looked at Su Nua's PK points which were still skyrocketing, and she felt terrible. Chapter 17, Mr. Rui is definitely a super rich man. An ordinary PK only takes 5 minutes, but according to Su Rui's reward speed, after a PK, at least 300 or 400 carnivals can be rewarded. Although Mu Xiaoxiao has many big brothers, and there are even dozens of them above level 50, what's the use? There is no one who can fight. Su Rui alone completely defeated the group of big brothers on the opposite side. Su Nua was completely stunned. She knew that Su Rui was a big shot, but she didn't expect Su Rui to praise her so much. Her PK points were still soaring, and in a short while they had exceeded 6 million points. I'm impressed. I've already given 200 carnivals. Master Rui is awesome. Broken voice. I'm sorry, I admit that my voice was a bit loud just now. The clown is actually me? This is really rich. One carnival costs 3,000 yuan, 200 of them is 600,000 yuan? The opponent is already numb, and the PK points are no longer moving. How can we fight this? Isn't this fire suppression too strong? In Mu Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room, although Mu Xiaoxiao was trying hard to ask for tips from her big brothers, it was obvious that her big brothers had already given in. Xiaoxiao, forget about this game, just admit defeat, the guy on the other side must be using a smurf to play here. I just came back from the other side, and he is still brushing, with no intention of stopping. Who is Mr. Rui across the street? I've never seen him before. No need to think about it, it must be some big boss who has a fake account. Xiaoxiao, I'll give you 2 more huazi, but I really tried my best. The decline has already appeared and the defeat is inevitable. There was less than a minute left before the end of the PK, but Su Rue still didn't stop. Su Nua's PK points had exceeded 9 million points, which meant that Su Rue had already completed 300 carnivals. Since the carnival has the effect of attracting traffic to the entire platform, and a single PK has more than 300 carnivals, it has attracted a large number of passers-by fans to join in the fun. Fuck. Is that Mu Xiaoxiao on the other side? She got beaten so badly, didn't she? The PK progress bar has been crushed. Oh my god, the PK points are heading for 10 million. Mr. Rue is awesome. After this live broadcast, didn't it mean that they made millions? Damn, he really is rich. 1 million. I can't make that much money in 10 years. Su Rue kept brushing until the PK was over. Unsurprisingly, Su Nua won the PK with a crushing advantage. Mu Xiaoxiao lost the PK and was in a bad mood, so she immediately ended the live broadcast. But Su Nua was so happy. She actually won the PK against Mu Xiaoxiao. You know, Mu Xiaoxiao is a top anchor who has long been among the top 10 on the entire platform. Thank you, Master Rue, for helping me win this PK. Su Nua was so excited that she was beyond compare, but she did not forget to thank her eldest brother. After all, if Su Rue hadn't given her so many carnival rewards, she would never have been able to PK and beat Mu Xiaoxiao. Master Rue, this money, minus the platform, how about I return the rest to you? Su Nua just checked the backstage and found that Su Rue had given her a total of 400 carnivals, with a total value of 1.2 million. Excluding the platform fees and taxes, she alone could get 480,000. To be honest, she felt a little uneasy holding so much money in her hands. No need, it's a reward for you, just take it. Su Rue really didn't care about this little bit of money, and just posted a comment. But speaking of it, Su Nua really liked him. First of all, she has a sweet appearance and a sweet and elegant temperament. Secondly, considering that he just promised to return the money to me, his moral character is quite good. Thirdly, she is a college student at the Shanghai Drama Academy. Whether it is singing or dancing, she is several levels higher than the average internet celebrity. Although he visited hundreds of anchors' live broadcast rooms this afternoon, there were only a few he could watch. At that moment, Su Rue sent a private message to Su Nua. You have great potential. Are you interested in becoming a host in my live broadcast company? Su Rue did not hide anything and asked directly. When Su Nua saw that Su Rue had sent him a private message, he immediately looked down to check. Seeing that Su Rue invited her to be a host in his live broadcast company, to be honest, she was still a little hesitant. However, when she thought of Su Rue's unconditional support for her and the fact that she gave her 400 carnivals in one go, she agreed on impulse. Mr. Rue, can I really go to work at your live broadcast company? Sure. Do you agree? Well. With a boss like you, Mr. Rue, here, why should I hesitate? Clever. Su Rue smiled slightly, and then sent her a private message, you continue to PK, and I will help you to be number 1 on the top 100 list of the entire platform today. Back in the live broadcast room, Su Rue's account level has soared from level 47 to level 51. The total consumption reached 19 million Douyin coins. Converted into cash, that is 1.9 million yuan. But for Su Rue, these 19 million Douyin coins are not really a lot. After all, he has 10 billion Douyin coins in his account. 19 million is nothing compared to 10 billion. I have an announcement. Master Rue is my boss now. Su Nua did not hide anything and told her directly that Su Rue had privately invited her to his live broadcast company. Su Rue didn't care, she just posted a comment saying, to celebrate Nuonuo coming to my live streaming company, I'm going to take her to the top of the top 100 list on all platforms today. Also, let me tell you something else. Although Nuonuo is my employee now, the gifts I give to Nuonuo are considered her own income. Su Rue said this in front of so many people in the live broadcast room, which was considered a promise to Su Nua. What the hell? Master Rue is awesome. No way? Master Rue, if you are like this, then you will lose everything, right? What do you know? Streamers don't just make money from tips. If they have more fans, they can also take on advertising, which is the main source of income. But for PK anchors, the main source of income is still from tips, right? Not necessarily. If you are a top anchor on the platform, your income from various sources will add up to at least tens of millions a year. Because Su Rue had just played 400 carnivals, she directly attracted a large number of passers-by fans into the live broadcast room, and the number of online viewers has exceeded 5,000. Seeing Su Rue's promise, the barrage of comments started flying everywhere. Su Nua also started several more PK rounds according to Su Rue's request. As soon as the PK started, Su Rue played 20 carnivals in a row and persuaded the opposing anchor to quit. After all, not every anchor is a top anchor on the platform like Mu Xiaoxiao. Let alone the carnival, even if it's the rockets, many anchors may not be able to receive them even after broadcasting for half a year. 20 carnivals means 600,000 PK points. The opposing anchors were basically stunned in an instant. We played 10 PK rounds in a row, and won every round with a crushing advantage. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room also increased from more than 5,000 to 10,000. And because Su Rue was generous, Su Nua's ranking soared. After 10 rounds of PK, he even ranked first on the top 100 list of the entire platform with an absolute advantage. Fuck, who is this Mr. Rue? The way he rewards me is too scary, isn't it? 20 carnivals to start. Who can stand that? Mr. Rue is definitely a super rich man. No need to explain. Well, isn't it said that the anchor is under that Rue-yi? Even if he spends so much, it seems that he won't lose much, right? No, Master Rue said before that all the tips he gave out would go to the anchor, and he wouldn't take them back. Chapter 18 Acquisition of a pharmaceutical company at a 20% premium. Although Su Nua is a newcomer, he has Su Rue's support. After he ranked first on the top 100 list, the traffic in his live broadcast room was terrifyingly large. Su Rue also spent a lot of money on gifts and was not stingy at all. After playing more than a dozen PK games in a row, Su Rue's total consumption today reached 55 million Douyin coins, which is equivalent to 5.5 million in cash. The account level also went directly from level 51 to level 55. Although it was only 5 levels away from reaching the full level 60 account, the consumption difference was 15 million. That's all for today, we'll continue tomorrow. Su Rue sent a message to Su Nua privately and then directly exited the live broadcast room. After watching live broadcasts for an entire afternoon, I am indeed a little tired now. He stood up and stretched, and just as he walked out of the study, Wu Jinyan walked towards him. Boss, Dr. Qin Dongkai has been settled. Su Rue nodded and said with a smile, if he has any requests, we will try our best to meet them. We can't let such talents go to waste. No. Wu Jinyan responded. After dinner, Su Rue received a call from Wang Song. Mr. Su, do you have anything to do tomorrow afternoon? It should be fine, what's wrong? Didn't I tell you a few days ago that our Shanghai Supercar Club is having a party recently? Since you have nothing to do, why don't you drive your Lamborghini Veneno over to have some fun? Okay, I just happen to have nothing to do at home these 2 days, so I'm bored anyway. After hanging up the phone, Su Rue also enjoyed a delicious dinner. After eating and drinking, Su Rue had nothing to do. She sat on the sofa, drank tea, and smoked a cigarette. Her life was so comfortable. However, Su Rue was quite comfortable, while Wu Jinyan was very busy. In addition to managing all matters in the villa, she now also has to manage 2 projects, the medical project and the live broadcast company. Fortunately, in the past 2 days, Wu Jinyan has recruited a lot of talents from the talent market. As long as the company's framework is established, she will be able to relax a little in the later stage. However, Wu Jinyan also understood Su Rue's thoughts a little bit. That is, she has a lot of ideas and she is rich, so she will do what she thinks. She had only been working as a personal housekeeper for 2 days, and Su Rue had assigned her 2 projects. She was now considering whether to recruit more talents as a reserve. After all, there was no guarantee what projects Su Rue might think of one day, and she would be able to deal with them calmly then. At the Shanghai Drama Academy, Su Nua ended the live broadcast at the speed of light after Su Rue left the room. Although the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room exceeded 50,000 when she ended the broadcast, she ended the broadcast without hesitation for a second. After all, Su Rue was not in the live broadcast room, so she was somewhat lacking in confidence. Secondly, she had gained a lot tonight, so how could she have the energy to continue the live broadcast? She excitedly checked her background. She was shocked when she saw it. The total value of the gifts Su Rue gave her was worth 4.8 million in cash, and as her popularity grew, many passers-by fans also gave her a lot of money. After deducting the share with the platform and taxes, the revenue is actually 2 million. Su Nua covered his mouth with his hands and was so nervous that he almost screamed. Of course, she also knew why Su Rue praised her so much. After all, she was now Su Rue's employee. I must work hard in the future and never let Mr. Rue down. Su Nuwa is well aware of how deep the water is in the live streaming industry. There are many anchors who have better conditions than her, but the income of most of them is just around the subsistence level. There are even more cases where people can't even make back the money they spent on the live streaming equipment after 1 or 2 months of live streaming. Top anchors make money, but the reason they can become top anchors is that they have some background support behind them. A host with her good looks may not necessarily be able to obtain resources even if she joins a live broadcast company. After all, if there is no PY transaction behind this, who would give you resources for nothing? When she was live streaming before, many people invited her to work as an anchor in a live streaming company. At that time, they also promised a monthly salary of more than 30,000 yuan, with no upper limit. But Su Nuwa refused without even thinking about it. She is simple, but not stupid. After all, there were many cases online where female anchors were cheated by live broadcast companies, and she was familiar with them. But Su Rue is different from those people. After all, when Su Rue proposed that she work as a host in his live broadcast company, he had already given himself gifts worth 1.2 million in cash. Moreover, Su Rue did not make any other excessive demands. After she agreed to work as an anchor at the live broadcast company, Su Rue took her to the top of the top 100 list of the entire platform in one go. The most important thing is that from beginning to end, Su Rue never made any excessive demands on her in private. With a boss like this, if I don't work hard, I would be really sorry to Su Rue. Su Rue didn't really think too much when he was giving gifts. After all, there were so many Douyin coins in his account. Even if he gave Su Nuwa so many carnival gifts, he didn't feel much. After all, after an entire afternoon of live streaming, his total consumption was only 55 million Douyin coins. At this rate, the Douyin coins in his account would be enough for him to spend at least half a year. In the villa, Su Rue yawned and walked into the bedroom. Su Rue had a dreamless night and did not wake up until 10 o'clock the next day. After all, he has nothing to do now and doesn't have to go out to work to make money. It's still very comfortable to sleep in this cold winter. Since we got up late this morning, Su Rue asked the kitchen to prepare breakfast tea for us. A basket of crystal shrimp dumplings and a bowl of crab meat porridge. Eat until you are 70% full, drink a pot of freshly brewed premium Westlake Longjing tea, light a cigarette, and start a wonderful day. As for Wu Jinyan, she took her people out early in the morning. According to Su Rue's request, she has also been paying attention to several pharmaceutical factories in Shanghai these 2 days. There were only a few that met the requirements, and she marked them all out. Her task today was to acquire one of the pharmaceutical factories. Time was tight and the task was heavy, so she had no time to rest. In the western suburbs industrial park of Shanghai, inside the Qiangxing pharmaceutical factory, 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms stopped in front of the office building. Mr. Sun, according to our evaluation of you, Qiangxing Pharmaceuticals' current market value is about 400 million. We are willing to acquire you at a 20% premium. If you are willing, we can sign the contract now and the money will be transferred to your account immediately. Wu Jinyan looked at Sun Xiaolei, smiled slightly and said, Mr. Sun, and as far as I know, you also have the idea of selling Qiangxing Pharmaceutical Company. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Wu Jinyan had done her research before coming. Qiangxing Pharmaceutical Company has been in a loss-making state for the past 5 years, and its boss Sun Xiaolei is also currently in debt. Although it looks glamorous on the surface, life is actually very hard. Ms. Wu, please let me think about it. Sun Xiaolei frowned, but the next second, Wu Jinyan said, okay, but Mr. Sun, we are considering acquiring more than just your pharmaceutical company. If it takes a long time, you know. After hearing what Wu Jinyan said, Sun Xiaolei quickly asked, can you really buy it at a 20% premium? Certainly. Okay. I'll sell it. Sun Xiaolei did not dare to hesitate and made the decision directly. Chapter 19 Daniel? No. That's Lamborghini Venetian. The market value is 400 million, the premium is 20%, and the acquisition price is 480 million. After the contract was signed, Wu Jinyan immediately arranged for someone to transfer the money to Sun Xiaolei. Sun Xiaolei looked at the group of people behind Wu Jinyan, including a group of lawyers and accountants. For a moment, he couldn't help but guess the identity and background of the boss behind Wu Jinyan. After all, it was a large transfer of 480 million yuan. Even though the bank had been notified in advance, the entire transfer process took nearly an hour. Taking advantage of this 1 hour, Sun Xiaolei personally took Wu Jinyan to take over the entire pharmaceutical factory. As soon as the transfer arrived, Sun Xiaolei drove away in a hurry. Boss, according to your request, I spent 480 million to acquire Qiangxing Pharmaceutical Company. Wu Jinyan also notified Su Rui of the news of the successful acquisition as soon as possible. After all, 480 million is not a small amount of money, and she must notify everyone as soon as possible. Okay, you decide. Su Rui didn't take the 480 million to heart. After all, as he had the system, he was not short of money. As soon as she hung up the call with Wu Jinyan, Su Rui found that she could sign in again today. Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in for 6 consecutive days. It has been detected that the host has successfully acquired Qiangxing Pharmaceutical Company. The host is rewarded with 5 billion in cash as the startup capital of the pharmaceutical company. Ding. It is detected that the host has established Longhua Pharmaceutical Company. The host will be rewarded with a super slimming cola formula. Fuck. That feels great. After receiving the reward, Su Rui couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of her heart. He didn't have much money in the first place, and although he said he was not panicking, he was actually a little panicked deep down. After all, I have no money in my pocket, so I must be panicking. Moreover, for pharmaceutical companies, this is also a very expensive project, with large investments and slow returns. If you want to become bigger and stronger, you may not even make a splash if you don't invest tens of billions of dollars a year. With so much money, even for Su Rui now, it must be a certain pressure. But now, Su Rui also breathed a sigh of relief. With the system in place, what is he afraid of? There is no need to say much about the 5 billion startup capital. The key is the formula of Super Diet Coke, rewarded by the system, which is definitely a good thing. Su Rui checked the information about this super weight loss Coke as soon as possible. After reading the introduction, he was full of confidence in this super weight loss Coke. Super Diet Coke, drink 3 bottles a day and happily burn a pound of fat. According to the introduction, you don't need to diet or exercise, just drink 3 bottles of Super Diet Coke every day and you can lose at least 1 pound every day. In 1 month, you can easily lose 30 pounds. And after your weight drops to the standard weight, you only need to drink a bottle of Super Diet Coke every day to easily maintain your figure, burn fat and reshape your body. The point is, Super Diet Coke is a beverage in itself and there will be no side effects if you drink it for a long time. Not to mention how huge the global weight loss market is. Just in China, the number of overweight and obese people has reached 226 million. As for adults, half of them are overweight or obese. Obesity not only affects personal image, but also leads to various diseases. The prospects for the weight loss market are huge, at least it is a trillion-level market. But those who are obese have the absolute say on how difficult it is to lose weight. Although the current way to lose weight is mainly to control your diet and move your legs, after all, losing weight is a process of calorie consumption. Only when the calorie intake is lower than the calories consumed by the body can you burn fat and lose weight. That being said, if you can really control your diet and move your legs, how can you become a fat person? But Super Diet Coke is different. It can help you achieve rapid weight loss without dieting or exercising. The key is that it has no side effects. It's really good stuff. And you don't have to worry about your skin becoming loose after losing weight. After all, it has the effect of tightening the skin. Su Rui murmured, if this thing appeared on the market, people would go crazy. Wu Jinyan hadn't come back yet, but Su Rui immediately transferred another 2 billion to her. Jinyan, I just transferred another 2 billion to you. Please check it. We are not short of money, and the medical project is beneficial to the country and the people, so we should do it well. After Su Rui transferred the money, she also sent a message to Wu Jinyan, by the way, I have something to do this afternoon and will be out for dinner. I probably won't be home for dinner tonight. After briefly explaining the matter, Su Rui changed her clothes and drove out in the extremely cool Lamborghini Aventador. As for Wu Jinyan, she was also stunned after seeing another 2 billion in cash deposited into her account. But after seeing the message Su Rui sent her, she couldn't help but sigh, yeah, the boss really doesn't need this little money. 2 billion is indeed not a small number, but that is for most ordinary people. As Su Rui's personal butler, Wu Jinyan felt that she still didn't know Su Rui well enough. But there is no doubt that my boss is definitely a man with no shortage of money. After all, from what she knew so far, the Shanghai World Trade Center was his, he lived in a billion-dollar villa, owned a Lamborghini Aventador, one of only 14 cars in the world, and he could easily spend $1 billion in pocket money to start a project. But in Wu Jinyan's view, these are just the tip of the iceberg of what she knows. Okay, boss, don't worry. Wu Jinyan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately sent a message to Su Rue. Su Rue drove his Lamborghini Veneno towards the location Wang Song sent him. Along the way, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Rue's Lamborghini Veneno. Fuck, there are so many rich people in the Magic City. Another Lamborghini. After all, today is a party held by the Shanghai Supercar Club, and many rich second generations have come here in their supercars to join in the fun. No, this isn't Daniel. In a Volkswagen Passat with a sign labeling Anhui Province taking photos, a young man sitting in the passenger seat shouted excitedly. Ha! Not a big bull? No way, isn't this a Lamborghini? This car is so cool, it can't be a small bull, right? The young man in the driver's seat couldn't help but frown and said. Brother, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the Lamborghini Veneno. Holy crap! Poison? Holy shit! The young man in the driver's seat was obviously very excited when he heard that it was poison. Really? Isn't it said that we don't have that car in our country? There are only 14 of them in the world, right? This is much more expensive than any big bull. They are not even on the same level. One poison can be exchanged for at least 15 bulls. I'm so jealous. By the way, don't just stand there, I'll drive closer so you can take more photos. Fuck. Brother, slow down. If you accidentally bump into it, you won't be able to pay for it even if you sell both of us. Chapter 20. There are so many rich people in Demon City, it's normal not to know them. The Lamborghini Veneno is so eye-catching that when it enters the city, almost everyone's attention is attracted by this extremely cool supercar. Am I dazzled? Shit. Is that a Lamborghini Veneno? No way. There are only 14 of these cars in the world, and they were reserved by princes and nobles before they even left the factory. We have no shortage of rich people in our country, but I haven't heard of anyone who can get this car, right? I heard that someone offered 150 million on the black market to buy the Lamborghini Veneno. The price is too high to be in demand. Anyone who can buy this car doesn't need this little money at all. That's all I can say. Just tell me, was that a Lamborghini Veneno just now? It looks like it, but I guess it's a modified version of Daniel. The Shanghai Supercar Club, as the most famous supercar club in the entire East China region, also has its own venue. After all, the Spring Festival is approaching, and today's gathering can be regarded as an annual event. In addition to the local rich second generation in Shanghai, the rich second generation from all over East China and Central China also came here to visit. At this moment, the parking lot in front of the club is already full of supercars. The requirements for joining the Shanghai Supercar Club are not that harsh. The simplest requirement is to own at least one Porsche 911 or higher level supercar. Apart from that, there are no other rigid requirements, and there is no membership fee. Wang Song, Qin Wan and others, as the top second-generation rich in China, are naturally also members of the Shanghai Supercar Club. Brother Song, you just said there would be a surprise later, what is it? Next to a Koenigsegg, Qin Wan looked at Wang Song and asked with a smile. I already said it was a surprise. If I told you in advance, would you still be able to feel it? Wang Song's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. Your Koenigsegg is indeed good, but it's still a little lacking. Brother Song, did you buy a limited edition supercar? Although mine is not a Koenigsegg 11, it still cost more than 40 million yuan. Qin Wan curled his lips and said, I haven't heard of anyone in the Magic City buying a more expensive supercar than mine recently. It's not me. Don't you understand my situation? Wang Song laughed and said, Don't worry, you will know in a moment. Fang Yu was also there. He didn't say anything, but he was trying to hold back his laughter. Brother Yu, what's going on? Can you tell me? Qin Wan was also an impatient person. The more mysterious Wang Song acted, the more anxious he became. He turned around and saw Fang Yu trying to hold back his laughter, so he looked at Fang Yu and asked. No rush, no rush. Before Fang Yu finished speaking, he saw the crowd around him getting agitated. He followed their gaze and looked over to a place not far away. Then, here they come. What's coming? Qin Wan scratched his head and looked towards the distance. Shit. Poison. Unlike ordinary people, Qin Wan is one of the top second-generation rich people in the country after all. He can basically name all the supercars with just one glance. He doesn't have the Lamborghini Veneno, but you have to know that the person who offered 150 million to buy the Lamborghini Veneno on the European black market was him. How about it? Your Koenigsegg can't be the protagonist today, right? Wang Song patted Qin on the shoulder and said with a chuckle. Brother Song, please stop laughing at me. Don't say my Koenigsegg is not good. Even the Koenigsegg 1-1 is not as good as the poison. Qin curled his lips and said, Brother Song, you were so dishonest. Judging from the situation, you knew that the Lamborghini Venom was coming today? It's just a guy I met a few days ago. I'll introduce him to you later. As Wang Song was talking, Su Rui drove the car directly to Wang Song and his group. Everyone present couldn't help but focus their eyes on the driver's door. After all, this is the owner of a Lamborghini Veneno. You can imagine his status and position. When Su Rui opened the driver's door and came out, except for Wang Song and Fang Yu who were relatively calm, everyone else including Qin seemed a little uneasy. After all, Su Rui looked too young. At most, she was in her early 20s. Whose young master is this? I haven't seen him before? I don't know him, but there are so many rich people in Demon City, it's normal that I don't know him. From the looks of it, he knows Wang Song and the others? Needless to say, that's a Lamborghini Veneno. To be able to buy this car, one's background must be incredibly powerful. To put it bluntly, even if it's Wang Song, I think I'm marrying above my station. There are a lot of rich second generations present today. In addition to the local rich second generations from Shanghai, there are also many rich second generations from other regions who come to join in the fun. The threshold for joining the Shanghai Supercar Club is not high, and many multi-millionaires also come to join in the fun. Naturally, these people cannot squeeze into the social circles of Wang Song and Qin. Brother Song, brother Yu, I'm sorry, there was a little traffic jam on the road, so I'm late. Su Rui raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said with a smile. It's okay. Brother Su, you are the protagonist today. If you don't come, who dares to pick up the chopsticks? Wang Song laughed, put his arm around Qin shoulders and said, Brother Su, I don't need to introduce this person any further, right? Su Rui looked at Qin, smiled and nodded, the little emperor of Magic City. Brother Qin, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Qin felt a little embarrassed when he heard Su Rui say that. What nonsense are they calling me? The little emperor of the Magic City. I'm just an unemployed vagrant. Brother Qin, if you say so, you are really too modest. Su Rui laughed, raised her eyebrows and said, I have heard a lot of legends about Brother Qin before. Among the top rich second generations in the country, there are not many who have high-profile personalities. Wang Song and Qin count as one, and Ning Kong, the young master of Ningsuigua, also counts as one. I was young and frivolous. If it were now, I would definitely sneer and call you an idiot. Qin laughed and said, Brother Su, listen to my advice and keep a low profile if possible. Brother Qin, I'm grateful for your advice. Su Rui was not the kind of person who liked to be high profile. If he had not promised Wang Song to drive the Lamborghini Veneno over today, he would have at most driven the Danish bull. Although Su Rui was more than 10 years younger than them, there was not much of a generation gap in their communication, and they became familiar with each other in a short while. Brother Su, I'm telling you, you have to be careful of Ning Kong. This guy is no good. Qin had just finished speaking, and before Su Rui could ask about the situation, Ning Kong came over here with a group of people. It's really poison. TSK. When Ning Kong saw the Lamborghini Veneno, his eyes lit up and he was obviously attracted to it. Chapter 21 I don't like women who are stronger than me. Speak of the devil, this guy is born in the year of the dog, right? Why is his nose so sharp? Qin couldn't help but complain, and his words showed that he somewhat disliked Ning Kong. Brother Su, remember what I just said. Qin reminded Su Rui in a low voice, and Su Rui nodded and said him softly. Wang Song, Qin, you are all here. Ning Kong walked towards the side, and during the walk he glanced at Su Rui intentionally or unintentionally, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. He. Wang Song and Qin also looked at each other and laughed. By the way, this Lamborghini Veneno is. Ning Kong looked at Wang Song and the others and asked hesitantly. I drove this car here. Su Rui frowned and added. Ning Kong was a little confused when he heard Su Rui say this. He was not here just now, so he naturally did not see Su Rui get out of the car. Although he saw Su Rui just now, he really didn't take Su Rui seriously. After all, Su Rui looked too young. Hello, I'm Ning Kong, the vice president of the Magic City Supercar Club and the young master of Ningsui Commerce. What's your name, little brother? When Ning Kong heard Su Rue say that the Lamborghini Veneno was his attitude towards Su Rue immediately took a 360-degree turn. But he looked so smiling that he was a little annoying. Su Rue. Su Rue was not very familiar with Ning Kong, and because Qinwen had just reminded him to be wary of Ning Kong, he did not say much. Brother Su is really young and rich, so enviable. Ning Kong didn't care about Su Rue's attitude. He even stepped forward and prepared to put his hand on Su Rue's shoulder, but Su Rue took 2 steps back. Mr. Ning, just speak directly. Don't touch me. We are not familiar with each other. Su Rue frowned. After saying this, Ning Kang's face turned slightly blue and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. However, Ning Kong was thick-skinned enough. He looked at Su Rue and smiled and said, "Brother Su, what you said is wrong. We are not familiar with each other now. If we visit each other more in the future, we will become familiar with each other." Su Rue didn't respond, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. "We are quite busy today, Wang Song, Xinwen, you must entertain Brother Su well." "Well, Brother Su, I won't accompany you for long. After today's party is over, let's find another time to get together." After Ning Kong finished speaking, he left with his brothers without waiting for Su Rue to reply. "Brother Su, well done." Xinwen gave Su Rue a thumbs up and said with a smile on his face, "Damn, this mess, as soon as he opened his mouth I knew what he wanted to do." "Brother Xinwen, I didn't have time to ask you just now, what's the situation with Ning Kong? It seems that you all don't like him very much." Su Rue asked with a smile. "I get angry when I mention this idiot, damn." Xinwen spat and said, "This guy is young, but he likes to show off everywhere. Moreover, isn't he the vice president of our supercar club? He likes to borrow cars from our members." "Showing off? Borrow a car?" Indeed, Su Rue had just noticed that Ning Kong did not forget to put on airs even in front of Wang Song and Qinwen. "Ha, he borrowed the car from Qinwen before. We didn't know him very well at that time, but he was the young master of Ningsuigo after all, and he was also the vice president, so we thought it would be okay to lend him the car for 2 days." "Then, do you know what happened?" Wang Song saw Qinwen's angry expression and explained to Su Rue. "What happened next?" "That guy said he wanted to borrow the car for a few days, but he didn't return it for 2 months. In the end, Qinwen had to go there in person to get the car back. The most important thing is that the car was almost falling apart." "Holy crap! This is outrageous." When Su Rue heard Wang Song say this, she couldn't help but complain, and then she understood why Qinwen asked her to beware of Ning Kong. "Brother Qinwen, he was so excessive, didn't you ask him to pay for it?" Su Rue frowned and asked. "The car wasn't worth much, so I thought there was no need to quarrel with him over a car, so I didn't say anything at the time. But the point is that there are even more outrageous operations. Later, he even said behind my back that I was stingy and asked for the car back." Qinwen said this with some indignation. "Fuck. Isn't he too outrageous?" Su Rue laughed and said, "Isn't he the young master of Ningsuigwa? Although Ningsuigwa has not been as good as before in the past 2 years, he is still considered one of the top second-generation rich people in the country, right? He can do such a thing? Be thick-skinned." Wang Song complained, "It's normal operation, his whole family is like this. Recently, Construction Bank has been chasing him for money. It is said that he owes Construction Bank $300 million US. When they came to ask for the money, he said he had no money. Ah. I remember he bought a foreign football team 2 years ago. If he has assets under his name, the bank shouldn't be afraid of him, right?" After chatting about gossip, everyone instantly became much more energetic. "Ha, the shares are not in his name. Besides, even though he looks good on the outside, he actually has a lot of debts behind him. They won't be able to stay alive for much longer. Almost everyone in the family is deadbeat." Speaking of this, we have to mention Old Man Song. He is a man of great courage and determination. Previously, Yida Group was exposed to have a debt of 800 billion. In just a few years, Yida Group not only paid off its debts, but also regained its position as the leading real estate company in China. Su Rue looked at Wang Song and couldn't help but smile and said, "There are not many domestic entrepreneurs that Su Rue admires, and old man Wang Song is one of them." "Of course not. Compared to my old man, they are not even worthy of carrying his shoes." When Wang Song heard Su Rue's high evaluation of his old man, he smiled and nodded in response. "Brother Su, there will be a charity auction soon. Are you interested?" "Charity auction? Ha! Isn't it a supercar club party? Su Rue was stunned for a moment and asked. There are so many wealthy people here today. Let's take this opportunity to hold a charity auction. All the proceeds from tonight's auction will be injected into the Supercar Club's charity foundation, mainly to help with education and medical care in the western part of the country. Since Su Rue asked, Fong Yu explained it casually. By the way, I heard that the person who spends the most money tonight will have the chance to have dinner with the eldest daughter of the Yi family. When Fong Yu mentioned the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Wang Song and Qin Wen could not help but be stunned. The Yi family in the imperial capital? Yes. Fong Yu smiled and said, I just found out today that Yi Ruqing, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, will be here tonight. Oh my god, what a pity. Wang Song and Qin Wen said in unison, what a pity. Su Rue, who was standing beside them, looked at them with a puzzled look on her face. Among the four of us, brother Yu is already married, so there's no chance. Qin Wen and I both have bad reputations, so only you, brother Su, have a chance. The Yi family in the imperial capital. Wang Song looked at Su Rue, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Brother Su, if you can catch Yi Ruqing, your future will be limitless. Aha! Forget it then. I don't like women who are stronger than me. Su Rue put her arm around Wang Song's shoulders and said with a smile on her face, Brother Song, you don't know, but you are my idol. I also want to date as many girls as you do. Chapter 22. Oh my god, what is going on? Could it be that I'm being targeted by that woman? What Su Rue said was right. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Yi family in the imperial capital. Not everyone could control her. There are at least 200 to 300 super sports cars parked in front of the Shanghai club. After all, the club has a low entry threshold. In addition to the wealthy people in Shanghai and the second generation of rich people in East China and Central China, there are even many internet celebrities. After all, on ordinary days, these small wealthy people with a net worth of tens of millions really have no chance to attend such high-end gatherings. But today is different. As long as you are a member of the Shanghai Supercar Club and as long as you have a supercar of Porsche 911 or above, you can drive your supercar over to join in the fun. Of course, there is no problem in joining in the fun from the outside, but if you want to go inside and participate in a charity auction, you have to verify your capital. One has to be worth at least hundreds of millions to enter the inner field. As for Su Rue, although it was his first time to participate in the activities of the Magic City Supercar Club, he was invited by Wang Song after all. What's more, Su Rue's Lamborghini Veneno alone was worth hundreds of millions, so he definitely didn't need capital verification. But even so, there are now hundreds of people seated in the venue. There are so many rich people. Su Rue couldn't help but sigh when she saw so many people in the backstage. After all, they came here with top second-generation rich people like Wang Song and Qin Wen. Even in the backstage where many wealthy people gathered, they sat in the front row VIP seats. Although it was Su Rue's first time to attend an auction, had she never eaten pork, could she have never seen a pig run? An auction is nothing more than raising your bid for something you like and can afford. The person presiding over this charity auction today is Hu Qingshan, a famous auctioneer in Shanghai. The total value of the cultural relics auctioned off by him every year is at least 200 to 300 billion. For an auctioneer of his caliber, the price for hosting an auction starts at least 1 million. However, today's auction is a charity auction after all, so he does not charge an appearance fee. There are indeed a lot of good things. After all the collections today are donated by club members. As people become rich, they will have some higher pursuits, such as fame. Su Rue is not very interested in collecting cultural relics, but it is a charity auction after all. If she can come across a collection she likes, it doesn't mind spending some money to buy it. The next collection is today's finale collection, the shrimp painting created by Master Qi Baisher in his later years. Starting price, 30 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 5 million. The auction was coming to an end, but Su Rue didn't make any bids, mainly because the previous collections were too ordinary and he really didn't like them. But when Hu Qingshan on the stage mentioned the last piece of the collection, Su Rue's eyes lit up. Wow, who is so generous? Donating all of Mr. Qi's works? Wang Song and his friends were also stunned. After all the collections in this charity auction were donated by members of the Supercar Club. Although it is a show of love, to be honest, there are really not many people willing to donate Mr. Qi's paintings. What's more, this is the culmination of Mr. Qi's work in his later years. You know, any of Mr. Qi's works are sold for more than 10 million. It is no exaggeration to say that the value of this shrimp picture is at least over 60 million. Sure enough, as soon as Hu Qingshan finished speaking, someone raised a sign. 40 million. Number 37 bids 40 million. Hu Qingshan said excitedly when he saw someone holding up a sign. 45 million. 50 million. 60 million. After all, it was the culmination of Mr. Chi's work in his later years, and many wealthy people present made bids at once. The price soared from the starting price of 30 million to 70 million. 100 million. The first time Su Rue raised the placard, she directly raised the price from 70 million to 100 million. Originally, many wealthy people were competing fiercely for the bid, but when they heard Su Rue offer 100 million, several of them couldn't help but shake their heads, smiled bitterly, and withdrew from the competition. 110 million. After hearing a clear price call, Su Rue looked towards the place not far away. A woman who was dressed very fashionably also turned her head and smiled at Su Rue. Number 3 bids 110 million. Is there any bid higher than 110 million? Hu Qingshan was also extremely excited. He had hosted the auction for the entire night, but it was only the last piece of Mr. Chi's collection that made him a little passionate. What the hell? Yi Ruqing. The Yi family in the imperial capital is indeed a wealthy family. They can control the whole situation with just one move. Who is that young man who just offered 100 million? Why haven't I seen him before? I don't know, but that young man is no ordinary man. He drove a Lamborghini Aventador here today. What? That poison car outside is his? Su Rue didn't know Yi Ru watching from the Yi family in the imperial capital, so she immediately raised her sign and shouted out the price, 150 million. Hiss. For a moment, all the wealthy people in the audience couldn't help but gasp. Just now, Su Rue directly raised the price from 70 million to 100 million, and now she has raised the price from 110 million to 150 million. Although this is the culmination of Mr. Chi's work in his later years, the price of 150 million is indeed a bit too high. Yi Ru watching also frowned, and finally gave up the offer. Fuck, Brother Su, you don't know how to be gentle with women at all. Brother Yi, that is Yi Ru watching, the eldest daughter of the Yi family in the imperial capital. TSK, Miss Yi will probably invite you to dinner soon. Wang Song and Xin Wen were also looking at Su Rue and laughing. On the stage, Hu Qingshan stopped wasting time. 150 million was definitely the highest bid in the venue, and it was immediately finalized. Congratulations to Mr. Number 8 for winning Master Chi Baisher's shrimp painting at a price of 150 million. I'm Yi Ru watching, nice to meet you. Su Rue. The charity auction is over and there will be a free dance afterwards. Wang Song and Xin Wen also went to choose their dance partners, while Yi Ruqing walked over to Su Rue. I remember there was no rich second generation in Magic City called Su Rue. First, is it possible that I'm not a rich second generation? Second, is it possible that I'm not from the Magic City? Su Rue's lips curled up slightly. I'm sorry, Miss Yi, I have to excuse myself. Su Rue stood up. He really didn't want to have any more entanglement with the eldest lady of the imperial capital. Interesting. Yi Ru watching looked at Su Rue's leading back and murmured softly. After all, as the eldest daughter of the high and mighty Yi family in the imperial capital, there has never been a man who didn't want to curry favor with her since she was a child. But Su Rue's reaction did make her a little interested in Su Rue. Su Rue couldn't help sneezing when she came out of the bathroom. Oh my god, what's going on? Could it be that I've been targeted by that woman? Chapter 23 I say you are such a shameless person. However, just as Su Rue walked out of the bathroom, Ning Kong walked towards her. Brother Su, nice to meet you again. By the way, I have something I want to ask you for help with, what do you think? Ning Kong was really nice. He had just met Su Rue once, and not only did he act so familiar with her, he even directly asked Su Rue to help him? What do you want to say first? Well, a good friend of mine is getting married tomorrow, and he asked me to help him find a good car to use as a lead vehicle. Look, can you lend me your poison for 2 days? I'll return it to you after I use it, how about that? Ning Kong is such a shameless person. Not so good. Su Rue refused directly on the spot. Vice President Ning, first, I don't know you well, and second, I'm afraid that you will damage my car and have no money to compensate. Su Rue really didn't give Ning Kong any face at all. When Ning Kong heard what Su Rue said, his face immediately drooped. Brother Sue, this is a bit inhumane. Please don't. I'm just unkind. What's wrong? Su Rui hadn't originally intended to completely break up with Ning Kong. After all, it didn't seem right to do so on such an occasion. But Ning Kong is totally shameless. If that's the case, there's no need to give him any face. Ning Kong didn't expect Su Rui to be so disrespectful to him, and his face turned pale and blue. Vice President Ning, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. After saying that, Su Rui ignored Ning Kong and turned around and left. Brother Qin, this Ning Kong is really shameless. Su Rui returned to the venue and saw Qin, who had just returned from dancing. She casually mentioned what Ning Kong had just done when he asked her to borrow his car. Qin laughed after hearing it. Okay, Brother Su, this is how you deal with such shameless people. Oh, what a pity, I wasn't there just now. Yeah, I really didn't expect it. How could he have the nerve to say that? The forest is big, there are all kinds of birds, don't worry about it, Brother Su. The subsequent gathering was also boring. Su Rui said hello to Wang Song and the others and drove away. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when we returned to the villa, and most of the servants in the house had already gone to bed. However, Wu Jinyan was still staying in the living room and hadn't gone to bed yet. Boss. Seeing Su Rui coming back, Wu Jinyan came up to her immediately. You're back. Su Rui nodded and handed the shrimp painting that cost 150 million yuan at the auction to Wu Jinyan. I'll have someone hang it in my study tomorrow and tell them to be careful. This painting is worth 150 million. Wu Jinyan had just taken the painting, and when she heard Su Rui say this, she suddenly felt her arms heavy. What kind of painting is worth 150 million? Wu Jinyan frowned and couldn't help but mutter to herself. But think about it, if a painting is favored by your boss, it must be something extraordinary. Okay, boss. I got it. Wu Jinyan held the painting carefully, stood in front of Su Rui and said respectfully, Boss, Dr. Qin has made all the arrangements. Su Rui nodded, and then thought of the formula of the super diet cola that she had obtained. This is a good thing, and as long as it is put on the market for sale, it will definitely be a cash cow. By the way, Jinyan, go acquire another cola company in the next 2 days. My research team has developed a weight loss cola project, and the results are quite good. Su Rui fabricated a research team for herself out of thin air, and then explained the matter of the diet cola to Wu Jinyan. Originally, when Wu Jinyan heard Su Rui asking her to acquire the Coca-Cola company, she was stunned. As expected, the boss had a new idea. But when she heard Su Rui say that her research team had launched a weight loss cola project, she was completely stunned. What? Diet Coke? Can drinking Coke help you lose weight? But when she heard Su Rui talking to her about the effects of Diet Cola, she was completely skeptical. After all, the effect that Su Rui described was too incredible, right? Drink 3 bottles of Diet Cola every day and you can easily lose 30 pounds in a month? No need to diet, no need to exercise, and no side effects. It can even have the effect of tightening the skin. If this effect is real, she couldn't even imagine how much money she could make. Boss, is the effect you described really that magical? Wu Jinyan looked at Su Rui and asked back very carefully. That's for sure. Su Rui raised the corners of her mouth slightly, smiled softly, and said, the effect will definitely be fine, but can you still handle it over there? Hearing Su Rui's question, Wu Jinyan quickly said, Boss, don't worry. In the past 2 days, I have also built a super strong secretarial team to serve you exclusively. Good. Su Rui nodded, then I'll leave this matter to you. Hurry up and try to put it on the market before the new year. Good. Wu Jinyan stood up straight and responded very respectfully. So how much do you think the price of a bottle of our cola should be? Su Rui sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, took a sip of tea and asked softly. That depends on how much this diet cola costs. It's not much different from the cost of regular Coke. Ah. In this case, boss, if we focus on weight loss health products, the price of a bottle of diet cola should be at least around 50 yuan. Wu Jinyan bit her lip and continued, but if we focus on beverages, the price of a bottle can be at most 20 yuan. Okay, then let's do as you said, 20 yuan a bottle. Su Rui smiled and said. Okay, I got it. Wu Jinyan also nodded. Although a bottle of Coke costs 20 yuan, you should know that this is not ordinary Coke, it is a Diet Coke with some super weight loss effects. After briefly explaining the follow-up work matters to Wu Jinyan, Su Rui went straight back to the bedroom to sleep. After a good night's sleep, Su Rui woke up early the next morning. After breakfast, Su Rui was used to sitting on the sofa to drink tea, smoke a cigarette, and check out the hot news. What the hell? What happened? What happened to Brother Song last night? When you open Douyin, the first trending search that catches your eye is about Wang Song. Principal Wang beat someone in the street, and the victim's nose bone was broken. According to reliable information, Principal Wang has been detained. At 4 o'clock in the morning, in front of the bar, Principal Wang beat up ordinary people in the street? Su Rui looked at a few trending searches and directly found Wang Song's WeChat and sent him a message, "Brother Song, are you okay?" At this point, Su Rui thought that Wang Song would not reply to her message. But the next second, Wang Song immediately replied to Su Rui's message. "It's okay. Hi, I was drunk last night and thought that person was secretly filming me. It's okay now. I spent a little money to solve it." Having said that, Su Rui also laughed when she saw the latest updates in Wang Song's circle of friends. 2.09 million. Wow, this will probably be on the trending search list for a few more days. Chapter 24, Principal Wang's amazing move, he got back all the settlement money through a live broadcast. It has already been booked as the #1 hot search, especially after the circle of friends posted by Wang Song was exposed. Netizens made a 180-degree turn on the incident of Wang Song beating someone in the street. Fuck, the settlement is 2.09 million? Damn it. Why wasn't I the one getting beaten? Principal, if you hit me, I don't want that much. I'm willing to settle for 1 million. A life can't be worth so much money, right? Someone from our village fell to his death on a construction site and we only got 400,000 yuan in compensation. Is it too late to stake out Principal Wang's home now? I seem to have found a way to get rich. It became a hot topic on the entire internet for a while, and even the gossips in the village were talking about it. The more Wang Song thought about this matter, the angrier he became. Although 2.09 million was only a small amount for him, to be honest, he always felt like he was being blackmailed. But then again, he was the one who caused the trouble, and it was wrong for him to hit others. If he spent the money, it could only be considered as paying for a lesson. However, at noon, Wang Song started a paid live broadcast on Douyin. You have to give a reward of a pair of sunglasses to enter the live broadcast room. A pair of sunglasses is worth 99 Douyin coins, which is equivalent to 10 yuan in cash. But Wang Song is one of the top second-generation rich people in China after all. Although he has always been very active on the domestic internet, he seldom does live broadcasts. After all, for a second-generation rich person like him who can easily give out millions of tips, he really doesn't care about the little money he earns from live broadcasts. Therefore, when Wang Song started the live broadcast and named the title of the live broadcast room, "Donate $10 to listen to my story about the 209 settlement fee," Wang Song's live broadcast directly rushed to the hot search list for a while. The Douyin platform naturally would not miss such a huge amount of traffic, and immediately filled Wang Song's live broadcast room with enough traffic. Even though a tip of 10 yuan is required to unlock entry into the live broadcast room, it still cannot stop the majority of netizens from wanting to be the first to watch the show. After all, I can't afford the 2.09 million yuan settlement fee, but a pair of sunglasses worth 10 yuan is not a problem. When Su Rui entered Wang Song's live broadcast room, she was also shocked by the number of people online in the room. A full 300,000 people are online. If one person donates a pair of sunglasses, and 300,000 people donate, that would be 300,000 pairs of sunglasses, worth 3 million yuan in cash. Hey guys, are they planning to start a live broadcast to get back the 2.09 million settlement fee? Su Rui raised the corners of her mouth slightly and smiled softly. It's true, in addition to the 10 yuan gift reward for unlocking the live broadcast room, many people also gave Wang Song other gifts. I want to ask about the principal's recent schedule. I'll go over there and check it out now. Principal, you're awesome. 2.09 million in settlement money. To be honest, if it were me, I would probably kneel down and beg you to beat me up again. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel comfortable taking this money. I gave the principal a supercar as a reward. Does it feel like I'm throwing a copper coin into the principal's golden bowl? The number of people online in the live broadcast room is still growing rapidly. When Su Rui first came in, there were 300,000 people online. In less than 10 minutes, the number of people online has grown to 500,000. Well, there's nothing much to say. It was wrong of me to hit someone. I was wrong about this matter. The main purpose of doing the live broadcast today is to say sorry to everyone. Wang Song smiled bitterly. I didn't sleep much last night, and I just dealt with this matter this morning. That's it, I'm going to end the broadcast now. After Wang Song finished speaking, he immediately closed the live broadcast room. Fuck, he's worthy of being the principal. Just looking at the traffic just now, no top anchor on TikTok has such a large traffic, right? The principal is not here to apologize, he is clearly asking us netizens to pay for it. Fuck. This is terrifying. There were 530,000 people online in the live broadcast room just now. The number of people who gave tips to unlock the sunglasses in the live broadcast room alone must have been 5.3 million, right? Add to that so many people giving tips in the live broadcast room, the principal must have received at least tens of millions of tips in this short live broadcast of less than half an hour. Almost. If that's the case, even if we deduct the platform's share in taxes, Principal Wang's income from the live broadcast of less than half an hour is at least 4 million? Oh my god. Not only does this pay off the settlement fee, but I can even make some money. Su Rui just gave 10 carnivals as a reward, but there were so many people in the live broadcast room that Wang Song did not notice Su Rui. Brother Song, it's possible. You can make the money back in one live broadcast? Huh, Brother Su, you weren't in the live broadcast room just now, were you? Wang Song replied to Su Rui's message immediately. Of course not. I just gave you 10 carnivals. And you didn't even thank me. Ah. There are too many people here. I didn't notice you just now. What's your TikTok ID? I'll follow you. Master Rui. Okay, I'll pay attention to it first. Not long after, Wang Song replied, as expected of my brother Su, this account is almost at the maximum level. TSK, Brother Song, it sounds like your account level isn't 60. He had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he had lunch and had a good nap. After waking up, he sat in the study, drinking tea and watching Douyin. Just when Su Rui was watching the carnival for the young anchor, her phone suddenly vibrated. Unknown caller? Normally, he would hang up on such unknown calls, but somehow, he answered this call. Brother Rui, I'm Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao? What's going on? What's wrong with you? Zhou Xiaoxiao is the daughter of his neighbor in his hometown. She is only 16 years old this year and is very well behaved and adorable. Su Rui always brings her some snacks every time he goes back to his hometown. After all, this little girl has been following Su Rui and calling him Brother Rui since she was a child, which is very likable. On the phone, Su Rui could hear that Zhou Xiaoxiao's voice was trembling, and it was obvious that she had suffered a great injustice. Brother Rui, my brother went on a blind date, and the guy asked for a dowry of 200,000 yuan. Then my parents betrothed me to the idiot from the next village without my consent. They said they were betrothing me, but in fact they sold me off. 260,000 yuan dowry. I wanted to study, go to college, and see the big city, so I ran away from home. Zhou Xiaoxiao choked up as she finished speaking, and Su Rui couldn't help but frown. Where are you now? I just arrived in Shanghai. I'm at the train station now. Shanghai is so big, I seem to be lost. Xiao Xiao, stand at the exit of the train station and don't move. I'll pick you up right away. Su Rui was naturally very worried about Xiao Xiao's safety, and then she said, by the way, Xiao Xiao, if a stranger approaches you, ignore him and wait for me to come over. Do you hear me? Yeah, okay. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded and responded softly. Chapter 25. Do you think you can bully my sister? To be honest, Su Rui is very angry now. Xiao Xiao is only 16 years old. They are not yet adults. Even though Zhou Xiaoxiao was adopted by her parents, they had lived with her day and night for 16 years. As parents, how could they be so cruel as to do such a thing? In order to get the dowry for his own son's marriage, he actually did such a shameful thing as selling out his daughter? Fortunately, Xiao Xiao has been smart since she was young, otherwise if she really wanted to get married, her life would be ruined. Su Rui couldn't help but feel a little scared. He had treated Xiao Xiao as his own sister since she was a child, and he didn't want to see Xiao Xiao get married before she reached adulthood. Who the hell is that? Su Rui couldn't help but complain about Xiao Xiao's parents. Jin Yan, it's just right. Come with me and pick someone up at the train station. Su Rui came out of the study and saw Wu Jinyan instructing the servants to work in the living room, so he directly called Wu Jinyan over. Okay, boss. Wu Jinyan naturally couldn't have any objection, but she couldn't help but wonder in her heart, who could this important person be that the boss had to go pick him up in person? At the train station, Zhou Xiaoxiao was standing alone at the exit of the train station wearing thin clothes, shivering from the cold. After all, she was only a 16-year-old underage girl. She couldn't eat any nutritious food at home and was very thin. Although Shanghai is a southern city, it is winter after all and the temperature is close to below zero. Zhou Xiaoxiao had never traveled far before, and she had never even been to the provincial capital. If it weren't for this incident, she, as a good girl, would never have run away from home. When she came out of the train station, looked up and saw the prosperity of the big city of Shanghai, in fact, in her heart, she felt more fear. After all, she is an underage girl. It would be difficult for her to survive on her own in such a big city without Su Rui's help. Since she ran away from home secretly at night, she didn't bring any luggage with her, and she didn't even wear a jacket. Standing at the exit, she clasped her hands in her arms, lowered her head, and looked at the passers-by very cautiously. She also kept in mind what Su Rui said to her on the phone just now. Although she was young, she had been to school after all. She also often sees news about human traffickers abducting minors. She had finally managed to escape from home, and she didn't want to fall into the tiger's mouth just after escaping from the wolf's den. As for Su Rui, she is probably the last person she can trust in this world, right? Although Zhou Xiaoxiao is thin, she is sweet and lovely and has been a beauty since childhood. Even now, standing at the exit of the train station and shivering from the cold, it still couldn't hide her beautiful face. Although the public security at Shanghai railway station has been much better in the past 2 years, there are still many criminals lurking in the vicinity. For example, gangs of thieves, fraud gangs and the like. Zhou Xiaoxiao was alone and looked very innocent, which made her the first target of a group of scammers. Brother Long, look at that chick. TSK, she's pretty. Judging from her appearance, she must be working here from a small place, right? Brother Long, I heard that Brother Feng's Jinhan Club is hiring girls. This girl is pretty. I think she can be sold for a good price. Hey, let's go, the old way. Brother Long took a puff of his cigarette and said with his eyes narrowed. Okay. The younger brother beside Brother Long also smiled maliciously, and then he walked straight towards Zhou Xiaoxiao. Wife, what are you doing? Even if I'm wrong, you can't abandon the newborn baby, right? Come on, come home with me. Brother Long's younger brother walked up to Zhou Xiaoxiao, grabbed her arm and tried to pull her towards him. Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't react for a moment and was simply frightened by him. But Zhou Xiaoxiao was alert and quickly broke free after realizing what was happening. Who are you? I don't know you. What do you want to do? Zhou Xiaoxiao shouted loudly, which attracted the attention of passers-by. Wife. I was wrong. Just hit me. Brother Long's younger brother had a depressed look on his face and even slapped himself twice in front of so many people. But the child is still young and can't be without his mother. His voice was very loud, and passers-by around him thought they understood the reason. Alas, what's wrong with people nowadays? They're giving birth to a child at such a young age. You can give birth to it if you want, but the key is that they don't raise the child after giving birth. Isn't this mother too cruel? Is she planning to run away right after giving birth? That boy looks pretty good. This girl is so cruel. It turned out to be a quarrel between a young couple. Hey, I thought it was human traffickers. The people watching around started pointing and talking at Zhou Xiaoxiao. I don't know him. I'm not his wife. He's a human trafficker. Zhou Xiaoxiao shrank her body and looked towards the people around her for help. Wife, I'm useless. But I'm still young. I swear, I will work hard as a delivery boy and make money to support you too. Brother Long's little brother was so good at acting that his superb performance instantly won the sympathy of those who were watching around him. Yes, little girl, your son has just been born, and your husband loves you so much. Go back and live a good life, that's better than anything else. That's right, don't be angry, it's so cold, go home quickly. It's not easy for your husband either, you should be more considerate of him. After listening to what the people around her said, Zhou Xiaoxiao collapsed. At this time, Brother Long also jumped out from the crowd. Sister, what are you doing? I'm telling you, your brother-in-law is a good person, you're just too vain. Your husband loves you so much, can you really bear to abandon your husband and children? Brother Long came up and scolded Zhou Xiaoxiao directly, then grabbed Zhou Xiaoxiao's arm and tried to pull her into his car. Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't break free, but she was quick-witted and squatted down. Let me go. You are not my brother, I don't know you. You are human traffickers. Even though Zhou Xiaoxiao was shouting hysterically, the people around her remained indifferent. They had preconceived ideas and took it for granted that Zhou Xiaoxiao was a bad woman who abandoned her family and children. Brother Long and his younger brother looked at each other and immediately prepared to carry Zhou Xiaoxiao into the car. After all, if you delay, something unexpected will happen. If someone sees through you, even if you fail to kidnap the person, you will still get yourself involved. Zhou Xiaoxiao once again witnessed how vicious human nature is. She felt completely desperate and tears streamed down her face. Brother Rui, where are you? Come and save me. Zhou Xiaoxiao was in a state of confusion. In this situation, only Su Rui could come and save her. Just when she was about to be stuffed into the car, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove over from a distance, instantly attracting the attention of most people. Brother Long and the other man were also stunned for a moment, but they didn't stop. Just the next second, Su Rui got out of the car and ran towards this side quickly. Seeing Xiaoxiao being stuffed into the car by Brother Long and his two men, he was also furious. He flew forward and kicked Brother Long and his men to the ground one by one. Damn it, do you think you can bully my sister? Su Rui snorted coldly, and stepped forward angrily to kick Brother Long and his younger brother again. Brother Rui. The frightened Xiaoxiao threw herself into Su Rui's arms. Are you all blind? My sister is only 16 years old. Su Rui yelled at the passers-by around her, and those people didn't dare to say much. After all, Su Rui not only drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom here, not to mention that she couldn't afford to offend him, but judging from the posture, the two people lying on the ground were really human traffickers. Chapter 26 Brother, isn't this too expensive? Brother Long never thought that he would offend Su Rui, a big shot who drives a Rolls-Royce. If he knew that there was such a big shot behind Xiaoxiao, he would not dare to touch Xiaoxiao even if he had 10 bear hearts and leopard courage. The key point is that Xiaoxiao's outfit doesn't look like she has any power behind her. Instead, she looks more like a little girl who came to the city from a remote area to work. Su Rui had no mercy on this kind of human trafficker and beat him up violently. Brother, I was wrong. Please show some mercy and forgive me. The two brothers Long were also beaten black and blue, but how could they dare to resist? Spare you? Ha ha. Su Rui snorted coldly and called Luo Ping directly. Brother Luo, it's me. My sister was targeted by two human traffickers at the train station. Well, I've already controlled the traffickers. Just bring them over. Because Su Rui knew Luo Ping before, he did not contact the local police, but called Luo Ping directly. In less than 10 minutes, Luo Ping brought his men over. Seeing the two brothers Long lying on the ground like dead dogs, Luo Ping didn't say anything. Brother Luo, these two guys are not very honest. My sister was almost kidnapped by them just now. Su Rui briefly told Luo Ping what had happened, and Luo Ping immediately said that he must investigate these two people thoroughly. Okay, Brother Luo, I have something else to do here. If you have any questions that require my cooperation, please feel free to contact me. Okay. This time, Luo Ping did not ask Su Rui to go with him to take the statement. After all, some things were just a formality. Seeing Su Rui change into another Rolls-Royce Phantom, Luo Ping couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This Su Rui, her background is not simple. After watching Su Rui and the others drive away, Luo Ping ordered people to handcuff Brother Long and the other two. Xiaoxiao was indeed frightened. If Su Rui had not arrived in time, she couldn't imagine what would have happened to her. Sitting in the car, Xiaoxiao leaned towards Su Rui unconsciously. At this moment, only Su Rui can give her a sense of security. Drive to the nearby mall. Su Rui gave an order and then looked at Xiaoxiao with concern and said, "Why don't you wear more clothes when you go out? You are weak to begin with, don't get sick from the cold." I sneaked out at night. Xiaoxiao lowered her head and said a little aggrievedly, "Brother Rui, if my family asks you if you have seen me, can you say you didn't see me?" Xiaoxiao, it's okay. You'll stay with me from now on. No one can take you away. Su Rui held Xiaoxiao's hand and spoke very gently. Wu Jinyan was sitting in the passenger seat, and she was also very curious about who Xiaoxiao was. She originally thought that Su Rui was here to pick up some important person, but she didn't expect that it was actually a girl who was not yet an adult. And seeing Xiaoxiao's dress and hearing what Xiaoxiao said just now, Wu Jinyan couldn't help but frown. The boss. Xiaoxiao, don't worry. They are not your biological parents. Even if they have raised you, the moment they decide to sell you off, that kindness will be gone. Su Rui smiled slightly and continued, Xiaoxiao, you will stay with me from now on. You want to go to college, right? Brother Rue will support you in your studies. Su Rue has always treated Xiao Xiao as his own sister, and he would never allow Xiao Xiao to suffer such harm again. Brother Rue, sometimes I wonder if I should never have come to this world. Xiao Xiao lowered her head and pursed her lips. My biological parents abandoned me when I was born. My adoptive parents also only treated me as a tool. Only Brother Rue was truly kind to me, so I only contacted Brother Rue when I came out this time. Don't worry, I won't allow anyone to hurt you again. Hearing Xiao Xiao say this, Su Rue was also deeply touched. She was only a 16-year-old child and not yet an adult. Sometimes God is so unfair. It's just like the saying goes, a hemp rope breaks at the thinnest part and bad luck only strikes the suffering people. But fortunately, Xiao Xiao still has Su Rue. Wu Jinyan also pricked up her ears to eavesdrop on the conversation between Su Rue and Zhou Xiao Xiao. She originally thought that Xiao Xiao was tricked by Su Rue to come to the Magic City, but now she has roughly figured it out. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Fortunately, she still knows the boss, otherwise it would be too miserable. There is a Yida shopping mall nearby, and Su Rue took Xiao Xiao there to buy some winter clothes. This down jacket is too expensive. Xiao Xiao glanced at the tag on the clothes and couldn't help but say with a guilty conscience, Brother Rue, let's go to another store. This is too expensive. A down jacket costs more than 30,000 yuan. It's okay, Xiao Xiao, try it on and see if it fits you. Su Rue directly handed the down jacket to Xiao Xiao, and immediately asked the shopping guide to take Xiao Xiao to try on the clothes. Wu Jinyan stood beside Su Rue, who sighed, she is such a pitiful little girl. In order to help their son find a wife, her adoptive parents actually betrothed her to a bachelor in his 30s from the next village for a gift of 260,000 yuan. She is only 16 years old. Boss, life is unpredictable. In fact, there are many such things happening in this world every moment. Yes. Su Rue sighed, Jinyan, help Xiao Xiao find a better high school. Wu Jinyan also nodded heavily, and she felt very sympathetic for Xiao Xiao's tragic experience. After a while, Xiao Xiao also came out wearing a down jacket. Yes, it looks like a good fit. Then Su Rue said to Wu Jinyan beside her, Jinyan, help Xiao Xiao pick out a few more clothes that fit her. Okay, boss. Wu Jinyan responded, and then took Xiao Xiao to choose clothes. From top to bottom, Wu Jinyan also helped choose several sets of clothes. Xiao Xiao is also very well behaved when she is with Wu Jinyan. Sister Jinyan, just buy this much. I can't wear so much. Well, I'll take you out for a stroll when I have time. The shopping guide followed behind the two of them with a big smile on his face. After all, this is a brand store, and any piece of clothing costs thousands or even tens of thousands. When paying the bill, Xiao Xiao secretly glanced at it, and then she was stunned for a moment. 520,000. Although she was not yet an adult and did not have much concept of money, she knew that his parents only asked for a dowry of 260,000 yuan when they married her off. When they got back in the car, Xiao Xiao looked at Su Rue and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Su Rue saw her like this and gently touched her head with her hand. What's wrong? Brother Rue, please don't buy me such expensive clothes in the future. It's okay, you're my sister. Who else should I spend money on if not you? Su Rue chuckled and said, by the way, you are in the first year of high school now, right? Well, but my parents won't let me go to school this semester. They say it's useless for girls to study so much, it's better for them to get married early. Speaking of this, Xiao Xiao lowered her head unconsciously, and her eyes instantly became moist. Chapter 27, the TikTok account has been upgraded to the maximum level. When I brought Xiao Xiao back to the villa, Xiao Xiao was a little confused when she saw such a big villa. How much does such a big villa cost? Brother Rue, you are so awesome. Xiao Xiao looked at Su Rue with admiration. In her opinion, Su Rue was able to buy such a big villa because of her hard work. After all, she was very clear about Su Rue's family situation, which was similar to theirs, and they simply didn't have that much money. Jinyan, take Xiao Xiao to choose a bedroom. Wu Jinyan knew Xiao Xiao's tragic life experience, and naturally felt sorry for Xiao Xiao. What's more, although Xiao Xiao is only 16 years old, she is really sensible and especially well behaved. Where had Xiao Xiao ever lived in such a big villa before? Xiao Xiao, take a shower and change your clothes first, then come down to eat. Wu Jinyan led Xiao Xiao to a bedroom, looked at Xiao Xiao who was lowering her head and said with a smile. Okay, Sister Jinyan, you go and get busy first. Xiao Xiao looked at Wu Jinyan and said very sensibly. Okay, if you need anything, tell the servants to do it. Wu Jinyan gave a warning, then turned around and said to the servant behind her, "From now on, you will be responsible for the young lady's daily life." When the servant heard Wu Jinyan say this, he quickly nodded in response. While eating, Xiao Xiao also changed her clothes from head to toe. Seeing Xiao Xiao clean and fresh, Wu Jinyan's eyes lit up. Xiao Xiao is indeed a beauty. She just washed up and changed her clothes, and she looks like a completely different person. My Xiao Xiao is so beautiful. Su Ruwei smiled and praised when she saw it. "You must be hungry, sit down and eat." "Jin Yan, please sit down and eat with us." Su Ruwei glanced at Wu Jinyan, who was standing aside, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she said with a soft smile, "There are so many people at home, and the only one who can sit at the table and eat with Su Ruwei is Wu Jinyan." Seeing Wu Jinyan sitting next to Su Ruwei, the servants standing beside her couldn't help but feel envious from the bottom of their hearts. "By the way, Xiao Xiao, I'll have someone find you a better high school, and you can start over from the first grade." After dinner, Su Ruwei sat on the sofa, drinking tea and looking at Xiao Xiao and said, "Sorry to bother you, brother Ruwei." Xiao Xiao stood up, her eyes unconsciously moistened again. "It's getting late, and you're tired after sitting on the train all day. You should have a good rest." Seeing that Xiao Xiao's mental state was not very good, Su Ruwei told her to have a good rest. Because Xiao Xiao came over, Su Ruwei still had to sign in today. Now that she had some free time, Su Ruwei also hurried to sign in. Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in for 7 consecutive days. The host will be rewarded with 100 million in cash. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in for a week in a row. The host will be rewarded with a chance to draw a lottery. The cash reward of 100 million yuan did not arouse any interest in Su Ruwei, but the chance to draw a lottery made Su Ruwei very excited. You know, he won the Grandmaster level Bajiquan skill in his first lottery. Compared to more mundane rewards like money, Su Ruwei is more looking forward to this kind of skill reward. Ding, it is detected that the host has one chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw the lottery now? Lottery. Su Ruwei did not hesitate and was very excited. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the calligraphy and painting skills. Skill. Skills again. Unique skills in both calligraphy and painting. As the name suggests, this skill is related to calligraphy and painting. Learn now. In an instant, a lot of things appeared in the depths of Su Ruwei's mind. Well, Jin Yan, you see my study is quite nice, but I don't have any writing brushes, inkstones, or paper at home. Tell them to buy some tomorrow. Su Ruwei was itching to try out his new skills. However, a good cook cannot cook without rice, and it seems that the family does not have such things as pens, ink, paper, and inkstone. Wu Jinyan couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Su Ruwei say that, but she recovered the next second and said, "Okay, boss, I got it." Although she didn't know what Su Ruwei wanted the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone for, since Su Ruwei had given the order, she, as a personal housekeeper, would definitely take it to heart. There was nothing to do at night, so Su Ruwei returned to the bedroom, lay on the bed, watched the Douyin live broadcast for a while, and then went to sleep. When I woke up, it was already past 9 in the morning. Upon learning that Wu Jinyan had taken Xiao Xiao to school, Su Ruwei nodded. She had to say that Wu Jinyan was indeed very efficient. After breakfast, Su Ruwei sat on the sofa and enjoyed life as usual. Drink some tea, smoke a cigarette, and then give the anchor some carnival. Although Su Ruwei didn't do much grinding in the past 2 days, after all, every time he made a move, he would start with at least a carnival. In addition, he spent most of his time watching live broadcasts on Douyin, and now his level has reached the maximum level of 60. As a level 60 boss, the official Douyin Live will contact him and prepare exclusive gifts for him. Su Ruwei is no exception. Even 2 days ago, the official operator of Douyin Live had already paid attention to Su Ruwei. After all, Su Ruwei has 10 billion Douyin coins in her account, which is worth 1 billion. In addition, Su Ruwei is very generous in giving gifts every time she watches live broadcasts. She gives at least several million a day. It is only a matter of time before she reaches the maximum level of 60. So when Su Ruwei just upgraded her level to the maximum, the official operator of Douyin called Su Ruwei privately. Congratulations Mr. Su for successfully joining the ranks of top bosses. I am the official operator of Douyin Live. What's the matter? Su Ruwei frowned and asked. It's like this. All the top-level bosses have their own customized gifts. I called you to hear if you have any special ideas about customized gifts. Mr. Su, is it convenient for me to add your WeChat? Is that so? Sure, add me as your friend. He had also heard about the customized gifts for Douyin live broadcasts. Compared to the carnival gifts that cost 3,000 yuan each, the customized gifts are worth 15,000 yuan each. This is also for the rich to help the anchors they support to rank on the charts. After all, sometimes when PK points are tight, carnival is really not very useful. Once this customized gift is given, the outcome of a PK can basically be decided instantly. As soon as I hung up the phone, the official operator of Douyin Live sent a friend request. Su Rui also directly accepted the friend request. Hello, Mr. Su, I am your exclusive customer service, Momo. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. I will help you solve the problem as soon as possible. So what do you think of your customized gift? Well, let me think about it. So, the special effects are like this: the Monkey King holds his own golden cudgel and keeps shouting data data. This shouldn't be difficult, right? Okay. Momo blushed unconsciously when she saw Su Rui's reply and said softly, "Humph, man." But she didn't dare say such words to Su Rui. As for the name of the gift, let's call it a pillar supporting the sky. When Su Rui thought of this, although she hadn't seen the special effects yet, she already had a sense of the picture. Chapter 28, 10 more school district buildings added to the assets. Okay, Mr. Su, I will report your request to the technical department. If nothing unexpected happens, a customized gift will be enabled for your Douyin Live broadcast account within a week. Okay, I got it. Then I won't bother you for now. I wish you a happy life and all the best, Mr. Su. It's true, the attitude of this exclusive customer service is different from that of general customer service. Yes, the top-level boss has already spent at least 20 million cash on Douyin live streaming. A boss of this level, in real life, would be worth at least tens of billions, right? After all, anyone who can easily give 20 million to reward the anchor cannot spend so much money without a net worth of billions. Of course, the big bosses of live streaming companies don't count. Although Su Rui also established a live broadcast company, he is still a little different from those big bosses. After all, according to his promise to Su Nuo, the gifts he gave did not need to be returned to him. This alone made the ID Rui famous on the Douyin live broadcast platform. In addition, Su Rui's account was recharged with 1 billion yuan at one time, so the official Douyin paid attention to Su Rui at the first time. After all, it was a one-time recharge of 1 billion yuan. No matter what Su Rui's purpose was in recharging so much money at one time, as long as the source of the money was not a problem, the official Douyin would definitely treat Su Rui as their own father. Moreover, Su Rui also broke the record of the fastest tycoon on Douyin to reach the maximum level. It took less than 3 days in total, and the total reward consumption exceeded 20 million in cash. If such a big money sponsor is not a super rich man, then what kind of person can be considered a super rich man? In the official office of TikTok, Momo was in a very good mood after adding Su Rui's WeChat. After all, if you serve a max-level boss like this well, you won't have to worry about the bonuses in the future. Of course, the prerequisite is to serve the boss wholeheartedly. If he is not satisfied and just makes a complaint, she will have to pack up and leave. At the villa, Su Rui went straight into the study. As soon as he entered, he saw the shrimp picture that he had bought at an auction for 150 million 2 days ago hanging on the wall opposite the desk. It's true that he didn't know much about ink painting before, but this shrimp picture is, after all, Shi Baishi's culmination of his later years, so it didn't matter if he spent a little more money on it. However, after he won the lottery yesterday and won the skills of calligraphy and painting, his ability to appreciate calligraphy and painting also increased sharply. Mr. Qi is indeed a national treasure-level Chinese painting master. He made the shrimp come alive with just a few strokes, and the artistic conception is even more profound. It's well deserved, well deserved. Standing in front of the desk, Su Rui looked up and admired it carefully, muttering something to herself. At this time, Wu Jinyan also rushed back to the villa from school. When she learned that Su Rui was in the study, she came to report to Su Rui about Zhou Xiaoxiao's school situation. Boss, here are the writing brushes, ink, paper and inkstone you requested. Of course Wu Jinyan did not forget that Su Rui had asked her to prepare writing brushes, ink, paper and inkstone last night. After sending Zhou Xiaoxiao to school today, she also went to Rongbozai and purchased some top-quality pens, ink, paper and inkstone. Since it was what Su Rui wanted to use, it was naturally not a common item that could be easily purchased on the market. This brush alone costs more than 30,000 yuan. As for purchasing the entire set, it cost more than 1 million yuan. Boss, here is the receipt, please take a look. Wu Jinyan handed the receipt to Su Rui very respectfully. Su Rui took the receipt and just glanced at it. When he saw the price of 1.2 million, he didn't say anything else. What a luxury! Su Rui grumbled in her heart, but she didn't blame Wu Jinyan. After all, when it comes to luxury, Su Rui is much more extravagant. Where's Xiao Xiao? Su Rui saw that Wu Jinyan came alone and asked a question. I contacted Wellington College yesterday. They are implementing a closed-door management system. Considering that Xiao Xiao may not be able to keep up with the teaching progress, the school also suggested that she start with the third grade class. Wu Jinyan briefly reported on Zhou Xiaoxiao's situation. Su Rui nodded when she heard what Wu Jinyan said. Well, Xiao Xiao is a smart and hard-working child, but the education level in her hometown is indeed not as good as that in Shanghai. Well, let her buffer for a while, she is not that old anyway. Zhou Xiaoxiao said she was 16 years old, but that was calculated based on her lunar age. Plus, she was born in the 12th month of the lunar calendar, so if she was really counted based on her actual age, she would have just turned 15. Wellington College is the best private school for the nobility in the entire Magic City, and the tuition for 1 year starts at $300,000. But for Su Rui, who spends hundreds of millions of dollars casually, hundreds of thousands of tuition fees are nothing. Moreover, Su Rui truly regarded Xiao Xiao as his own sister. Although he sympathized with Zhou Xiaoxiao's fate in the past, reality did not allow him to care about Zhou Xiaoxiao's problems. Now that he has money and this incident happened to happen to him, he will definitely take care of it. Su Rui didn't think much about other things. Anyway, as long as the problem could be solved with money, it was not a problem for him at the moment. Jin Yan, help me grind the ink. Su Rui raised the corners of her mouth slightly, smiled softly, and said. While talking, Su Rui had already spread the rice paper on the desk. What a nice paper. Boss, this is Red Star Shen paper, top-notch craftsmanship, and the price of one cut is 100,000 yuan. Hearing Su Rui say good paper, Wu Jinyan also hurriedly explained. It's definitely worth the price. Su Rui did not comment. Whether it was top-grade rice paper or not, as a person with superb skills in both calligraphy and painting, he could tell at a glance. Wu Jinyan didn't say much. She was not good at grinding ink, but she also anticipated that Su Rui might ask her to help grind the ink, so when purchasing pens, ink, paper and inkstone, she also deliberately followed the owner of Rongbozai to learn. Although the movements are a little unfamiliar, there are no problems overall. Su Rui looked at Wu Jinyan with some surprise. Have you studied calligraphy before? No, this is learning and applying now. Wu Jinyan also briefly recounted how she had just learned how to grind ink from the owner of Rongbozai. Yes, it's very spiritual. Su Rui looked up at Wu Jinyan and smiled, saying, as expected, you are the top student in the management department of our school. Thank you, boss. Wu Jinyan pursed her lips and stood aside serving respectfully. Su Rui saw that the ink was almost ground, so she picked up the brush and dipped it lightly in the ink. I don't know what to write for the moment. Jinyan, tell me what you like. I'll write this for you. Wu Jinyan frowned and thought for a while. I was reading a book recently and there is a sentence that I think is very good. The road is long and difficult, but if you keep walking, you will reach your destination. Su Rui repeated what Wu Jinyan said when she heard it, the road ahead is long and difficult, but if you keep walking you will reach your destination. That's true. After saying that, Su Rui picked up the brush and started writing. Her smooth and flowing movements stunned Wu Jinyan, who was standing beside her. Although she doesn't know much about calligraphy, she can still tell whether it is well written or not. His writing is as smooth as flowing clouds and running water, and his strokes of the brush seem to penetrate into the wood. Looking at the 8 big words written on the paper, Wu Jinyan was shocked. As for Su Rui's understanding, she originally thought that she knew him well enough, but now, Su Rui shocked her again. Boss, although I don't know much about calligraphy, I can feel that your handwriting is very good and the artistic conception is very profound. Wu Jinyan definitely didn't say this intentionally to compliment Su Rui. She had to admit that the handwriting was indeed very elegant. Ha ha. Su Rui smiled and said, I'll give you this calligraphy. Hee hee, if you're short of money in the future, you can sell it. If you meet a buyer who knows the value of it, it might be worth $1 million or so. Su Rui is still very confident about his calligraphy. Of course, a few $100,000 is an understatement. His current level is no worse than those of calligraphy masters. Thank you, boss. Wu Jinyan did not act pretentiously. After following Su Rui for so many days, she had figured out Su Rui's temper. She immediately put away the calligraphy carefully. Have someone make another pot of tea. Oh, and bring a fruit platter. Su Rui had satisfied her desire to use her hands, and asked someone to pack up the pens, ink, paper, and inkstone. Then she lit a cigarette, took a long puff, looked at Wu Jinyan and gave an order. Okay, boss. Wu Jinyan left the study, and soon after, the servant came into the study carrying freshly brewed tea and fruit. The life of rich people is naturally very comfortable. As for Su Rui's life, it can no longer be described as comfortable, it can simply be called extravagant. Fortunately, Su Rui was not the kind of loser who couldn't control his mind. He didn't do anything ridiculous and extravagant just because he became rich overnight. In fact, unlike most rich second generations, Su Rui's life can be described as simple. Su Rui sat at the desk, with nothing to do, so he simply calculated his current assets. In terms of real estate, an entire World Trade Center worth 30 billion yuan and a Tan Palace villa worth 1 billion yuan. In terms of luxury cars, a Lamborghini Aventador worth 10 million yuan, a Lamborghini Veneno worth more than 100 million yuan, and 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms worth 10 million yuan. As for cash, there is no less than 3 billion in cash in my own card alone. By the way, there are 10 billion cash worth of Douyin coins in the Douyin account. Company, he just spent 480 million to acquire Qiangxing Pharmaceutical Company and established his own Longhua Pharmaceutical Group. Of course, it is a pharmaceutical group after all. In addition to the 1 billion yuan invested in the early stage, he also invested another 2 billion yuan in the past 2 days. The investment for the newly established Ruiming Live Media Company is not that much, mainly because its office is located on the 99th and 100th floors of the World Trade Center. Although the rent of the World Trade Center is definitely astronomical, after all, the entire World Trade Center belongs to him, so naturally he does not have much investment. By the way, in addition to Longhua Pharmaceutical Group and Ruiming Live Media Company, he will soon own a cola company. Adding up all the scattered industries, the market value is at least around 50 billion. However, this valuation was made before the cancer drug combination and Diet Cola were launched on the market. Let us not talk about cancer combination drugs for now, after all, that is not the product of system rewards. But Diet Cola is different, it is a reward from the system, and its effect is self-evident. In the future, I will have to rely on Diet Coke to make money. Su Rui tapped the desk lightly with his fingers, but he didn't care about money. After all, with the system in place, he is a man who can cheat. After lunch, Su Rui took a nap as usual. It's so comfortable. I took a nap for more than 2 hours. When I got up and stretched, I felt a lot more energetic. If it weren't for the system, I would probably have to work 996 and express my dissatisfaction with my boss online every day, right? Su Rui couldn't help but sigh. After all, young people nowadays have a really hard life. However, this situation arises under the current environment, and Su Rui currently has no ability to change the 996 working conditions of contemporary young people. However, one should take on responsibilities according to his ability. He cannot change the working status of other companies' employees, but he can change the working status of his own employees. Entrepreneurs must naturally bear the responsibilities of entrepreneurs. Making money is important, but you can't abandon your conscience for the sake of money. This is what Su Rui had said to Wu Jinyan before, so when working in Su Rui's company, 2 days off a week is a must, and the various benefits are at least much better than those of other companies. As soon as Su Rui came out of the bedroom, the system prompted him that he could sign in today. Sign in. Su Rui did not hesitate and directly completed today's sign-in task. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in for 8 consecutive days. The host will be rewarded with 10 buildings in Guanshan Hanlin School District. Well, there are 10 more school district buildings on the property. Su Rui was not too surprised. After all, he was a little overwhelmed by the luxury houses and cars and even billions of cash rewarded by the system. He knew Guanshan Hanlin, a school district housing for Madu Experimental Primary School, with an average price of 150,000 renminbi per square meter. Moreover, this community is considered a high-end community, and the minimum construction area of each house is 100 square meters. Based on the average price of 150,000 yuan per square meter, the cheapest school district house in this community is worth more than 15 million yuan. Even if there are 30 apartments in one building, there will be at least 300 school district apartments in 10 buildings. If calculated based on the price of 15 million per unit, the value of these 10 buildings is at least 4.5 billion. Not bad. Su Rue simply estimated the value of these 10 school district buildings in her mind and smiled slightly. Although Su Rue is not interested in rewards such as money now, it is better than nothing after all. Besides, this is a property worth 4 or 5 billion yuan after all, so the reward is still quite generous. However, it would be a waste to keep so many school district houses there, so they must be rented out. Jin Yan, I have something for you to handle. Su Rue was sitting on the sofa. When he saw Wu Jinyan coming over, he simply waved his hand to signal her to come over. Wu Jinyan did not dare to neglect him. She walked to Su Rue and said respectfully, "Boss, please tell me what I need." "Do you know Guanshan Hanlin?" "Yes, I know." Wu Jinyan nodded. She was a native of Shanghai and was quite familiar with the city. Although Shanghai Experimental Primary School is not the best primary school in Shanghai, it is also one of the top 10 primary schools in Shanghai. Guanshan Hanlin is the school district housing for Shanghai Experimental Primary School, and it is also a high-end and exquisite community. The average price of 150,000 yuan per square meter makes it prohibitive for many ordinary people. I bought 10 school district buildings over there. The new houses are delivered today. Can you take someone to check them out? And by the way, can you rent out those houses? Su Rue felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was asking Wu Jinyan to do more and more things. Okay, I'll take someone there right away. When Wu Jinyan heard Su Rue say that she bought 10 buildings, she couldn't help but gasp. But when she thought about it carefully, this style of doing things was indeed very much like her boss's. "Boss, how about this? I'll have someone set up an agency to rent and sell your house?" "Okay, this is better and will make management easier in the future." "Well, if nothing unexpected happens, I should buy quite a few more properties in the next few years." Su Rue nodded in response. There is no need to say much about Wu Jinyan's work efficiency. Of course, this is also because she recently recruited dozens of secretaries to form a strong secretarial team to help her with her work. On Wu Jinyan's side, the matter of receiving the new house was quickly handled. After all, he is a super customer who sold 10 buildings, so the developer of Guanshan Hanlin naturally dare not neglect him. Since Su Rue paid for the house in full, all the procedures were completed very quickly. Wu Jinyan brought a team of 10 secretaries with her. In addition to receiving the new house, she also instructed her employees to register a real estate agency called manhwa. As for the process of registering a company, Wu Jinyan's team is already very familiar with it. After all, the most common thing they have done in recent days is to go to the Industrial and Commercial Administration Bureau to register a company. However, in addition to being responsible for registering the company, these people are also responsible for recruiting professional employees to build the company's framework. It is much easier to recruit employees from an agency than from a pharmaceutical company. In just half a day, Wu Jinyan had already taken over the new house, registered the Longhua agency, and even built the framework of the agency. The store manager was poached from other intermediary companies at a high salary. As for other employees, the monthly salary they are offered is far higher than that offered by other intermediary companies in the market. I won't say much else. Our Longhua agency will only be responsible for the rental and sale of properties under our boss name. Well, to be more precise, there should only be rentals, no sales at the moment. Wu Jinyan also held a brief meeting for the newly established agency, mainly to explain the future work content and salary and benefits. The boss is usually very busy. If you have any questions in the future, you can tell the store manager first, and the store manager will contact me when the time comes. Wu Jinyan said seriously, as long as everyone works hard, we will definitely not treat you unfairly in terms of treatment. After hearing what Wu Jinyan said, the many employees sitting below were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and they shouted excitedly. You know, according to Wu Jinyan, their work is not only much easier than before, but the key is that the salary and benefits are much better than before. Chapter 29, in the trillion-dollar market, it is forbidden to eat alone. Su Rue also specifically explained the issue of employees' salary and benefits. 2 days off a week must be guaranteed, and monthly salary should be increased as much as possible. It's unlikely that Su Rue can change the working conditions of all young people, but he can ensure that his employees are treated better. Wu Jinyan is also a young person, and she firmly supports Su Rue's suggestion. After dealing with these things, Wu Jinyan rushed back to the villa to report to Su Rue about her work for the afternoon. Su Rue had nothing to do the whole afternoon, so she basically just stayed in the villa, drinking tea, watching some Douyin videos and live broadcasts. In just one afternoon, he gave out more than 30 million Douyin coins in rewards, which is equivalent to more than 3 million in cash. However, even though Su Rui was so generous, the Douyin coins in her account were only less than 300 million. For Su Rui, who had 10 billion Douyin coins, this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket. However, Rui's name is becoming more and more famous in the Douyin live broadcast circle. The main reason is that Su Rui has always been generous. As long as he thinks the anchor is good, he will at least give a carnival reward. You know, for most anchors, let alone a carnival worth 3,000 yuan, they have never even seen a rocket worth 1,000 yuan. Therefore, whenever Su Rui gave rewards to the carnival, those anchors would basically jump up with excitement. Of course, Su Rui wasn't just watching the live broadcast and giving gifts aimlessly. Although he didn't plan to make money from the live broadcast company, now that he has already opened this company, he has to select some potential anchors for his live broadcast media company, right? In addition to the promise made at the beginning, in the past 2 or 3 days, Su Rui has also recruited more than 20 very promising anchors. Since they are all family members, it is reasonable for Su Rui to organize more carnivals for them to create momentum and boost their popularity. Su Nua's popularity has increased the most in the past few days. First, she is a new anchor that Su Rui strongly supports. Second, her own momentum and image are at the ceiling level among anchors with good looks. Third, she has been very diligent in live streaming recently, and she is online for at least 12 hours every day. Su Rui will help Su Nua in PK these days, and as long as Su Rui is there, she will definitely be the first on the top 100 list. No matter who the host on the other side is, or how many big brothers are protecting the host on the other side, as long as Su Rui makes a move, the other side will basically give up on voting. The number of Su Nua's fans is also growing rapidly. From a small anchor with only a few hundred fans at the beginning, her fans increased by nearly 2 million in 3 days. Although there is still a big gap between her and those top anchors, it has to be said that as long as Su Rui continues to support her, sooner or later she will be able to become the #1 live streamer on Douyin. After dinner in the evening, Su Rui received a call from her elder sister Su Meng. "Brother, are you still going to run your live broadcast company? Why is there no follow-up?" Su Meng has adjusted her state at home in the past 2 days, and also learned how to manage a live broadcast company. Now she is waiting for Su Rui to notify her to report to the company. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no movement from Su Rui. Su Meng couldn't stand it anymore and called directly, "If you don't want to do this anymore, I'll go find a job." "Sister, can't you just take a break?" Su Rui smiled bitterly and said, "I have already registered the live broadcast company, and the office space is being renovated. It will take at least a month." "Oh, okay then. By the way, brother, there is one more thing. Has Xiao Xiao contacted you in the past 2 days? I heard from my mother that she was forced to marry by her parents and now she has run away from home. Her family said that she took the train to Shanghai." Su Meng was very familiar with Zhou Xiaoxiao's situation. She couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoxiao is such a pitiful child. Her parents are such inhuman beings, aren't they? Even if Xiaoxiao is not their biological child, they have raised her for so many years. She is not even an adult yet, how can they force her to marry? Sister, I saw Xiaoxiao. When she came over last night, she didn't even have a coat on her. Su Rui said with deep sorrow, "I have found a school for her and plan to send her to school in Shanghai first. As for her parents, they are not Xiaoxiao's biological parents. Besides, they just want money. Okay, I'll pay for it. But Xiaoxiao will have to cut off ties with them in the future. People like them are unworthy of being a father and a mother." Hearing Su Rui say this, Su Meng was stunned for a moment, then he also said, "Well, brother, you did the right thing. Is Xiaoxiao okay? I knew she ran away from home and I was so worried." "It's okay. Luckily, she called me when she arrived in Shanghai. Otherwise, she would have been abducted by human traffickers." Su Rui briefly described what happened at the train station that day to Su Meng, and Su Meng was shocked. "These human traffickers have so many tricks. Fortunately, you arrived in time that day, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Xiaoxiao's life is so miserable." Su Rui chatted with her elder sister Su Meng for a while before hanging up the phone. Su Rui had a dreamless night and got up early the next day. "Morning, master." When the servants in the house saw Su Rui walking down the stairs from the bedroom, they all stood up and greeted Su Rui. "Well, is breakfast ready?" Su Rui nodded and asked with a slight smile on her face. "I will tell the chef to prepare breakfast for you, young master." Today Su Rui got up more than 2 hours earlier than usual, and the chef didn't react. But preparing breakfast is not that troublesome. After all, the chefs at home are all top chefs, so making breakfast is a piece of cake, right? But even breakfast is rich enough. Australian king crab porridge, crab roast soup dumplings, and aspic from France. The ingredients are all freshly purchased every day. The cost of the ingredients for this breakfast alone is no less than 10,000 yuan. After breakfast, Su Rui sat on the sofa as usual to smoke and drink tea. Cigarettes are not expensive, they are the most common ones. However, the tea is top-grade Westlake Longjing, and the price of 1 or 2 taels of tea is as high as 100,000 yuan. However, Su Rui didn't care at all about spending money to enjoy herself. It's just money. With his current net worth, even if he spends 10 million every day, it would be enough for him to live a carefree life for at least a year. Of course, the premise is that Su Rui's wealth no longer continues to increase, but that is impossible. After all, the rewards for signing in every day are enough to support his extravagant lifestyle. Boss. Wu Jinyan didn't expect Su Rui to get up so early today, but then again, as Su Rui's personal housekeeper, Wu Jinyan gets up on time at 6 o'clock every morning. Well, Jinyan, sit down and talk. Su Rui sat on the sofa, holding a cigarette in her hand, looked up at Wu Jinyan and said with a slight smile. Boss, there aren't many domestic cola companies. There are only 2 domestic cola companies in Shanghai, but their quotations are relatively high. How much? Tiandu Cola's offer is 1 billion, and Changmei Cola's offer is 1.5 billion. But Changmei Cola's production line was only put into operation a few years ago, so it is much better. Wu Jinyan also reported to Su Rui about the work situation of the past 2 days, mainly the work report on the acquisition of Coca-Cola Company. In that case, let's acquire Orange Cola. Su Rui laughed and said, don't worry about the money. As long as our Diet Cola is put on the market, won't we be able to get the money back in a matter of minutes? Su Rui continued, I will transfer another 2 billion to you later. The previous money is the startup capital of Longhua Pharmaceutical Group and cannot be mixed. After hearing Su Rui say this, Wu Jinyan became more confident. Although she concluded that Su Rui was not short of money, she did not expect that Su Rui would transfer another 2 billion to her. You know, for the Longhua Pharmaceutical Group project alone, Su Rui has transferred 3 billion to her in the past 2 days. Plus he would transfer another 2 billion to her later. In just a few days, Su Rui had transferred 5 billion to her. This does not include the daily expenses in the villa. Although the daily expenses in the villa are not a small amount, compared with starting a company and doing projects, the daily expenses in the villa can only be considered a small amount of money. It's definitely not enough to just buy an existing cola company. How about this? You send someone to Anhui province to see if there is a suitable place. We can get the land and build a factory ourselves. Su Rui was not afraid of spending money. After all, no matter how much money he spent now, he could earn it back double in the future. Okay, I got it. Wu Jinyan has been with Su Rui for a long time, and has become somewhat numb to Su Rui's lavish spending. After Wu Jinyan received the money, she directly contacted the chairman of Orange Cola to discuss the acquisition. After all, he had the money, so the chairman of Orange Cola did not hesitate and signed the acquisition contract with Wu Jinyan on the spot. After all, the domestic cola market is simply not developing at all. You know, Coca-Cola and Pepsi directly occupy more than 95% of the market share in the country. Faced with their very mature production lines, domestic cola companies have no competitiveness at all. To be honest, if he waited another 2 years, he would probably sell the company without hesitation even if the acquisition price was 1 billion. Ms. Wu, to be honest, your boss is such a kind man. The acquisition contract was signed. After he received the acquisition payment of 1.5 billion, he smiled and spoke to Wu Jinyan without any hesitation. How could Wu Jinyan not hear the hidden meaning in his words? Obviously, he felt that Su Rui's entry into the cola market was undoubtedly a suicidal act. He. Wu Jinyan didn't say much, just laughed at him. Although the chairman of Orange Cola always felt that something was not right, he still believed that entering the domestic cola market was undoubtedly a dead end. After all, there is no hope at all facing the 2 giants, Coca-Cola and Pepsi. How could he know that the cola that Su Rui and his team were about to produce and launch was a super diet cola with weight loss and body shaping effects? At the villa, Su Rui looked at the remaining 1.1 billion in her bank account and couldn't help but smile bitterly. No wonder they say that rich second generation should never start a business. Starting a business and running a project can cost money faster than burning it. Even though Su Rui's money-making speed is more exaggerated than that of a printing machine, the speed at which she spends money is really not slow at all. Besides, in the country, it's not enough to just be rich, you also need to be powerful. Su Rui is well aware of this, and also knows that it is best to keep a low profile while she is still young and inexperienced. But once the Diet Cola was on the market, it became difficult for him to keep a low profile. After all, a unicorn that can leverage $1 trillion market will attract the covetousness of many people. Based on the current situation, it is almost impossible to eat alone. Su Rui is not that naive. She thinks she can fight against the global capital forces. Brother Song, are you free at noon? Since you can't eat alone, you have to get more people on board. Wang Song, Xin Wan, and Fong Yu are naturally his current first choices. Brother Su, what's the matter? It was almost 11 o'clock now, and Wang Song had just woken up, so he was still a little groggy when he spoke. I have a great project to make money recently, but I can't handle it alone. How about it? Are you interested in working with me? After Su Rui said this, Wang Song was silent for a few seconds. The main reason is that Wang Song and Su Rui have not known each other for a long time, and Wang Song is not very clear about Su Rui's identity and background. If it was something about eating, drinking, and having fun on a daily basis, Wang Song would definitely agree to it without hesitation. However, when it comes to starting a company or doing projects, he is extremely calm. Brother Song, it's not convenient to talk in detail over the phone. Let's talk about it when we meet at noon. By the way, I also invited Brother Qin Wen and Brother Yu. After hearing what Su Rui said, Wang Song didn't know what to say, so he just agreed. Okay then. See you in the attic at noon. After hanging up the phone, Su Rui changed his clothes and asked the driver to drive him to Ming Tower. Mingala is the #1 Chinese restaurant in Shanghai. Due to its high cost, it only receives the second generation of wealthy people in Shanghai. Generally speaking, if you are entertaining guests at night, there may not be private rooms. But at noon, it's still no problem. After all, the rich second generation sleeps during the day and only comes out at night. Ming Pavilion, Su Rui directly asked for the most expensive Mingya Pavilion private room. You know, the cost of using the private room of Mingjia Pavilion is more than 20,000 yuan. But why would Su Rui care about such a small amount of money? Not long after Su Rui arrived, Wang Song, Qin Wen and Fong Yu followed suit. Originally, the shopkeeper of Ming Pavilion was still guessing about Su Rui's identity and background. When he saw Wang Song and others coming, he also had a general understanding of Su Rui's identity and background. This is definitely a top-notch second-generation rich man. The owner of Ming Pavilion was naturally a shrewd man, and he immediately gave Su Rui a platinum VIP card. Su Rui casually accepted the platinum VIP card and said to the shopkeeper of Ming Pavilion, "Thank you, we can start the dishes now." "Okay, you guys take your time chatting, I'll tell the kitchen to prepare the dishes." The shopkeeper of Ming Pavilion also calmly left the private room and gently closed the door. Brother Su, what is the fortune-making project you mentioned on the phone? Fong Yu looked at Su Rui and asked directly. My research team has recently developed a diet cola that is very effective. Su Rui lit a cigarette and spoke softly to Wang Song and the other two. Diet Coke? Is the effect still significant? What the hell? Is it true that drinking Coke can help you lose weight? When Wang Song and the other two heard Su Rui say this, they frowned slightly and were a little bit unconvinced by what Su Rui said. Well, in terms of effectiveness, it is definitely the best weight loss product on the market. And there are no side effects. Su Rui's lips curled up slightly, and she smiled softly and said, I have spent 1.5 billion to acquire Orange Cola Company, and I plan to invest 10 billion to build 5 more production lines in 5 first-tier cities across the country. I have no shortage of money, but it is not a good idea to keep a monopoly on a project that can leverage $1 trillion market. Su Rui laughed and continued, I am going to offer 15% of the shares. Are the three brothers interested in participating? Su Rui didn't hesitate any longer and said directly, 1 billion to subscribe for 5% of the shares only gives you the right to dividends, but you don't participate in any of the company's operations. After Su Rui finished speaking, Wang Song and the other two also frowned and remained silent. Brother Su, is the weight loss effect of your diet cola really as miraculous as you said? Certainly. There are no side effects, and it can also shape the body? Aha! Su Rui did not comment, but nodded and said with a smile, Three brothers, I have no shortage of money, and you should also know what I want. It's a unicorn in the $1 trillion market. To be honest, it's not impossible for me to eat alone, but I understand the principle. We can make money together and eat the cake together. 1 billion for 5% of the shares? Wang Song was indeed a little hesitant. He was still not sure whether Su Rui was fooling them. After all, that is 1 billion, which is definitely not a small sum even for them. Yes, 1 billion can only subscribe to 5% of the shares. Su Rui nodded. No matter how many shares I have, I won't give them out. It's just my 3 brothers. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even think about offering such a low price. Indeed, if the weight loss effect of the Diet Cola is really as magical as Su Rui said, then subscribing to 5% of the shares for 1 billion is definitely a great bargain for them. However, they haven't even seen the sample of Diet Coke yet, so based on what Su Rui said, they would indeed be a little hesitant. But the next second, Qinwen was the first to break the silence. It's just 1 billion, hee, I paid for it myself. Qinwen was obviously tempted, and his favorite thing to do was gambling, so he was also the bravest one. So he decided to take a gamble with Su Rui. If the effect of the Diet Cola is really as abnormal as Su Rui said, he will really be picking up money with a sack in the future. As soon as Qinwen spoke, Fang Yu no longer hesitated and said directly, okay, I'll also take part. Wang Song saw that Qinwen and Fang Yu had both spoken and said with a smile, since both of them have entered, wouldn't it seem that I am too timid and cautious if I don't enter? 3 brothers, it won't be long before you are glad that you didn't reject me today. Su Rui picked up the wine glass and stood up. Then, I wish everyone good fortune. Wang Song and the other 2 also stood up. Amidst laughter and joy, Su Rui successfully bound Wang Song and the other 2 to his own camp. Chapter 30, Smart Black Technology that beats everything else on the market. The meal directly finalized the decision for Wang Song and his 2 companions to invest in the weight loss cola project. To be honest, subscribing to 5% of the shares for 1 billion is not a loss at all, it is even a big profit. After all, this is a project that can leverage a $1 trillion market. As long as Diet Coke is on the market, the annual profit will definitely not be less than 100 billion. Even if it's just 5% of the shares, the dividends alone would be no less than 5 billion in a year. It seems that Su Rui suffered a loss, but in fact it is a mutually beneficial and win-win situation. With such a large market and such huge profit margins, there will definitely be many people who are jealous. In time, Su Rui wouldn't have to worry about what those people would do to him, but right now, if he had to deal with those people alone, to be honest, he still felt a little overwhelmed. Needless to say, the power of Wang Song and his 3 families is immense. If we allow them to invest and share the dividends, we will have less trouble in the future. After dinner, Su Rui and her group of 4 went directly to Yangfu Club. I just took a look around here 2 days ago and didn't enjoy any services. When I came again today, Su Rui was also prepared to enjoy the services of this so-called number 1 private club in Shanghai. At noon, the 4 of them drank 3 bottles of mutai. When they arrived at the Yangfu Club, except for Su Rui who was still slightly sober, Wang Song and the other 2 were quite drunk. Soak in the hot spring first, and then arrange a massage later. It's a one-stop service. Wang Song put his hand on Su Rui's shoulder and said with sleepy eyes, Brother Su, are you satisfied with my arrangement? Satisfied. Seeing that Wang Song was walking unsteadily, Su Rui quickly supported Wang Song and said, the hot spring inside the Yangfu Club is a natural hot spring. 4 people were soaking in the hot spring, and a row of young female waiters in cheongsams were standing on the shore serving them. Brother Su, is the effect of the Diet Cola you developed really as good as you said? Wang Song looked at Su Rui with some expectation and asked. As a person reaches middle age, he inevitably gains some weight and faces the problem of losing his body shape. Especially for the rich second generation like Wang Song, who has a rich nightlife, eats well, and is too lazy to exercise on weekdays, he may do his best exercise in bed all day. It was okay in the past few years, but in the past 2 years I have gained more than 20 kilograms. Who doesn't want to have a perfect body? But losing weight is painful. It's easier said than done to control your mouth and move your legs. The effect is definitely unquestionable, it's awesome. Su Rui's lips curled up slightly. Well, Brother Song, I can start production right away. I'll ask you to bring a few boxes over in a couple of days. You can try the effect first. That's fine. Wang Song also laughed out loud. I don't have high requirements, just want to lose more than 10 pounds. Drink 3 bottles a day and you'll see results within a week. Brother Song, I'm not exaggerating, you can lose at least 10 pounds. Su Rui was still confident about the system's reward. That's great. If Brother Song loses weight by then, don't forget to promote our Diet Cola. Putting aside other things, given Wang Song's current influence, if he really were to promote a certain product, the effect would not be bad. After all, a man who can become a trending search with just a random Weibo post, his influence is definitely not exaggerated. After soaking in the hot spring, the four of them also enjoyed the top-notch massage service of Yangfu Club. Their technicians are all from Thailand, their skills are impeccable. Shin-won said with a chuckle. Ah? Isn't it a she-male? When Su-rui heard Shin-won say this, she couldn't help but make a joke. That's not the case, but there are some. Wang Song said with a grin, some wealthy people have strong tastes, and Yangfu Club claims to be able to satisfy everyone's needs. Hee hee, brother Su, do you want to try it? Ah, let's not do that. My taste is not that strong. Su-rui quickly waved her hand to refuse. In the evening, the four of them found a bar and had a few drinks. Su-rui didn't return to the villa until late at night. I slept until 11 o'clock the next day, stretched comfortably and then walked out of the bedroom. Let the kitchen prepare lunch. Su-rui sat down on the sofa, lit a cigarette and spoke to the servant beside her. Yes, master. The servant turned around and hurried to inform the chef to prepare lunch, and when he came back he was carrying freshly brewed tea and a fruit plate. It's true, a comfortable life goes by so fast. Since binding the system, Su-rui has hardly noticed the days passing by. Su-rui was comfortable, but Wu Jinyan had to work around the clock every day. As Su-rui received more and more rewards, he handed them all over to Wu Jinyan. Look, Wu Jinyan went out early in the morning with her group of secretaries. Although Longhua Pharmaceutical Group acquired the original Changqing Pharmaceutical Company, it still had to re-establish a top-level experimental research institute according to Su-rui's requirements. However, it is easier to get things done with money in hand. As soon as the approval for establishing an experimental research institute was issued, Wu Jinyan took people to inspect the construction site of the institute. In addition to the projects of Longhua Pharmaceutical Group, there is also the decoration of Rui Meng Live Broadcasting Company, and Wu Jinyan also goes there to take a look every day. Fortunately, she recruited a strong secretarial team in time to help her handle things, otherwise it would definitely not be possible if she was alone. But then again, Wu Jinyan has obviously adapted to Su-rui's rhythm in the past few days, and is becoming more and more adept at doing things. After lunch, Wu Jinyan just returned to the villa. Boss, the approval we applied for to build an experimental research institute has been approved. This morning I took people to inspect the construction land. The land is not bad, covering an area of 200 acres, but the price is a bit high, 5 million per acre. The total price is 1 billion. Yeah, after all, we are in the Magic City, every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Su-rui did not comment. 200 acres of construction land cost 1 billion yuan. Although it was expensive, it was actually not that expensive. We must build an experimental research institute, and it's reasonable to spend some money on it. Su-rui laughed and continued, by the way, I had dinner with Wang Song, Shin-won, and Fang Yu yesterday, and I just happened to persuade them to invest in the Diet Cola project. 1 billion yuan for a 5% stake. Ask our company's legal department to quickly draft the contract. When Wu Jinyan heard Su-rui say this, she nodded and said, okay, boss. By the way, although they hold shares, they only have the right to dividends, which is very important. Su-rui reminded. Yeah, got it. Wu Jinyan nodded and said, by the way, boss, the first batch of Slim Cola has been produced, and the effect is amazing. After acquiring Orange Cola Company, Wu Jinyan immediately ordered the production of Super Diet Coke. The recipe was naturally the one that Su-rui had given to Wu Jinyan before. The entire production process is not much different from the normal production process. Except for adding natural extracts to Coke, other production steps are the same. In terms of taste, it is no different from normal cola. After all, the production line of Orange Cola was only installed 2 years ago, so the production efficiency is guaranteed. However, trial runs must be arranged before the product is put on the market, so the first batch of 20,000 bottles of Enjoy Coke produced are all trial packs. Wu Jinyan also specially selected 100 workers from the factory to try out the Slim Cola. In just 2 days, almost everyone lost 2 kilograms. By the way, have someone deliver 10 boxes of Slimming Coke to each of Wang Song, Shin-won, and the others. Hearing Wu Jinyan say that the first batch of Enjoy Coke had been produced, Su-rui also gave Wu Jinyan a direct instruction. Also, we need to hurry up and arrange the early publicity and advertising spokespersons. Yes, arrangements are already being made. Su Rue didn't need to say more about this. Wu Jinyan was already looking for someone to handle it. However, the feedback Wu Jinyan received was not particularly good. In terms of publicity, the publicity department of Enjoy Coke Company also wrote several news articles based on the effects of Enjoy Coke, and also invested more than 1 million in traffic. However, after seeing these reports about Slim Cola, netizens began to curse. This is so funny. Drinking Coke can help you lose weight? This is the funniest joke I've heard today. The media nowadays are really willing to report any news just for money. Drinking Coke to lose weight? Haha, which capitalist is picking up the sickle to cut leaks again? False advertising, reported. Coke costs $20 a bottle. Sorry, I really can't afford it. The reviews online are almost unanimous, and almost no one is optimistic about Slim Cola. As for the spokesperson, they refused immediately when they heard that the spokesperson was for a diet cola. After all, no one wants to believe that drinking cola can help lose weight. Wu Jinyan was also a little helpless. To be honest, if this formula had not been given to her by Su Rue and she had not seen the experimental data, she would not really believe that drinking Coke could help lose weight. But the fact is, Slim Cola not only helps you lose weight, but the effect is frighteningly good. Good wine needs no bush. The effect of her own products is obvious, so Wu Jinyan is not worried about the subsequent market sales. As for the promotional activities, Wu Jinyan also specially arranged a 15-day trial registration online, limiting the number of places to 1,000. After all, as long as the word of mouth is good, why would you worry about not being able to sell your products? In the dormitory of a third-rate university in Shanghai. Fuck, this is ridiculous. Drinking Coke can help you lose weight? Gao Wei was lying on the bed watching TikTok and couldn't help but complain when he saw the trial sign up on the screen. Brother, if you have time to focus on this, why not go to the playground and run a couple of laps? It's a great way to burn fat. I believed you. I calculated that running 2 laps can only consume 50 calories at most. To put it bluntly, I can replenish this energy by drinking a sip of cold water. Gao Wei laughed. It's really hard for me, your second brother, to lose weight because I gain weight even if I drink cold water. Brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but isn't it easy to lose weight? Just control your diet, move your legs, and stick to self-discipline. In half a year at most, it will be easy to lose 10 or 20 pounds? If losing weight was as easy as you say, there would be no fat people in the world. Gao Wei curled his lips, but then again, we should still take advantage of others if we can. After all, drinking 3 bottles of Coke a day for a trial period of 15 days means you can get 45 bottles of Coke for free, which is definitely a fatal temptation for college students with limited financial resources. Since this trial activity was only limited to Shanghai, Gao Wei received 45 bottles of Slimming Coke in less than 2 hours after he successfully registered. Oh my goodness, just by getting these 45 bottles of Coke for free, I'm going to give it a good review no matter if it works or not. Gao Wei took out a bottle of Coke, unscrewed the cap and took a sip. Hiccup. Gao Wei took a big gulp of Coke, burped, and stretched himself. I have to say, this fat otaku happy water is really good. But it's a pity that the price is too expensive. The pre-sale price is 20 yuan a bottle. Who can afford it? However, after drinking Slim Cola for a day, Gao Wei was completely stunned. Fuck. Is this true? I seem to have lost 2 pounds? Gao Wei said that he didn't believe that drinking Coke could help lose weight, but since he had signed up for the trial activity, he did have some expectations in his heart. And according to the rules of the trial activity, he has to upload his weight every day. I weighed myself last night and it was 210 kilograms. When I weighed myself again tonight, I found that I had actually lost 2 kilograms. Current weight is 208 catties. Is it true? Does it really work? Brother, maybe you ate 1 less bowl of rice at night. Don't get excited yet. Let's observe for a while. I don't believe that drinking Coke can help you lose weight. No one else in the dormitory believed this was true. Even if Gao Wei had really lost 2 kilograms, they thought the weight loss was due to other reasons. No? I ate quite a bit less today than usual, didn't I? Gao Wei frowned. No way? Could it be that the effect of this diet cola is real? Gao Wei murmured a few words and couldn't help but think so in his heart. The same thing is happening to different people, and based on the weight data they uploaded, the weight loss effect of Slim Cola is absolutely amazing. Wu Jinyan also followed Su Rue's instructions and sent someone to deliver 10 boxes of Slimming Coke to Wang Song and Xin Wen respectively. Wang Song drank a bottle of Slimming Coke as soon as he received it, and then sent a WeChat message to Su Rue, "Brother Su, I received the Coke. I have to say, your Coke is really delicious. Brother Song, if you keep drinking this for a month, I guarantee you'll be amazed by the results." After Su Rue saw Wang Song's WeChat message, she replied immediately. "Brother Su, if you say so, then I'll have to look forward to it." After all, he spent 1 billion to buy a 5% stake. If the effect is as good as Su Rue said, then his investment will definitely not be a loss. By the way, Brother Song, I have asked the company's legal department to draft a contract. Can we find a time to sign the contract in a couple of days? Okay, no problem. Afternoon. Su Rue also completed the sign-in and clock-in as soon as the system refreshed. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully for the 9th consecutive day. I will reward the host with an enhanced cancer combination drug formula. Ding, it is detected that the host has established the Shangsho Cola Group, and the host is rewarded with 5 billion in startup funds. Ding, the host has successfully signed in for 9 consecutive days. The source code of the first-generation intelligent optical computer system is rewarded to the host. Fuck. Su Rue, who was originally smoking and drinking tea with a calm expression, couldn't help but shout fuck after hearing the system reward in her mind. This reward is too generous. This is an enhanced cancer drug combination formula provided by the system. With this, Longhua Pharmaceutical Group won't be afraid of losing money even if it invests more. You know, Su Rueguang has invested more than 40 to 50 billion yuan in Longhua Pharmaceutical Group, and it is not so easy to achieve results and recover the cost of a pharmaceutical project. After all, the cost of developing any drug is in the billions. And there is a high probability that there will be no results for many years. After all, medical projects are well-known money-burning projects. As for the 5 billion in startup capital, it was just the icing on the cake. After all, he had been spending money lavishly recently. After giving Wu Jinyan another 2 billion, the balance in his bank account was only over 1 billion. For ordinary people, let alone 1 billion, even 100 million is an astronomical figure. But for Su Rue, the remaining 1 billion yuan would not last for more than a few days. After all, in addition to the project in Shanghai, Su Rue has also set a goal of building factories in the other 5 first-tier cities across the country. Once this plan is implemented, there will be a lot of spending time ahead. Su Rue always feels a little uncomfortable when she has no money. The source code of the first-generation intelligent optical computer system? After seeing the introduction of the last reward, Su Rue couldn't hide her excitement. This is much more advanced than that chat. As the name suggests, the intelligent optical computer system is a truly epoch-making intelligence system. Jinyan? After reading the introduction of the intelligent optical computer system, Su Rue couldn't sit still. He even couldn't wait to experience this intelligent optical computer system. Wu Jinyan, who had just had some free time, couldn't help but tremble when she heard Su Rue calling her, but the next second she perked up and walked towards the study. "Boss, I need your help." "Jinyan, do you know any programmers?" As soon as Su Rue spoke, Wu Jinyan also frowned slightly. "Boss, I studied management, how could I know a programmer? But our group has also recently recruited several programmers. If you need them, I can call them over." "Okay, you arrange for them to come." Su Rue smiled slightly and said, "Also, Jinyan, go register a Longhua Intelligent Technology Company tomorrow. We are going to enter the intelligent technology industry." Wu Jinyan. To be honest, when Wu Jinyan heard Su Rue say that she wanted to enter the smart technology industry, she was completely stunned. The main thing is that Su Rue's thinking jumps a lot. But since Su Rue had ordered it, she agreed directly. "Okay, got it." Wu Jinyan was shocked that Su Rue was going to start another company, and a smart technology company at that. Although she muttered something in her heart, she did not hesitate and agreed directly. Although the saying goes that you can't chew too much, the saying doesn't seem to work for Su Rue. Not to mention Longhua Pharmaceutical Group and Rueman Live Media Company, Xiansho Cola will definitely make a fortune once it is launched. Even if Longhua Pharmaceutical Group and Rueman Live Media Company are not profitable, there will be no problem. After all, with Xiangsho Cola, the future profits can definitely support the continued development of other industries. Of course, Su Rue's plan to enter the smart technology project is in line with the current market development. After all, with the development of science and technology, the proportion of smart technology in our lives is getting higher and higher. Wu Jinyan did not waste any time and immediately arranged for someone to pick up the newly recruited programmers of the group to come to the villa. Of course, she also assigned the task of registering Longhua Intelligent Technology Company to her secretarial team, and also asked them to directly recruit the employees needed by the Intelligent Technology Company. Su Rui was not idle either. She directly input the source code in her mind into the computer. He has the source code, but he is not a programmer. He knows nothing about programming. Professional matters naturally need to be done by professionals, but the source code is naturally not allowed to be leaked. After all, people's hearts are hidden, and the source code is equivalent to the company's most confidential information. Once leaked, there will be no competitiveness. Wan Chao and Zhang Fong were also a little confused after receiving the notice from Wu Jinyan. "Brother Chao, what do you think the chairman wants to talk to us about?" "How should I know? I joined Longhua Group on the same day as you." Wan Chao frowned, feeling somewhat uneasy. Although Longhua Group is a newly established group company, its welfare benefits in all aspects are quite good. Wan Chao is 35 years old. As a programmer, he was laid off by his previous company last month. Even if he has strong technical skills, at the end of the day, a 35-year-old programmer no longer has any competitiveness in this industry. As for Zhang Fong, although he was younger than Wan Chao, he naturally could not escape the fate of being laid off by his previous company. They definitely won't be able to get into any better technology company. After all, no technology company would choose to hire a programmer over 30 years old. But after all, they are middle-aged people with families to support. Apart from anything else, the monthly mortgage of tens of thousands of yuan is enough to make them breathless. However, they were lucky enough to come across the Longhua Group recruiting programmers. And since the Longhua Group was not a professional technology company, the two of them took a try and were successfully recruited by the Longhua Group. As for their daily work, they mainly helped the company develop and maintain its own work systems, and help repair computers by the way. When they first joined the company, they both complained a little bit that they were being underemployed. However, after working for 2 days, they realized that their current job was so happy. Firstly, there is no longer the original competitive pressure. Secondly, as one of the few programmers in Longhua Group, they both receive an annual salary of 1 million. You know, their annual salary now is much higher than before. So just now when they received the notice from Wu Jinyan that the chairman wanted to meet them, they both panicked. "Brother Chao, do you think the chairman thinks our salaries are too high, so he plans to fire us?" Zhang Fong said this with a worried look on his face. After all, he had just paid the down payment in Shanghai 2 years ago, and now he had to pay more than 30,000 yuan in mortgage every month. When he was laid off before, he fell into depression for a while. He finally found a job, and not only was the work much easier than before, the salary was also much higher than before. He is really scared now. If he is laid off again, he will even think about jumping off the building. Shouldn't it be? Wan Chao was also a little nervous, but he appeared much calmer than Zhang Fong. "Let's stop guessing here. The people who are coming to pick us up are almost here. Let's go down quickly." Wan Chao held his laptop and smiled bitterly. "When we get to the chairman's place later, we'll know everything." Downstairs of the World Trade Center, a Rolls-Royce Phantom is particularly conspicuous. When Wan Chao and Zhang Fong got into the car, they couldn't help but look at each other. Although they didn't say anything, they could feel each other's shock. The chairman actually sent someone to pick them up in a Rolls-Royce Phantom? In that case, it seems that we shouldn't fire them? When they arrived at the villa, Wan Chao and Zhang Fong were shocked once again. They knew that their chairman was rich, but they never expected that the chairman would be that rich. Tan Palace Villa District. And this villa in front of you can actually be called an ancient castle, right? After getting off the car, the two became more cautious. "Please follow me, both of you." The servant in the villa led the two people into the villa, but before they met Su Rui, they also saw the security work in the villa. After making sure that the two of them were not in any danger, Wu Jinyan took them to Su Rui's study. Wan Chao and Zhang Fong had only met Wu Jinyan once before, and as for Su Rui, they definitely had never met her. "Boss, the programmers from the group are here." Wu Jinyan walked up to Su Rui and said something very respectfully. Wan Chao and the others looked up at Su Rui, and they were both stunned for a moment. "Isn't the chairman too young?" "Ah, this is what people often call a promising young man, right? I'm so jealous." The two of them couldn't help but mutter to themselves, and the envy on their faces was naturally beyond words. "Hello, chairman." After Wan Chao and Zhang Fong recovered from their shock, they quickly walked up to Su Rui and greeted her. Su Rui also looked at the two of them and smiled and said, I asked you to come here today because I have the source code of an intelligent system. I don't know much about programming, so I want you to help me with it. Su Rui didn't beat around the bush and directly told them the purpose of calling them over today. Hearing Su Rui say this, Wan Xiao and Zhang Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as long as they are not fired, it's fine. Source code of the intelligence system? Wan Xiao frowned and muttered something in a low voice. This is a smart app. You should have no problem making an app, right? Su Rui was not very clear about the strength of the two people in front of her, so she looked at them and asked with a slight smile. Hearing Su Rui ask this, Wan Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. Chairman, no problem. Wan Xiao has previously led a team to develop several popular apps on the market. For him, making apps is really not difficult. Besides, from what the chairman said, they don't even need to write the source code, that would be too easy. Zhang Feng recovered and nodded heavily, saying, Chairman, I have no problem with that either. For programmers of their technical level, making an app is not difficult at all. If there is any difficulty, it may be the writing of source code. But I can't let you see my source code. You can use my computer to write the program. When you need to embed the source code, I will input it. Even though they are our employees, we still need to be on guard. Is everything all right? After Su Rui finished speaking, she looked at the two of them and asked a question. No problem. How could Wan Xiao and the others dare to say there was a problem? Even if there really is a problem, we must try our best to solve it. Okay then, time waits for no one, let's get started right now. After Su Rui finished speaking, she stood up and let the two of them use the computer on the desk. Wan Xiao and the other person also walked timidly to the desk and sat down. It can be seen that they were still very nervous at this moment. Don't be nervous, just do your best. I won't blame you if you don't do well. Su Rui noticed their nervousness and immediately looked at them and smiled, saying, If you can make it, I'll give you two a big red envelope. Wan Xiao and his colleagues started writing the app program as soon as possible. Making an app was not too complicated for the two of them. It only took half an hour to complete the overall framework. Of course, except for the part where the source code is to be embedded, which is left blank. Chairman, the overall framework of the app has been written. As long as the source code is embedded, the app installation package can be automatically generated. Wan Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said to Su Rui with excitement. Su Rui, who was smoking, was also stunned when she heard Wan Xiao say this. Sure, it's pretty fast. Su Rui took a deep puff of her cigarette, then put it out and walked to the desk. Where should I embed the source code? Here. Wan Xiao pointed at the computer screen, then quickly stood up, respectfully stepped aside and tactfully turned around with his back to the computer screen. Su Rui raised the corners of her mouth slightly and smiled softly, then directly embedded the source code into the entire app program framework. The next second, just as Wan Xiao said, an app installation package was automatically generated, and the automatic deletion setting was also activated for the previous app program framework. Good, that's thoughtful. Su Rui nodded. Turn around, I can just follow the procedure now, right? Yes, Chairman. Su Rui directly clicked to install, and the installation speed was very fast. In just 1 second, the app of this intelligent optical computer system was installed on Su Rui's computer. Su Rui did not hesitate and opened the app in front of Wan Xiao and the others. The next second, everyone present, including Su Rui, was shocked. Right in front of the computer screen, a three-dimensional light-projected demon lowly appeared in front of everyone. Hiss! Wan Xiao and Zhang Feng couldn't help but gasp. They are both technical people and they can see at a glance how valuable this 3D light projection technology is. Hello, Master. I am your exclusive smart butler. You can call me Devil CC. Devil CC, please play a song called The Lone Brave Man for me. Yes, Master. The next second, the accompaniment of the song Lone Brave Man sounded on Su Rui's computer. Devil CC, what time is it now? Master, it is 6:20 p.m. now. Devil CC, can you change into a cuter little lowly image? Master, if you like, I can also become a young woman. After saying that, the 3D light projected demon CC in front of him turned into a soft and cute little lowly. After all the operations, Wan Xiao and Zhang Feng were stunned on the spot, their mouths slightly open, and their breathing became obviously much more rapid. Wu Jinyan was also shocked by this intelligent optical computer system. This is truly intelligent technology. Although Wu Jinyan doesn't know much about smart technology, if she were a user, she would definitely fall in love with this smart technology. Chairman, this is simply incredible. I feel that this is much more shocking than the chat abroad. Wan Chao recovered and couldn't help but praise from the bottom of his heart. In the past 2 days, he has also been studying the foreign chat, and after using it, he was shocked and even felt scared for a while. Because he thinks that in the future, chat will definitely replace the jobs of most people. Of course, the first to be affected will be their programmers. He had asked chat to write the program by himself before, but he didn't expect that a particularly complex program would take him more than an hour to write, but chat only took 3 seconds. But now, after seeing the intelligent optical computer system, he instantly felt that chat was some kind of rubbish. Because in front of this smart optical computer, all the smart systems currently on the market can be said to be a piece of cake. Not bad, Jinyan. This intelligent optical computer system app will be the flagship product of our Longhua Intelligent Technology Company in the future. Once you have dealt with the problems at the company, we will try to launch it before the end of the year. After evaluating this intelligent optical computer system, Su Rui said excitedly. Boss, this intelligent optical computer system was also developed by the scientific research team behind you? Chapter 31, Damn, this is too outrageous? Wu Jinyan was also shocked. She doesn't know much about smart technology, but she has some knowledge of the mainstream smart technology on the market. For example, chat, which has been very popular in Europe and the United States recently. Although I have not personally experienced it, I have seen videos of many people testing it online. I have to say that normal people will definitely be shocked when they use chat for the first time. An intelligent system with self-thinking function can be used to do homework, papers, program codes, and analyze various situations. The key is that chat can complete all these tasks in a very short time. But after seeing Su Rui's smart technology software, Wu Jinyan felt that chat was like a primary school student compared to it. Su Rui nodded and hummed softly, which was considered as her agreement with Wu Jinyan's idea. Wu Jinyan also pursed her lips. Although there was no change in her expression, she was extremely shocked deep down in her heart. The scientific research team behind the boss is so strong, they are like gods. It's not enough to develop a super slimming cola, but now they have developed a groundbreaking intelligence system. Can this app be installed on a mobile phone? Su Rui had just tried out this intelligent optical computer system on a computer. However, this is the era of convenient internet after all. If it cannot be loaded onto a mobile phone for use, its usage rate may not be that high. Boss, that's entirely possible. Please wait a moment. When Zhang Feng heard Su Rui ask this, he quickly stood up and responded. Compared with Wan Chao, Zhang Feng has more experience in developing mobile applications. Well, I'll give you the computer. Su Rui stood up and gave up the computer. Zhang Feng walked to the desk excitedly and sat down. In fact, the corresponding program frameworks are similar, you just need to write a conversion program. Since they had just written the program framework together, now they just needed to add the conversion program. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Feng raised his head and said excitedly, Boss, it's okay. After you input the source code, it can be automatically converted into an application installation package for the mobile phone. You just need to upload this installation package to the mobile phone and install it. Su Rui smiled slightly when she heard Zhang Feng say that and nodded, send it to me on WeChat. After hearing what Su Rui said, Zhang Feng also uploaded the application installation package directly to the transfer assistant. When Su Rui received the application installation package on her mobile phone, she clicked on it to install it immediately. The core of the entire app program lies in that string of source code. Generally speaking, the more complex the program is, the more complex the corresponding source code is. However, the source code of this intelligent optical computer system is only less than 100 lines, so the memory required to install the app is only 10 megabytes of space. What can I do with 10 megabytes of space? There isn't even enough memory to store one photo. Wan Chao and Zhang Feng had also noticed this just now, so they were both shocked beyond words. If they were not with Su Rui now, they would probably start discussing it excitedly right now. After all, any programmer would be shocked and unbelievable that the memory required to install such a complex intelligent technology system is so small, right? But the fact is what they see, with only 10 megabytes of memory, you can install the most advanced smart technology system in the world on your mobile phone. Su Rui directly opened the app, and then a 3D light projection instantly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and it was the devil Cece from before. Master, eh? Cece has moved to a new home. The devil CC scratched his head and continued, I detected 112 spam text messages, 486 spam screenshots, and 3 apps that have not been used in the past 6 months in your phone. Master, can CC help you clean up your phone? Sure. Surue looked at CC, smiled slightly, and nodded in response. The next second, the devil CC responded directly, Master, I have cleaned up your phone and released a total of 2.5 gigabytes of memory. By the way, Master, as your exclusive smart butler, you can do anything with this phone by calling my name. Also, you no longer need to use complicated face, fingerprint, or password unlocking to turn on the phone. You only need to call CC and I will automatically unlock your phone for you. When everyone saw this scene and then heard CC say this, to be honest, they were all dumbfounded. Isn't this too smart? And is this the IQ that a fictional character should really have? It's like an elf with its own thoughts. The key is that as intelligent virtual characters, their learning and evolution process is entirely completed by humans feeding them billions of pieces of information. You know, when it comes to learning human knowledge, intelligent virtual characters have a natural advantage. Boss, isn't she too amazing? Wu Jinyan couldn't help but praise it. To be honest, the intelligence level of the virtual character in front of her has completely overturned her understanding of intelligent technology. If chat made her feel worried and thought that humans would most likely be replaced by artificial intelligence in the future, then now, when she saw the intelligence system in front of her, she even felt that she would soon be replaced by artificial intelligence. Thank you for the compliment, you are very beautiful too. When Cece heard Wu Jinyan say that she was very capable, she immediately started interacting with Wu Jinyan with great joy. It would have been fine if there was no interaction, but once there was interaction, everyone present was completely shocked by Cece. Boss, I can't wait to see the moment it goes on the market. Wu Jinyan was very excited. This would subvert the existence of all the current smart technologies in the world. Their manhwa group was about to create a new height for mankind in the field of smart technology. And she believes that in the next 20 years, no intelligent technology will surpass their intelligent optical computer system. If there is, it must be the advanced intelligent technology developed by the scientific research team behind his boss. Boss, can we install this smart app on our phones in advance? Wan Chao and Zhang Fong were also deeply shocked and couldn't help but ask about it. Of course, no problem. Su Rue was in a good mood and agreed directly. Moreover, he also thought of another way to test this intelligent optical computer system. Cece, help me send Wu Jinyan an application installation package for a smart app like yours. Yes, Master. As soon as Cece finished speaking, Wu Jinyan's phone vibrated. She quickly picked up her phone and took a look. Sure enough, Cece had sent her an application installation package via WeChat. Isn't this too outrageous? Not only Wu Jinyan, but even Wan Chao and Zhang Fong, 2 senior programmers, were completely impressed. Chapter 32 Enhanced Cancer Combination Drug Formula. What is artificial intelligence? This is real artificial intelligence. Compared with this, the artificial intelligence on the market can only be described as weak. Wu Jinyan installed the application app as soon as she received the application installation package. She was really impatient to see her smart virtual butler. As soon as the app is opened, a 3D light projection is projected in front of everyone. Similar to Su Rue's demon Cece, but Wu Jinyan's intelligent virtual character is an elf. Hello, Master. I am your exclusive smart butler. You can call me Alice. Wan Chao and Zhang Fong also installed this intelligent optical computer system as they wished. Of course, their intelligent virtual butlers look different from Su Rue and Wu Jinyan. It can be said that everyone's smart virtual butler is different. But in terms of functionality, it is naturally equally powerful. I'm sorry to bother you two today, Jinyan. Give each of them a bonus of 100,000 yuan, and send someone to send them back. Su Rue was in a very good mood after experiencing the intelligent optical computer system, and she immediately gave Wan Chao and the other two a bonus of 100,000 yuan each. In addition, our intelligent technology company has just been established, and you are also considered professional talents. How about this? You will be transferred to Longhua Intelligent Technology Company to work first. Su Rue looked at Wan Chao and Zhang Fong and said, this is currently a beta version. Before our company launches it, I hope it can only be circulated in a small circle. In addition, small servers will definitely not be enough. Before this intelligent optical computer system is launched, the server problem must be solved. When building this intelligent optical computer system, we did rent a small server, which could only serve a few hundred or 1,000 people at most. With the potential of this intelligent optical computer system, once it is launched on the market, it will have tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions of users. Without a super large server, it will definitely not be enough. Wan Xiao and Zhang Fang were also very excited and stood up straight immediately. "Thank you, Chairman." Actually, the two of them didn't actually do anything. At most, they just built the framework of the application. As for the core source code of the application, it was still provided by Su Rue. In fact, Su Rue also studied programming, but he was a poor student. The key point was that building this kind of application framework was not something that a freshly graduated college student could easily accomplish. Wan Xiao and Zhang Fang are both quite capable, but they are a little old. But this is not a big problem. Su Rue has never been stingy with her employees. Wu Jinyan immediately sent someone to drive them home, and Wan Xiao and the others also received the money transfer from Wu Jinyan. The chairman is so generous. Is that a joke? Anyway, we have to work harder next time. Of course, the chairman is so good to us, we must not let him down. After Wan Xiao and his friend returned home, they also talked to each other on the phone for a few more words. As for Wu Jinyan, she became even busier because she established a new Longhua intelligent technology company. When she returned to the villa in the evening, Su Rue was still awake and called her to the study room. Jinyan, they gave me an enhanced cancer combination drug formula this afternoon. Give the formula to Dr. Qin Dongkai and ask him to do a control trial to see how effective it is. Hearing Su Rue say this, Wu Jinyan was shocked but not as shocked as before. After all, in her opinion, the mysterious research team behind Su Rue was absolutely a supernatural existence, and it was normal for them to come up with anything. After all, in her opinion, the level of advancement of the intelligent optical computer system is definitely at least 30 years ahead of current technology. It wouldn't be surprising if such a powerful and mysterious research team really developed an enhanced cancer combination drug formula. After all, drugs are not like diet soda, and they do need to undergo multiple rounds of testing before they can be put on the market. Even though this enhanced cancer drug combination was a reward from the system, Su Rue had unlimited trust in the system, but after all, it was a matter of human life, so it had to be taken seriously. Wu Jinyan did not delay. After getting the formula of the enhanced cancer combination drug from Su Rue, she contacted Dr. Qin Dongkai immediately. When she learned that he was currently at the Experimental Research Institute of Shanghai University, Wu Jinyan immediately went to find him with the formula. After all, this thing is a core secret, so it naturally cannot be transmitted over the internet casually. Moreover, Su Rue gave her a handwritten recipe, so naturally she took this aspect into consideration. After all, Longhua Pharmaceutical Group had just been established, and the building site for the Experimental Research Institute had just been determined. As for whether it could be completed and put into use, it would take at least more than a year. Since coming to Shanghai, Dr. Qin Dongkai has found his old classmate, who is now the Dean of the School of Materials Science and Engineering at Shanghai University. We are currently cooperating with Shanghai University, first using its Experimental Research Institute and conducting experiments with their graduate students. Of course, Wu Jinyan also mentioned the cooperation with Shanghai University to Su Rue. Su Rue naturally had no objection. After all, he himself was a graduate of Shanghai University, so there would be no problem in cooperating with his alma mater. Moreover, with a wave of his hand, he directly asked Wu Jinyan to approve 100 million yuan of research funds for Qin Dongkai and his experimental team. Qin Dong had only been in the Magic City for a few days, and he hadn't even met Su Rue yet, but he was indeed very grateful to Su Rue. After all, he still remembers clearly what kind of life he lived before joining Longhua Pharmaceutical Group. Why did he sell cancer drug combination privately? It was because he was short of money and couldn't continue experimental research. If he had money at the time, he would certainly not have rashly sold the drugs when cancer combination drugs were not yet mature. As for now, he can be considered to be in high spirits. Su Rue still thought highly of him. Not only did she arrange a house and a car for him, she even allocated 100 million yuan in research funds directly to his research team. Moreover, Wu Jinyan also told him that he didn't need to worry about the money. If the research project did not have enough funds, the boss would naturally invest additional funds. Without financial worries, Dr. Qin Dongkai is now full of energy. These days, he has plunged into the Experimental Research Institute of Shanghai University, working day and night with a group of young people. Chapter 33, 1 million bottles of slim coke produced every day. Dr. Qin Dongkai was doing experiments with his graduate students when he received Wu Jinyan's call. When he learned that Wu Jinyan had something important to discuss with him, he quickly gave instructions on the work at hand. He didn't think it was a big deal when he was working on his own before, but now that he has a big sponsor, he understands how good it is to have support from a sponsor. He now has both the people and the money. As long as he needs something, he just needs to report to the group company. Although he had never met the big boss behind Wu Jinyan, he was really grateful to Su Rue. After all, if it weren't for Su Rue's support, he would probably still be worried about not having enough money to do experiments. Wu Jinyan did not waste any time, and she naturally could not let anyone else take over such an important formula. After contacting Dr. Qin Dongkai, she rushed to Magic City University as soon as possible. Dr. Qin, although doing experiments is important, you still have to pay attention to your health. Wu Jinyan hadn't seen Dr. Qin Dongkai for a few days. When she saw him now, she found that he had become thinner and had a lot more white hair on his temples than he had 2 days ago. But she had to admit that his mental state was much better than before. The group company has invested so much money in this project of mine, I dare not neglect it. Dr. Qin Dongkai smiled and said, I wonder if Butler Wu came to visit you late at night because of something important? Wu Jinyan nodded and took out a file bag directly from her briefcase. Dr. Qin, this is the formula for an enhanced cancer combination drug, which was recently developed by the research team behind our boss. What the boss meant is that we should conduct a drug trial first to see the effect. Wu Jinyan didn't say much nonsense and went straight to the point. However, when Qin Dongkai heard what Wu Jinyan said, he frowned and immediately took the file bag from Wu Jinyan's hand. Looking at the enhanced cancer drug combination formula in his hand, Qin Dongkai frowned and relaxed for 2 or 3 minutes. Genius. This is definitely a recipe that only a genius could come up with. After all, he is an expert in this field. He had some doubts at first, but when he saw the formula of the enhanced cancer combination drug, he knew how valuable this formula was. Butler Wu, I have a request. Can I meet the research team behind the boss? Qin Dongkai's hands holding the formula began to tremble uncontrollably. He had just calculated the feasibility of this enhanced cancer drug combination in his mind. It must be said that this formula was definitely something that only a genius could have thought of. Sorry, I can't. Wu Jinyan didn't even say that this kind of thing required the boss's approval. She directly rejected Qin Dongkai's unreasonable request. You know, even she has never seen the mysterious and powerful research team behind Su Rue. Dr. Qin, I'll give you the formula. I have other things to do, so I won't disturb you from doing the experiment. As Su Rue's personal housekeeper and the current actual helmsman of Longhua Group, it is natural for Wu Jinyan to be busy with work. After watching Wu Jinyan leave in the car, Qin Dongkai immediately devoted his attention to the development and experimental work of the enhanced version of the cancer combination drug. Conquering cancer is his biggest wish at present. On the one hand, it is to repay the Longhua Group for its kindness. On the other hand, he also hopes that the majority of cancer patients in the country can use this special cancer medicine as soon as possible and get rid of the torture of cancer to the greatest extent. Of course, Wu Jinyan also repeatedly emphasized the importance of this formula, which must not be leaked out. Qin Dongkai also understood this point, and immediately stated that no one except himself would ever see the complete recipe. It was already late at night when Wu Jinyan returned to the villa from Shanghai University. After learning that Su Rue had gone to bed and rested, she immediately went to work on other tasks. Although she now has a strong secretarial team to help her handle various tasks, there are still many tasks that require her to review, sign and stamp before they are completed. Although the work is tiring, it has to be said that Wu Jinyan's work ability has made a qualitative leap in these days. From being overwhelmed at the beginning to being able to handle various projects in an orderly manner now, she has indeed invested a lot of time and energy. Although Wu Jinyan was also tired, when she thought about her previous life, she might have lost hope of living if Su Rue hadn't saved her. So when she agreed to be Su Rue's personal housekeeper, she decided to work hard and not let Su Rue down. Su Rue went to bed early last night and woke up early the next day. After waking up, Su Rue just touched his mobile phone and directly called his virtual butler. Cici, what time is it now? Master, it is now 7 hours 32 minutes and 25 seconds in the morning. Cici wishes you a happy day. Su Rue put on her clothes and said directly to Cici, send a message to the chef and ask them to prepare breakfast. Yes, master. After all, it is an intelligent technology that can change people's daily lives. Last night, all the servants in the villa, including chefs, drivers and bodyguards, installed this intelligent optical computer app. It has to be said that with the help of this intelligent optical computer system, Wu Jinyan is able to manage all the employees in the villa with ease. Su Rui came out of the bedroom after washing up, and the chef had already prepared today's breakfast. After breakfast, Su Rui sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and sipped tea very comfortably. Wu Jinyan was also sitting on the other side reporting to Su Rui about her work yesterday. "Boss, this is the data of the Diet Cola trial users, please take a look." Wu Jinyan handed the tablet to Su Rui, and Su Rui took it and casually looked through the data. Not bad, the effect is obvious. Although the trial data has only been uploaded for 2 days, the feedback received is quite explosive. Most people lost 2 to 3 kilograms after drinking Slim Cola for 2 days. Some people even lost 5 kilograms in 2 days. Well, word of mouth on the internet is also fermenting, and the response is very good. Wu Jinyan also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, when Slim Cola first started marketing a few days ago, there was a lot of criticism on the internet. How is the output at the factory? We are currently operating in 3 shifts around the clock, and our daily output can reach 1 million bottles. The output is still small. Producing 1 million bottles a day may sound like a lot, but you have to know that there are at least 300 million potential consumers in China alone. Moreover, in the early stages of weight loss, in order to achieve the best results, you should drink at least 3 bottles a day. To be honest, the daily output of 1 million bottles is not enough to supply the consumption in Shanghai. Chapter 34, One day's profit easily exceeded 10 billion. Boss, the previous production line's daily output was only this much. When Wu Jinyan heard Su Rui say that the production volume was still small, she quickly explained, "But I have already sent people to other first-tier cities to investigate, and we will try to invest in 1 or 2 more 10 million level production lines before the end of the year." Well, there's no rush. Su Rui nodded. It's just right to do some hunger marketing in the early stage. Our products are effective, so the reputation will naturally not be bad. Wu Jinyan did not comment, but naturally agreed with Su Rui's statement. By the way, boss, according to your request, the legal department has already drafted a subscription contract. Here, please take a look. If there are no problems, I will contact Wang Song and others to sign the subscription contract now. No need, as long as you have read it and it is okay. Su Rui still trusted Wu Jinyan very much. She looked at her, waved her hand and said with a smile, "Jinyan, you don't need to report to me one by one about some unimportant matters in the future." Needless to say, Wu Jinyan's work attitude was excellent, but she had one bad point, which was that she would report every detail of the previous day's work to Su Rui. At the beginning, it was nothing, after all, it was only about Longhua Pharmaceutical Group and Ruiming Live Media Company. However, as Su Rui signed in and received more and more rewards, and the assets and company projects under his control became more and more extensive, if he really had to report everything to him, it would probably not be enough for the whole morning. Su Rui is doing these projects to kill time, but she shouldn't spend most of her time on work, right? Hearing Su Rui say this, Wu Jinyan also nodded and said, "Okay, boss, I understand." In fact, Wu Jinyan had omitted many unimportant little things. For example, Wu Jinyan omitted the issue of renting the Guanshan Hanlin School District building and did not report it. It seems that from now on, we don't have to report any expenditures below 100 million yuan to the boss. Wu Jinyan muttered to herself and immediately made adjustments to her future work content. By the way, isn't it almost the end of the year? Even though our group company has just been established, we cannot lose even a penny of the benefits that our employees deserve. Su Rui also started out as an ordinary person, so she naturally understands how difficult it is for ordinary people. When it comes to being considerate of her subordinates, Su Rui is never ambiguous. Yes, I have asked the group's financial department to compile the report. Everyone's salary will definitely be paid before the end of the year. Wu Jinyan nodded and said, "But boss, since they have not been working for long and there is less than a month left until the end of the year, will they still receive the year-end bonus this year?" When Su Rui heard Wu Jinyan's question, she thought for a moment and said, "Let's send it out. The economy has been bad in the past 2 years, and it's not easy for everyone. Now that the year is over, we have to let everyone have a happy new year. Well, let's do this." Before the new year, our group company will also organize an annual meeting to make it lively and prosperous, which can also be regarded as a good start for the next year. Hearing Su Rui say this, Wu Jinyan, as Su Rui's personal housekeeper, was actually very moved. After all, in today's society, there are really not many good bosses like Su Rui who can consider their employees. "Okay, I'll arrange it." Wu Jinyan agreed immediately. After all, she agreed with Su Rui's idea of seeking benefits for ordinary employees. Su Rui didn't care. There were billions of dollars in the account, and he thought there was no problem in taking out some of the money to improve the salaries of his employees. After instructing Wu Jinyan on the follow-up work content, Wu Jinyan immediately went to arrange the next work. Su Rui sat on the sofa, drinking tea and watching TikTok videos as usual. When people are busy, they want to take a break and have a rest. But if I really have some free time, I will feel that life is a bit boring. Su Rui is in this state now, but compared to ordinary people, he is the type of person who does whatever he wants and doesn't do whatever he doesn't want. Ordinary people are also busy with their lives. Not to mention mortgage and car loans, many people may not even have enough food to eat if they don't work. People often say that 99% of a person's troubles are related to having no money. Su Rui is not short of money, so the worries that ordinary people have are not worries at all for Su Rui. Wu Jinyan helped Su Rui to establish Longhua Group from the very beginning. As Su Rui has been undertaking more and more projects these days, the strength of Longhua Group has also grown. Longhua Group is the headquarters, and its branches include Longhua Pharmaceutical Company, Ruemon Live Media Company, Xiangshu Cola Company, Longhua Intermediary Company and the newly established Longhua Intelligent Technology Company. Although the group company was established less than half a month ago, because the welfare benefits of Longhua Group far exceed those of similar companies, even in a short period of time, the number of employees in the entire group company has exceeded 2,000. Moreover, in order to cope with the subsequent rapid expansion, Wu Jinyan is now also reserving talents. For example, we will recruit 2 or 3 more employees for each position to prepare for future needs. However, because Longhua Group was established too recently, all of the group's projects have not yet achieved profitability, including the hugely potential Slim Cola Company. Moreover, since the initial investment is too huge, it is estimated that the earliest time to achieve profitability will be after the new year. At the beginning, Wu Jinyan was still a little worried. After all, tens of billions of dollars had been invested, and it would naturally be difficult to recover the costs later. Even if the boss is rich and willing to pay out money, but such a large amount of money is not a small sum after all. Whose money can come from the water? Even if Su Rui didn't feel sorry for her, as Su Rui's personal housekeeper, she would feel sorry for her. But after witnessing the miraculous effects of Slim Cola and the black technology of the intelligent optical computer system, Wu Jinyan found that her vision was indeed small compared to that of her boss. It looks like a very arrogant and unreasonable expansion, but in fact, this may be a big plan set by the boss. Even in the weight loss market, the number of domestic consumers starts at least 300 million. The price of a bottle of Slimming Coke is 20 yuan, and 3 bottles a day is 60 yuan. Even if there are only 100 million people consuming it, at least 300 million bottles of Slim Coke will be consumed every day. 300 million bottles, that would be a turnover of 6 billion. The cost of a bottle of Slimming Cola is only 0.5 yuan at most, or even less than. It can be said that, minus costs, logistics, and marketing, the net profit of 300 million bottles of Slim Coke is at least 5 billion. Even after deducting taxes, the net profit on the last day would be at least 3 billion. This is only calculated based on 100 million consumers. In fact, when the word of mouth about Slim Cola spreads, the number of consumers will definitely be more than 100 million. And this is just the domestic market. What about expanding to the international market? The profit of one day can easily exceed 10 billion, right? Chapter 35, The Cunning Rich Second Generation. Moreover, apart from Slim Cola, the intelligent optical computer system is also a leading existence in the entire field of intelligent technology. There is also an enhanced combination of cancer drugs. If the trial results are good, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to make a profit? As for Ruemon Live Media Company, to be honest, even in Wu Jinyan's opinion, this is a company that was set up purely as a hobby by the boss. Moreover, Su Rui also mentioned to her that this live broadcast media company was opened entirely for his sister, and it didn't matter whether it made a profit or not. However, live streaming is a hot topic, and as long as the content is not too bad, you will basically not lose money. If more operating funds can be invested on this basis, it will be very easy for live broadcast media companies to make profits. So even though Su Rui invested a lot of money in various projects in the early stages, and did it in a hurry, the fact is that every company under the Longhua Group now has its own profit point. As expected of the boss, this vision is not something that ordinary people can have. Wu Jinyan couldn't help but mutter in her heart. At the same time, in the boys' dormitory building of a third-rate university in Shanghai. Holy crap! I'm shocked. I lost another 2 pounds. Gao Wei stood on the scale and looked at his weight of 203 pounds. Not only did he not show any worried expression, but he was quite excited. 2 days ago, before he tried Slim Cola, his weight was 210 pounds. In just 2 days, he has lost a full 7 kilograms. The effect can be said to be extremely explosive in the entire weight loss industry. Fuck, this Coke is really awesome. Second brother, you have really found a treasure by taking advantage of this opportunity. I'm sorry, I was ignorant. It turns out that drinking Coke can really help you lose weight. To be honest, with this effect, is 20 yuan a bottle expensive? Although I only lost 7 pounds, the effect is obvious. Wow, I think I will succeed in losing weight this time. It's so difficult. Yao Wei was so excited that he almost cried. He was the type of person who was prone to gaining weight. He had tried to lose weight countless times since he was a child, but every time he tried, he ended in failure. In his words, someone like him who gains weight even by drinking cold water will probably never be able to lose weight in his lifetime. But this time, he really saw hope. No, there are only 45 bottles in the trial pack, which is only enough for 15 days. Yao Wei has begun to worry about whether he will rebound if he does not have Slim Cola to drink. Brother, why are you worried about this? Didn't they say that there will be no rebound and no side effects? Besides, you still have a lot. At your rate of weight loss, after drinking the rest of the Coke, you can probably lose at least another 20 pounds. The company that invented this diet cola is really awesome. With such effects, they must be making a lot of money. Wang Song was also very happy. He had been drinking Shangshou Coke these past 2 days, almost like drinking water. The effect was naturally obvious. He lost a full 5 kilograms in 2 days. Wow, this effect is amazing. As soon as Wang Song got up, the first thing he did was to open a bottle of Slim Cola and drink half of it in one breath. Then when he stood on the scale and saw that he had lost another 2 kilograms overnight, he was quite excited. Fortunately, I didn't reject Su Rui at that time. 1 billion in exchange for 5% of the shares, Brother Su was obviously giving away money. Wang Song murmured to himself, and suddenly remembered that he had not signed the subscription contract with Su Rui, and he felt a little flustered. No, I have to transfer the money first before I can feel at ease. Wang Song was also afraid that Su Rui would go back on her word. Although he knew that Su Rui was definitely not the kind of person who would go back on her word, he was still a little worried before signing the subscription contract. What if Su Rui didn't want to play with them? That would be a real loss. But after all, that was 1 billion yuan. Although he was considered one of the top second-generation rich people in the country and certainly had no shortage of money to spend on a daily basis, he really did not have 1 billion yuan in cash deposits. Not to mention that he doesn't have it, even asking his father to come up with 1 billion in cash at once would be a bit difficult. Ever since seeing the amazing effects of Slim Cola, Wang Song knew that the 1 billion could not be paid by Yida Group. After all, this is real high-quality assets. If you can own shares in it individually, it would definitely be the best. Dad, let me tell you something. I need 1 billion to buy 5% of a company's shares. At this time, Wang Song had no choice but to call his father for money. On the phone, he briefly recounted his recent acquaintance with Su Rui, and then talked about the 1 billion subscription for 5% of the shares of Shashou Cola Company. At first, Wang Song's father was also confused. When he heard that 1 billion yuan was used to subscribe for only 5% of the shares, he directly scolded his son for being a prodigal son. Dad, I know you are angry, but please don't be angry. Just listen to me first. Wang Song didn't care at all that his father called him a spendthrift. He even said confidently, Dad, I tried the diet cola for 2 days and it worked amazingly well. In 2 days, I lost a full 5 kilograms. During this period, I didn't diet at all, and of course I didn't exercise. After Wang Song finished speaking, his father fell silent. Dad, are you listening? How about you say something? Wang Song was a little anxious. How could he let the duck that was right in front of him fly away? Ask your friend if he's still short of money. We can ask for more shares. 10 billion for 50% of the shares? Wang Song's father is also a ruthless man. He immediately saw that this diet cola has unlimited potential. Dad, let me be honest with you. They don't need money at all. After all, these 5% of shares are just given to us for free. Can't you see their purpose? It's obvious that they want to tie us together. Wang Song understood such a simple truth, so how could his father not understand it? What a shame. I was just asking casually. Wang Song's father also sighed and expressed some regret. The subscription contract must be signed as soon as possible. As for the money, I will transfer it to you in a while. Transfer the money to them directly after you receive it. Although they are not short of money, we must show our sincerity when we should show our goodwill. Hearing his father say this, Wang Song finally felt relieved. At the same time, Qin Wan and Fong Yu had already transferred 1 billion yuan to Su Rui's account as soon as possible. As for Qin Wan, he himself has 1 billion in cash deposits. As for Fong Yu, he told his family about it as soon as he confirmed the effect of Slim Cola, and unsurprisingly, he took out 1 billion in cash deposits from his family as support. To be honest, don't think that the second generation of rich people are all good for nothings. In fact, their vision and knowledge are much broader than ordinary people. TSK, another 3 billion in deposits. Just after Wang Song transferred 1 billion to Su Rui's account, Su Rui couldn't help but murmur. Chapter 36, an exclusive gift for the boss at the maximum level. Brother Song, I have already drafted the subscription contract. Jin Yen will bring someone to you to sign the contract later. The 1 billion yuan was transferred over before the contract was even signed. Su Rui also mentioned the signing of the subscription contract to Wang Song and others. Okay, no problem, I have nothing to do today, I'm at home. When Wang Song heard Su Rui mention the subscription contract, he grinned and agreed. Wang Song had met Wu Jinyan before, and knew that Wu Jinyan was Su Rui's personal housekeeper and the CEO of Longhua Group. Okay, Brother Song, if there are any problems with the contract, just tell me. Jin Yen can fully represent my opinion. Su Rui said this to support Wu Jinyan. After all, she will represent Longhua Group in the future and is his, Su Rui's, face. Hearing Su Rui say this, how could Wang Song not understand what Su Rui meant? Okay, then I'll contact Mr. Wu first. Su Rui had just hung up the call with Wang Song when Momo, the exclusive customer service representative of Douyin Live, sent her a WeChat message. Mr. Su, I hope I did not disturb you. Your exclusive gift, one pillar supporting the sky, has been opened for you. This is the special effects screen recording when giving the reward. Please take a look. Is there anything that needs to be improved? After reading the message sent by Momo, Su Rui directly clicked on the screen recording of the reward special effects. The opening scene is the Monkey King Sun Wukong doing a somersault and soaring into the sky. Then, standing at the south gate of heaven, the Monkey King takes out his golden cudgel, points at it and shouts big, big. Then, you see the golden cudgel in Sun Wukong's hand getting bigger and bigger. The entire special effect lasts nearly 30 seconds, and the production can be said to be quite gorgeous. Not bad, your programmers really put a lot of effort into it. Su Rui replied, and Momo quickly replied, Mr. Su, as long as you are satisfied, I won't bother you anymore. If you need anything, just tell me. After all, he is the super rich person of the platform, so the treatment must be different. As long as Su Rui's request is not too excessive, the platform will definitely find ways to meet Su Rui's requirements. Su Rui didn't say much and directly opened her Douyin. As soon as I opened Douyin, I saw Su Nua's live broadcast room. Su Nua's popularity is now much higher than before, with more than 10,000 people watching online and a lot of comments. Su Nua also cherishes his current success very much. He works very hard on live streaming, with an average live streaming time of more than 10 hours a day. As soon as Su Rui entered the live broadcast room, Su Nua saw it. After all, there will be special prompts when the max-level bosses enter the live broadcast room. No, your PK is saved, Master Rui is here. Mr. Rui arrived just in time. If he had come 2 minutes later, we would have lost this PK. The girl on the other side is also a top anchor on the platform, and her big brother is here. I thought we were going to lose this game. But when Master Rui showed up, I stopped panicking instantly. As long as Master Rui is here, our Nuonuo has never lost. Su Nua was singing, and when she found Su Rui entering the live broadcast room, she immediately stood up from her chair and bowed respectfully towards the camera. Welcome Master Rui to the live broadcast room. After all, Su Rui is her big money sponsor and also her boss, so she still has to show basic respect. Other anchors may flatter Su Rui more, but Su Nua really respects Su Rui from the bottom of his heart. After all, without Su Rui's support, she wouldn't have become famous so quickly. From a small anchor who was ignored by everyone to a top anchor who often topped the top 100 list in the past week, Su Reich at least gave her gifts worth more than 10 million. Your firepower is not good enough. Su Rui took a look at the PK points value. Su Nuo only had more than 30,000 PK points, while Xiao Jiner on the opposite side had already exceeded 100,000 PK points. Master Rui, there are several big brothers on the opposite side. Although we have a lot of people, there are not many big brothers who can kill us. Now that Master Rui is here, we don't need to panic. No matter how many big brothers they have, they are no match for our Master Rui. Master Rui, forget about the formalities and go straight to Huazi. The big brother on the other side is a bit arrogant. It's time to suppress their arrogance. Just now when Su Rui was not in the live broadcast room, the big brother on the opposite side ran over to taunt Su Nuo, saying that she had no big brother to support her. Although many fans in the live broadcast room were angry, they were unable to refute. After all, Rui was not there, and they felt a little lacking in confidence. But now it is not necessarily the case. As soon as Su Rui came over, the fans in the live broadcast room gained confidence and they all cheered. They all witnessed Su Rui starting from a level 1 rookie account and reaching the maximum level within 3 days. In their opinion, among all the rich people in Douyin, no one can be a rival to Su Rui. Su Rui did not disappoint her many fans. It just so happened that she also wanted to try out her own exclusive gift, so she didn't say anything and directly sent out an exclusive gift. All of a sudden, a special effect appeared on everyone's phone screen that they had never seen before. The Monkey King Sun Wukong soared into the sky with a somersault cloud and stood in front of the South Heaven Gate to enlarge his Rui Jingu Bang. Holy crap! Is this Mr. Rui's exclusive gift special effect? So cool! It's really cool! The special effects are amazing. The PK points directly crushed the opponent. Of course not. Don't you see who made the move? How much is this exclusive gift? It directly adds 150,000 PK points? This is an exclusive gift for a level 60 boss, worth 15,000 yuan in cash. Wow, this is 2 months' salary for me. All the fans of Su Nuo's live broadcast were excited, and with the arrival of Su Rui, the number of fans in the live broadcast room also increased rapidly. When Su Rui came in just now, there were only more than 10,000 people, and now it has exceeded 20,000. Thank you Mr. Rui for the reward. Mr. Rui, you are my god. Su Nuo also quickly expressed her gratitude to Su Rui. This was the first exclusive gift she received from a max-level boss. How could she not be excited? Su Nuo was very excited, but Xiao Jiner opposite him seemed a little unhappy. However, she is a relatively Buddhist anchor and doesn't really care about winning or losing in PK. Oh no! Master Rui is online. There's no chance of PK in this game. Xiao Jiner is also very self-aware. After learning that Su Nuo's elder brother Rui Yi is online, she has already given up this PK game. Especially when she saw Su Rui got an exclusive gift, she was so envious that her saliva was about to flow out. As for the big brothers in Xiao Jiner's live broadcast room, they couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Anyone who has been doing live streaming on TikTok knows Rui Yi recently. In 3 days, he was promoted to a top-level boss, and the carnival started with giving gifts. Just with these 2 points, Rui Yi's name has spread throughout the Douyin live broadcast industry. Su Rui was not satisfied after giving out 1 exclusive gift, and then gave out 3 exclusive gifts in a row. 1 exclusive gift is worth 15,000 yuan, and together with the one given out before, there are 4 exclusive gifts with a total value of 60,000 yuan. The PK points increased by 600,000 points in less than 30 seconds. Not surprisingly, with Su Rui there, Su Nuo won the PK round easily. Next, the host of the losing PK team will play a penalty game. Xiao Jiner's attitude was still quite good. If she lost, and she was willing to complete the punishment. However, just when she was about to complete the punishment, a special effect of a pillar supporting the sky appeared in her live broadcast room. Wow! Thank you Master Rui for sending 1 pillar supporting the sky. Hehe, Master Rui, you came to my live broadcast room to send gifts. If Nuonuo knew about it, she wouldn't be angry, right? Oh, Master Rui, you're so scary. Unlike me, I will only call you Geijai. Xiao Jiner is also a master at making things happen. Su Rui didn't grasp the situation for a moment, and with a trembling hand, she sent out another exclusive gift worth 15,000 yuan in her live broadcast room. Chapter 37. Was this some kind of deal reached privately? I have to say that Douyin official put a lot of effort into making this exclusive gift. It is basically the same as Su Rui's request, and even added elements such as the somersault cloud and the havoc in heaven. But it is true that a casual tip would cost 15,000 yuan. Although it is nothing for Su Rui, for ordinary people, this exclusive gift is 2 months' salary for many people. Xiao Jiner is pretty good. Although she is a top anchor, she is not arrogant, and the content of her live broadcasts is also rather silly. Su Rui had just helped Su Nuo win the PK, and giving her 2 exclusive gifts was a way of comforting her. After all, he is the top anchor of Douyin live broadcast, so we should give him some face. However, after Su Rui casually gave Xiao Jiner 2 exclusive gifts, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room exploded. Rui is awesome. In the entire Douyin live broadcast, I only recognize Rui as the richest man. Oh my god. The special effects of this exclusive gift are really beautiful. 15,000 each, it must be pretty. Does Master Rui really not care about money? Damn, he just gave me half a year's salary as a reward. That's just the beginning. Master Rui reached level 60 in 3 days, breaking the record for the fastest leveling of a rich man on Douyin. In my opinion, it was because those gifts were not valuable before that Master Rui's spending was restricted. Otherwise, Master Rui would have been able to reach level 60 in 1 day. Mr. Rui is so generous. No need to say anything. Xiao Jiner, if you ask me, you should just follow Master Rui. Su Rui also sent a private message to Xiao Jiner. Have you signed a contract with another live broadcast company? Su Rui just felt that Xiao Jiner was attractive to her, and she was also one of the top anchors on TikTok. If she could sign her to her Rui Meng Live Broadcast Media Company, it would undoubtedly be a great boost to the company's development. Yes, I signed a contract with Luziwang Live Media Company. When Xiao Jiner saw Su Rui sending her a private message, she did not dare to neglect it and replied to Su Rui's message in seconds. That's a pity. Master Rui, my contract with Six Dogs Live Media will expire at the end of this year, and I haven't signed the follow-up contract yet. Xiao Jiner also got to know Su Rui privately. After all, the circle is so small. Su Rui has successively recruited and signed dozens of anchors during this period, and the treatment he gave made all the anchors jealous. Well, that's it. Then I won't beat around the bush. I have a live broadcast media company called Rui Meng Live Broadcast Media Company. If you are willing to come, I will give you the same treatment as promised. How about it? Su Rui sent a voice message directly, and Xiao Jiner did not hesitate and replied to Su Rui immediately. Well, then I will rely on you, Master Rui, from now on. Xiao Jiner knows how to curry favor with powerful people. Even though it's a bit realistic, there's nothing she can do about it since Su Rui gives her so much and treats her well. And even though she is now considered a top TikTok anchor, her ranking is actually only around the top 20. After a month of live streaming, the highest monthly reward income was only over 1 million. The key is that the platform takes half of the money, and there is also tax to be paid. After the fact, the live broadcast company will deduct a lot. What she really gets is only about 100,000. This is the case when her reward income exceeds 1 million. In fact, her average monthly reward income is only around 700,000 to 800,000 yuan, and the income she can actually receive is only 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. This is why when she learned about the welfare benefits of Rui's Live Broadcast Media Company, she was very envious of the anchors who joined Rui Meng's Live Broadcast Media Company. Take Su Nuo for example. Su Rui has given her gifts worth at least tens of millions in the past few days. According to the agreement between Su Rui and Su Nuo, he did not need to rebate the gifts he gave, and the anchor kept them all. Taking 10 million as an example, after deducting 20% tax and half of the platform's share, the income you get is as high as 4 million. The income of others in a few days is enough for her to work hard for several years. How can she not be envious? Okay. Su Rui sent an okay emoticon to Xiao Jiner, and immediately went back to her live broadcast room and gave her 10, one pillar supporting the sky, in a row. One exclusive gift is 15,000 yuan, and 10 of them are worth 150,000 yuan. To be honest, when Xiao Jiner saw that Su Rui gave her 10 exclusive gifts in a row, she was both touched and a little distressed. After all, she is still the anchor of Luziwang Live Media Company, and she can only get a few of the gifts given by Su Rui. Fortunately, she was still very excited when she thought that her contract with Luziwang Live Media Company was less than a month left. What the hell? What's going on? Why did Mr. Rui give the anchor 10 exclusive gifts at once? Is this some kind of PY deal reached behind the scenes? Looking at the smile on Xiao Jiner's face, Could it be that Master Rue wants to meet her in private? It's not impossible. Su Rue didn't say anything about this, mainly because Xiao Jiner was still the anchor of the Luziwang Live Media Company. He wouldn't blatantly say in the live broadcast room that he had poached Xiao Jiner to his live media company, right? But those who understand will understand. After all, no matter how rich you are, it is impossible to give a host a gift worth 150,000 yuan for no reason. Back to Su Nua's live broadcast room, Su Rue also played 7 or 8 PK games with Su Nua. There is no doubt that with Su Rue around, they basically crushed the opponent. Throw an exclusive gift directly at the beginning of the game. If the host on the opposite side does not resist, throw 2 more exclusive gifts while defending the tower. If the host on the other side dared to resist, Su Rue would simply throw an exclusive gift every 5 seconds, which would stun everyone in both live broadcast rooms. You know, that is an exclusive gift worth 15,000 yuan. A PK game lasts 5 minutes, or 300 seconds. If an exclusive gift is given out every 5 seconds, that means 60 exclusive gifts will be given out in one PK game. One exclusive gift is 150,000 points, 60 of them is 9 million points, worth 900,000. Now Su Nua is considered one of the top live streamers on Douyin. Basically, he PKs with top streamers on weekdays, and there are often max-level big brothers guarding him on the opposite side. However, when faced with someone like Su Rue who gave gifts unreasonably, the max-level boss on the opposite side was so scared that he didn't even dare to fart. After all, no matter how rich they are, they wouldn't dare to give gifts to the anchor like Su Rue did. After several PK matches, Su Nua directly topped the top 100 list again, and he was leading the second place by tens of millions of points. I'm tired. You guys play first. I'm going to rest. The number of people online in the live broadcast room has exceeded 200,000. Su Rue has been broadcasting live for several hours in a row. She just left after saying a few words in the live broadcast room. As soon as Su Rue left, the number of people online in the live broadcast room suddenly dropped to 20,000 to 30,000, and the number was still decreasing. Su Nua had also been live streaming for several hours. Seeing that Su Rue had left her live streaming room, she said to the fans in the room, "Today's live streaming ends here. The anchor is leaving now." After speaking, Su Nua ended the live broadcast at the speed of light, not regretting his high popularity at all. After all, as long as Su Rue is around, gaining popularity is no big deal. Chapter 38, Lottery, Obtain the Golden Eye Skill. In the afternoon, Su Rue was also the first to sign in and punch in successfully. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 10 consecutive days. The host will be rewarded with 100% of the shares of Lishui Bay Resort. Ding, it is detected that the host has signed in for 10 consecutive days, and the host is rewarded with a chance to draw a lottery. When Su Rue heard that there was another chance to draw a lottery, her eyes lit up instantly. Although Lishui Bay Resort Villa is also quite good, Su Rue obviously attaches more importance to the lottery opportunity to obtain skills. Lottery! Su Rue did not hesitate and chose to draw the lottery directly at the first opportunity. Ding, the lottery is in progress, please wait. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Golden Eyes skill in the lottery. Golden Eyes? The ability to see through things. Su Rue was also a senior novel lover, and was quite familiar with the most common golden eyes of the protagonists in urban novels. This is a great tool for showing off. After Su Rue checked Golden Eye's profile, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but slightly rise as she murmured softly. No limit on the number of uses, no impact on the host's functions, anytime, anywhere, use it whenever you want. This is much more perverted than the golden eyes of the protagonists in those novels. Su Rue was very excited and immediately learned the Golden Eyes skill. I feel like my eyes have become much brighter. Su Rue looked around the villa, and when his golden eyes opened, he was like a walking super X-ray machine, and nothing could be hidden from him. Black, pink, flesh-colored. In order to verify her golden eyes, Su Rue looked at the servant a few more times. The servants in uniform also noticed that Su Rue was staring at them, and for a moment they couldn't help but feel a little excited. Speaking of which, all the servants in the villa hope that they can win Su Rue's favor. After all, who among them doesn't want to be Cinderella and reverse their life? Although their current monthly salary is not low, they will definitely not let it go if they have the opportunity to become the hostess of the villa. Su Rue was not a lustful person. She coughed softly and quickly closed her golden eyes. This skill is a bit perverted. Su Rue smiled awkwardly, then lit a cigarette and took a long puff. After dinner, Wu Jinyan, who had been busy all day, returned to the villa. Master, this is the share subscription contract signed between Wang Song, Qin Wan, and Fang Yu. Please take a look. Su Rui took the contract but didn't read it carefully. She just flipped through it casually and threw it directly to Wu Jinyan. Okay, just keep the contract. Su Rui nodded, but didn't care at all. Good. Wu Jinyan also knew Su Rui's personality very well. After responding, she directly put away the 3 share subscription contracts. There was still a lot of time in the evening, and Su Rui was just about to drive out for a ride when Qin Wan called her directly. Brother Qin Wan, what's wrong? Brother Chu, Brother Song, and I are going to play cards at Yangfu Club tonight. How about it? Are you interested in coming over to play a few rounds? Okay, I'm just feeling bored. Su Rui had no interest in playing cards and gambling, but since she had just obtained the golden eyes, she had to try it out and practice. After hanging up the phone, Su Rui asked someone to drive him to the Yangfu Club. Qin Wan and Wang Song are both at Yangfu Club. Su Rui has been here twice and is familiar with the place. Moreover, since he spent 150 million to buy Mr. Chi's shrimp picture here last time, he is now a gold member. The waitress who led the way had a graceful figure, especially the tight cheongsam that highlighted her curvy figure. Su Rui followed behind her, muttering in her heart, "Good boy, interesting." Brother Song, Brother Qin Wan. Wang Song and Qin Wan were sitting at the card table. Both of them looked a little sad, obviously having lost a lot of money. This is really weird. I lost more than 5 million tonight. Qin Wan is even worse off. He has already lost more than 30 million. When Wang Song saw Su Rui coming over, he immediately stood up, stretched, and said, "Brother Chu, I'm going to the bathroom. Please help me play a few games first." Although the chips on Wang Song's table were not as many as those on Qin Wan's table, there were still several million chips. Baccarat? Although Su Rui had little experience in gambling, he had seen others play baccarat. Well, today is a bit weird. I win small and lose big. Damn, I'm a bit annoyed. Qin Wan frowned and said. Although private casinos are not allowed in the country, there are special cases. For example, the Yangfu Club, as a private club for the rich in Shanghai, never receives ordinary people. Those who can consume here have a net worth of at least hundreds of millions. For these wealthy people, even if they are not allowed to play in China, they will go to Macau or abroad to play. The government is also aware of the situation inside the Yangfu Club. As long as it is not spread out, it is basically in a state of tacit approval. Of course, not only the local wealthy people in Shanghai come here to play, but also the wealthy people from the surrounding areas will come here to play a few games when they have time. Even foreigners who come to Shanghai for business often come here to play. There are 8 seats at the card table, and they are all full. Except for Wang Song and Qin Wan, Su Rui didn't know the rest of them. Qin sang, "It looks like your luck tonight isn't very good." The bald man sitting opposite Qin Wan smiled obscenely. Hearing his poor Chinese, Su Rui glanced at him and said, "Little islander?" Well, the youngest son of the Yamaguchi Gumi leader, Asada Taro, this guy treated me and Brother Song as a beacon, and he won all of our money. Qin Wan gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "It would be fine if we lost to our own family, but damn, we lost everything to these birdmen." Although Qin Wan's voice was not loud, it was very clear, as if he was doing it on purpose so that Taro Mata could hear it. Qin sang, "Why are your chips getting smaller and smaller? Could it be that you are afraid of me?" Qin sang. Taro Asada is a bit arrogant. Afraid? There is no such word as fear in my Qin Wan's dictionary. As he spoke, Qin Wan picked up 1 million chips and was about to throw them out. Buy free time. Seeing that Qin Wan was about to buy the banker, Su Rui immediately reminded him, then grabbed the chips in front of her and threw them all on the banker. 4.5 million, all for free. The corners of Su Rui's mouth slightly raised, and then he looked at Mata Taro and said, "How is it, are you scared?" Although Matian Taro didn't know Su Rui, he laughed when he saw that Su Rui and Qin Wan were in the same group. "I won at least 40 million tonight. What do I have to be afraid of?" As he spoke, Taro Asada directly pushed 5 million chips onto the dealer. Qin Wan glanced at Su Rui, and without further ado, he threw the 2 million chips in his hand onto the player. "Brother Su, I just saw that the banker is the winner, but I'm unlucky tonight, so I'll trust you." Qin Wan looked at Su Rui and said with a smile. Although he just lost more than 30 million, to be honest, apart from being somewhat unwilling to let the Japanese win the money, there was no sign of any emotional change in him. Yes, more than 30 million may be a lot that ordinary people can earn in their lifetime, but for top second generation rich people like Chinwon, more than 30 million is not too much. The dealer dealt the cards to Taro Asada and Su Rue. Taro Asada took the cards and threw them confidently on the table. A 3, a 5, a direct 8. I thought I'd get rich tonight because I saw a bright light. Shin sang, it seems your friend's luck isn't very good either. When Taro Asada saw that the dealer had 8 points, he was immediately very excited and couldn't help but mock Chinwon again. When Chinwon saw the dealer's 8 o'clock, his heart sank. Brother Su, you see what I said was right. This is too weird. As soon as I placed a big bet, the opponent directly turned over a sky card, and I didn't even have a chance to draw a new card. Brother Chinwon, don't worry. He is 8 points, not 9 points. We still have hope. As the saying goes, 9 kills 8, it happens every day. Who knows, maybe we are the natural 9 points. Su Rue didn't even swipe the cards, but threw them directly in front of her table. Brother Su, please don't comfort me. My luck today is too bad. The probability of getting 9 points is almost 0. However, just after Chinwon finished speaking, he glanced at the 2 playing cards in front of Su Rue, and was stunned for a moment. Shit. It's really 9 o'clock. Chinwon smiled instantly. Although he only bet 2 million ships, when he saw Taro Asada lost 5 million in this round, he was so happy. Winning more than 40 million isn't a lot. If you lose 5 million in one round, I'm afraid you'll have to give back all the money you won in a few rounds. Chinwon's words were very clear. He said them just to ridicule Taro Asada. Chapter 39, What are you barking about here? Taro Asada, who lost 5 million in one game, was obviously a little upset when he heard Chinwon's sarcasm. What's more, he was really angry that his 8 points were killed by 9 points. Why are you showing off? It's just a win, Chin sang. Have you forgotten that you lost more than 30 million? Taro Asada said with a chuckle. Chinwon was so angry but couldn't refute. Although he won 2 million in this round, it was just a small amount compared to the money he lost. We should have done it bigger just now, just go all in. No hurry. Su Rue was extremely calm. When the dealer finished dealing the cards, he simply pushed the 10 million chips in front of him directly to the player again. Seeing Su Rue going all in again, Chinwon, who was thinking about going all in just now, was stunned. Brother Su, I was just saying it casually, why are you all in again? Being brave is more important than anything else. Su Rue raised the corner of her mouth, looked at Chinwon and said with a slight smile. Well. Chinwon hesitated for a moment, and simply pushed the 30 million chips in front of him directly to the player. I'll give you a chance to defeat me, but I'm afraid you won't be able to do it. Chinwon looked up at the hesitant Taro Asada and said something provocative. Taro Asada, who originally wanted to quit while he was ahead, was also provoked by Chinwon's words. Men are most afraid of being told that they are useless. Okay. If you want to give me money, I won't stop you. After saying that, Taro Asada directly pushed 40 million chips onto the dealer. Firstly, he is an expert at playing baccarat, and he is 80% confident that the banker will be the next winner. Secondly, Chinwon was unlucky tonight. He had played so many games before, but he had never won consecutively. Although the appearance of Su Rue is a variable, but if he can win all of Chinwon's chips in one go, he can still follow. After the bet was placed, the dealer dealt the cards to Taro Asada and Chinwon. Taro Asada didn't flip the cards directly like he did just now. After all, he had bet 40 million chips. When he squinted his cards, the excitement was at its maximum. But the next second, Taro Asada threw the cards in his hand hard on the table. Shin sang, I don't believe you can still be 9 o'clock. Taro Asada's cards are exactly the same as in the previous round, a 3 and a 5, adding up to an 8. If you can be 8, why can't we be 9? Su Rue chuckled, he had already seen the points clearly through his golden pupils. The enemy cards are exactly the same as the previous hand, a 2, a 7, and a natural 9. Chinwon saw that Taro Asada had 8 points again, and his hands were shaking as he squinted his cards, and he couldn't help feeling uneasy. You know, he bet 30 million this time. Brother Su, why don't you come and see it, you are lucky. Chinwon didn't dare to open his cards. Instead, he turned and looked at Su Rue and said, Brother Chinwon, what are you afraid of? If I were you, I wouldn't even squint at this moment. I would just turn it over. It won't change anything anyway. After hearing what Su Rue said, Chinwon suddenly became enlightened. He stopped squinting at the cards and just did as Su Rue said and threw the cards directly on the table. The player has 9 points, the banker has 8 points, the player wins. When the dealer saw the cards, he reported the result with an expressionless face. Fuck. This is exciting. Shinwon had originally made up his mind to die, but unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events. Ha, Mata-kun, who said I can't be 9? Shinwon made his money back instantly, and his mood immediately became extremely good. However, compared to Shinwon's good mood, Taro Asada felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten dogshit. He was defeated by 9 points twice in a row when his 8 points were equal, and even the points on the cards were exactly the same. How could he not collapse mentally? Oh, it's all back, and I even won a small profit of 1 million. Forget it, I won't play anymore. Shinwon was completely trying to provoke Taro Asada by saying this. As soon as he finished saying this, Taro Asada, who was sitting opposite him, could no longer sit still. Shin-sang, how about we do the big one? Taro Asada just lost all his profit of more than 40 million, and even lost more than 10 million. Who can bear this? When he heard Shinwon say he didn't want to play anymore, he became anxious. Here's the big one? How big? Shinwon asked with a chuckle. Here's a check for 1 billion. How about we make a bet? Taro Asada slammed the check in his hand on the table, and Shinwon was a little confused looking at the check. Are you so addicted? Playing such a big game? That's 10 billion. How can I afford so much money to accompany you? Shinwon was about to refuse the bet, but the next second, Su Rue agreed directly. Since Mata-kun wants to give us money, we have absolutely no reason to refuse. Su Rue chuckled and agreed directly. Taro Asada stood in front of the table and threw the 1 billion check directly on the player. I'll choose first in this round. I bet on the player to win. Su Rue frowned, and then said, I also want to choose the player, but since Ma Tianjun chose the player, then I will bet on the banker to win. After that, Su Rue also threw a chip directly on the dealer. I don't have a check now. If I lose this game, I will transfer the money to you immediately. Although Taro Asada didn't know Su Rue, in his opinion, since Su Rue was in the same group as Shinwon and Wang Song, he must be one of the top second-generation rich people in China. Although 10 billion is not a small amount, it is not something that he cannot afford. You place your bet and the next second the dealer starts dealing the cards. At this time, Wang Song, who had gone to the bathroom, also came back. Seeing that the chips on the table had become a thick pile, he couldn't help but smile. Brother Su, your luck is really good. Eh? What's going on in this game? Brother Su is a little too excited. This round is a bit big, with 1 billion at stake. Shinwon just advised Su Rue not to play so big, after all, that's 1 billion. If I really lose, it will be so painful. But Su Rue was like nothing happened. Brother Shinwon, this little devil is giving us money, how can we refuse it? Since Su Rue said so, Shinwon did not try to persuade her any further. When Wang Song heard Shinwon say that the bet was 1 billion, he was stunned for a moment. Fuck, Brother Su, why are you so excited about winning money? Brother Song, it's not a big problem, it's just a small amount of money, and we won't necessarily lose. As Su Rue spoke, she threw the cards directly onto the table. Shit. 9 points on the heavenly card. Shinwon and Wang Song stared at the cards on the table, and their hearts were instantly relieved. How to lose with a natural 9 points? If the opponent doesn't want to lose money, he can only get 9 points and not lose money if the game draws. Ha, Mata-kun, looking at your expression, let me guess, is it 8 o'clock again? Su Rue had already seen Taro Asada's cards through her golden eyes. It's true, these 3 rounds were really a match made in heaven. After 3 consecutive kills of 9 and 8, anyone would probably have a mental breakdown, right? You're cheating. Taro Asada threw the cards away and then reached out to take the check on the table. You want to shirk your debt? Why don't you look at where you are? Su Rue was quick-witted and quick-handed. She grabbed Taro Asada's wrist and pulled the 1 billion check out of his hand. Taro Asada was pinched by Su Rue's wrist and cried out in pain, "Let go, do you know who I am? If you mess with me, I..." Upon hearing this, Su Rue slapped Mata Taro twice and kicked him. Fuck you little devils. Why are you barking like a dog on the land of China? Chapter 40. If there is no other solution, just kill him. If it wasn't for the money, why would Su Rue play cards with the Japanese devils? Damn, this little devil has a problem with his character. Su Rue took the check worth 1 billion and flicked it lightly with her fingers. You are willing to accept the loss. Why can't you play anymore? Taro Asada was kicked to the ground by Su Rue, and he just stood there in a daze. From childhood to adulthood, no one has dared to treat him like this. Baga. Do you know who I am? Taro Asada is so arrogant on a daily basis that he still hasn't seen the situation clearly. Damn it! Su Rue had no intention of doing anything to Taro Asada, but his word baka immediately made Su Rue angry. Su Rue walked forward and untied the belt around her waist. Damn you little devils, why are you swearing so harshly? As Su Rue spoke, she wrapped the belt around her right hand twice and then hit Taro Mata directly on the body. Baka! Taro Asada cursed again subconsciously, and the result was another meal of fried pork with belt. Don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Otherwise, why do people say that these Japanese people are so cunning? Unless she beats them up severely, she won't know that she is wrong. Qin Wen and Wang Song were also dumbfounded. They had never expected that Su Rue, who was always gentle and polite, would have such a violent side. Taro Asada's body was covered in blood from the beating. Go away! Su Rue threw the bloody belt at Mata Taro and said with a cold snort. Taro Asada, who had already become numb, did not complain when he heard Su Rue tell him to get out, and he crawled away from here. In just 5 minutes, everyone at the scene was silent and dared not make a sound. It wasn't until Taro Asada got out that things started to get lively again. Brother Su, if you hit him, you might get into big trouble. Wang Song frowned. After all, Mata Taro is the young master of the Yamaguchi Gumi. Brother Su, you have to be careful recently. No problem. Su Rue was very calm. Although she was a little excited just now, it was still very satisfying to be able to beat up the Japanese devils from the Japanese country on the land of China. This is China after all. If the Yamaguchi Gumi wants to cause trouble here, they have to consider whether they are qualified enough. Su Rue said with a slight smile on her face. After all, his master-level Bajiquan skills were not practiced in vain, and he didn't mind beating up a few more Japanese devils. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for the worst. We are in the open, and the enemy is in the dark. Besides, the Japanese are always vicious and cruel, so we must be on guard. Qin Wen also said with some concern. Well, don't worry, I know what's going on. Su Rue didn't think so much about it just now, but since the fight had already happened, the grudge had been made and it was too late to regret it. Besides, what's there to regret after beating up the Japanese? If I really have to say what I regret, it's that I let him go too early. Now I still feel a little unsatisfied. After this happened, Su Rue no longer had the mood to continue playing. But what Qin Wen and the others said was true. He had beaten the prince of the Yamaguchi Gumi. Although he didn't care, he still had to be on guard. Jin Yen, the villa's security system needs to be upgraded. I just offended a Japanese from an island country, and they might retaliate against me in the near future. Su Rue chuckled and spoke calmly. Wu Jinyan was stunned when she heard Su Rue say this, but she responded the next second, okay, boss, I know what to do. Well, go get busy. Wu Jinyan left the study room, and couldn't help muttering in her heart, although the boss is very calm, the matter should be serious, otherwise the boss would not let me upgrade the security system. Wu Jinyan was still very concerned about this matter and immediately started to prepare. On the other hand, the group of the second generation of rich people in Shanghai was in an uproar. Fuck, this is a big news. Have you heard about what happened in Yangfu Club today? This is so fucking awesome. I've been fed up with that little devil, Asada Taro. Isn't Master Su too brave? Mr. Su? Su Rue? Did he beat up Taro Mata? I'm not sure, I just heard it from a friend. But if you're interested, you can ask Qin Wen and Wang Song, they were there at the time. I heard from my friend that Su Xiao kicked the Japanese soldier, and then Taro Asada cursed him, and Su Xiao cursed him back, and then took off his belt and gave the Japanese soldier a belt fried with shredded pork. What the hell? Is it so cool? What a pity that I didn't get to see such a wonderful scene in person. But although Asada Taro is hateful, he is the prince of the Yamaguchi Gumi after all. If young Master Su beats him, he will probably be retaliated against, right? How dare he? This is China. If those people really dare to come to China to cause trouble, I guarantee they will never come back. Don't underestimate young Master Su. You should know that young Master Su drives a Lamborghini Aventador. He has a very deep background. Su Rue had participated in one or two activities with Wang Song and others before. Although he was not particularly high profile, the fact that he drove a Lamborghini Veneno and spent 150 million to buy shrimp picture alone made his name known in the circle of rich second generations in Shanghai. As for the beating of Taro Asada just now, it directly pushed Su Rue to the forefront. Su Rue sat on a chair in the study and smoked a cigarette. To be honest, after calming down, Su Rue was a little worried about retaliation from the Japanese. I was a little impulsive, but facing the devils, my bloodline genes couldn't be suppressed. Su Rue smiled bitterly. If he was given more time and grew stronger, he would definitely not care about such trivial matters. But he is still in the development stage after all, and it is really difficult to solve this trouble. Ding, the host is detected to have beaten up the Japanese devils, and the host will be rewarded with 12 mechanical guards. Just when Su Rue was thinking about how to face the revenge of the Japanese devils in the future, the voice of the system suddenly rang in her mind. 12 mechanical guards? Su Rue's face instantly showed a hint of surprise. The system really understands me. After briefly reading the introduction of the mechanical guard, Su Rue stood up directly from her chair. Fuck! This mechanical guard is too awesome, right? Mechanical guard, a bionic robot made of special metal materials with incredible strength that can withstand an explosion equivalent to 1 million tons of TNT. With so many mechanical guards, what are we afraid of? Su Rue murmured, if it really doesn't work, why not send a few to the island country and wipe out the Yamaguchi Gumi? Chapter 41, 5 apartments in the Magic City. If you can't afford them all, you'll have to take them with you. Su Rue directly extracted the 12 mechanical guards rewarded by the system. In the study, Su Rue became calmer as she watched 2 rows of mechanical guards kneeling on the ground. Number 1 and Number 2, go to my hometown and protect my parents. Do not reveal your identity unless necessary. Number 2 and Number 3, go protect my sister. Numbers 4 to 6 are hidden around the villa. Number 7 and Number 8, the 2 of you protect Wu Jinyan. Number 9 and Number 10, you 2 are going to the island country now. As for Number 11 and Number 12, you 2 stay with me. After Su Rue finished speaking, she also shrunk these mechanical guards to a size of 1 nanometer. Not to mention the naked eye, even with a microscope they might not be able to be seen. This is the abnormality of mechanical guards. Although they do not have stealth skills, they can control their own size at will. The 1 nanometer sized mechanical guards are no different from invisible ones. As long as they don't show up, no one can find them. Su Rue wasn't so bloodthirsty as to want to kill an entire family at will, but as the saying goes, one must always be on guard against others, so facing the unscrupulous Japanese devils from the island country, Su Rue had made adequate preparations. Now I can rest assured. Luckily the system was generous and directly rewarded us with 12 such abnormal mechanical guards, otherwise there wouldn't be enough to go around. He himself is not afraid, but he is afraid that those people will secretly attack his family. If he regrets it then, it will be too late. If the Japanese dare to retaliate, we'll teach them a lesson. Su Rue breathed a sigh of relief, drank her tea, and felt a lot more relaxed. Before going to bed, Wang Song and Qin also called Su Rue specifically. Brother Su, I'm so sorry. If I knew this would happen, I would have asked you to come over tonight to join in the fun. Qin felt a little guilty. After all, if he had provoked those people from the Yamaguchi Gumi, he would definitely be in a lot of trouble. Brother Qin, look at what you said. I have to thank you. If you hadn't called me over, I wouldn't have earned 1 billion for nothing. Although the Japanese devils from the Japanese island country are hateful, the 1 billion cash check is real. Well, you better be careful recently. I have asked my friends in the island country to keep an eye on the Yamaguchi Gumi. If there is any movement, I will report to you immediately. Qin was also afraid that something might happen to Su Rue. After all, this incident was caused by him, and he always felt a little sorry for Su Rue. Brother Qin, don't worry. I have already made all the arrangements. Su Rue raised the corner of her mouth, laughed and said, if the Japanese devils from the island country really dare to come to China to cause trouble, we must make sure they never come back. Well, that's fine. As soon as Qin hung up the phone, Wang Song called. Wang Song's meaning was roughly the same as Qin's. In any case, he just emphasized that Su Rue should be careful recently and it would be best to strengthen security. In the Magic City, in a ward of a private hospital wholly owned by an island country, Taro Asada was howling with his teeth bared. Find out all his ancestors for me. Baka. I'm going to kill his entire family. Taro Asada's eyes were fierce, and he looked like a possessed man, going hysterical. As the successor of the Yamaguchi Gumi, he has been the only one who bullied others since he was a child. How could he be bullied by others? And he was beaten with a belt by a Chinese man in front of many people, leaving his skin and flesh exposed? Master, this is China after all, it's not easy for us to do things here. Taro Asada's servant knelt on the ground and said something tremblingly. Waste. You are all waste. I don't care what methods you use, within 3 days, I want to see Su Rue's entire family kneeling at my feet. Taro Asada had somewhat lost his mind. All he could think about was the scene of Su Rue kneeling in front of him and begging him to let her go. Yes, master. The servant kneeling on the ground was well aware of Taro Asada's vindictive character, so he immediately agreed reluctantly. Su Rue, who had arranged everything, didn't take Taro Asada seriously at all. After a sleepless night, Su Rue slept until 9 o'clock the next day. After breakfast, Su Rue sat on the sofa, smoking and drinking tea as usual. Just as she was about to watch some short videos on TikTok, Su Rue's phone rang. Brother Rue, I just had a small problem and didn't intend to trouble you. Zhou Yang is Su Rue's cousin. They had more contact when they were young, but they had less contact after growing up. Zhou Yang sighed and continued helplessly, then the woman yelled at me directly. She also said that her husband was an official in Shanghai and her family had 5 houses in Shanghai. If I couldn't afford it, I would have to pay for it. I didn't dare to fight back, so she hit my head with a chair on the side of the road. Alas, there is a cut on my head, and now I am in the First People's Hospital of Shanghai. I saved all my salary for my family. Emergency sutures cost more than 2,000 yuan. I didn't dare to tell my family for fear that they would worry. Brother Rue, can you lend me some money? I will pay you back when I get my salary at the end of the month. After listening to what her cousin Zhou Yang said, Su Rue couldn't help but frown. Okay, you are in the First People's Hospital now, right? Stay there and I'll be there soon. Su Rue hung up the phone and directly transferred 10,000 yuan to Zhou Yang via WeChat. A few seconds later, Zhou Yang also sent a voice message, Brother Rue, why did you transfer so much money to me? For sutures, more than 2,000 will be enough. It's okay. Use the money first and sew up the wound on your head. By the way, tell the doctor that you feel dizzy and want to vomit. Act like it. I'll be there soon. Su Rue knew that her cousin was an honest man and would not dare to fight back even if he was bullied. But it's better that he didn't fight back. If he really did fight back, it would be difficult to deal with. Jin Yen, notify the group's legal department and ask them to send 2 capable lawyers to the emergency department of the First People's Hospital. Let's go there now. Su Rue also gave an order to Wu Jinyan. Although Wu Jinyan didn't know what happened, since it was Su Rue's order, she just did it. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Wu Jinyan nodded in response. She's from Shanghai, her husband has a good background, and her family owns 5 apartments? TSK, isn't this definitely a noble person? Su Rue sneered, I want to see who will make whom suffer the consequences. Chapter 42 We don't accept private mediation, our goal is to let her in. Emergency Department of the First People's Hospital of Mo City. Zhou Yang couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the 10,000 yuan that Su Rue transferred to him. He still didn't know Su Rue's recent situation. The last time he contacted Su Rue was during the Chinese New Year last year. He only knew that Su Rue had just graduated this year and probably had just found a job. Alas, my cousin probably has a hard time too. Zhou Yang sighed, and immediately went to pay the fee for debridement and suture. As for the woman who beat him, although she also came to the hospital, she kept cursing at him along the way, calling him a country bumpkin all the time, and her attitude was very bad. If the police hadn't followed her, she would never have come to the hospital. What? You want me to pay for his medical expenses? Is a country bumpkin like him qualified to do that? In the emergency room hall, the well-dressed woman raised her voice and said, I beat him because he deserved it. He bumped into me and tried to blackmail me. Shouldn't I beat him? Let me tell you, young comrade, my husband is also a government official. We are family, and family members should help each other. Although the woman was rude and unreasonable, she did not dare to act rashly when the police were present. No matter what, beating someone is definitely wrong. Our colleagues have already retrieved the surveillance video for the specific situation. It's not easy for him to deliver food. If you beat him up, you must pay for his medical expenses. Although the policeman who was handling the conflict on the spot hated this snobbish woman, he did not dare to take any harsh measures against her. But when the woman heard the police say that, she immediately flew into a rage. "You little comrade, what's your police number? I want to file a complaint against you." Hearing that she was going to complain about him, the police officer handling the matter frowned and said, "Even if you want to complain about me, you have to pay for her medical expenses today. She didn't fight back when you hit her." "Fight back? If he dares to touch a hair on my head, I will kill his entire family," the woman yelled extremely arrogantly. 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms stopped at the entrance of the emergency department of the First People's Hospital of Shanghai, instantly attracting a lot of people's attention. If it was just one Rolls-Royce Phantom, it would be fine, but the key is that 3 of them drove over at once, and the aura was instantly filled. "Wow, where is this big guy coming to see the emergency room? His aura is too strong, isn't it?" 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. There are so many rich people in the Magic City. I've only seen this scene in movies, this is the first time I've seen it in real life. I really envy those rich people. If I were rich, I would buy a Rolls-Royce, it really looks very domineering. Inside the emergency room hall, the woman who was still arrogant noticed the 3 Rolls-Royces driving in outside the door. Somehow, her voice suddenly became much softer. The car door opened, and Wu Jinyan got out of the car first to open the door for Su Rui. Then Su Rui slowly got out of the car under the gaze of many people. "So young. I'm so envious. Oh my god, he's so handsome." Even the young nurse in the emergency department couldn't help but stop and murmured in a fanatical tone. As for Su Rui, she didn't care about those people's gazes and walked directly towards the emergency department hall. Su Rui had just walked into the emergency department lobby, and Zhou Yang had just come out of the treatment room after being sutured. When the arrogant woman saw Zhou Yang coming out, she walked up to him angrily and said, "Are you okay? If you are, I'll leave. It's so unlucky that my good mood for the whole day was ruined by a country bumpkin like you." Zhou Yang didn't dare to say anything and took 2 steps back with a sense of grievance. To be honest, he didn't want to get entangled with this kind of person. He. Su Rui stepped forward and sneered, "Leave? You beat my cousin so badly that you want to just walk away?" For a moment, many people present were stunned. Especially the police officer who handled this dispute, he just saw Su Rui getting out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom with his own eyes. The arrogant old woman was also stunned. "Sir, you must be mistaken. How could I have seriously injured your cousin?" She never thought that Zhou Yang was Su Rui's cousin. After all, in her opinion, how could Zhou Yang, a country bumpkin, have a rich cousin who drives a Rolls-Royce? "Cousin, how about that, let's just forget it." Zhou Yang didn't want to cause trouble for Su Rui, and he didn't see Su Rui get out of the Rolls-Royce just now, so he subconsciously looked up at Su Rui and said, "No. We can't let this go so easily." Su Rui frowned, looked at Zhou Yang and said with some distress, "Cousin, didn't you say you had a headache just now? I suspect she has caused you a severe concussion. Let's go to the hospital first and then do a full body check." Then Su Rui turned around and said to the arrogant old woman, "He is my cousin." "Why, you beat him up and you don't admit it, right?" When the arrogant old woman heard Su Rui say that Zhou Yang was her cousin, she couldn't accept it for a moment. "Impossible. How can he be your cousin, a country bumpkin who delivers takeout?" When she said this, her voice trembled and she was obviously a little panicked. She naturally understood that Su Rui was the kind of person she couldn't afford to offend. "Your husband is from an official family, right? Your family owns 5 houses in Shanghai? You feel so superior with such a tiny asset, right?" Su Rui snorted coldly, "We will investigate this matter to the end. Our lawyer will be here soon. I am going to take my brother for a checkup now. If you have anything to say, please tell my lawyer." Su Rui laughed, then looked at the old woman and continued, "By the way, I have asked someone to investigate your husband. I hope he is not who you said he is. Otherwise, you have really screwed your husband to death." After hearing what Su Rui said, the arrogant old woman finally felt afraid. "Well, no, I'll pay for the medical expenses. This matter is my fault. Isn't it okay for me to pay for the medical expenses?" When she changed her tone, even the police officer next to her couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Is this still the same arrogant shrew from before? He couldn't help but mutter something, but think about it, if it were him, facing someone more powerful than himself, he would have to bow his head and admit his mistake, right? Don't say so much useless things. If you have anything to say, just tell my lawyer. As soon as Su Rue finished speaking, two middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes trotted towards Su Rue. Boss, I'm sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road just now, so I'm late. It was also the first time for the two lawyers to meet Su Rue, but they knew Wu Jinyan. At this moment, Wu Jinyan stood beside Su Rue respectfully. As well-known lawyers in Shanghai, they did have some tact. Well, this woman beat my cousin so badly that if we prosecute her, how many years can she be sentenced to at most? Su Rue pointed at the old woman and asked directly. Under normal circumstances, the minimum sentence is 3 years, but if the lawyer is us, we can at least sentence her to 10 or 8 years. Okay. Su Rue laughed and said, we don't accept private mediation. I've sent people to collect evidence and stuff. I'll leave this matter to the two of you. The two lawyers immediately stood up straight and said respectfully, Boss, don't worry, if we take action on this small case, a sentence of more than 10 years is almost certain. Chapter 43, could those 3 Rolls Royces outside also belong to my cousin? Although Lanhua Group was established only a few days ago, Wu Jinyan spent a lot of money to build up the legal department. As for the two lawyers in front of them, they are well known in the domestic legal community. Handling such small cases is a piece of cake for them. Now the arrogant old woman finally wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. She was the kind of person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. She originally thought that Zhou Yang, a delivery man, was a soft persimmon and could be bullied at will. But how could she have imagined that Zhou Yang had such a powerful cousin? She really couldn't understand how the rich second-generation cousin could be a delivery man. I was wrong, please forgive me. I am willing to pay for his medical expenses and give him another 20,000 yuan, no, 100,000 yuan for lost work time. The arrogant old woman almost knelt at Su Rue's feet. No, we don't need your little compensation for lost work time. Su Rue stared at her indifferently and said, if it were an ordinary person with no status or background today, he would be bullied to death by you. After all, Su Rue really didn't care about her lost wages of hundreds of thousands. This kind of person needed to be educated. If she was let off so cheaply today, she would definitely retaliate more severely on other delivery brothers next time. Seeing that Su Rue remained indifferent to her pleas, the old woman simply lay on the ground and started to act like a spoiled child. He. Su Rue sneered, turned around and said directly to the police officer standing beside him, this woman beat someone up in the street and caused serious injuries. I now ask you to arrest her. Sir, don't worry, we will definitely deal with people of this evil nature according to the law. Su Rue nodded. My lawyer will follow up on this case. Thank you for your hard work. I will give you a banner someday. Hearing Su Rue say this, the police officer showed a hint of excitement on his face, but he quickly said, serving the people is my duty. You are too polite. This police officer was very perceptive. Su Rue was not an ordinary person. Although he did not flatter Su Rue, he certainly could not offend her. Zhou Yang followed behind Su Rue, looking quite dull. He waited until the police dragged the old woman into the police car before he looked at Su Rue timidly and asked, Brother Rue, what's going on? It has only been about 10 days since Su Rue was bound to the system. In addition, he has never shown off his wealth in his circle of friends, so few people know about Su Rue's current situation. Zhou Yang thought, didn't Su Rue just graduate from college this year? What was going on? Are those two lawyers my cousin's lawyers? And those 3 Rolls Royces parked outside, could they also belong to Rue Gu? It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail later when I have time. Su Rue smiled slightly, are you okay? Well, Brother Rue, I'm fine. I just got a cut on my head. I just cleaned and sutured it. Zhou Yang nodded and quickly told Su Rue about his situation. I'm glad you're okay. Su Rue nodded and said, let's go, don't deliver food anymore, I'll find you something to do. After all, he is my cousin, so I should help him. However, Su Rue had no plan to directly arrange Zhou Yang as a senior executive in Langhua Group. His rule in employing people has always been to employ people based on merit rather than nepotism. Jin Yan, please find a suitable job for my cousin and give him a bit more salary. Su Rue directly instructed Wu Jinyan, who was standing next to her. Okay boss, I got it. Wu Jinyan now knew that Zhou Yang was Su Rue's cousin, so she naturally would not dare to neglect the matter of arranging a job for her boss cousin. However, she also heard the hidden meaning in Su Rue's words. She wanted to find a suitable job for him. It didn't have to be a senior executive of the group. He didn't need any special care in terms of position, but he could get special care in terms of salary and compensation. Cousin, don't worry, I will work hard and will never let you down. Zhou Yang is an honest man and not very good at speaking, but he understands the truth. It is obvious that his cousin wants to give him special care. Well, work hard and learn more skills. If there is a suitable large project in the future, I will let you do it. After all, he is his cousin and one of the people he can trust. Although Zhou Yang's abilities are limited, as long as he can do a good job, Su Rui will definitely give him priority for promotion. Zhou Yang didn't say anything else. He also understood that even if he said 1,000 nice words, it would not be as good as doing something down to earth. Although he was not quite sure how rich Su Rui was, he understood that his cousin was now a man of great achievements. As Su Rui's cousin, even if he could not help Su Rui, he definitely could not delay the issue. Su Rui didn't bring Zhou Yang back to the villa either. After all, even her own sister Su Meng had never been to his villa. Only the little girl Zhou Xiaoxiao came to the villa once. However, although she did not bring Zhou Yang to her Tan Palace villa, which was worth 1 billion, Su Rui naturally could not treat her very sensible cousin badly. He immediately instructed Wu Jinyan to arrange a place for Zhou Yang to live. This is a simple matter. After all, Su Rui had previously handed over his 10 school district buildings to Wu Jinyan to manage. Although most of the school district houses have been rented out, there are 10 buildings after all, and there are still many houses that have not been rented out. After resolving Zhou Yang's issue, Su Rui also took a car back to the villa. Zhou Yang followed Wu Jinyan to Guanshan Hanlin. As for work, I will notify you directly once I have arranged it. This is the boss's house, so you can live here with peace of mind from now on. Wu Jinyan led Zhou Yang to a school district house of more than 100 square meters, looked at Zhou Yang, smiled slightly and said. Zhou Yang knew that Wu Jinyan was someone close to Su Rui, so he naturally said to her with great respect, "Well, I know what my cousin means, and I also know my own level. Butler Wu, you don't have to take care of me too much. I will work hard in the future." Wu Jinyan didn't say much, just looked at him and nodded. After Wu Jinyan left, Zhou Yang stood alone in the luxurious living room. He couldn't help feeling a little dazed, as if he was dreaming. Su Rui returned to the villa and went straight into the study. The new year is coming soon, and we really need to make some arrangements at home. Su Rui was born in an ordinary family. From childhood to adulthood, he has seen a lot of human warmth and coldness. To be honest, if his family and friends knew about his current situation, many of them would come to flatter him. Of course, Su Rui couldn't be unaware of what those people were up to. Su Rui is not the kind of person who doesn't care about family affection. If any relative really has an emergency, he will definitely help. But he still understood the principle of human greed, and he was afraid that some people would not know why and would just keep asking for more. When setting up a family foundation, you need to explain these things to them at the beginning. Su Rui took a deep puff of her cigarette and tapped her fingers lightly on the desk. The family foundation is there to help the family develop. As long as it is legal and compliant, and as long as it is positive, you can get a startup fund from the family foundation. Chapter 44 Sign and Reward Whitening Moisturizer Formula. Longhua Group adds a new company. Although Su Rui comes from an ordinary family, he is now a big shot with tens of billions of dollars after all. Once Slim Cola is launched on the market, his net worth will be at least 100 billion. The concept of family foundation has always been very popular among wealthy circles. Take Su Yinjia, the chairman of a large group that owes 2 trillion yuan in debt. Although the group is on the verge of bankruptcy due to a debt of 2 trillion yuan, his living standards will not be affected even if the group goes bankrupt. Before a certain big company went bankrupt, he took out 50 billion to set up a trust fund for his family. Let's put it this way, he will never be able to withdraw this money, but his family can enjoy the dividends from this 50 billion trust fund. Generally speaking, this type of trust fund will only invest in stable financial projects, and the annual rate of return is basically around 5%. Don't underestimate this 5% annual rate of return. You have to know that it's a trust worth 50 billion. 100 million can be distributed as dividends of 5 million a year, 1 billion can be distributed as dividends of 50 million a year, and 100 billion can be distributed as dividends of 500 million. As for the 50 billion, even if the annual rate of return is only 5%, it would still be 2.5 billion. Without moving the 50 billion yuan in principal, 2.5 billion yuan will be deposited into the account within a year. 2.5 billion, what does this mean? The landing price of a Lamborghini Nissan is only 10 million, and 2.5 billion can buy 250 Lamborghini Nissans. In fact, when you have a certain amount of money, it is basically just a number. Even if you live a luxurious life, as long as you don't start a business, 2.5 billion a year is not enough to spend. Su Rui also had this idea. After all, he had the system, and with him around, he would never be short of money. But if he is gone, how can the lives of his descendants be guaranteed? Although it is too early to consider these things now, it is definitely better to plan ahead. In the afternoon, Su Rui also signed in and punched in successfully as soon as the system refreshed the sign-in function. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 11 consecutive days. I will reward the host with a whitening moisturizer formula. Ah, this. After reading the introduction of the whitening moisturizer, Su Rui couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that the mysterious research team behind me has to take the blame again. This whitening moisturizer has such a good effect, is formulated with pure natural plant essences and has absolutely no side effects. It is simply good news for female friends. If we don't put this on the market, it would be a shame to reward you with this recipe. Su Rui didn't think too much about it and directly called Wu Jinyan to the study. Boss. Jinyan, are you busy with work recently? Wu Jinyan. Hearing Su Rui asking her this, she was a little speechless. If Su Rui wasn't her boss and the one who provided her with food and clothing, she would definitely roll her eyes at Su Rui. Are you busy? Longhua Group has only been established for less than 10 days. How many projects has the group already completed? Longhua Pharmaceutical Company, Ruimeng Live Media Company, Shangshu Coke, Longhua Agency Company, Longhua Intelligent Technology Company. Moreover, her main job is Su Rui's personal butler, and her job as the executive president of Longhua Group is her side job. However, even though Wu Jinyan criticized Su Rui several times in her heart, she still said respectfully, "Boss, please tell me what I need." In fact, when Su Rui called her to the study just now, she roughly guessed what was going on. When she heard Su Rui ask her if she could help with her work, she was sure what Su Rui wanted to say. Well, my research team always likes to tinker with little inventions and creations. Today, they gave me a formula for a whitening moisturizer. It's said to be very effective. Anyway, everyone who has used it says it's good. Su Rui chuckled and directly brought up the mysterious research team behind her. Really? Wu Jinyan was stunned for a moment. Is that a small invention or a small creation? If we don't talk about anything else, just by bringing up the intelligent optical computer system, it can beat all the smart technology companies in the world, right? Although I thought so in my heart, I responded directly, "Boss, are you talking about whitening moisturizer? The effect is so good that it can't be described? But what kind of effect is it exactly?" To be honest, as a woman, Wu Jinyan was quite looking forward to the whitening moisturizer that Su Rui mentioned. After all, in her opinion, this is a good thing made by the mysterious research team behind the boss. Even if the effect is poor, it must be better than those skincare products on the market, right? It takes effect on the same day, and in 7 days you will feel rejuvenated. If you use it regularly, your skin will become as white as snow and smooth as a baby's. That's how they introduced the effect of this whitening moisturizer to me. By the way, the formula is all made of pure natural plant essences, without any side effects. It can be used by anyone from newborn babies to 98-year-old ladies. After hearing what Su Rui said, Wu Jinyan, as a woman, could be honest and impatient. Okay. Boss, I know the procedures. I'll have someone arrange it now. Hey, okay, I'm at ease leaving this to you. Su Rui lit a cigarette and immediately handed the formula of the whitening moisturizer directly to Wu Jinyan. Wu Jinyan, who had become accustomed to Su Rui's working style, became more and more adept at handling this kind of work. After all, she has been working on talent reserve. Take the secretariat she formed for example. From only 5 people at the beginning, to now, in less than 10 days, her secretariat has expanded to 100 people. There are 10 people in each group. As long as Su Rui has a new project assigned to her, her secretarial team can directly complete the work of building the preliminary company framework, including registering a company, acquiring corresponding factories, and recruiting talents with corresponding professions. In short, it will take them at least 3 days to build a company framework. After all, in the current domestic environment, as long as you have money, no matter what you do, your efficiency will not be low. Su Rui happened to have no shortage of money, and was quite generous, which made it much easier for Wu Jinyan to handle things. Well, I'll transfer another 1 billion yuan to you as startup funds for the project. If the money is not enough, just tell me directly. As soon as Su Rue finished speaking, he directly instructed his virtual butler, the Devil Cece, to transfer money to Wu Jinyan. Wu Jinyan immediately distributed this project to her secretarial team. After all, there are many people but few projects now. According to Wu Jinyan's request, the old team will lead the new team. With more people, the work efficiency will be doubled. When a project is just launched, usually one old team leads two new teams, which also allows the new teams to get into working order better. Less than half a day after the new project tasks were assigned, the entire company's framework had been initially established. Ningxi Skin Care Products Company, Limited was officially established, and the company currently has only one product, which is the Ningxi Snow Cream, which has super whitening and moisturizing effects. And because Su Rue gave enough money, and Wu Jinyan was a little selfish as a woman, she simply spent 500 million to acquire a skin care company with a complete production line. It can be said that as long as Wu Jinyan is willing, the entire production line will be used to produce fat-free snowflake cream tonight. When working behind Su Rue, Wu Jinyan has only one secret, which is to ensure her efficiency at all times. Chapter 45, Principal Wang promotes a product for the first time, and word of mouth explodes? The raw materials of the snow cream are all pure natural plant essences, and they are all common plants, such as aloe vera, kudzu root, etc., so it is quite easy to control the cost. The cost of making 1 ton of snow cream is only 5,000 yuan at most. If the whitening and moisturizing effect is as good as Su Rue said, then it will definitely make a lot of money. Calculated based on 200 G per bottle, 1 ton of gelled snowflake cream can be filled with 5,000 bottles of gelled snowflake cream. The whitening and moisturizing effect of the fat-free snowflake cream can surpass all the skincare products on the market, and the retail price is at least 1,000 yuan per bottle. 5,000 bottles, that is 5 million in sales. The production cost is at most 10,000 yuan, and if you add in the operating expenses and other miscellaneous expenses, it will be no more than 50,000 yuan. And the greater the production volume, the lower the cost. It can be said that such a low cost can basically be ignored. After all, the acquired skin care company has a complete production line, and the raw materials needed for the fat gelling snowflake cream are also very common plants. Therefore, in order to verify the effect of the fat gelling snowflake cream, Wu Jinyan immediately arranged for the workers to produce a batch of products. If the effect is really that good, then the entire skincare industry will usher in a major earthquake. As a woman, Wu Jinyan also attaches great importance to taking care of her skin on a daily basis. But even the best skincare products on the market have different effects on each person. Of course, there is currently no skincare product that can achieve the effect that Su Rue said, which is to take effect on the same day, to give your skin a second spring within a week, and to make your skin as white and tender as jade. To be honest, if Wu Jinyan hadn't seen the amazing effects of Slimming Coke, she wouldn't have believed that any whitening moisturizer could have such a skincare effect. But now, her expectations for this whitening moisturizer can be said to be at their highest level. As for the test data of Slim Cola, it was also uploaded simultaneously, including the data of internal employees and volunteers previously recruited from all over Shanghai. Judging from the data they uploaded every day, the weight loss effect can be said to have beaten all the weight loss products on the market. The good results naturally brought about a wave of explosive good reputation. I want to recommend Slimming Coke. Not only does it taste better than other cola, but its weight loss effect is really unexpected. Take me for example, I have been fat since I was a child. I can say that I will gain weight even if I drink cold water. At first, I signed up for the trial with the idea of giving it a try, but the effect really surprised me. In 4 days, I lost a full 10 kilograms. Moreover, I didn't feel any discomfort at all. Gao Wei can be said to be quite excited these 2 days, and he also spontaneously uploaded his weight data to the internet, along with photos of himself before and after drinking Slim Cola, which instantly attracted a lot of attention on the internet. Diet Coke? Is this true? Is this another advertisement? Xianzhou Coke? What the hell, I just searched on Taobao and didn't see this brand of Coke. It's still in the internal testing phase and hasn't been officially put on the market yet. But the effect is really amazing. A friend of mine also participated in the internal test and she lost 20 pounds. She looks thinner. It really works. I didn't believe it at first, until I participated in the internal test and received 45 bottles of Enjoy Coke for free. The effect is really amazing. And I heard that the pre-sale price is only 20 yuan a bottle. I have prepared 10,000 yuan and am just waiting for it to go on sale. I will directly stock up 500 bottles. Everyone, those people above who said it works are all scammers, please don't be fooled. That's right, drinking cold water can make you gain weight, and you tell me you lost 11 pounds by drinking Coke? Are you kidding me? Slim Cola? Ha, this name doesn't sound very reliable. I've seen their promotion online before, but to be honest, I don't believe even a single punctuation mark. Although there are many supporters online, there are only 200 people participating in the internal test. Even if their relatives and friends are included, there are less than 2,000 people who can really see the weight loss effect of Slim Cola. Therefore, the overall reputation on the internet is not particularly good, and most people regard those who recommend Slim Cola as agents of the Slim Cola company. However, good products naturally do not require excessive marketing. As long as they are put on the market and the effects on users become apparent and word of mouth explodes, sales will definitely show exponential growth. Neither Su Rue nor Wu Jinyan were worried about this. Wang Song has also been insisting on drinking Slim Cola these days. Since Wu Jinyan had sent him 10 boxes directly before, he doesn't have to be as stingy as other people. He just drinks a bottle whenever he is thirsty. As for the effect, of course, it goes without saying. It only took 4 days, and he lost weight from 170 kilograms to 158 kgs, a total of 12 kgs. Although she lost weight suddenly, her skin didn't appear loose at all. After all, another effect of Slim Cola is that it can tighten the skin. Such a good product is indeed worth more people's expectations. Wang Song has also seen many people promoting Slimming Coke on the internet recently, but under every video promoting Slimming Coke, there are a lot of people criticizing them as scammers. How could Wang Song not know whether the product is effective or not? No matter what, he is still a small shareholder of Xiangshu Cola. When he saw so many people online criticizing Xiangshu Cola as a deceptive product and a waste of money, he couldn't help it and directly posted a Weibo. I guess you have heard of a slimming cola called Slimming Cola recently. This Slimming Cola was developed by a good friend of mine's company. I have also been drinking it recently. I won't say much about the effect. You can see it by comparing the two sets of photos above. Well, my good friend gave me 10 boxes directly. So I usually drink it as water. The effect may be better than that of ordinary people. I lost 12 pounds in 4 days. Different people have different opinions. Good products really deserve more people to have them. After all, Wang Song is one of the top second-generation rich people in the country, and he has been very active online before. To be honest, he is also a top figure on the internet. Let me put it this way, the girl who had a scandal with Wang Song before is now an internet celebrity with millions of fans. As soon as Wang Song posted this Weibo, Slim Cola came into the public eye for the first time. What the hell? Was the principal's account hacked? This is the first time I see the principal promoting a product. It should be him who posted it. The comparison photos are all here. It must be him. Enjoy Slim Cola? Is it true? I've seen people recommend this Slimming Cola before, but I thought it was fake, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Fuck. To be honest, the principal looks like he has lost a lot of weight. He lost 12 pounds in 4 days. Is the effect really that amazing? If the effect is really that good, I really have to try it. Fortunately, the price is not too expensive, 20 yuan a bottle. If it is really as good as advertised, this price can be considered a very conscientious price. Chapter 46, 10 billion to subscribe for 5% of the shares of Longhua Skincare Products Company. It's true, with Wang Song endorsing Xiangshu Cola, the publicity effect is immediate. Many people who originally questioned the effectiveness of Slim Cola have now changed their tone. No matter what, I still believe in Principal Wang. It seems that the effect of this diet cola is really something. Although I still don't quite believe that this weight loss effect is real, if it is on the market, I will definitely buy a few bottles to try the effect. If it really works so well, then the price of 20 yuan a bottle is really a conscience price. I used to buy diet pills, fat-reducing meals, and even signed up for private lessons. I spent 50,000 to 60,000 yuan in a year, but not only did I not lose weight, I actually gained 10 kilograms. Oh my god. If it really works, this diet cola is a boon for people who are prone to obesity. Who can understand the thoughts of us fat people? We also want to lose weight, but losing weight is too difficult. Don't argue with me about controlling your mouth and moving your legs. If I control my mouth and move my legs, can I still become fat? For a time, the Weibo post posted by Wang Song directly made it into the top 10 hot searches. At the same time, the number of entries related to Slim Cola has gradually increased. In fact, Slim Cola has already been tested by professional departments and is fully qualified to be marketed. However, since the current daily production volume is only 1 million bottles, even though Slim Cola has been produced 24 hours a day recently, there are only 3 million bottles of stock in the warehouse. Originally, Su Rue wanted to wait a little longer. After all, the stockpiled quantity was not enough for market consumption. But Wang Song's sales promotion was so effective, so he must take advantage of this opportunity to directly launch the product. So when she saw more and more people online asking how to buy Slim Cola, Su Rue decided to put the product directly on the live broadcast room of the anchor signed by Ruemeng Live Media Company tonight for the first round of pre-sales. Su Rue directly handed the matter over to Wu Jinyan to arrange. Of course, he also informed the anchors he had signed contracts with in advance, and no one had any objection. After all, Su Rue had given them a lot of gifts during this period of time. Su Nuwa had originally planned to rest tonight. After all, she had been doing high-intensity live broadcasts for several days in a row and her body was a little exhausted. But after receiving Su Rue's notice, she agreed without hesitation. Mr. Rue is actually the boss of the Slim Cola Company. Well, he's Principal Wang's good friend, no wonder. Su Nuwa had also seen news about Slim Cola before, but she didn't take it seriously at first, thinking it was just a product that was a waste of money. However, after Wang Song posted that Weibo in the afternoon, she also started to pay attention to Shangshou Coke again. To be honest, when she saw so many people recommending the weight loss effect of Slim Coke, she was also quite looking forward to it. After all, as a girl, who doesn't want to have a perfect body? So, Slim Cola is actually a product of our group? Su Nuwa knew that the group behind the Ruemeng Live Media Company she signed with was the Longhua Group, but she was not very clear about other companies under the Longhua Group. Now Su Rue asked her to put up the sales link of Slim Cola in the live broadcast room, so she went to check the introduction of Longhua Group. However, there is not much information about Longhua Group on the internet. After all, it has only been about 10 days since Longhua Group was established. However, there is not much detailed introduction, but you can still check on the internet what companies are under the Longhua Group. Longhua Pharmaceutical Company, Ruemeng Live Media Company, Longhua Intermediary Company, Shangshou Cola Company, Longhua Intelligent Technology Company, and even the Longhua Skin Care Products Company, which was just established today, can all be found. Mr. Rue is so amazing. I didn't expect that our group has so many companies under its umbrella. Su Nuwa was also shocked. In addition to Su Nuwa, Ruemeng Live Media Company has currently signed contracts with at least 30 anchors. After receiving Su Rue's notice, all of them agreed directly. After receiving Su Rue's instructions, Wu Jinyan put aside other work at hand and focused on tonight's live sales. Wu Jinyan also discussed this directly with Douyin officials, who took a 1% sales commission. That is to say, for every bottle of Slim Cola sold, Douyin officials could get a sales commission of 0.2 yuan. As for the anchor, it is the same, enjoying 1% sales commission. Even though the commission is only 1%, other anchors who want to promote Slimming Coke don't have this opportunity yet. As for the official Douyin side, they wanted a 5% sales commission at first, but Wu Jinyan directly refused. After all, Douyin is not the only live streaming platform, and Longhua Group will never agree to a 5% commission on sales. If Douyin officials do not agree to the 1% sales commission, Longhua Group will look for other live streaming platforms to cooperate with. Faced with the powerful Wu Jinyan, after investigating the Longhua Group, the top management of Douyin immediately agreed to only take 1% of the sales commission. In fact, 1% of sales commission is already a lot. Just based on the effect of Slim Cola, subsequent sales will definitely be a blowout. Assuming that only 1 million bottles are sold a day, 1 million bottles means a sales volume of 20 million, and a commission of 1%, that would be 200,000. Of course, how could such a popular product only sell 1 million bottles a day? Just talking about China, there are at least 300 million fat people. Even if only 100 million of them are willing to consume, 300 million bottles of Slimming Coke can be sold that day. 300 million bottles, what does that mean? 20 yuan a bottle, 300 million bottles would be 6 billion. 1% of 6 billion would be 60 million in revenue. After all, they are just a sales platform, and this level of revenue is already very high. After all, the effect of Slim Cola is there, so there is no need to worry about not being able to sell it. Of course, Wu Jinyan also made a promise to Douyin officials that if they open up overseas markets in the future, they can also be given exclusive agency rights, and even a commission of up to 5% of the turnover. After all, if it is sold overseas, the price will definitely be more than just 20 yuan. In fact, the top management of TikTok wanted to acquire shares. They learned that Wang Song and his team had subscribed for 5% of the shares of Xiangshu Cola Company for 1 billion yuan, so when Wu Jinyan first contacted them, they also proposed the idea of subscribing for 5% of the shares of Xiangshu Cola Company for 1 billion yuan. Wu Jinyan also reported it to Su Rui, who directly rejected it. After all, he had already sold 15% of the shares of Slim Cola, and he also gave an additional 5% of the shares to reward all the employees of Slim Cola. He currently only owns 80% of the shares of Slim Cola Company, so Su Rui does not want to sell another 5% of the shares. However, although the shares of Xiangshu Cola Company will not be sold any further, he is still willing to give out 15% of the shares of Longhua Skin Care Products Company for them to subscribe. But this time, 1 billion yuan can subscribe to less than 5% of the shares. With such a good example, Su Rui directly offered 10 billion yuan to subscribe for 5% of the shares of Longhua Skin Care Products Company. The top executives of TikTok are also confused. They haven't figured out what's going on with Xiangshu Cola yet, so how come another Longhua Skin Care Products Company has emerged? Moreover, 10 billion can only subscribe to 5% of the shares. Although they did not directly reject this price, it is impossible for them to agree to it directly. Boss, regarding the 10 billion yuan subscription for 5% of the shares of Longhua Skincare Products Company, Douyin said they need to think about it. Wu Jinyan also expressed the intentions of the Douyin executives to Su Rui. Well, then tell them that we are only selling 15% of the shares, and each company can only own a maximum of 5%. If they want it, give us a reply as soon as possible. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Although Longhua Skin Care Products Company was only established today and currently only has one product, the creamy snow cream, this is definitely enough. Just based on the fact that the snow cream can surpass all the skin care products on the market, 10 billion to subscribe for 5% of the shares is definitely a bargain for them. After all, Su Rui actually didn't care about the mere 10 billion. The reason why she was willing to give up that 5% of the shares was simply because she wanted to bind herself with an additional ally. Chapter 47, Molecularization of Objects and Annihilation Strike. 10 billion yuan was used to subscribe for 5% of the shares of Longhua Skin Care Products Company. To be honest, the top management of Douyin was collectively stunned. That's 10 billion. You can acquire at least 10 good skin care companies in the country. And when they learned that Longhua Skin Care Products Company was only established today, everyone fell silent. They instinctively thought that the Longhua Group was taking advantage of them. However, with the example of Slim Cola, they did not reject it outright, but only replied to Wu Jinyan that they would seriously consider the matter. Wu Jinyan didn't care about the hesitation of Douyin's senior management. Anyway, they are not short of money, so it doesn't matter whether they have the 10 billion investment or not. And in Wu Jinyan's opinion, if the effect of the snow cream is as good as Su Rui said, it will definitely be a product that can take the current skincare market by storm. Since the cost of the fat gel snowflake cream is low, the net profit will definitely be incredibly high. After all, skin care products are originally targeted at the female market, and as a woman, she clearly understands what a skin care product with amazing whitening and moisturizing effects means. That means that Ningxi Snowfrost may be making money faster than a money printing machine. Wu Jinyan also understood what Su Rui meant, so whether Douyin Group was willing to pay the money or not actually had no impact on the development of Longhua Skin Care Products Company. After agreeing on the details of the commission for online sales of Slim Cola, Douyin was very generous and increased all kinds of traffic. Su Rui had nothing to do, so she stayed in the study room all afternoon, drinking tea and watching the live broadcast, and she was quite happy. However, the mechanical guards number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4 who were sent out earlier did report the emergency situation to him one after another. Mechanical guards number 1 and number 2 were sent to protect the safety of their parents, while number 3 and number 4 were protecting their sister Su Meng. Master, we have detected a group of 10 people lingering downstairs of your parents' house. We have learned that they are sent by the Yamaguchi Gumi from the island country to capture your parents. Should we annihilate them? Master, we have detected a group of 8 people following your sister. We have learned that they are sent by the Yamaguchi Gumi from the island country to capture your sister. Should we annihilate them? When Su Rui heard that the Japanese Yamaguchi Gumi had actually sent thugs to capture her relatives, the expression on her face instantly turned gloomy. Destroy them, do it cleanly, and don't leave any evidence. Su Rui directly issued an annihilation order to the mechanical guards. After all, Su Rui had no intention of letting go of these little devils who attempted to harm her family. In just 1 second, mechanical guard number 1 replied directly, "Master, the annihilation is complete." This annihilation uses molecularization of objects, and no evidence is left. Less than a second later, mechanical guard number 3 also responded, and the method of annihilation adopted was still molecularization of objects. Molecularization of objects, as the name suggests, means decomposing objects into molecules directly in an instant. Su Rue nodded. How could these little karami sent by the Yamaguchi Gumi be a match for the mechanical guards? 9, 10, both of you charge directly into the Yamaguchi Gumi and launch an annihilation strike. Since the Japanese have already attacked the people around him, there is no need for him to hold back anymore. He decided to go all out and kill them right away. Number 11, number 12, the two of you go directly to Taro Asada and molecularize and annihilate him and everyone around him. Su Rue never drags his feet in doing things, and he never shows mercy to his enemies. After all, being lenient to the enemy would mean being cruel to yourself. What's more, this enemy is a Japanese devil from an island country. In a private villa in the Magic City, Taro Asada was lying on the sofa, imagining the scene of Su Rue kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy in the near future, and a sinister smile unconsciously appeared on his face. "Master, this is bad. All the thugs we sent out have lost contact. It's as if they disappeared from the face of the earth." Taro Asada's servant walked in from outside with a panicked look on his face and spoke in a trembling voice. "What?" After hearing his servant's report, Taro Asada stood up from the sofa and said, "Quick, contact a flight for me. I want to go back as quickly as possible." Although Taro Asada is arrogant, he is not stupid. The people he sent out were dealt with quietly, which showed that Su Rue had been prepared for this. If he still stays in the Magic City now, I'm afraid his life safety will not be guaranteed at all. "Yes, master, I'll arrange it immediately." When the servant kneeling on the ground heard that Taro Mata was going back, he quickly responded. In fact, he was not optimistic about Taro Asada's desire to take revenge on Su Rue from the beginning. First of all, this is within the territory of China after all. Secondly, according to his investigation, although Su Rue's background did not seem ordinary on the surface, in fact, Su Rue's situation looked very strange. As for what was weird, he couldn't really tell. But after learning that the thugs he sent out to capture Su Rue's relatives had all disappeared inexplicably, he understood one thing, that is, Su Rue was definitely not the kind of soft persimmon that could be easily bullied. But the next second, another servant of Taro Asada rushed in from outside in a panic. "Master, something terrible has happened. News just came from the island that the building of our organization has disappeared. Everyone in the building has also disappeared." "What?" When Taro Asada heard his servant's horrified words, he also stood there in a daze. What does it mean that the building disappears directly? It was just, in an instant, the entire building disappeared. Look, this is a photo sent from the island. However, before he could finish his words, his entire body disappeared in front of Taro Mata at a speed visible to the naked eye. Taro Asada's eyes widened, and then he saw his room disappearing, followed by the servant next to him, and finally his own body. He was completely frightened, and just when he was about to call for help, his entire body was completely decomposed into a pile of molecules and blown away by the wind. The mechanical guards were quite efficient in their actions. It took less than 5 minutes from the time Su Rue gave the order to the time Taro Asada was decomposed into a pile of molecules. The entire Yamaguchi Gumi organization building disappeared without a trace, causing panic on the island for a while. Although the island government blocked the news as soon as possible, the disappearance of a building would inevitably spread no matter how much it was blocked. Wang Song and his team received the news about the mysterious disappearance of the Yamaguchi Gumi an hour later, and they were completely stunned. Fuck, is this a supernatural incident? I heard that a building with more than 80 floors disappeared without a trace, and along with it, the thousands of Yamaguchi Gumi members in the building disappeared. This is truly a supernatural event. Science can no longer explain this. I received news that Taro Asada's private villa has also disappeared, and Taro Asada himself has also disappeared without a trace. No way? Could this matter be related to Brother Su? Wang Song and Xin Wen were together, and the two of them looked at each other. It was not difficult to see a hint of fear in each other's eyes. After all, what kind of horrible method is this that can make a person, or even a villa or a building disappear silently? I think this matter is 80% related to Brother Su. Wang Song stood up immediately. No wonder Brother Su is so dismissive of the possibility that Taro Asada might take revenge on him. But, what kind of method is this to make someone disappear silently? It's too scary. Chapter 48, Mr. Rue is so generous. The molecular annihilation of objects is beyond everyone's comprehension. After all, even if it is a mechanical guard, it is beyond the comprehension of current technology. Through this incident, Su Rue came into the sight of many important figures for the first time. However, as long as Su Rue himself does not admit that he was the one who sent people to annihilate the Yamaguchi Gumi, no one can be sure whether Su Rue sent people to do it. But one thing is certain, Su Rue has a grudge against Taro Asada of the Yamaguchi Gumi. Moreover, for them, investigating a person is even easier than eating. When they saw Su Rue's basic life information, everyone was stunned unconsciously. Just over 10 days ago, I was just an ordinary college graduate, but suddenly my whole life took off like a rocket. He drives a Lamborghini Veneno, owns the entire World Trade Center, lives in the Tan Palace villa worth billions, and quietly founded the Longhua Group. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be familiar with Longhua Group. However, how could those big guys who were interested in Su Rue not investigate the Longhua Group founded by Su Rue? Longhua Pharmaceutical Company, Ruemeng Live Media Company, Longhua Agency Company, Longhua Smart Technology Company, Xiangshu Cola Company, and the newly established Longhua Skincare Products Company. The Longhua Group had only been established for less than 10 days, and its subsidiaries had sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. Su Rue didn't care. He sat on a chair in the study, drinking tea leisurely, while preparing for the official launch of Slim Cola tonight. As long as you are an anchor under Ruemeng Live Media Company, the live broadcast will be started uniformly during this time period. Su Rue was not stingy with the rewards and directly gave each person 10 exclusive gifts, a pillar supporting the sky, instantly locking all the traffic on the platform during this time period to the anchors of Ruemeng Live Media Company. What the hell? What's going on? Is Master Rue going to kill everyone? I'm a little confused. Didn't Master Rue just give Nan Nan 10 exclusive gifts? Why did he give Xiao Xiao so many exclusive gifts now? Not only that, I just saw that Master Rue gave exclusive gifts to at least a dozen anchors, and each of them got 10. He is so rich. I know something inside. Master Rue has a live broadcast media company. Those just now were all anchors under Master Rue. Of course, the live broadcast media company is just a small thing for Master Rue, and it's just for fun. What you're talking about is not an inside story at all. Mr. Rue has a live broadcast company, and that's not a secret. Any old fan who comes to Nono's live broadcast room basically knows about it. Then let me tell you an inside scoop. You know Xiangshu Cola, the slimming cola that's been making a lot of noise online, and is said to be very effective in losing weight? It's actually from Mr. Rue. Also, the reason why so many anchors are broadcasting tonight is because Xiangshu Cola will be officially launched online tonight. The sales model should be to use anchors to promote the product. Compared to the news that Su Rue is the boss of the live broadcast media company, the news that the Enjoy Slim Cola company is also owned by Su Rue directly ignited the gossip enthusiasm of all fans on the Douyin platform. I'm involved? Is that true? That Slim Cola company is also owned by Mr. Rue? I remember the principal was promoting the product on Weibo this afternoon. The principal said that the chairman of the Slim Cola company is a good friend of his. No wonder, the principal's good friend, Mr. Rue, is definitely a top second-generation rich man. Does this even need to be said? Master Rue became a top-level boss in Douyin live streaming in just 3 days. This is because the price of the gifts previously limited Master Rue's performance. Before there were exclusive gifts, Master Rue's moves were all carnivals. Now that there are exclusive gifts, what is carnival? Yes. Master Rue is so generous. One exclusive gift is 15,000 yuan. Just now, Master Rue gave 10 exclusive gifts to each of his anchors, which means 150,000 yuan to each of them. The key point is that Master Rue said before that he doesn't want any rebates for the gifts he gives to his anchors. How much money did Mr. Rue spend on the Douyin platform? I guess on average, he spends about a Rolls-Royce Phantom every day, right? Not only that. Every time Master Rue helps Nua in a PK, he gives out 10 exclusive gifts. If he encounters someone who dares to resist, he will throw 50 or 60 exclusive gifts at them. I am so tired of watching such scenes. It has to be said that the ID Rue Yi is the representative of super rich people on the Douyin platform. Although Su Rue has never shown his face, and has not even posted a single video on his Douyin, the number of his fans has soared to more than 4 million in less than 10 days. At the beginning, when Su Rue didn't turn on the Do Not Disturb function for private messages, he would receive private messages from tens of thousands of people when he woke up. Most of them are beautiful women and they speak very bluntly and explicitly. Even sending him those embarrassing dynamic videos. Anyway, if Su Rue was an LSP, she would probably make 10 appointments a day, and she could make a different appointment for 10 years without repeating any of them. However, Su Rue was not the kind of man who could not resist temptation. Secondly, there were all kinds of people on the internet, so who knew if the person on the other side was a big guy who picked his toes? Moreover, in recent years, online fraud gangs have been quite rampant. In the past, they only defrauded money, but now they have directly developed into a scam. Of course, Su Rue would definitely not be afraid of those fraud gangs. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the sales link of Shinsho Cola was posted in the live broadcast rooms of Su Nuwa and dozens of other anchors under Ruiman Live Media Company. After all, it is a product produced by its own boss, and all the anchors are working hard to introduce Slim Cola. Although Slim Cola became popular unsurprisingly in the afternoon due to Wang Song's Weibo post promoting the product, it has not been around for long after all, and Slim Cola has not been officially launched for sale online. So even though many people who have used it have praised its effects to the sky, many people are still skeptical. But I still think that Coke for weight loss is bullshit. I am also skeptical, but I have no right to speak without trying it, so I just placed an order for 90 bottles, enough for a month. I'll see the results in a month. The guy above is really an honest person. One bottle costs 20 yuan, so 90 bottles cost 1,800 yuan. TSK, aren't they trying to make money from honest people like you? I definitely don't believe other people who say that Slim Cola can help lose weight, but even the principal personally endorses it, so the weight loss effect must be real. You can only buy 90 bottles. What's going on? Although the daily production of Slim Cola has reached 1 million bottles, the time is short after all. Even if the production has been non-stop day and night recently, the current stockpile is only 4 million bottles. In order to allow more people to buy Slim Cola, Wu Jinyan directly started a purchase limit mode. Each account can only purchase a maximum of 90 bottles of Slim Coke per month. In the boys' dormitory of a third-rate university in Shanghai. What the hell? I have all the money ready, but I can only buy 90 bottles? As a test member of the internal beta test, Gao Wei naturally received the news that Slim Cola would be officially sold online tonight. Although Gao Wei is just a college student who has not yet graduated, his family conditions are pretty good and he can still afford 10,000 or 20,000 yuan in pocket money. Not bad, even though there are purchase restrictions, at least we bought them all. Yeah. TSK, I bet that in a few days, the purchase restrictions will turn into panic buying. Chapter 49 ISNT This moisturizing effect amazing? The weight loss effect of Shangsho Coke is unquestionable. Gao Wei and several of his roommates did not hesitate and placed orders for 90 bottles of Shangsho Coke in Nuonuo's live broadcast room. In fact, they originally wanted to buy more and stockpile them. After all, the effect of Slim Cola is there, and it is certain that the product will sell well in the future. With so many users across the country, the demand must be huge. If you don't stock up now, it will be difficult to buy later. Just as I thought, their production cannot keep up for the time being, otherwise they wouldn't choose to limit purchases. Let me tell you, why don't we get a few more ID cards and stock up on more goods? Even if we don't use them ourselves, we can still make some money by stocking up and selling them to others. Being a scalper? You know what, I think it's feasible. Although more than 30 anchors jointly promoted Slimming Coke, and the number of online viewers in the live broadcast rooms of Su Nuwa's top anchors alone exceeded 1 million, the initial sales data did not look ideal. After all, most people still have doubts about the effectiveness of Slim Cola. However, this was also within Su Rue's expectations, and she immediately gave 10 exclusive gifts to all the anchors under Ruiming Live Media Company. Moreover, Su Rue directly told all anchors that if Slim Cola has no effect, they can get a triple refund. As soon as these words were spoken, sales began to rise sharply. Boss, the backend shows that 10,000 orders have been sold, totaling 200,000 bottles. Wu Jinyan's work focus tonight is also on the live sales of Slim Cola, and she is monitoring the sales data in real time. Although she was absolutely confident in the effectiveness of Slim Cola, she was still a little nervous when she saw the initial sales records. It was not until Su Rue asked the anchors to promise in the live broadcast room that if Slim Cola was ineffective, they could enjoy a threefold refund, that the sales data began to grow rapidly. No hurry, we're just getting started. Su Rue was not panicked at all. He still had absolute confidence in the effect of Slim Cola. As long as the first batch of consumers see obvious weight loss effects after drinking Slim Cola, repeat purchases will definitely explode. Whether a product is good or not, the repurchase rate is very important. Generally speaking, a product with a repurchase rate of 50% is considered normal. If the repurchase rate can reach more than 70%, then you can just pick up money with a sack. According to Su Rui's vision for Slim Cola, within 3 months, the repurchase rate of Slim Cola will be at least over 80%. There is no way. The hard power is there. There is no weight loss product on the market that can have the effect of Slim Cola. The key is that Slim Cola has no side effects and can be drunk as daily drinking water. No more watching, Jin Yen, you should also go to bed early. Su Rui yawned, stood up and stretched, looked at Wu Jinyan and said with a smile, "Boss, I'll keep an eye on it for a while." Wu Jinyan stood up straight and responded respectfully, "Okay, I'm going to go back to the bedroom and rest." Until the early hours of the morning, a total of 100,000 people placed orders in the live broadcast rooms of more than 30 anchors, and more than 2 million bottles were sold. Although it was not as popular as expected, the effect was achieved. As long as the product is effective enough and word of mouth spreads, are you still worried that there will not be a shortage of supply? Mr. Wu, tonight's sales data has been summarized. A total of 2,184,892 bottles were sold, with sales of 43,699,640 yuan. More than 43 million. After deducting the costs and logistics, the net profit is at least 40 million. Of course, the sales of more than 40 million will have to be divided into a commission of 2% for the Douyin platform and the anchor, which is 800,000 to 900,000 yuan. As for the tax payment part, as a responsible and accountable entrepreneur, it is naturally impossible for me to evade taxes. A bottle of Slim Cola costs 20 yuan, including value-added tax and surcharges. The total corporate income tax is 5 yuan, accounting for 25% of the selling price. In other words, the taxes and fees to be paid for this live sales tonight alone are as high as 10,924,910 yuan. All in all, the net profit is about 25 million. This is just the profit from selling more than 2 million bottles. It won't be long before a live broadcast sales volume is estimated to at least increase tenfold from this amount, or even more. Wu Jinyan took the data report and read it carefully from the beginning. After all, this was the first profitable business of Longhua Group, so she attached great importance to it. Moreover, Su Rui trusted her so much that she handed over the affairs of the entire Longhua Group to her. She was actually under a lot of pressure all the time, fearing that she was not capable enough and would let Su Rui down. Fortunately, this live sales was quite successful, and all kinds of data showed good results. Wu Jinyan worked until after 3 in the morning and planned a lot of follow-up work. Early the next morning, Wu Jinyan got up to work. After all, the general manager of Longhua Group is only a part-time job, and her main job is the housekeeper in the villa. Although daily purchases in the villa are now handled by the servants, Wu Jinyan will take 20 minutes every morning to hold a meeting with all the servants to summarize the previous day's work and give today's work instructions. In addition to the first online sales of Slim Cola yesterday, Longhua Group also established the Longhua Skin Care Products Company, and the first batch of fat-free snowflake cream has been produced and sent to Wu Jinyan. After holding a morning meeting for all the servants in the villa, Wu Jinyan picked up a bottle of Ningxi snow cream and began to study it. This smell is very elegant, with a hint of the fragrance of wintersweet. Wu Jinyan opened the bottle cap, put it to her nose and sniffed it gently, feeling somewhat refreshed. Is the effect really that magical? As a woman, and a school beauty goddess at that, Wu Jinyan attaches great importance to skin care. I gently picked up a little bit of the snow cream with my fingers and applied it on the back of my hand. Instantly, I felt a cool sensation on the back of my hand. Wu Jinyan's skin was already very good, but the skin where she applied the fat gelling snowflake cream was even whiter and more tender than the skin where she didn't. It was completely absorbed, leaving no trace at all. And the skin on the part that absorbed the snow cream has become better. As a woman, even Wu Jinyan fell in love with this whitening and tenderizing cream in an instant. The effect is truly amazing. Wu Jinyan's face unconsciously showed a hint of excitement. Let's go through the process first and arrange for internal employees to be tested. Each person will receive a testing subsidy of 1,000 yuan per day. Wu Jinyan also arranged the work related to the cream for snowflakes as soon as possible. After all, for such a good skincare product, she still hoped to put it on the market for sale as soon as possible. Chapter 50. It's broken, this girl is going to be abused. While Wu Jinyan was busy, Su Rui was strolling leisurely in the antique street. She had not made good use of the golden eyes she had obtained before and only used them to look at her body, which was a bit of a waste. It would be a waste of treasure if this thing wasn't used for treasure appraisal. Although Su Ruwei wasn't short of money, money didn't come easily. Besides, some people in high positions liked some strange and peculiar things, so it was better to buy some in advance to be prepared. However, I haven't seen anything good after looking around. The best ones are only worth a few $100,000. I can't afford them. Su Ruwei looked at the various stalls with some distress. Just when he was thinking about whether he should change to another antique street, a noisy sound came and attracted Su Ruwei's attention. After pushing through the crowd and looking inside, I saw a woman in a red cheongsam who was pushed to the ground by two strong men. She was holding a stone in her hand. However, this thing must be very important to the woman, so even though her arm was broken, she did not put the stone down. Bu Qingyao, you are the CEO of a company. It's a bit disrespectful to use a broken stone to pay off a debt. I tell you, either pay the money back or go and play with our boss for 3 months. Otherwise, don't even think about staying in the Magic City. One of the burly men, wearing a big gold chain and looking like a bandit, spoke to the cheongsam woman in a bandit-like manner. Bu Qingyao was about to explain a few more words, but the other party obviously didn't want to waste time talking to her and kicked Bu Qingyao in the chest. At this moment, a sound of breaking wind was heard, and a stone hit the strong man's knee in an instant. The strong man screamed in pain, hit the ground with his head, and fainted. Who is it? Seeing this, another sturdy man immediately looked at the crowd, but after searching for a long time he couldn't find who it was. Finally, Su Ruwei waved her hand and the other party saw it. Boy, did you throw that stone just now? Are you looking for death? The sturdy man cursed, but he was very good at talking, but he didn't take any action. It was obvious that he was scared by Su Ruwei. A stone could cripple a colleague, and he was afraid that he would not be able to defeat the opponent with his physique. He could only bluff here, hoping that the boss would notice something was wrong as soon as possible and send someone down to help. I'm not sick, why should I seek death? I just can't stand you bullying others. The beauty is holding an imperial green jadeite rough stone. It should be enough to pay off her debt. Less than 100 million should be enough, but you don't know its value. Su Ruwei said lightly. The sturdy man curled his lips in disdain when he heard that, thinking, you haven't even grown all your hair yet, you look like a college student who has practiced, how can you tell that you're imperial green? You have to know that you can't even see clearly the jadeite raw stone with X-rays, but you can see through it with your eyes alone. Do you think you are reading a supernatural novel? Okay, since you said this thing is valuable, why don't you buy it? Bu Qingyao also happens to have money to pay the debt. The sturdy man said in an unpleasant tone. Su Ruwei was speechless for a moment and was too lazy to waste words with this guy. He helped Bu Qingyao up like a gentleman and planned to send him to the hospital first. As for the sturdy man, he just watched Su Ruwei's actions and didn't dare to step forward to stop her. Thank you, but you'd better let me go. If you have anything to do with me, those guys won't let you go. Seeing Su Ruwei's gentlemanly appearance, Bu Qingyao was very grateful in his heart, but he still broke free from Su Ruwei's arms. Sending you to the hospital is considered a relationship? What you said is quite interesting. Su Ruwei was speechless. She didn't know who Bu Qingyao was and who he had offended to be so timid. However, I'll buy this stone for 100 million. Su Ruwei didn't continue to argue and directly expressed his thoughts. There is no other reason. The stone in Bu Qingyao's hand is really imperial green jadeite. If he can get it, its value will definitely not be exceeded by 100 million. You? Are you serious? Bu Qingyao looked at the young man in front of him who was younger than him in disbelief. At this age, he was probably still in college. How could he possibly come up with 100 million? What else? I don't have the time to joke with you. If you are willing, I will ask the bank to transfer the money to you right now. Su Ruwei took out her cell phone. Seeing that Su Ruwei was serious, Bu Qingyao repeated her bank card number half-believingly. Then within 5 minutes, a text message from the bank was sent to her mobile phone. Looking at the string of zeros, Bu Qingyao felt like his brain was shutting down. He didn't expect Su Ruwei to actually transfer 100 million to him. The money was already in his account before he even touched the stone. Isn't this guy afraid of being cheated? Bu Qingyao murmured to himself, and then handed the stone to Su Ruwei. To be honest, this stone was not something she picked up casually, but a family heirloom. If her father had not been framed and harmed by someone outside, she would never have taken this thing out. Okay, the deal is done, but I suggest you call the police. Those guys don't seem like the kind of people who keep their promises. Su Rue gave her suggestion, then turned and left with the stone. Watching Su Rue's departing back, Bu Qingyao couldn't help but take out his cell phone and secretly took a photo. After all, he owed Su Rue a favor, and now he didn't even know her name. Next time he met her, he would definitely thank her properly. Afterwards, without caring about his injuries, Bu Qingyao went to the shop where he had fallen before, intending to find the owner to pay off the foreign debt so that the nightmare would no longer torment him. However, Su Rue's words came true. The sturdy man who had fainted before and his colleagues worked together to bring Bu Qingyao into the store and then closed the door. Oh no! This girl is going to be abused. Isn't this a society ruled by law? How could something like this happen? You are too young, young man. There are some people you should never mess with. This store does deadly business, and its background is ridiculous. Don't be fooled by the unprepossessing appearance of the store. After dark, most of this magic city is their territory. A group of onlookers couldn't help but talk about it, but they didn't dare to step forward to ask what was going on. After watching for a while, they left as if nothing had happened. Master, the girl you helped before is in danger. Does she need any help? At this moment, Su Rue, who was still walking on the road and thinking about who to ask for help to cut the yuan stone, heard the voice of the mechanical guard in his ears. Su Rue frowned upon hearing this, thinking to herself that this woman was really stupid. Did she really think that paying off the debt would write off everything? She obviously had bad intentions. She hadn't even walked far before she had fallen into the tiger's mouth again. This was really troublesome. No wonder some people say that the prettier you are, the lower your IQ is. Chapter 51, Where I Sleep, I Will Not Allow Others to Run Wild. Su Rue said, and stood up and went back the same way. Soon she arrived at the door of the shop. Seeing that the door of the shop was closed, Su Rue kicked the door directly, and the iron door was instantly dented. This scene scared many people so much that they looked sideways, secretly marveling at how nimble this young man was that he could even kick an iron door out of shape. If he kicked it in the head, it would probably explode directly. Young man, don't cause trouble here. You can't offend this kind of person. A kind-hearted stall owner nearby quickly reminded Su Rue. I'm not someone who can offend anyone. The girl I just helped was caught by them. What's the difference between this and getting in close to them and using a very powerful weapon? Su Rue cursed, then directly dismantled the iron door and crawled in. Seeing such a vigorous Su Rue, the stall owner swallowed his saliva and dared not say anything. On the 5th floor of the shop, Bu Qingyao had been tied to a chair. A thin middle-aged man was staring at Bu Qingyao's body with a pair of Buddhist beads in his hand. I'm here to pay back the money, you can't kidnap me. Bu Qingyao was frightened. Although she was also the boss of a company, she had never seen such a situation before. She shouted quickly, but no one paid any attention to her. Stop shouting, you know very well what I mean. As long as you coax me, let alone 100 million, even 1 billion will be nothing. But if you don't appreciate it, you will just sink into the sea. The thin man said as he unbuttoned his shirt. You all seem to be in a good mood. The door has been demolished, yet you are still here talking about love. Just as the man was about to do something wrong, Su Rue's voice sounded faintly from the door. Everyone was stunned for a moment. No one would have thought that an outsider would sneak in at this critical juncture, and because the sound insulation measures were so effective, they did not hear any sound coming from downstairs. Bu Qingyao was even more incredulous. He didn't expect Su Rue to come to save him again. Was this a coincidence or? Boy, who are you? How dare you act wild here? The thin man looked at the young Su Rue, and came to his senses at this time. He immediately questioned angrily and gave his men a look. In an instant, several strong men approached Su Rue. My name is Su Rue, the boss of Longhua Group. Am I qualified to act wildly here? Su Rue said lightly, and her understated words instantly made everyone swallow their saliva. The 4 words Longhua Group have been making headlines recently. It is said that an organization in a country that was living a good life was turned into ashes just because they offended the mysterious Longhua boss. Although they are the local bosses in Shanghai, they cannot offend this boss. Fuck it, what do you believe in what he says? Would the boss of Longhua Group have the time to care about such things? Arrest him right now, and I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. The middle-aged man obviously didn't believe Su Rue's words. He cursed at everyone before taking action. As a result, the next second Surue suddenly used the iron backer, and the three strongmen flew backwards in an instant, hitting the wall with a series of dull sounds. You're still trying to make it in society with just these two skills? Don't let anyone pay you for your unpaid medical insurance bills one day. Surue sneered, then walked briskly up to the thin man and picked him up like a chicken. You just said you would take responsibility if something goes wrong? Now you take responsibility, let me see what you can take responsibility for. Surue said this and slapped the guy in the face, knocking out his front teeth so that he ran away from home. Do you know who I am? I am. Stop hitting me, I'm going to talk nicely. The thin man was still trying to be tough, but when he saw Surue raising her arm, he quickly begged for mercy. As the saying goes, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him, so he quickly explained his background. Oh? High Chamber of Commerce? Never heard of it. Let me call and ask. Surue took out his cell phone and began to ask Wu Jinyan and others. Finally, he learned the information about the High Chamber of Commerce from Chinwon. A half-black and half-white chamber of commerce, once born as a gangster, later he associated himself with powerful people and made friends with many big shots, and finally he became successful in the Magic City, but he is still the kind that cannot be seen in the light. Surue, I think you'd better not provoke the High Chamber of Commerce. They have no grudge against the Longhua group, so it's not good to provoke them. Chinwon did not forget to remind Surue at the end. Surue didn't say much about this. She put away her phone, threw the thin man to the ground, then picked up Bu Qingyao and walked outside. Sorry to trouble you again. Are you really the boss of Longhua Group? Bu Qingyao, who was leaning in Surue's arms, asked nervously. There's no need for me to lie to you. So how did you get in trouble with the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce? Surue asked curiously. Bu Qingyao's background should be very ordinary. He might have a little money at most. He shouldn't have gotten in trouble with the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, a giant in the Magic City. Upon hearing this, Bu Qingyao told Surue the whole story. Only then did Surue understand that Bu Qingyao's father used to be a member of the High Chamber of Commerce, but later did not want to continue working in the High Chamber of Commerce and decided to go it alone. As a result, he was set up by his peers and was half dead. In addition, he had offended too many people in the past, and because of Bu Qingyao's beauty, many people targeted Bu Qingyao. After all, how could revenge on an old man be as satisfying as revenge on a cold and beautiful woman? You saved me this time, but you also offended the High Chamber of Commerce. I'm really sorry. If you are willing, I can accompany you for one night. Sooner or later, I will be insulted by those guys, so it's better to give you my innocence. Bu Qingyao said with lifeless eyes, as if he had accepted the reality. I'm not an animal who thinks with my lower body, and the existence of the High Chamber of Commerce is not good for me. I don't want to help you. Sometimes, getting rid of some people for others is also helping myself. Surue said lightly, without saying anything more, and soon she came to a Rolls-Royce Phantom holding Bu Qingyao. At this time, Wu Jinyan hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door. Seeing Surue holding a beautiful woman, Wu Jinyan was a little surprised. She thought, why did the boss go out and bring back a beautiful woman? Is she not pretty enough? Don't think too much, we're just friends. By the way, please keep an eye on the company's affairs during this period. I have something to entrust to you. Please help me investigate all the affairs of the High Chamber of Commerce. After getting in the car, Surue said to Wu Jinyan seriously. Wu Jinyan was stunned when she heard this. Looking at Surue's serious expression, she couldn't help but frown. Is the boss going to take action against the High Chamber of Commerce? Boss, we should be more cautious about this matter. Although I don't know much about the High Chamber of Commerce, it is certain that it is not easy to mess with. Wu Jinyan advised. To be honest, in her opinion, it would be inappropriate to mess with the High Chamber of Commerce for a woman from the perspective of interests. The existence of the High Chamber of Commerce is of no benefit to the Longhua Group. There is no baring of teeth now, but that does not mean that there will be no baring of teeth in the future. How can we allow others to snore on our bed? Chapter 52, Visitors from Special Departments. After Surue finished speaking, Wu Jinyan stopped talking for a while. At this time, she was already shocked by Surue's words. She didn't expect that her boss would be so scary when he became serious. Okay, boss. I will mobilize all the manpower to start investigating the High Chamber of Commerce. But there is one more thing. Our background is a bit weak compared to that of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Wu Jinyan thought for a moment and then reminded. Su Rui nodded when she heard that. Indeed, now she just had money and a system. Damn, with a system, she had nothing to be afraid of. It's okay. I have my own way to connect with people. Don't worry. Just do it if you don't agree. Su Rui's casual words made Wu Jinyan feel instantly safe. Then, without saying a word, he drove the Rolls-Royce towards the villa area. At the same time, on the top floor of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce building, a white-haired old man was holding a cup of tea, looking down at the streets of the magic city with deep eyes. Longhua Group, Su Rui, a fierce dragon has come to our magic city. The old man muttered to himself, and the assistant beside him hurriedly took out a document and handed it over. The old man glanced at the document and then chuckled. Well, I will host a banquet for this young friend Su tonight. The assistant nodded after hearing that, then walked out of the room and began to make arrangements. Not long after, Su Rui received a message. Looking at the message, Su Rui frowned. She hadn't even reached home yet, but the text message from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce had been sent to her mobile phone. I have to say that the power of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is quite huge, so huge that it is shocking. Since they have invited us, we have to give them some face and make some arrangements. Then come with me to keep the appointment. Su Rui said to Wu Jinyan. Boss, this might be a hongmen banquet. Isn't it a bit dangerous to just go there like this? Wu Jinyan felt that her boss was still too young and not very cautious in doing things. Dangerous? Are you talking about them or me? Su Rui chuckled when he heard that, and then without further adu, he returned to the villa, settled Wu Qingyao down, changed his clothes and waited for the night to fall. Time flies. A few hours later, although he was wearing an expensive suit and had 2 mechanical guards in his pockets, with these 2 guys around, the one in danger was not Su Rui, but the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Afterwards, Wu Jinyan drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom and took Su Rui and Bu Qingyao to the 6-star private restaurant where the banquet was held. Su Rui discovered something very strange on the road, that is, there were not many cars. From the time she came out until now, she had not encountered any other vehicles on the street, as if there was a traffic restriction. Is this a show of force for me? Su Rui smiled when she saw this. This method could only scare children. For Su Rui, who had the system, it was a bit childish. Soon the car drove into the restaurant's garage. As soon as Su Rui got out of the car, she saw 2 rows of bodyguards in black suits lining up to welcome her. It looked quite impressive. Mr. Su, our boss has been waiting for a long time. Please come with us, Mr. Su. The leading bodyguard said to Su Rui, and at the same time glanced at Wu Jinyan and Bu Qingyao, thinking to himself that Su Rui is not very old, but has a good kidney. Can he withstand 1v2? Okay, lead the way. It's okay for me to just take a look this time, but don't blame me for digging your eyeballs out next time. Su Rui came to the bodyguard and whispered. The latter said nothing after hearing this and took Su Rui to the restaurant. Soon the group arrived at the 9th floor of the restaurant. It was said that there were only a handful of people in the entire demon city who could eat on the 9th floor, which showed how high the standard was. As soon as Su Rui entered the room, he saw an old man pouring tea. There was no food on the table, not even chopsticks. This made Su Rui stunned, thinking that the people of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce were too stingy. There were wine and food at the hongmen banquet, but they just skipped the wine and food? Old sir, this is the first time I've seen a banquet without food and wine. I wonder what you are up to. Su Rui said straight to the point, and then sat down on the chair in front of the other party, completely ignoring the gazes of others. Boss Su was able to establish Longhua Group at such a young age. He is quite capable. Today I see that he is indeed extraordinary. The old man invited you to a dinner, so of course there will be wine and food. However, what the wine and food are depends on what we talk about. The old man took a sip of tea and said with a smile. To Su Rui's ears, this sentence sounded like a bunch of twists and turns with some hidden words, which sounded extremely uncomfortable. It is said that it is very convenient to communicate with smart people. It seems that the old man is not very smart. Just tell me what you want to talk about. I am not in the mood to waste time here. Su Rui said lightly with his arms folded, not giving the chairman of the Sihai Business Council any face at all. When the latter heard Su Rui's words, his brows immediately frowned. He thought Su Rui was a very cultured young man, but he didn't expect him to be so rude. But Su Rui did it on purpose. There was no other way. She had to say whatever she wanted to him. You are a person involved in the gray industry. Why should I talk to you about etiquette? The atmosphere was a bit tense for a while, and finally a waiter ran in and broke the deadlock. Mr. Luo, some people from a special department came outside and said they want to attend the banquet together. It seems that they have no good intentions. The waiter whispered to the old man. Upon hearing this, Mr. Luo couldn't help but glance at Su Rue. At this moment, Su Rue was also confused, but she still sat there expressionless, pretending not to see the other party's gaze. I was thinking in my heart that I seemed to have nothing to do with the special department, so it shouldn't be that they were here to find me, right? At this moment, in front of the restaurant, several men in ordinary clothes stood in place like javelins, and the bloodiness on their bodies was incomparable to that of ordinary people. Captain, we came all the way from the imperial capital just to attend a banquet? One of them asked the middle-aged man in the lead curiously, wondering what kind of mission required them to participate. Don't ask if you shouldn't know. This mission is different from the previous ones. You just need to know that Su Rue cannot be harmed and her authority must be maximized. The middle-aged man said lightly. However, it was this statement of maximum authority that made everyone gasp in shock, and they secretly wondered who Su Rue was that made the higher-ups pay so much attention to her. Ladies and gentlemen, please come in. Just as everyone was guessing, the assistant beside Mr. Luo walked out of the restaurant and said respectfully to everyone. Upon hearing this, the captain led his team members into the hotel in an orderly manner, took the elevator directly to the top floor, and the first thing they did after entering was to look for Su Rue. Are you Su Rue? The boss of Longhua Group? The captain looked at Su Rue and asked. Yes, I am Su Rue, you are. Looking at the man in front of him, Su Rue was confused. He didn't know where the other party came from, and he was a little nervous. Could it be that his system was exposed and he was going to be taken away for slices? Chapter 53, The Prescription is the Stepping Stone. Thinking of this, Su Rue became alert and reached one hand into his pocket. If these guys made trouble, he would have no choice but to use the mechanical guards. Don't be nervous. We are here to discuss some matters with Boss Su on behalf of our superiors. We don't have any other intentions. Seeing that Su Rue was a little nervous, the captain hurriedly explained, while trying not to sound too serious. After all, Su Rue is a talented person. It would be bad if she scared the young people. So that's how it is. You've worked hard along the way. It just so happens that Mr. Luo is hosting us today. Let's have a meal together. Hearing that someone had come to discuss something with him, Su Rue was immediately relieved, and then started to make arrangements. For a moment, people even suspected that he was the host this time. Ahem, Xiao Chen, have someone serve the food. Seeing this, Mr. Luo didn't dare to say anything more. Although he was the head of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, he was just an ant in front of the special department. Afterwards, everyone had a simple meal. Su Rue didn't know whether the others were full or not, but he was quite full. The food in this 6-star restaurant was not bad, much better than that of the chef he hired. I want to open a 7-star restaurant, but I don't know how much money it will cost. Su Rue couldn't help but think about it. This was not for profit, but simply because Su Rue wanted to eat and didn't want to waste money. As the saying goes, drive a tractor to the bar, save where you can and spend where you can. With this thought, the banquet that was originally filled with swordplay came to an end, and then Su Rue drove away with the people from the special department. Soon the vehicle arrived at the outskirts of Demon City. A relatively quiet warehouse stood in the dark, looking ordinary. When the door of the warehouse opened, Su Rue could see clearly that this was not an ordinary place. It was full of people. Many of them were armed with guns, and some were wearing lab coats. For a moment, Su Rue really wondered if these guys were here to dissect her. Don't worry. These are experts in the medical field. They are here to discuss the formula of anti-cancer drugs with Boss Su. The price is negotiable. Please let us know if you have any requirements. Don't try to save money with them. The captain said, and finally reminded Su Rue. Su Rue's mouth twitched when he heard that. Good fellows, are you guys in the same group? You still don't forget to consider me at this time? Thinking about it, Su Rue didn't say much, got off the car and walked directly towards the crowd. An old scholar who was in the lead was amazed at how young Su Rue was. He had heard before that someone had developed an enhanced anti-cancer combination drug, and he thought it was from some developed country, so he tossed and turned all night and couldn't sleep. There was no other reason. If we couldn't come up with the idea at home, we would easily be strangled by others. As a result, when I went to the meeting with two panda eyes in the morning, I found out that this was something that our own people had researched, so I hurried to the magic city without stopping. Hello, I won't introduce myself. Let's talk about how much you plan to sell this enhanced anti-cancer drug for. As long as you open your mouth, we will definitely consider it carefully. The old man held Su Rui's hand and showed his trump card before Su Rui could speak. Senior, I don't plan to sell this anti-cancer drug. Hey, young man, why bother with money? You sell this thing, and we develop it for the benefit of the people. It's a good thing, and you also make a profit, so you won't lose anything. Before Su Rui could finish speaking, the old man started to interrupt, and Su Rui felt helpless when he saw this. Well, it's a bit cold this night, and maybe someone nearby will hear us, so let's go in and talk. Su Rui felt that standing at the door was not the place to chat, so she spoke up. Then everyone walked into the warehouse, and then the door of the warehouse was closed. Seeing this scene, Bu Qingyao frowned slightly, obviously worried about his savior. Is he going to be okay? These people have guns. What if the deal isn't reached? Bu Qingyao asked Wu Jinyan with some concern. Wu Jinyan shook her head when she saw this. Even with a gun, she might not be able to hurt her boss. After all, the incident with the Yamaguchi Gumi has not yet subsided. It should be fine. Just wait. My boss is not an ordinary person. Wu Jinyan said and stopped talking. Su Rui negotiated with everyone, and finally, under the tearful gaze of the group, Su Rui signed the contract and donated it to her superior for free. Many people were surprised to hear this. They didn't expect Su Rui to not want money. The old man who had wanted to offer a high price before almost cried at this moment. It turned out that he was too narrow-minded. And Su Rui did not donate in vain. Once this thing is on the market, it can save many lives. Having this thing is equivalent to saving many lives. After all, do you dare to say that you will not get sick in this life? Of course, this is not something Su Rui can control alone. Donating is the best way. And sometimes money may not be useful in this society. Su Rui wants more than just money. This prescription was just a stepping stone, and the dosage was enough. Then she chatted with everyone for a while, exchanged contact information, and told everyone Qin Dongcai's phone number. Only then did Su Rui leave the warehouse. Let's go, there's nothing else to worry about. I guess the Sihai Chamber of Commerce won't dare to say a word anymore. Su Rui said to Wu Jinyan, then got in the car and left. Boss, are you sure everything is fine with the Sihai Chamber of Commerce? We still need to be cautious, right? Wu Jinyan reminded, and Su Rui smiled at this. Just now in the warehouse, any one of the people who talked to him could beat the Sihai Chamber of Commerce to death. Now that he has given the formula to people, if anyone dares to do anything to him, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce will be doomed. Su Rui didn't say anything afterwards. After returning to the villa, she washed up and lay down on the bed to rest. As a result, halfway through her sleep, she suddenly discovered that there seemed to be an extra person in the quilt. Su Rui was shocked and wondered if this place was haunted. Damn, the system should have given me something to ward off evil spirits. Su Rui exclaimed, and stood up from the bed. When she looked closely, she found that it was Bu Qingyao. No, why are you running into my bed so late at night instead of sleeping? Su Rui looked at Bu Qingyao in confusion. She had seen men lusting after women's bodies before, but this was the first time she had seen a woman lusting after a man's body. It's scary to sleep alone. Don't worry, I won't do anything. Bu Qingyao explained with a smile. Su Rui's mouth twitched for a long time when he heard this, thinking to himself why this sounded a bit strange. I'm used to sleeping alone. It's not comfortable for two people. If you like to sleep here, I'll go next door. Su Rui got up and ran out of the room. Seeing Su Rui fleeing in embarrassment, Bu Qingyao couldn't help but smile. It was interesting that he could speak frankly in front of those big guys, but he was afraid of girls. Chapter $54 billion Raw Stone Mine. Thinking of this, Bu Qingyao lay on Su Rui's bed and slowly fell asleep, while Su Rui was sitting on the bed in the guest bedroom with a speechless look on her face. She didn't know what Bu Qingyao was trying to do, staying up late at night and running into her room to act like a hooligan. I give up. I saved her, but I'm the one who suffers? Su Rui muttered, then leaned against the bed and slowly fell asleep. She didn't say a word all night. The next morning, Su Rui slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes met with Bu Qingyao's. Su Rue was so scared that she stood up from the bed with a plop. As a result, Bu Qingya was sitting on the edge of the bed, so that his head was facing little Su Rue, and both of them were extremely embarrassed for a moment. "You're still haunting me. What do you want to do? Why can't you just tell me what's going on?" Su Rue said unhappily. She really couldn't understand what Bu Qingya was thinking. Bu Qingya rolled her eyes when she heard that, thinking that she was not a tiger, so why would Su Rue be so afraid of her? "It's nothing. I just want to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. At the same time, I have something to discuss with you." Bu Qingya said straight to the point. Su Rue asked in confusion what it was. "Not long after, I learned from Bu Qingya that a mine was recently discovered in a neighboring country, which contained a lot of jadeite raw stones. If we act now, we will definitely make a fortune, because few people know about this matter, and currently only the people in the Sihai Chamber of Commerce know about it." She only learned about this through some old friends. This time Su Rue saved her, and she wanted to use this news to express her gratitude. Besides, even if she knew the news now, she wouldn't get a share of it, so she might as well lend a flower to Buddha. "How much can you make by making a fortune?" "I'm not short of money." Su Rue said she was not interested. What's more, she would have to go abroad, which was a bit risky. It would be better for her to develop honestly in Shanghai. "If you can take it, hundreds of billions are no problem," Bu Qingya said lightly. Su Rue's heart skipped a beat when he heard it. Hundreds of billions, gosh, it would take me a while to sign in. Moreover, all kinds of things require money recently. If I intervene in this matter, on the one hand, I can rely on jadeite raw stones to enter the jewelry market, and on the other hand, I can make a lot of money. No matter how you calculate it, it's not a loss. And who knows what good things are buried in the mine. With her golden eyes, she can definitely earn more. Thinking of this, Su Rue was indeed tempted. He then asked Wu Jinyan to arrange the passport issue, and then began to discuss the matter with Bu Qingya while having breakfast. At the same time, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce was also discussing the matter. In front of Mr. Luo was sitting a young man in luxurious clothes. The young man was about 20 years old, but his deep eyes did not match his appearance at all. He looked more like an old fox. "Master Sikong, do you want to have a piece of the pie too?" Old Luo looked at the young man in front of him and asked cautiously, with a very humble attitude. It was obvious that the young man in front of him had a very high background, so much so that even a half-black and half-white entity like the Sihai Chamber of Commerce had to look at that person's face. "No, I'm not interested in those jadeite raw stones. This time I came here for the ancient tomb under the jade mine." "Don't worry, Mr. Luo. If you want to take over the jade mine, you can do so at will." Hearing Mr. Luo's cautious words, Sikong Changpeng smiled. Upon hearing this, old Luo breathed a sigh of relief. He had been coveting this jadeite mine for a long time. If it was targeted by the Sikong family in the imperial capital, he would probably have to lose money and gain publicity this time. "Then I can rest assured. The departure time is in 2 days. If you have no objection, I will arrange it here." Old Luo began to explain. Sikong Changpeng was speechless when he heard it. Seeing this, old Luo hurriedly stood up to make arrangements. Time flies, and 2 days passed in a hurry. At this time, Su Rue had been sent to the airport by Wu Jinyan. She was accompanied by 2 female bodyguards, Chu Xingchuyu and Bu Qingyao. Bu Qingyao was responsible for leading the way, while Chu Xingchuyu was responsible for carrying the luggage. As for the security issue, it can be left to the mechanical guards. Su Rue thought he had made a good arrangement, but what he didn't know was that his movements had been noticed by a special department. This was not to monitor Su Rue, but to ensure Su Rue's safety. One old man even made a statement that no matter who got into trouble, Su Rue must not get into trouble either. So many people in the dark were busy arranging a protection plan. "Boss, please be careful when you go abroad this time. It's different abroad than at home, especially at this destination, it's very chaotic," Wu Jinyan reminded before leaving. Unconsciously, Wu Jinyan seemed to have become a nanny, thinking about Su Rue all the time, which also made Su Rue feel very warm. "Okay, don't worry, we're just going to see the raw jadeite. By the way, what flight did you book this time?" Su Rue asked curiously. Wu Jinyan was in charge of all this, so he didn't quite understand it. "It's an ordinary ticket. I didn't book first class because I was worried that it would be too conspicuous," Wu Jinyan said as she handed the ticket to Su Rue. Su Rue was very satisfied seeing this. Sometimes it's better to keep a low profile when you go out. Then he took Bu Qingyao and the bodyguards and began to wait. During this time, Su Rui also checked the sign and rewards for the past 3 days. It turned out that there were no special rewards except some cash. Could it be that I have passed the novice protection period? Su Rui was a little disappointed. Just when he was depressed, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Looking at this figure, Su Rui's expression changed. Isn't this Yi Ruqing? Why did the eldest daughter of the Yi family come to the civilian airport instead of taking her own private plane? Experience life? Su Rui was a little puzzled. If it wasn't for the need to keep a low profile, who would have the leisure to experience life? Don't be fooled by the things on TV, because what you see is just what they want you to see. Thinking like this, Su Rui didn't say anything and waited quietly. He didn't know how much time had passed. Just when Su Rui was feeling drowsy, Chu Yu and Chu Xing beside him suddenly stood up and stood in front of him. Seeing this, Su Rui opened her eyes and discovered that it was Yi Ruqing who came over. Looking at the smiling eldest lady of the Yi family, Su Rui frowned slightly. You two get out of the way, this is my friend. Su Rui spoke quickly, worried that Chu Yu and Chu Xing would misunderstand. Hearing this, the two sisters Chu Yu and Chu Xing quickly made way. Seeing this, Yi Ruqing immediately laughed. I didn't expect Boss Su to be so good at managing his subordinates. It's not easy to meet him. Just kidding. I wonder what Miss Yi wants to talk to me about. Su Rui didn't care about the other party's teasing and asked directly. It's nothing. I just think it's a coincidence. We met at the airport again after we parted at the auction house last time. Where are you going, Boss Su? Yi Ruqing said as he sat down next to Su Rui as if they were familiar with each other. Chapter 55, We are one family, don't panic. This made Su Rui feel uncomfortable, and she thought to herself that if other people saw this, they would probably misunderstand her. The eldest daughter of the Yi family has considerable influence. If she were to meet a suitor of the other party, she would not be able to explain herself even if she had 100 mouths. Moreover, those who can pursue Yi Ruqing all have strong backgrounds. Thinking of this, Su Rui couldn't help but move her body to distance herself from him, and then began to chat with him. During the whole process, Su Rui didn't even look at Yi Ruqing. This made Bu Qingyao, who was standing by, want to laugh. He thought Su Rui was just afraid of him, but he didn't expect that Su Rui was shy around women. And Su Rui learned through the conversation with Yi Ruqing that the other person was not here to experience life at all, but to go to the same country or even the same place as her. This surprised Su Rui. She didn't expect that she also knew about the jade mine. Didn't Bu Qingyao say that few people knew about it? Not many people know about this, but as a large family in the imperial capital, it's not difficult for the Yi family to know this. Seeing Su Rui's confusion, Bu Qingyao explained. Hearing this, Su Rui couldn't help but nodded, and then she didn't continue to communicate with Yi Ruqing because ticket checking and boarding had already begun. When they got on the plane, Su Rui realized something was wrong. Yi Ruqing's seat was actually next to hers. No, what's wrong with Jin Yan? She didn't book next to side tickets, but instead booked me and Yi Ruqing next to each other. This is going to be interesting. Su Rui was speechless and planned to switch with Bu Qingyao, but was stopped by Yi Ruqing. Why, does it embarrass you to sit with me? Yi Ruqing raised his eyebrows and asked unhappily. Hearing this, Su Rui couldn't change seats anymore and could only sit in his own seat, hoping that the plane would land soon. Although Yi Ruqing seemed to be an iceberg beauty, she was very enthusiastic towards Su Rui. She kept chatting with Su Rui along the way, so much so that Su Rui was too lazy to answer. However, he still learned some important things from the conversation, that is, there is actually an ancient tomb under this mine, and Yi Ruqing came this time for this ancient tomb. Ancient tomb? The eldest daughter of the Yi family doesn't stay at home to be a rich girl, but runs out of the country to rob tombs? Su Rui was a little surprised. Yi Ruqing curled her lips when she heard it, wondering why Su Rui is so bad at speaking. How can you say that something without an owner is stolen? Anyway, it's not just you and me who are here this time. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce and the Sikon family will also be involved. It will be a lively time, but this is a good thing for you. I will introduce them to you when the time comes. Yi Ruqing said with a smile. Su Rui didn't say anything after hearing this. There was no harm in making friends with some imperial capital families. Compared with Wang Song, Qin Wen and others, the power of the imperial capital families was even greater. Thinking of this, Su Rui closed his eyes and began to rest. He fell asleep unknowingly. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was leaning on Yi Ruqing. At this time, Yi Ruqing's pretty face was slightly red, and there was a hint of resentment in her eyes. Sorry, I fell asleep just now. Seeing this, Su Rue quickly sat up straight. Yi Ruqing didn't say anything when she saw this. Half an hour later, the plane landed and Su Rue got off the plane with Bu Qingyao, Chuyu and Chu Xing. As soon as she got out of the airport, she found that the road in front of the airport was already full of luxury cars. Su Rue knew very well that these were definitely not the ones coming to pick her up, so she didn't care. Xingyao, where are we going next? Su Rue asked. Seeing this, Bu Qingyao waved in a direction, and soon an off-road vehicle drove over. This is the car I called. The driver is my father's former subordinate. He is very reliable and will take us there. Bu Qingyao explained to Su Rue, who didn't care. After getting in the car, he stopped talking and instead carefully observed the driver. The driver was a middle-aged man with a strong build and a few words, giving people a rather aloof feeling. This kind of person is definitely not a good person in reality, so Su Rue is more concerned about this guy. Although Bu Qingyao said that this person is reliable, Su Rue does not think so. He still needs to be more careful when going out. As he was thinking this, more than an hour passed and the off-road vehicle had already entered a mountain forest. As they went deeper into the forest, the surrounding environment became more and more remote. Seeing this, Su Rue frowned slightly. This didn't look like the road to the mine. Did the driver do it on purpose or did he take the wrong road? Uncle driver, did you take the wrong road? It doesn't look like there are mines nearby. Chuyu asked directly. The driver smiled when he heard that, then stretched out his hand from his waist and suddenly pulled out a pistol. Just as he was about to aim at Su Rue, a bullet pierced through the car window and directly broke the driver's arm. Ah! Damn it, you actually ambushed the sniper in advance. The driver screamed in pain. Not everyone can endure the pain of a broken arm. Sniper? Su Rue was full of questions when she saw this. She wondered when she had a sniper. As a person who runs a company, she is at most an entrepreneur, not a sniper. However, Su Rue did not waste time. After such an incident, she definitely could not stay in the car. Tai Kaoshan instantly opened the car door and then jumped out with Bu Qingyao. Seeing this, the two sisters Chuyu and Chu Xing jumped out of the car with their luggage. The driver was in so much pain from a broken arm that he didn't care about the steering wheel at all. With a dull bang, the car hit the tree head-on, and due to inertia, the driver broke the window and was thrown out. There are snipers nearby. Boss, my advice is to stay put and wait until dark. It's useless to run in circles when you are exposed to the sniper's range during the day. Chuyu said. Su Rue nodded when he heard this. He did not express any opinion on such professional matters, nor did he feel the slightest bit of panic. After all, he brought 2 mechanical guards with him when he went out, which were more than enough to deal with a sniper. The reason why she didn't choose to take action directly was mainly because the sniper broke the driver's arm to save herself. Su Rue was worried about accidentally injuring friendly forces, so she chose to wait and see for a while. Strange, why is there no movement after waiting for so long? Give me some feedback whether it is an enemy or a friend. Su Rue waited for a while, talking to himself in some confusion. At this moment, I received a text message on my mobile phone. I opened it and found only one sentence on it: "We are one family, don't panic." Seeing this, Su Rue let out a long sigh, then stood up and walked out with a few people. Not long after, a soldier with a sniper rifle came over with a map. Boss Su, this is what you need. Follow the route on the map and you will reach the mine in an hour. It is safe along the way, so don't worry. After saying that, the other party turned around and left. Chapter 56. Young Master Su is indeed young and promising. Looking at the very detailed map, Su Rue couldn't help but admire the means of the special department. Even where she was going and the route along the way were clearly marked. If nothing unexpected happened, there must be more than one sniper on this road. It's really reliable, but I don't know if they can monitor my sleeping posture. Su Rue said with a smile. Not long after she finished speaking, a text message alert sounded. When Su Rue opened the phone, her face turned black. It actually said, "We will not monitor you when you sleep." It would be better not to send this text message. Su Rue said without wasting time and led everyone to the destination, walking and stopping along the way, feeling very comfortable. As for what happened before, she put it all behind her mind. Su Rue was not interested in the driver's final fate. He probably couldn't have survived, but it had nothing to do with her. An hour later, Su Rue and everyone finally arrived near the mine. Looking at the mine that was being mined, Su Rue used his golden eyes to observe it. After a while, I discovered that there were indeed quite a few jadeite raw stones underneath. As for the quality, I couldn't see it clearly because the distance was too far. Who is in charge of this mine? Is there any contact information? Su Rue thought for a moment and asked Bu Qingya beside him. The person in charge is a young man named Du Yang. He has great power here thanks to the family business his father built in the no man's land. However, this guy only likes money. When he learned that there was a raw stone mine here, he started digging overnight. However, he has not found a market for it yet. Buying it at this juncture will make a sure profit. Bu Qingya handed Du Yang's contact information to Su Rue. Su Rue dialed the number without saying a word, and soon a series of sweet voices were heard on the line, which was not suitable for children. Who is it? I'm calling you when I'm in the middle of a good mood. Is there going to be trouble? Du Yang said into the phone unhappily. I'm Su Rue, the boss of Longhua Group. I heard that Boss Du has some jadeite raw stones but can't sell them? Why don't we have a chat? Su Rue said concisely. When Du Yang heard that someone wanted to buy jadeite raw stone, he instantly became much more energetic. He didn't even bother to play with the girl. He got up and went to the bathroom to start a detailed conversation with Su Rue. Half an hour later, Su Rue put away her phone with a smile on her face. It was obvious that this negotiation was very successful. Although Du Yang had a good background, his vision was not good. He raised the price of a raw stone worth more than 10 billion yuan to 2 billion yuan, and this guy made the final decision. 2 billion to buy more than 10 billion worth of raw stone, or, plus Su Rue has golden eyes, this deal is a sure win. Damn it, how could Du Yang go back on his word? Luo Lao, who had not yet reached his destination, was furious because his subordinates actually said that the raw stone mine had been intercepted by someone. According to Du Yang's words, he would sell it to whoever paid more. Originally, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce was planning to make the most of their money and wanted to spend 1 billion to buy it, but unexpectedly, Su Rue doubled the price. Does this fellow Su Rue intend to make things difficult for our Sihai Chamber of Commerce? Does he really think that he can compete with our Sihai Chamber of Commerce with the support of a special department? I, an old man, have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. Old Luo said, and quickly told Sikong Changpeng about the matter. Sikong Changpeng, who was having a small gathering with the children of the major imperial capital families at this time, was speechless when he heard about this. With only 18 billion worth of things, they still have the nerve to beg him for help. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce is really rubbish. Brother Changpeng, what's wrong with you? The young master of the Wan family saw that Sikong Changpeng looked unhappy and asked curiously. It's okay. I just had some trouble. Someone wanted to acquire this raw stone mine, but was intercepted by someone else. Sikong Changpeng said lightly, not taking the matter to heart at all. Is the Sihai Chamber of Commerce going to acquire it? Yi Ruoqing asked hurriedly after hearing this. Sikong Changpeng was stunned when he saw Yi Ruoqing's reaction. That's right, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce wanted to acquire the mine, but was intercepted by a guy named Su Rue. We should go back and teach Su Rue a lesson for being so ignorant. Sikong Changpeng said lightly, but as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ruoqing's face changed and he stood up directly. If your Sikong family dares to take action against Su Rue, just expect to be liquidated. Don't blame me for not telling you. Yi Ruoqing said without staying any longer and left the hotel with his men. The others were all surprised when they saw this, wondering if the Su Rue had any relationship with Yi Ruoqing. Being liquidated? Damn, who did this old dog Luo offend for me? Sikong Changpeng muttered Yi Ruoqing's words, and the next second he was panicked. The word liquidated is not used casually, it does not refer to a family dispute, but a higher-level dispute. Thinking of this, Sikong Changpeng quickly called Mr. Luo, and then scolded him, almost sending him to the ICU on the spot. No, Master Sikong, didn't you say before that you would not interfere in this matter and only wanted the ancient tomb? What's going on now? Old Luo was puzzled, not knowing why Sikong Changpeng went back on his word. You don't need to know too much. You just need to know that Su Rue is not someone you can deal with. Take your people and go back to where you came from. From now on, this mine belongs to Su Rue. After saying that, Sikong Changpeng hung up the phone directly, not intending to waste time with the other party. Anyway, I told him that if this old guy still refuses to repent, it will have nothing to do with me. On Luo's side, his face was as gloomy as if water could drip from it. Sikong Changpeng had actually gone back on his word and now made him make a wasted trip. How could he have the face to go back? Since you're here, you have to eat this piece of cake no matter what. I don't know what kind of deal Su Rui made with the special department, but my Sihai Chamber of Commerce is not to be trifled with, Mr. Luo said as he started to take out his cell phone contacts. Su Rui didn't know all this at the moment. He had already met Du Yang, and the two of them discussed the matter in detail and finalized it. As for the contract, there was no need to sign it. In this lawless area, the contract had no legal effect at all. Boss Su is indeed young and promising. He took out 2 billion without blinking an eye. I admire him. The goods will be delivered through formal channels soon. You can rest assured. Du Yang said somewhat flatteringly. Su Rui smiled awkwardly when she heard this. Those who knew would think that she was buying or, while those who didn't would think that she was doing something illegal. Okay, then I'll go take a look at the mine first. There will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. I lack everything except money. Su Rui said with a smile, then stood up and said goodbye to Du Yang. Seeing this, Du Yang was very considerate and personally sent Su Rui to the mine before leaving. At the same time, he was worried that Su Rui might meet someone blind, so he assigned a few gunmen to protect her. It can be said that he thought very carefully. Chapter 57, Digging a Grave? Is that really that important? You don't have to be too nervous, I'll just take a look. Looking at the gunman that Du Yan left behind for him, Su Rui didn't know whether the other party could understand him. After saying this, he began to walk around the mine. At the same time, the ability of the golden eyes was activated, scanning the jadeite raw stones in the mine bit by bit. The way he commented on them as he walked made everyone confused. They didn't know what Su Rui was doing. Was there something wrong with his brain? Strange, what's wrong with Su Rui? Bu Qinyao was a little confused when he saw this, and then went forward to check. As a result, he heard Su Rui muttering something about glass seed. Don't tell me this guy has X-ray vision? That's impossible, right? Bu Qinyao was surprised, but looking at Su Rui's expression, it didn't seem fake, and he suddenly felt that his brain was not enough. Su Rui ignored this guy and only breathed a sigh of relief after observing for an hour. The 2 billion yuan was not wasted. After deducting various handling fees after shipping it back to the country, she could make at least tens of billions of yuan. This was because Su Rui's vision was limited. There must be more good things buried underneath. I don't know what Yi Ruqing is doing. I've been here for a long time, but I haven't seen any trace of her. Su Rui did not continue to observe, but began to be curious about what Yi Ruqing was doing. Didn't she agree to introduce the children of the Kyoto family to her? Just as Su Rui was thinking, bursts of helicopter sounds came from a distance. Following the sound, she found that 5 helicopters were flying towards here. Wow, they are indeed a big family. They always take a plane when they go out. Su Rui sighed secretly upon seeing this, and thought to herself that she would get a few planes to play with someday. However, when she thought about the domestic flights and the routes that she would have to arrange, it would be too troublesome, so she simply gave up thinking about it. Not long after, the helicopter landed and Yi Ruqing walked out of it. The moment he saw Su Rui, his face turned into a smile, which surprised the people around him. My goodness, does the young lady have any special relationship with this Mr. Su? Is that something we should consider? Be careful not to know too much, or you might end up being fed to the fish one day. A few people whispered to each other and then shut up. Yi Ruqing ignored what the others said and came to Su Rui to say hello. I didn't expect that you got this mine so quickly. Not bad. I'm going to do some business from your mine later. I hope Boss Su won't mind? Yi Ruqing teased with a smile. Su Rui was speechless when she heard this. This woman was asking even though she knew the answer. Then she smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Miss Yi, you can do whatever you want. Just treat this place as your home. As she said that, Su Rui was about to take a look at the other people who got off the helicopter, and found that she didn't recognize anyone except Yi Ruqing. Let me introduce you, this is Sikong Changpeng. Then, Yi Ruqing introduced everyone to Su Rui. Su Rui nodded at everyone and memorized their names. There was no more chatting. Su Rui and Yi Ruqing took a rest on the side and watched everyone looking for the entrance to the ancient tomb. Because there were many jadeite raw stones buried underground, it was very troublesome to find it. It took several hours to locate the entrance to the ancient tomb. By this time, it was getting dark, and several gunmen tactfully lit a bonfire to provide lighting and warmth for everyone. It looks like you won't be able to sleep tonight. I'm going to sleep first. Don't call me if there's nothing important, and don't call me if there's something important. Su Rui said to Yi Ruqing, then went into the tent and began to rest. Seeing this, Bu Qingyao also went in, which made Su Rui helpless. However, due to the large temperature difference between day and night here, Su Rui did not drive Bu Qingyao out. It was better to hug him to keep warm. So, having a woman in bed is more comfortable than being alone, right? Bu Qingyao looked at Su Rui and teased with a smile. It's okay. Don't spray perfume next time. I don't like the smell. Su Rui said with her eyes closed. Bu Qingyao curled his lips when he heard it, thinking that this kid has a lot of things to do, but he still kept this matter in mind. Unconsciously, the two fell asleep. However, before they slept for long, a muffled sound was heard, which instantly woke Su Rui up. He got up and went outside to observe. He found that the mine, which had been intact, had collapsed, and a deep pit appeared in Su Rui's field of vision. My goodness, the thing I bought for 2 billion was blown up? Su Rui looked extremely ugly. Smelling the smell of gunpowder in the air, he found it hard to accept it for a moment. The jadeite raw stone would definitely be damaged by the explosion. It cost a lot of money. It's okay. If there is any loss, I will compensate Boss Su. Seeing that Su Rui looked a little unhappy, Sikong Changping came forward and said with a smile. By the way, is it necessary to make such a big fuss just because you are digging a grave? Su Rui was puzzled. When the latter heard Su Rui's words, he felt embarrassed and thought that Su Rui was really outspoken. We can't do that. There are many mechanisms in this ancient tomb, and it's filled with strange things. We can only blow it up to ensure safe entry into the tomb. Boss Su, are you interested in going in and taking a look? Sikong Changping asked with a smile. Su Rui shook his head when he heard that. He was not interested in this kind of thing. He always felt it was a bit dangerous. Seeing Su Rui's refusal, Sikong Changping didn't say much. Soon he sent a team of people to explore the way. After making sure there was no danger, everyone began to walk towards the entrance of the tomb. Su Rui ran back to the tent and continued to rest. Unknowingly, a night passed quietly. The next morning, when Su Rui opened her eyes, she was not awakened naturally, but was awakened by a burst of noisy noises. This made Su Rui a little overwhelmed. These guys are not done yet, are they? Su Rui walked out of the tent again and saw several corpses lying on the ground, covered with white cloth. Seeing this, Su Rui frowned. How could someone die while digging a grave? What's going on? Su Rui came to Yi Ruqing and asked in confusion. When Yi Ruqing saw that it was Su Rui, he did not hide anything and told her what happened last night. It didn't take Su Rui long to understand what was going on. It turned out that there were some mechanisms in the ancient tomb, which caused the explorers to accidentally fall into the trap and 4 people died. By the way, what on earth is there in this ancient tomb that you need? Why do you continue digging even though there are dead bodies? Su Rui was puzzled. She really couldn't think of anything that could make these children of the imperial capital families give up their lives. A kind of water. It is said that this water can restore dying people to health. However, it is only a rumor now. The details are still unknown. Yi Ruqing frowned and explained to Su Rui. Su Rui's mouth twitched for a long time when he heard this, and he thought to himself, how could a child from a wealthy family like Yi Ruqing believe such a rumor? Chapter 58. Are you sure? However, as soon as he had this thought, Su Rui was stunned, because didn't he have a system himself? In other words, this kind of water could really exist. My goodness, this thing is a treasure. If I had it too, wouldn't it be? Su Rui secretly exclaimed in her heart. If she could get this kind of thing and produce it in batches, she would have money and power at that time. After all, who doesn't he have to go through life? Compared to anti-cancer drugs, this water is more valuable. No, to be precise, the two are not equal at all. Thinking about it, Su Rui didn't say much and chose to sign in. What Su Rui didn't expect was that what she signed in for was also a bottle of water, but there was no information marked on the bottle of water. System, what's going on? Why is there no information about this bottle of water? Su Rui asked the system in her mind with a puzzled look on her face. This was the first time such a thing had happened. However, the system did not answer Su Rui's question at this time, so Su Rui did not dare to touch the bottle of water, for fear that it was poisonous and would take her away. In desperation, Su Rui had to find something to fill his stomach first. While he was eating, 2 helicopters flew over from the distance. These 2 helicopters were completely different from the ones Yi Ruqing and others had been riding before. They looked like armed helicopters. Military personnel? Su Rui frowned upon seeing this. After careful observation, she found that they were not from the military. They looked more like mercenaries. The equipment on them was varied and looked a bit strange. Don't worry, we hired these guys, and it's safer for them to go robbing tombs. Yi Ruqing looked at Su Rui's expression and explained quickly. Su Rui didn't say anything more and continued to eat breakfast. Are you eating alone? You didn't even make something for me. I've let you hold me in your arms all night for nothing. At this time, Bu Qingyao walked out of the tent and said with some resentment while looking at Su Rui who was eating. I forgot about you. Let's eat together. Su Rui really didn't think of Bu Qingyao. It was her own fault that she was used to living alone. Then he started to eat with Bu Qingyao. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Rui planned to leave first. He was not good at tomb robbing, and this kind of magical water was not something he could touch with his identity. It would be better not to wade into this muddy water. But she was soon stopped by Yi Ruqing. Su Rui was puzzled when she saw this and didn't know why Yi Ruqing stopped her. Is there anything wrong? I have already acquired the mine here, and there is nothing else to do. Su Rui looked at Yi Ruqing and asked curiously. Su Rui, I know you are not an ordinary person. In order to be safe this time, I hope you can do us a favor and go down into the tomb with us. No matter whether there is that kind of water in it, I can give you a good reward after we come out. Yi Ruqing thought about it and then expressed his thoughts. I'm not a professional, so I can't help much if I go down. Su Rui said she was helpless. Yi Ruqing suddenly became anxious and quickly put forward his conditions. How about 10% of the shares of Yi Group? Yi Ruqing said seriously. Su Rui's pupils shrank when he heard this. Wow, Yi Group, Imperial Capital Group, the backbone of the Yi family, can all be taken out by Yi Ruqing as a reward. I wonder if the old man of the Yi family will be mad to death if he knows about it. Are you sure? Su Rui asked in disbelief. Yi Ruqing nodded and took out a pen and paper to write the contract. He even took out the seal of the Yi Group and signed it directly. Seeing that Yi Ruqing was serious, Su Rui frowned slightly. She couldn't refuse to eat the fat meat that was right in front of her. Mainly, Su Rui was curious. Could it be that someone in the Yi family urgently needed this water to save their lives? I know what you are thinking. There are indeed people who need this kind of water to save their lives, but they are not from my Yi family. You can ask the people in the special department who it is. They may know. I can't tell you in detail. Yi Ruqing said as he handed the contract to Su Rui. Su Rui signed directly upon seeing this. With the system and mechanical guards, it would not be a problem for her to reach the next tomb. Afterwards, he put away the contract and went to the vicinity of the tomb to observe. With the help of the golden pupils, Su Rui could quickly see part of the tomb environment clearly, but there was still a large part that he could not see clearly because the distance was too far and the field of vision was not enough. Su Rui, going into a tomb is a very dangerous thing. Do you want to reconsider it? Bu Qingyao, who was standing aside, looked at Su Rui's expression and asked nervously. She really didn't want Su Rui to get into trouble. It's okay, don't worry. It's just digging a grave, what's the big deal? Su Rui heard this and comforted Bu Qingyao. Then they sat aside and began to recuperate, waiting for the time to enter the tomb. Half an hour later, everyone was ready to go, and Su Rui was also among the crowd. As for Bu Qingyao, he did not come with them. This matter was quite dangerous and Bu Qingyao was not suitable to participate, so he could only stay there with Chu Yu and Chu Xing. Soon the group landed in the ancient tomb via a zipline. It was pitch black everywhere and the air was filled with an extremely unpleasant smell of decay. Su Rui, this is a night vision goggles, please wear it for safety. Yi Ruqing handed something over, but Su Rui refused. No, I've had good eyesight since I was a child, so I don't need this thing. Su Rui said, and began to walk forward slowly. He didn't encounter any danger on the way, but as he went deeper, Su Rue found that the temperature in the tomb was getting lower and lower. It was like a ghost. Su Rue was a little nervous, thinking to herself, could there really be ghosts in this world? Damn, the system even popped up, so it makes sense that there are ghosts. They continued to go deeper in fear and trepidation. Soon, they saw a ray of light coming from a distance. Su Rue quickened his pace and the others followed closely. Soon they stopped in front of a rock wall. The light just now came from this rock wall. Seeing this, a mercenary reached out and knocked on the rock wall with the butt of his gun. A hollow echo came from inside. Seeing this, the mercenary was about to use explosives to blow it up. Don't be so troublesome, it would be bad if you hurt yourself. Su Rue waved her hand to stop him, then clenched her fist and punched the rock in the next second. In an instant, the rock was pierced by Su Rue's fist. Hiss. Seeing Su Rue's powerful punch, everyone took a breath of cold air. Seeing how young Su Rue was, who would have thought that he had such strength? Su Rue was too lazy to pay attention to everyone's gazes. She looked into the rock wall through the hole, and found that there was a pool of water inside, flashing a faint blue light, giving people a sense of antifreeze. Chapter 59, Being Bombarded. Is this the thing you are looking for? Su Rue said to Yi Ruqing and others. Everyone came forward to ask, but when they saw the glowing water, they frowned. This shouldn't be the case. What we are looking for is no different from ordinary water. It is impossible for it to glow. Yi Ruqing couldn't help but mutter when he saw this. Indeed, this water should not be what we are looking for, but what kind of water is it? Sikong Changpeng looked puzzled. Then he asked someone to make the cave bigger and went in himself to observe it carefully. As a result, he retreated in a panic less than a minute after entering. At this time, Sikong Changpeng looked pale, as if he was poisoned. Hey, are you okay? Su Rue felt a little scared when she saw this, and secretly thought that it was a good thing that she didn't get in there herself. Looking at Sikong Changpeng's half-dead appearance, she knew that he was in great pain. It's okay, it's just that the air in here is not circulating, and there is a pungent smell, as if someone is poisoned. Sikong Changpeng explained, and then he was dragged to the ground by the staff. Looking at Sikong Changpeng's appearance, everyone lost interest in this glowing water and could only continue searching. Just as everyone was looking for something in the tomb. At this time, on the ground, in a forest, a large group of people were gathering, holding guns and cannons, and were fully equipped. We are going to take Su Rue's life today. As long as you complete the task, each of you will be rewarded with 1 million, and your parents, wives and children will be treated preferentially. At this time, a subordinate of Mr. Luo shouted to everyone. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Although 1 million is not a lot for rich people, it is a huge sum of money for people like them who don't know when they can have dinner after eating breakfast. Yes. Today, either Su Rue dies or we die. As they said that, a group of people began to advance cautiously towards the mine. Mr. Luo's plan this time was very thorough. Taking into account that Su Rue had a connection with a special department, there would definitely be someone secretly protecting Su Rue, so this operation was very covert. They also found some tunnels left over from the war years, which allowed them to approach the mine quietly. By then, as long as we find Su Rue's approximate location and cover her with firepower directly, Su Rue will not be able to escape death even if she has 9 lives. Su Rue, why do you have to offend me? We in the Sihai Chamber of Commerce have always been on the edge of a knife. Mr. Luo was sitting in the room drinking tea with a sneer on his face, as if he had seen the scene of Su Rue kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. At this time, Su Rue didn't know all these things. He was now leading everyone to wander around in the tomb. After spending more than an hour, Su Rue looked very ugly. There was no water in the tomb that Yi Ruqing and others were looking for. Strange, did you dig the wrong grave? Su Rue couldn't help but ask, seriously doubting this. Yi Ruqing shook his head seriously when he heard this, and then took out a very special map, which was made of sheepskin. The location and specific structure of the tomb were outlined in twists and turns. Su Rue took a quick look and found that it was indeed very similar to this tomb. This meant that everyone was not in the wrong place, and everyone was in trouble for a moment. Could it be that the legend is false? But if so, then Mr. Su. A young man murmured to himself, with a frustrated look on his face. So much manpower and material resources were spent, and several people died, but in the end, it was all in vain and no one was saved. It was a huge loss. Yi Ruqing felt helpless when she heard that, thinking to herself that she had sold all the shares of Yi Group but still couldn't find it. When it comes to losses, she is the one who suffered the most. Do you think this water is hidden in the rocks? At this moment, Su Ruwei suddenly spoke. Boss Su, are you kidding? How could there be something in the stone? A young man was about to refute when he heard Su Ruwei's words, but he saw Su Ruwei dig out a round stone from the soil beside him. With a gentle tap with the hand, a gap appeared on the surface of the stone like an eggshell. Looking along the gap, I found that there was actually water inside. It's actually true. Come on, let's test it. Yi Ruqing didn't expect that Su Ruwei could find what they had been dreaming of so easily, so he quickly started calling people. Soon some technicians came over and started testing. Su Ruwei didn't say anything about it. He looked around and could see through his golden eyes that there were many such stones in the surrounding rock walls and soil, but it seemed that only he could identify them. Even if other people shook it in their hands, they would not be able to tell the difference. Moreover, there were very few stones like this. Su Ruwei had only found 4 so far. Su Ruwei, thank you so much this time. Yi Ruqing looked at Su Ruwei's thoughtful expression and spoke quickly. It's okay. After all, I'm not working for nothing. Su Ruwei said it was okay, and then sat aside waiting for the test results. After waiting for more than half an hour, the test results finally came out. The water inside the stone really contained a special substance that could restore the vitality of cells and prolong the cell division cycle. In other words, this thing could save lives and prolong life. There really is such a thing. It's quite interesting. Su Ruwei looked at the test report with shock in her eyes. This thing must be mass-produced. Yi Ruqing was so overjoyed when he saw this, as if he had gone crazy. Su Ruwei didn't care and took 2 of the other 3 stones out. He secretly kept one of them for himself, intending to take it back for research. Su Ruwei, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, Mr. Su would have been beyond saving. On the way back, Yi Ruqing thanked Su Ruwei repeatedly. Su Ruwei was a little curious after hearing this. Who exactly is this Mr. Su and why does everyone care so much about him? She has never heard of the Su family in the imperial capital. Seeing Su Ruwei's confusion, Yi Ruqing did not explain. After all, there were some things she could not say casually. Soon everyone returned to the ground, but a burst of gunfire made everyone stunned. What's going on? Why did a fight break out? Su Ruwei frowned, a little confused as to why this place had become so chaotic. I hope Bu Qingyao and the others are okay. Su Ruwei was about to go out, but as luck would have it, a shell landed not far in front of him. Seeing this, Su Ruwei quickly rolled on the ground and rolled back to the entrance of the ancient tomb. A sharp bang was heard, which stirred up a large cloud of dust and almost buried the entrance to the tomb. Damn it, my luck is so bad. Su Ruwei cursed. Although the previous attack did not hurt him, it scared him to death. This was the first time he was bombarded in his life. Chapter 60. I'm not the turtle in the wishing well. How could this happen? Could it be that the news about this water has leaked out? Yi Ruqing looked extremely ugly and quickly took out his communication equipment to call people. This water is used to treat Mr. Su, and there must not be any mistakes. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as a few deaths. If we hadn't found this kind of water, it would be fine and we couldn't blame anyone else. But now that we have found it and someone has taken it away, that would be a big problem. Soon, many relevant personnel got the news, and they were all frightened to the point of cold sweats breaking out on their foreheads. No one had expected that these things would actually happen. Even the people in the special department who were protecting Su Ruwei were confused at this time, and couldn't figure out how Su Ruwei had offended the foreign mercenaries. But there was no point in figuring it out, so they immediately launched an attack on the mercenaries. For a while, gunshots rang out near the mine. Su Ruwei and others could only hide in the ancient tomb and think about countermeasures. We have to find a way to leave here. Once they find our location, we'll all be trapped. Yi Ruqing said at this moment. The problem is how to leave here. We can't fly, and the helicopters are all outside. Who will drive them? The person next to him was speechless when he heard this. Su Ruwei didn't say much after hearing this. He silently controlled the mechanical guard to fly outside and observe the specific battle situation. Not long after, Su Ruwei frowned and found that there were not just 2 teams of people outside, but 3. These guys were fighting in a mess, and Su Ruwei couldn't even tell which side was his own. Strange, why are there 3 groups of people? Su Rue was a little hesitant for a moment, not knowing which side to let the mechanical guards attack, so he could only start looking for the traces of Bu Qingyao and the other two. Soon they found Bu Qingyao, Shu Yu and Xu Xing hiding in a small cave. Fortunately, they were not injured, which was a blessing in disguise. You three stay here first and wait until the battle is over. Su Rue asked the mechanical guard to say to the three people, and then asked the mechanical guard to guard the entrance of the cave and let the newcomers deal with them directly. As for the remaining mechanical guard, it was protecting Su Rue and the others. The battle lasted until the evening before it gradually stopped. Hearing the sound gradually disappearing, Su Rue breathed a sigh of relief. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be over. He then stood up and walked out of the tomb to look around. The next second, a chill came over him. The mechanical guard instantly stood in front of Su Rue. A burst of gunfire rang out, and sparks exploded from the mechanical guard's body. Damn it, Lao Lu is here. Su Rue was startled, and then quickly retreated back to the tomb, while the mechanical guard rushed towards the direction where the gunshots came from. Ha! Where did Su Rue find a robot? The sniper was stunned when he saw the mechanical guard running towards him. He was about to escape but his eyes blurred. The next second, the mechanical guard appeared in front of him and punched him in the face, blowing his head off in an instant. The sniper has been eliminated. We are continuing the search. Please wait a moment, Master. The mechanical guard conveyed the message to Su Rue, and then began to search the surroundings for any place where a sniper might be hiding. Even the snipers from the special department were pulled out. Fortunately, Su Rue did not let the mechanical guards attack, otherwise these guys would have died. My goodness, this boss Su has a lot of cards up his sleeve. Looking at the leaving mechanical guards, the sniper from the special department couldn't help swallowing his saliva, as if he was watching a science fiction movie. Meanwhile, on Su Rue's side, Yi Ruoqing looked at Su Rue, who was resting with his eyes closed, with a look of surprise on his face. He wondered why this boy was so calm. Did he have another trump card? Su Rue, do you have any solution? Yi Ruoqing asked curiously. Su Rue nodded but didn't say anything, which made Yi Ruoqing anxious and curious. Everyone has their own secrets. There's no need for you to look at me like that. I can only tell you that nothing will happen to us today. As for Sikong Changping who left early, it's hard to say. Su Rue glanced at Yi Ruoqing and then began to explain. Oh no, I forgot about this guy. Upon hearing the four words Sikong Changpeng, Yi Ruoqing exclaimed and quickly picked up his phone to start messaging Sikong Changpeng. It's okay, I'm still alive, I'm just scared to death. Damn it, this is the first time I've encountered a military fight. Soon, Sikong Changpeng's voice of cursing was heard from the phone, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that. This kid is pretty lucky, hiding in the sewer. I just don't know how many times he will have to take a bath when he goes back. Su Rue also found Sikong Changpeng's hiding place through the mechanical guards, and said with a smile. When the others heard Su Rue's words, they were all surprised. They had no idea how Su Rue knew all this. Could it be that Su Rue had a god's perspective? I told you that Longhua Group also has a scientific research department. Do you believe it? Su Rue smiled when she saw everyone's surprised look. Everyone understood after hearing what she said. It was probably because Su Rue was wearing some high-tech contact lenses that she could see it. Get me a pair of glasses later. Money is not a problem. It would be best if they can see through things. As the battle was over, everyone relaxed. One of the boys said to Su Rue with a smile. Su Rue's mouth twitched for a long time after hearing this, and then he said, Do you think I'm a turtle in the wishing well? And I can see through things. Do I have the technology to dig your graves here? Having said that, Su Rue did not continue to pay attention to them. At this time, the mechanical guards had already checked all the potential safety hazards. Seeing this, Su Rue stood up and walked out of the tomb. When the others saw Su Rue go out, they hurried to follow. Since Su Rue had gone out, it meant that the area was safe. Soon everyone returned to the ground. Seeing the bomb craters everywhere, they were all terrified. At this time, several helicopters flew over from a distance. Seeing the signs that they were their own people, everyone became excited and planned to leave this place of trouble first. Su Rue, can you tell me what method you used just now? I'm very curious. At this time, Yi Ruoqing came behind Su Rue unnoticed and asked Su Rue. I've told you it's a secret. You can't tell it. Otherwise, there will be big problems. Su Rui shrugged and said, then found Bu Qingyao. Bu Qingyao was already frightened at this time, and threw himself into Su Rui's arms with tears on his face. Seeing the beautiful Su Rui in her arms, Yi Ruqing didn't say much. She took everyone to leave the mine by plane. However, she had already remembered Su Rui in her heart at this time, and secretly thought that she would dig out Su Rui's secret when she returned. Chapter 61. It seems there is a way. At this time, Su Rui didn't know that she was being targeted. After comforting Bu Qingyao for a while, she began to return the same way. Because there had been a battle before, Su Rui didn't let the mechanical guards shrink at all. He directly protected everyone and went away. A few hours later, Su Rui arrived in the city and bought a plane ticket back home overnight. He didn't want to stay in this damn place for even a minute longer. Another 2 hours passed, and Su Rui successfully got off the plane. Looking at the lights of thousands of homes in the night, Su Rui breathed a sigh of relief. It's still better to stay in China. Those guys who were thinking about going abroad must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. No, they must have been kicked several times. Su Rui muttered, and then turned around and found that Wu Jinyan had parked behind him in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Boss, why did you return home so hastily? Did something happen? Wu Jinyan looked at Su Rui curiously and asked. After all, Su Rui did not inform her in advance when returning home this time. No problem, we just encountered a battle. Let's go back first. By the way, did anything happen in the group during the time I was away? Su Rui asked curiously after taking Bu Qingyao, Chu Yu and Chu Xing into the car. Nothing happened, it's just that the Sihai Chamber of Commerce has become very quiet for some reason. Even the office building has been closed. I don't know what they are plotting. Wu Jinyan said concisely, then started the car and drove towards the villa area. Conspiracy? I guess they are trying to figure out where their own graves are. Su Rui said in a cold voice as she looked at the text message sent by the special department on her phone. It was clearly written on it that the Sihai Chamber of Commerce was the one that initiated the battle. The other force was the local warlord, and the last one was the people from the special department who were protecting him. Thinking about how he was almost killed by a shell and shot from behind, Su Rui felt a surge of rage in his heart, and even the veins on his hands were throbbing. Cemetery? Wu Jinyan frowned when she heard that. She was very smart and understood instantly that the accident her boss encountered this time was probably caused by the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Knowing clearly that the boss has dealings with the special department, a grey clown like the Sihai Chamber of Commerce dares to do such tricks. It's really courting death. Wu Jinyan muttered in her heart, and then drove seriously without saying much. From time to time, her beautiful eyes looked at the rearview mirror. After a while, her brows slightly frowned and she said to Su Rui, "Boss, there are 2 cars following us. Are they cars from the special department?" "No, don't worry about him, someone will take care of it." Su Rui closed his eyes and rested, not caring about these things. Sure enough, just after turning the next intersection, a large truck roared into the 2 cars following Su Rui, and the 2 cars were crushed into pieces on the spot. Seeing this scene, Wu Jinyan was shocked. She didn't expect that the special department's protection of the boss had reached this level. She couldn't help but sigh. Soon the Rolls-Royce drove into the villa area. Su Rui finally relaxed completely after returning to the villa. After washing up, she didn't even have dinner. She just lay down on the bed and fell asleep. I haven't had a good rest during this period, sleeping in the open air, which is even worse than before I got the system. I need to take a rest as soon as possible. As expected, Bu Qingyao soon got into Su Rui's bed. This time Su Rui did not resist and let the woman hold her and soon fell asleep. At this time, in a special hospital with strict guards in the imperial capital, Yi Ruqing hurriedly walked into an intensive care unit with a stone filled with water. At this time, an elderly man was lying on the bed in the intensive care unit, his body full of life-saving tubes. Many knife and gunshot wounds were clearly visible on his exposed skin, and he looked like an old man who had participated in the war. The things have been brought back. How is Mr. Su now? Yi Ruqing didn't waste any words and asked the doctor directly. Mr. Su's condition is becoming increasingly critical. The water you brought back may not be effective. We can only try it first. The doctor said helplessly. Then he took the stone filled with water from Yi Ruqing's hand and began to test it. After making sure there was no problem, he carefully injected it into Mr. Su's body. The data on the monitor was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mr. Su, who was originally on the verge of death, had recovered a lot at this moment, but he was still far behind ordinary people. This water is totally insufficient, and its purity is not high. It can only sustain life for a period of time. Looking at the data, the doctor sighed, as if issuing an ultimatum. Yi Ruqing's face turned a little ugly when he heard this. He didn't expect that the treasure he had obtained with great effort could not save the old man's life. For a moment, Yi Ruqing didn't know what to say. Maybe that guy still has a way. Doesn't he have many trump cards? Suddenly, Yi Ruqing thought of Su Rue. This guy is hiding something. He must have something good. He can even develop enhanced anti-cancer drugs. Prolonging life should not be a problem. Then he took out his cell phone to contact Su Rue. Su Rue was asleep at this time. The ringing of the phone instantly made Su Rue furious. She took the phone while cursing, and found out it was Yi Ruqing. This woman is up in the middle of the night and doesn't let others sleep. Has her menopause come early? Su Rue couldn't help but complain, but she still answered the phone. Su Rue, let me ask you a question. Do you have any way to prolong his life? I'm not kidding you. This matter is very important. It concerns the life of an old man. Yi Ruqing asked directly without beating around the bush. Su Rue frowned when she heard this, and finally she lay on the bed with a headache and said, Nissy, I am a human. You have to go to the temple to make a wish. Where can I find a way to extend my life? Besides, the water you brought back before didn't work? It works, but the purity is not enough, unless we collect a large amount of water for purification, but there is obviously no time now. Yi Ruqing explained the reason, and Su Rue looked helpless when he heard it. He was just about to hang up the phone and go back to sleep. After all, there was nothing he could do about it, but then he suddenly thought of something, which was the bottle of water that he had signed for before without any markings. The system shouldn't give such a cheap thing. After all, it's a bit embarrassing for the master. Could it be that this water is the purified one from the stone? Thinking of this, Su Rue hurriedly found the bottle of water and carefully identified it with his golden eyes. It turned out that this thing was really different from ordinary water, and was similar to the water in the stone. Well, I think I really have a solution. Wherever you are, I will send the things to you. Su Rue said on the phone. Upon hearing this, Yi Ruqing burst into tears of joy and quickly told Su Rue her location. Upon hearing that she was in Kyoto, Su Rue's face turned black. She had to take another plane. Chapter 62 Without violating the principles. However, after hearing that Mr. Su had made outstanding contributions, Su Rue did not delay. After getting dressed, he rushed to the airport overnight and arrived at the airport to buy a ticket in a short time. As a result, the security personnel asked Su Rue to drink a sip of the water in her hand. Fortunately, there was a note from a special department, otherwise it would be uncertain whether Su Rue could arrive in Kyoto with the water. Can I go through now? Su Rue asked the security personnel. Upon hearing that, several people quickly let her go, whispering at the same time. They didn't expect that Su Rue, who was so young, was actually from a special department. Make way, don't block the way. Just as Su Rue was walking towards the boarding gate, a group of noisy people came over here and pushed Su Rue aside. Damn it, who are you? I have an emergency here. Su Rue asked unhappily when she saw this. She was going to save someone, and it would be terrible to delay things at this critical moment. How can you talk like that? Can't you see my idol is getting on the plane? It's your blessing to travel with my brother. One of them, a girl with heavy makeup who just turned 18, shouted to Su Rue. What a blessing! I'm really impressed to meet you. Get out of the way. You guys have to go in if you delay anything. Su Rue was too lazy to argue with this group of fans, and as she spoke, she tried to push through the crowd and get through. As a result, he accidentally knocked a sissy to the side. All of a sudden, a group of people went crazy and kept shouting brother and so on, which gave Su Rue goosebumps all over her body. Boy, you actually bumped into our brother, apologize now. Yes, kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you can't leave today. You staff members are the same, why don't you stop them? It's not enough for one person to kneel down together. Everyone got angry instantly. Su Rue ignored them and then looked down at the sissy. She found that this guy was unlucky. He didn't use much strength, but when he fell, he used his hand to support the ground, so that his little finger was deformed. It hurt so much that he felt like he was infected with a zombie virus and kept twitching. Are you okay? If you are, please get out of the way. I'm in a hurry. Su Rue asked. At this time, Yi Ruqing called again, making Su Rue a little anxious. It would not be worth it if this sissy delayed Mr. Su's treatment. How can you talk like that? My hand is broken. You have to pay for my medical expenses. Also, I have to perform tomorrow. I'm afraid I can't perform now. My poor fans have waited so long. You have to be responsible for it. The sissy pointed at Su Rue and said in a coquettish way. Su Rue felt disgusted when she heard it, but she still took out the check, wrote a few words on it, and then threw it to the other party. Then she squeezed to the boarding gate and asked the flight attendant to take off as soon as possible. The flight attendant naturally knew that Su Rue was not an ordinary person, and that she might have a special mission this time, so she didn't think much about it and directly started the plane and flew towards the imperial capital. 2 hours later, the plane landed, and Su Rue, who had just left the airport, met Yi Ruqing, who had been waiting for a long time. The moment he saw Su Rue appear, this guy rushed up as if he saw an appa without clothes, dragged Su Rue into the car, and drove towards the hospital without saying a word. Are you really that anxious? Su Rue was a little confused. She didn't expect that Yi Ruqing was so strong that he could pull her into the car. It's extremely urgent. Although the water can keep Elder Su alive for a while, saving lives is like putting out a fire. You have to do it as quickly as possible. If you succeed in saving Elder Su this time, I can tell you that you can walk around freely in this imperial capital. Yi Ruqing explained concisely. Su Rue smiled when she heard that, and thought to herself that she was not a crab, so why should she walk sideways? As long as no one provoked her, she would not provoke others. By the way, why did you come so late? I waited for you for half a day. It shouldn't take that long to get from the Magic City to the Imperial City, right? Yi Ruqing asked curiously on the way. Su Rue had no choice but to tell Yi Ruqing about what happened. Yi Ruqing was furious when he heard it. This group of traffic stars were really a cancer. Fortunately, they did not delay Su Rue for long, otherwise they would definitely be in trouble. Seeing that Yi Ruqing didn't continue talking, Su Rue didn't say anything either, and then she folded her arms and began to wait. A few minutes later, Yi Ruqing parked the car in front of the hospital, then got out of the car and walked towards the hospital with Su Rue. They soon arrived at the ward. Looking at the old man with tubes inserted into his body, Su Rue was shocked. Isn't this a person who can only be seen on TV? She didn't expect to meet him in real life. In front of this person, I was afraid that everything would have to be put on hold. Although Su Rue was shocked, she did not delay and handed the bottle of water she got from signing in to the doctor. The doctor looked at Su Rue with some curiosity, but he couldn't figure out who Su Rue was. However, since Yi Ruqing brought her here, she was obviously no ordinary person. Without thinking too much, he began to check the water quality. After a while, the doctor was even more shocked. The substance contained in this bottle of water was thousands of times that of the water in the stone. It could be said to be at a concentrated level. He was confident that he could help Mr. Su regain his life with this bottle of water. That's great, Mr. Su can be saved this time, he can be saved. The doctor said excitedly, and then began to operate. Seeing this, Su Rue quietly left the ward. She could not help much in there, and there was a high possibility that she would disturb the doctor's rescue. Then Su Rue went outside and found an empty chair to sit down. She took out a cigarette, lit it, and took several puffs, which made her feel less sleepy. I don't know how long it will take. Yi Ruqing didn't even prepare a place for me to live. Su Rue muttered, then took a deep puff of the cigarette in her mouth. After smoking a few cigarettes, he leaned back in a chair to rest. Fortunately, the weather was not too cold. After an unknown amount of time, Su Rue woke up and found that there was a person standing in front of him, and this guy actually had a star on his shoulder. Seeing this, Su Rue took a breath of cold air. Wow, he is a general. Why would such a person come to see her? Hello, what can I do for you? Su Rue asked, her voice full of awe. It was you who brought a bottle of water to save Mr. Su? Yes, I represent. Never mind, thank you this time, we owe you a favor. If you have any problems in the future, just call this number. As long as it does not violate the principles, we can help you. As he said that, the man stuffed a card into Su Rue's hand. Then he stood up and walked towards the ward. Su Rue's mind had not yet come to her senses. She looked at the card in her hand. There was only a string of numbers on it, and no other words. As long as it does not violate the principles, this sentence is a bit profound. Chapter 63 that makes sense. I have the same idea as this person. Muttering to herself, Su Rue carefully put away the card. This thing could save lives at critical moments. She didn't expect that providing a bottle of water would bring her such a great reward. However, what Su Rue didn't expect was that this was just the beginning. As time went by, more and more people came to the hospital. Everyone who passed by Su Rue would pat her on the shoulder and hand her a card, which was similar to the previous one. Some were so anxious that they didn't even say a word and directly stuffed the card into Su Rue's clothes. For a moment, Su Rue even suspected that these guys were distributing flyers, but looking at the clothes they were wearing and the epaulets on their shoulders, none of them could be offended by Su Rue. My goodness, this time I'm afraid I've met all the important people in the capital. Su Rue looked at the stack of cards in her hand, which were as thick as playing cards. She didn't know what to say for a moment, so she had to put them all away and continued to lean back in her chair to rest. What Su Rue didn't know was that while he was resting, a wave of craze about him was sweeping the internet. The video of Su Rue bumping into someone and throwing a check suddenly appeared on the internet, and many sissy fans started to criticize Su Rue, throwing a lot of dirty words at her. Who is this guy? He's so arrogant. He hit someone and paid compensation, but he's still so arrogant. If you don't know him, you would think he is Wang Song. Wang Song wouldn't be so uncultured. There are so many turtles in shallow waters, and there are big brothers everywhere. Find him, we must find this brat and make him kneel down and apologize. The fans were filled with indignation at this time, and Wang Song in Shanghai also noticed this matter. Looking at Su Rue's video on his mobile phone, Wang Song felt a headache. What was Su Rue so anxious about? She didn't even have any scheming at all. Facing so many trolls, even he couldn't escape unscathed. I'm afraid that the Longhua group is going to depreciate. Okay, let me give you a call and ask. Wang Song called Su Rue. This is so fucking bullying. You call me every time I fall asleep. Do you know what time I fall asleep? Su Rue was furious at this moment. He took out his cell phone while cursing, only to find that a group of soldiers were staring at him. Su Rue then realized that he was in the hospital and could not make loud noises. He quickly apologized, then got up and went to a corner to answer the phone. Wang Song, why the hell are you calling me instead of lingering on the young model in the middle of the night? I'm sleeping. Su Rue asked angrily. How can you still sleep? You've been surfing the internet for several hours. Wang Song was speechless when he heard Su Rue's words. Who the hell is rolling around on the internet? I'm not a spider. Wait a minute, tell me what's going on in detail. Su Rue was a little confused and could only ask Wang Song. Wang Song told Su Rue about this matter upon seeing this. Su Rue felt a headache after hearing this. Damn it, these fans actually exposed him online. With his current connections, it wouldn't be difficult to kill them with just one phone call. Okay, I get it. I'm doing business in the capital. Someone was sick before and I went to deliver medicine. How can I not be anxious? But don't worry about this matter. I can handle it. Su Rue said and hung up the phone. Wang Song on the other end of the phone was stunned when he heard this. What was this guy doing in the capital? And he was saving people. Does this guy have any acquaintances in the capital? Apart from Yiru watching, he probably doesn't have any acquaintances, right? Wang Song couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. With Su Rue's intelligence, there must be a way to deal with it. There was no need for him to worry while the emperor was not. At this time, Su Rue opened Baidu and found that she was on the trending search. Great, she didn't expect that she would become popular in this way. The level of swearing of these guys is quite poor. Su Rue couldn't help but comment on them, but when she turned around, she found a soldier staring at her with a gun. Brother, you are not allowed to urinate or defecate anywhere here. The soldier reminded him, then got up and left. Su Rue was speechless when she heard this. She then stood up and leaned back in her chair. Soon she fell asleep again. This time no one disturbed her and she slept until dawn. When Su Rue woke up, she found someone had put a piece of clothing on her body. When she looked closely, she was stunned. It was a piece of clothing with a star on it. Okay, you want to play the midnight awarding game with me, right? Su Rue was speechless. She didn't know which big shot was so, well, naughty. Then he found Yi Ruqing to ask, but it turned out that Yi Ruching was exhausted after working all night. He was leaning on the chair and drowsy, and had no mood to pay attention to Su Rue. Just take it and put it on you. It's not a big deal to wear just one piece of clothing. Yi Ruching fell asleep after saying that. Su Rue had no choice but to sit aside with the clothes in her hand. The situation was unclear now, and she couldn't just leave. She could only wait for Yi Ruching to wake up before making plans. At this time, people in the special department also noticed that Su Rue was attacked on the internet. They originally planned to deal with it coldly and wait for the storm to pass. However, they learned that Su Rue actually saved Mr. Su, and everyone immediately held a meeting about it. This matter is very serious. How we handle it will demonstrate our attitude. If Su Rue really takes it to heart, then the problem will be even more serious. Tell me how to handle this matter? A leader looked at the others and spoke. I think we should arrest and detain those who are trolling and bashing people without knowing right from wrong, and then clarify the whole story with everyone. Isn't this a bit too simple? That sissy must have been involved in this matter. Now that it's on the trending search, there must be someone who wants to take advantage of it to spread the word. That sissy must also be dealt with. That makes sense. I have the same idea as this person. You always think the same as others. Can't you have your own ideas? Everyone was talking about it at this time, and after a while, there was a result. First, the sissy star was dealt with, and then those who were leading the troublemaking were arrested. At one time, many people went out to check the water meter along the internet cable. At this time, Su Rue didn't know about these things. He was also thinking about how to deal with it. He couldn't just ignore it. It would be okay if he was subjected to cyberbullying, but it would be bad if people around him were implicated. It's such a headache. Never mind. I'll ask Yi Ruching how to deal with it then. Thinking of this, Su Rue waited for Yi Ruching to wake up. On the way, she even had a meal in the hospital cafeteria. She had planned to order takeout, but there was no way. This place was a restricted area and it couldn't be delivered. It was useless for her to go out to buy it because she was not allowed to go out without someone to lead her. Chapter 64, Too Outrageous. After waiting for more than 3 hours, Yi Ruching finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Su Rue's face full of resentment. If you didn't know, you would think that someone had done something to Su Rue. What's with that expression on your face? You're like a resentful woman in the inner palace. Yi Ruching was speechless, then stood up and poured herself a glass of water. What else can I do? I can't even get out of the door without you. By the way, how is Mr. Su doing? Can I leave now? There are still things waiting for me to deal with over there. Su Rue said speechlessly. We have to observe further. You were the one who brought the bottle of water, so you naturally can't leave. So, what could have happened to you? Has Longhua Group been targeted again? Or is there something wrong with you? Yi Ruching asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Su Rue told Yi Ruching about the sissy thing, and when Yi Ruching heard this, he burst out laughing. So it's just a trivial matter like this. Someone will help you deal with it. Don't worry. If the special department can't even handle this kind of thing, then they are really just eating for nothing. Yi Ruching comforted with a smile. Su Rue didn't say much when she saw this. She always felt that it was not a good idea to mobilize the special department. After all, favors would run out one day. Little did he know that it would be quite difficult for him to use up all his favors in his lifetime. After all, they could be put together to form a deck of playing cards. While Su Rue was thinking about it, the special department had already started to act. For a time, the comments on major platforms were blocked, and then the cyberbullies were arrested and brought to justice. Ha, this guy's name turned out to be Su Rue, and he's the boss of Longhua Group. He's so arrogant even though he has a little money. Congratulations on getting me on the headlines this time. At this time, in a villa, a sissy was looking at the message on his mobile phone with a smile. Little did he know that at this time his agent had already brought everyone to the door of the villa. Just when the agent was still hesitating whether to notify the sissy in advance to find someone to solve the problem quickly, a gun was already pointed at his head. Guess if there are any bullets in my gun, the latter asked coldly. The agent's legs trembled when he heard that and he almost peed on the spot. He was not Yen Xuanying, so what was there to guess? Then he hurriedly started knocking on the door. The sissy, who was still immersed in the free trending search, slowly opened the door. As a result, he was stunned in the next second. Before he could react, several soldiers with live ammunition pressed him to the ground and handcuffed him. Who are you and why are you arresting me? I am an honest citizen. The sissy shouted in fear, but no one paid any attention to him. Just follow us, don't worry, we are professionals and we will never catch the wrong person. The captain said with a smile, then picked up the man like a chicken, threw him into the back seat of the car and went home. It was dealt with in one night? Su Rue is quite capable. Wang Song also realized something was wrong at this time. He searched the internet for a long time but could not find any criticism of Su Rue. The accounts of those netizens have been banned at this time. Even if it was him, it would be impossible to do it in such a short time. The only one who could do this is someone high up. Hey, Xia Baoqing. At this time, Wang Song couldn't help but say a classic line, and then did not continue to pay attention to the matter. Su Rue didn't pay any attention to this either. He had already signed in for the new day. Looking at the reward for signing in, Su Rue was a little stunned. It turned out to be a book of martial arts. This is outrageous, how is this related to cultivating immortals? Su Rue was completely confused. Signing in to get golden pupils was impressive enough, but there was even a technique. Would he be able to make frozen tilapia in the future? As Su Rue thought about it, she felt more and more that this was possible. The system itself might not even know what it would give. Then Su Rue took out the martial arts manual and started reading it. She had to say that the system was quite considerate. It actually gave her a martial arts manual in simplified Chinese. It looked easy, but it seemed a bit difficult to practice according to the method above. Su Rue tried several times, but she didn't feel the so-called qi at all. She didn't know if it was because of the bad environment in the imperial capital. She planned to find a feng shui location to try it later. What are you doing? It's weird. Are you a believer in a cult? Yi Ruqing came back from outside and asked in surprise when he saw Su Rue sitting cross-legged. What are you thinking about? We are good young people in society, okay? We don't have any religious beliefs. Su Rue curled her lips and then put away the skills. Looking at Su Rue's expression, Yi Ruqing didn't say anything else. He pulled Su Rue and was about to walk out without saying what was going on. Seeing this, Su Rue was a little confused and wondered what was going on. No, sister, if you have something to say, can you please tell me first? Why are you taking me away without saying a word and holding my hand? What if people misunderstand me? Su Rue said speechlessly. It's just a misunderstanding. It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid, so why should you be afraid? Yi Ruqing said as he stuffed Su Rue into the passenger seat. He sat in the driver's seat, drove out of the hospital and headed towards the outskirts of the imperial capital. Seeing this, Su Rue did not ask any more questions. She was full of curiosity and wanted to see what Yi Ruqing was going to do. As a result, at this moment, a phone rang. She looked closely and found that it was Yi Ruqing's phone, and the word brother was displayed on it. Yi Ruqing has a brother? Isn't she the eldest daughter of the Yi family? Could she be the second daughter? Su Rue was a little surprised when she thought of this. Yi Ruqing answered the call as if nothing had happened, and soon a rough voice came from the phone. Ruqing, where are you and Su Rue? Why are you so slow? We're almost there. Who told you not to tell me in advance? I've almost stepped on the accelerator into the engine. Yi Ruqing said speechlessly. This is just a temporary notice. Anyway, you should come as soon as possible. By the way, is what you said accurate? Is Su Rue really that awesome? Yi Ruqing's brother Yi Jingyun asked curiously. Of course, my guess is correct. Su Rue, what color is my underwear today? Yi Ruqing said as he looked at Su Rue. Red, ah. Su Rue answered instinctively, but she was stunned as soon as she finished speaking. Damn, why didn't this woman play by the rules? Has her ability to see through things been discovered? No, you're just listening to my excuses. Forget it, you can say whatever you want. Su Rue looked at Yi Ruqing, who was full of disbelief. She was no longer able to explain. She didn't expect that she would be tricked by Yi Ruqing. When did this woman know that she could see through things? It was outrageous. Did you hear that? This kid is not an ordinary person, and he has a lot of hidden cards. Let's talk about it when the time comes. With that, Yi Ruqing hung up the phone directly. Chapter 65. You owe me another favor, how are you going to repay me? Then he looked at Su Rue with a smile. Su Rue felt as if she was being stared at by a tiger and didn't know what to say for a moment. Su Rue, you hid your secrets very well, but unfortunately I still figured it out. I felt something was wrong when you spent 2 billion to buy a mine. You are very good at business and you won't spend money easily. And the fact that you saw water in the stone made me think you must have some special abilities. Yi Ruqing seemed to know what Su Rue was wondering about, and immediately explained with a smile. Su Rue frowned slightly when she heard it. She didn't expect Yi Ruqing to have such a strong insight. So what are you planning to do with me now? Lock me up in a research institute and slice me up for research? Su Rue asked doubtfully. If that was really the case, then she would have to take the initiative. Of course not. Don't be nervous. In fact, there are many things in this world that cannot be explained by science. You are not the only one with special abilities. I just want you to help me see something. This thing is very important. So far, no one has been able to see through it, not even scanning equipment. Yi Ruqing explained the reason, and Su Rue frowned slightly. It was just to look at something? No, this woman just said that I am not the only one with special abilities. Does that mean that the authorities already know about the existence of people with special abilities? Of course we know, and we've even formed a team. It's just that not many people know about it. You saved Mr. Su this time, and Mr. Su is very grateful to you. Would you like to consider joining us? With this identity, you'll have a bright future. Yi Ruqing seemed to see through Su Rue's heart and spoke. Su Rue frowned upon hearing this. If this was the case, then it would only benefit her and not cause any harm. If she could hold on to this strong support, then she wouldn't have to worry about a character like the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, or even a top family. What's more, she had also signed a book of martial arts. She really had to think about it carefully. Let's talk about this later. The main thing is that my ability is just the ability to see through things, which is of no use. My combat capability is even worse, and it's still unclear whether I can get in. Su Rue said with a smile. Yi Ruqing didn't respond after hearing this. I don't know what he was thinking. Not long after, the car drove into a forest. In the distance, a number of large trucks were parked deep in the forest, and armed soldiers were guarding both sides. Seeing this, Yi Ruqing parked the car aside, then took Su Rue out of the car. When everyone saw that it was Yi Ruqing, they did not stop them. One of them took the two of them and walked towards the truck. The things are in here. Miss Yi cannot go in, but Su Rue can. This is an order from above. The soldier explained to the two. Yi Ruqing nodded when he heard that, then leaned aside and looked at Su Rue. Su Rue felt helpless when she saw this, not knowing what was so mysterious. Then she got up and walked to the side of the truck. With a series of muffled sounds, the container on the truck slowly opened, and a hand suddenly stretched out and pulled Su Rue in. Damn, what's going on? Su Rue instinctively threw a punch upon seeing this, and a figure was knocked back in an instant. Martial artist, there aren't many people who can beat me with one punch. No wonder my sister is so optimistic about you. Yi Jinyun looked at Su Rue in surprise, as he thought Su Rue didn't know martial arts. Your sister? Are you Yi Ruqing's brother? What exactly do you want me to see? Su Rue asked puzzledly. Upon hearing this, the latter pointed to something that looked like a coffin at the side. Su Rue was a little surprised when she saw this thing. It didn't look like it was artificially carved, but more like it was formed naturally. The material was similar to a gem. She had no idea what it was. There is something in here. Our technicians can't tell what it is, and the people in the special department can't identify it either. We can only rely on your eyes. Yi Jinyun explained. Su Rue nodded when he heard it, and then approached the coffin and his golden eyes activated instantly. After a blur, her vision gradually became clear. Not long after, a ring appeared in Su Rue's field of vision. There was only one ring in the coffin. It was silver-white in color with some words on it, but Su Rue didn't recognize them at all. There is only one ring, and I don't know what it is used for. Get me paper and pen, and I'll draw it for you. Su Rue explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Jinyun quickly found paper and pen and handed them to Su Rue. Soon Su Rue drew the appearance of the ring. Looking at what Su Rue drew, Yi Jinyun was a little surprised, as if he knew it. Okay, my mission is completed, can I go now? Su Rue looked at Yi Jinyun, who was in shock, and asked. Aren't you curious about what this thing is? Yi Jinyun looked at Su Rue and asked with some surprise. I don't want to know what I shouldn't know. If you wanted to tell me, you should have told me long ago. There's no need for me to ask. Su Rue was about to get off the car, but was stopped by Yi Jinyun. It is indeed a secret from other people, but not from you. This thing is actually an ancient artifact, similar to an antique, but with some differences. For example, there are two types of people, ordinary people and people with special abilities. This ancient artifact also has a special function. We have been collecting this kind of thing. Yi Jinyun explained the matter and Su Rue nodded. She didn't feel surprised. After all, she even had a system, so no matter what happened in this world, she didn't think it was outrageous. Now that I'm done, I'll be leaving first. Su Rue was about to run away, but was stopped by Yi Jinyun again. You and Yi Ruqing are exactly the same. You always like to pull people in. Can you finish what you want to say in one go? Su Rue looked at Yi Jinyun speechlessly. Yi Jinyun smiled awkwardly when he heard that. I also want to ask, do you have any way to open this coffin? We have tried many ways but failed. Yi Jinyun explained. I am a human and I do have some special abilities, but this is not suitable for my major. Aren't there other special people who can handle it? For example, someone with infinite strength or who can take objects from a distance? Su Rue asked curiously. Yi Jinyun was embarrassed when he heard Su Rue's words. He thought, are you reading a novel here? Can you find that kind of person just by saying so? Even the state machinery can't do that. Well, forget it. It's good enough to know what's inside. I'll take you out. Yi Jinyun said helplessly, and then let Su Rue out of the container. What happened? Is it dealt with? Yi Ruqing asked curiously when he saw Su Rue coming out. Su Rue nodded when he heard it. It's done. Does this mean you owe me a favor again? How do you plan to repay it? Su Rue looked at Yi Ruqing and couldn't help but teasing. Chapter 66. How about giving yourself to me? How about promising yourself to me? Let's go get a room now. Yi Ruqing said directly. Su Rue's face turned black when he heard it. Damn, what is this woman thinking? Forget it, I'd better go home. No, I have to stay in the imperial capital. I don't know how long it will take Mr. Su to recover. I can't stay in the imperial capital forever, right? Thinking of this, Su Rue was speechless. She thought she came here just to save someone, but who would have thought that she couldn't leave now? You don't have anything to do, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yi Ruqing looked at Su Rue's embarrassed expression, immediately put away his playful thoughts, and asked curiously. Su Rue didn't know what to say to her for a moment after hearing that. She couldn't just say that she needed to find a blessed place to try to cultivate immortality, right? Forget it, let's go back first. It feels weird in this woods. Su Rue didn't say anything more. Yi Ruqing didn't delay after hearing that. Soon, the two of them drove away from the forest. Not long after, the two returned to the hospital, only to find that the hospital was deserted. Looking at the empty hospital building, Su Rue and Yi Ruqing were now full of questions. What's going on? Did we go to the wrong place? Why is there no one here? Su Rue couldn't help but ask Yi Ruqing. The latter ignored Su Rue and took out his cell phone to make a call. After a long while, he let out a sigh of relief. It's okay. Mr. Su has recovered. This hospital is no longer useful. But I don't recommend you to leave because Mr. Su wants to treat you to a meal. Young man, you must seize the opportunity. Yi Ruqing explained with a smile. Su Rue was stunned when she heard Yi Ruqing's words. She didn't expect that someone like Mr. Su would invite her to dinner. She was probably a little flattered. Although she saved the other person's life, the benefits she got were enough. Okay, then I'll stay in the imperial capital for a few more days. After thinking about it, Su Rue nodded and asked Yi Ruqing to find her a place with a better environment to live. I didn't expect you to have such high requirements for the living environment. This is the villa with the best environment that my Yi family has found in the imperial capital so far. You can live here first, and I will come to find you when Mr. Su is ready. Having said that, Yiru stood up and left, while Su-Rui sat in the hall of the villa and began to try to find the so-called chi according to the description of the immortal cultivation method. As a result, he sweated a lot but still didn't find any chi. Damn it, is it possible that the skills given by the system are not right? Don't tell me it's pirated. Su-Rui said and began to try to ask the system, but the system was like a hosted one and didn't say a word. After asking for a long time, Su-Rui did not get a response from the system. She had no choice but to start studying the exercises on her own. 3 days passed in this study. During these 3 days, Su-Rui did not sign in for anything good, only a rusty bracelet. The material seemed to be stainless steel, which made Su-Rui speechless. She was really curious whether this system was infected with a virus. Why did it always give her such garbage? She was not a garbage dump. System, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation, even if it's just some money. Why give me a stainless steel bracelet? Are you planning to let me get involved in mining? Su-Rui shouted angrily. At this moment, he was really getting restless. If the system didn't give him a reasonable explanation today, he would really think about uninstalling it, although he didn't know whether the system could be uninstalled. Host, please be patient. The items you get by signing into the system are all useful. Please identify them by yourself. At the same time, the system is being upgraded, and there is a certain probability that you will sign in special items. I wish you good luck. The system finally popped up at this time, but it just said one sentence and then stopped talking. Su-Rui looked at the stainless steel bracelet in her hand. For a moment, she really couldn't think of what use this thing could have. She threw it on the marble floor beside her. In an instant, a crack appeared on the floor, and the bracelet returned to Su-Rui's hand. Oh! Su-Rui never dreamed that this bracelet was actually a weapon, and it was extremely powerful, shattering the marble in an instant. If it hit a person, the effect would be comparable to a cannonball, right? It is indeed useful. I understand. The more ordinary the things given by the system look, the more useful they are. Su-Rui's eyes showed joy. However, before he could be happy for long, his eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground with a thump. Soon, he began to snore. 2 days passed in this sleep. When Su-Rui opened his eyes again, it was already evening 2 days later. Looking at the afterglow of the setting sun, Su-Rui shook his head. The feeling of a hangover made him feel very uncomfortable. Strange, how could he suddenly faint without eating anything? Su-Rui carefully recalled the previous details and finally set his eyes on the bracelet. Could it be that using this thing has side effects? Tip: before you master Qi, using magic tools will shorten the host's lifespan. At this time, the system's voice suddenly sounded, and Su-Rui's face turned green when he heard it. Fuck, why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? Su-Rui cursed. Did he spend money to buy his life? It was fine if others spent money, but he was overdoing it to buy his life. The host didn't ask. The system said lightly, and then dived again. At this time, Su-Rui didn't want to talk anymore. He got up from the ground and got himself some food. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 2 days, which made Su-Rui feel like his body was an empty shell. If he were given a woman at this time, he probably wouldn't be interested in her. After a simple meal, Su-Rui felt better. At this moment, the phone rang. Su-Rui took out her phone and saw that it was Yiru. Without thinking, he answered the phone, and Yiru's slightly panicked voice came from the other end. Su-Rui, are you still in the villa? Help me later. Help? What help? Do you need my help in the imperial capital? Su-Rui was a little confused. In this small piece of land in the imperial capital, who would dare to attack Yiru? Is there anything she can't handle? Okay, come over here first and let me replenish myself first. Su-Rui said without continuing to chat with Yiru, mainly because it was difficult to explain clearly over the phone for a while. Then Su-Rui continued to eat. After she was full, a car stopped in front of the villa. Soon Yiru ran over in a panic. Su-Rui was stunned when she saw this and was about to ask what was going on. Before Su-Rui could finish her words, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind. Su-Rui rolled on the ground in a hurry. The next second, she saw 3 thin steel needles appearing at the place where she had just stood. Chapter 67, Testing. Damn it, what's going on? Su-Rui felt a little scared and quickly released 2 mechanical guards to deal with it. She held the bracelet in her hand and prepared for battle. Although each time she used this thing, she would lose her life, it was better than dying now. Su Rue, are you okay? I don't know who these guys are, but they have been chasing me on the road. Yi Ruoqing came to Su Rue and explained. Then why are you running to me? You know I can't fight. Su Rue was speechless, and then her golden eyes activated, starting to search for the person who attacked her just now. As a result, after looking for a long time, he still couldn't find the other party, as if he didn't exist at all. This made Su Rue feel more and more crisis-stricken, and at the same time he was confused. This is the imperial capital. How could such a vicious case happen in the imperial capital? Damn it, I can't find the other party. There has been no feedback since the mechanical guard went out. What's going on? Su Rue was even more confused at this time. Yi Ruoqing, who was standing by, also took out his cell phone and started to contact his family. After a while, the call was connected, but there was no sound on the other end. No matter how Yi Ruoqing shouted, no one answered. Did something happen to the family too? Yi Ruoqing couldn't help but mutter, her eyes full of panic. At this moment, she was a little at a loss, not knowing what to do. Seeing this, Su Rue patted Yi Ruoqing on the shoulder, signaling him not to get excited, then stood up and walked out of the villa carefully. Not long after, Su Rue found that his two mechanical guards had fallen to the ground and were motionless, as if they were scrapped. Anyone who can beat the mechanical guard like this is definitely not an ordinary person. Could he be a guy with superpowers? Su Rue frowned, and a chill came over him the moment he finished speaking. Seeing this, the bracelet in Su Rue's hand flew out immediately. With a dull bang, a figure was knocked out. Looking closely, she found that it was a red-haired woman who was covering her chest with a painful expression on her face. She looked at Su Rue with confusion and fear in her eyes. She didn't expect that Su Rue could knock her out with just one move. This was something she had never dreamed of. Who are you and why did you follow Yi Ruoqing and attack me? Su Rue asked coldly. Yi Ruoqing snorted and did not answer the question. He slapped the ground with his palm, stood up straight and rushed towards Su Rue. As a result, at this moment, the bracelet moved, and instantly expanded to bind the woman in place. Seeing this, the woman finally showed a panic expression on her face. If you don't tell me, I will have no choice but to kill you. You dared to assassinate me in the imperial capital. It will take you an hour to be shot. Su Rue said expressionlessly, and then she was about to tighten the bracelet to strangle the man in two. No, I have no ill intentions. I just came here to test your skills. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Seeing that Su Rue didn't look like she was trying to scare people, the woman quickly stated her purpose. Who asked you to come and test it? The official or some family? Su Rue frowned and asked quickly. That's definitely not the family. There are no people with superpowers in the family. This time they want to test your skills and then consider whether you can become a member of the organization. Now it seems that you are indeed qualified. The woman explained, and then couldn't help muttering in her heart. That idiot Yi Jinyun actually said that you can't fight. It's really ironic. Such a talent is not qualified to join the organization, so the organization can be disbanded on the spot. Thinking of this, the woman didn't say anything more. Su Rue did not let go of this guy when she saw this, mainly because she could not trust the other party's one-sided words. Besides, she was already at the end of her strength, and letting go of the other party would only make her die faster. Then Su Rue picked up the woman and threw her into the villa, then she ran back to her room to sleep. She had used the bracelet twice this time, and at this moment Su Rue was so weak that she probably couldn't take a bottle of Shinbao anymore. The moment her body touched the bed, Su Rue lost consciousness. At this time, many armored vehicles drove into the villa area. Looking at the traces of fighting near the villa, everyone was a little surprised. They had originally planned to test Su Rue, but they didn't expect the fight to turn out like this. Could this crazy woman have beaten Su Rue to death? At this time, Yi Jinyun got off the armored vehicle and looked at the two mechanical guards lying on the ground, and couldn't help but gasp. Then he quickly ran into the villa and saw the woman locked by a metal ring. Seeing this, Yi Jinyun breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Su Rue won. However, this made him even more confused. How could Su Rue's fighting ability be so strong? Yi Jinyun, you stupid fool, is this what you mean by not being able to fight? If I had just spoken slower, you could have started eating. Seeing Yi Jinyun coming, the red-haired woman could no longer hold back and started cursing at Yi Jinyun. Yi Jinyun was so upset after being scolded. How could he have known that Su Rui was so capable? The previous reports were all Su Rui's own narration. This old man had nothing better to do than to be humble with the officials. He was really impressed. Okay, this matter is over. Su Rui is now qualified enough to join the organization. So, what about others? Yi Jinyun interrupted the red-haired woman's complaints, then looked at Yi Ruqing and asked. Let's go upstairs. You probably need to rest for a while. Brother, you've really gone too far. Do you know that those needles almost hurt me in Su Rui? How can you test like this? Yi Ruqing looked at his brother and understood the whole story. He immediately said unhappily. Hearing his sister's complaints, Yi Jinyun felt a little headache for a moment. It would be fine if the person who was tied up complained a few words, but why was his sister speaking for outsiders? Okay, it's my fault this time. It has nothing to do with me. It wasn't my decision. Never mind. I won't argue with you anymore. I'll go see how Su Rui is doing. Yi Jinyun said as he walked upstairs. However, before he could get close to Su Rui's room, a gust of air hit him and instantly sent him flying. Haha, you deserve it. You'd better wait here for him to come out, otherwise you will be tied up like me and disgrace yourself. The red-haired woman looked at Yi Jinyun's embarrassed appearance and couldn't help but curled her lips. Yi Jinyun didn't know what to say for a moment after hearing this. He could only sit on the sofa beside him and wait for Su Rui to come downstairs. At this moment, Su Rui didn't know that the martial arts book on his body was flashing with light that sometimes flickered, and with each flash, the aura on Su Rui's body would become a little stronger. After an unknown amount of time, Su Rui slowly opened his eyes, and at this moment, his eyes were flashing with a lively luster. Chapter 68, After waking up, I can practice. Strange, why don't I feel as weak as before after a good night's sleep, but instead I feel full of energy? Su Rui was a little surprised at this time, and couldn't help punching the air. Instantly, a sound of breaking wind was heard, and a muffled bang was heard in the air. This actually made an explosive sound? Su Rui looked at his arm in shock, and then found that his body, which was not very strong to begin with, had become much stronger than before. At the same time, there was a sticky liquid attached to her skin, which made Su Rui feel nauseous for a long time. She quickly got up and rushed into the bathroom to start washing. After a while, Su Rui looked at herself in the mirror and she seemed like a different person. At the same time, some knowledge that he had never been exposed to emerged in his mind, including how to condense qi, how to release qi, how to rely on qi to repair injuries, and even treat other people. Could it be that I felt the existence of qi after I fell asleep, and then successfully practiced the technique? No, how could I practice when I fell asleep? Was it in a dream? Su Rui was a little confused at this time, and had no choice but to stop thinking about these things for the time being. After that, he got dressed and walked out of the room, only to find that there were many people sitting in the hall downstairs. Yi Ruqing and Yi Jinyun were there, as well as the red-haired woman trapped by his bracelet, and some unfamiliar guys. There are many soldiers patrolling around the villa, and it seems that the place is completely blocked. If you don't know, you might think there are terrorists here. We meet again, but I didn't expect to meet in this occasion. Su Rui looked at Yi Jinyun and said with a smile. He was very angry at first. After all, he had tested him too much, but it was a blessing in disguise that allowed him to practice successfully, so that he no longer had any resentment in his heart. I'm ashamed to say that I frightened you, Brother Su. Now could you please let the man go first? After all, he has been trapped for a whole day. When Yi Jinyun heard Su Rui's words, he thought Su Rui was teasing him and said hurriedly with some embarrassment. Su Rui nodded when she heard that. Without saying anything more, she waved her hand and the bracelet let go of the woman, then returned to Su Rui's wrist. Seeing such a magical scene, everyone was amazed. At first, they only knew that Su Rui could see through things, but they didn't expect that Su Rui could also control objects. There are very few people who have dual special abilities. At one time, leaders of several departments were thinking about how to snatch Su Rui away. If they didn't grab such a talent now, they would have no chance in the future. Su Rui, would you like to join our department? Our department is very safe and there are many beautiful women. Those who are close to the water will get the moon first. I understand. At this time, a middle-aged man spoke to Su Rui. The others were stunned when they heard this, thinking what the hell, this shameless guy, he just went straight in front of me and attacked me, right? You are responsible for treating special people, there must be a lot of women there, but you let Su Rui, a guy with such strong combat power, treat diseases, and save people. This is not professional at all. Surue, I think a man should defend his country and fight in all directions. Why don't you come to us? Our department is also very good, and the benefits are definitely not bad. A man nearby couldn't help but speak up at this moment, fearing that Surue would be fooled by others. However, before Surue could say anything, a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded. Yes, your combat unit has good benefits, and the death pension is very high. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into extreme awkwardness. Surue's face turned even more grim when he heard this. What a guy, he hasn't even joined yet, but the death pension has been arranged first. Well, I'd better think about it first. After all, I have a lot of things to do here. But if you need anything, you can also come to me. I will help within my ability. At this moment, Surue was only thinking about studying how to practice. As for joining special departments, she was not in a hurry for the time being. After all, good things come to those who wait. After hearing what Surue said, everyone did not force it. After all, although a forced melon could quench thirst, it was not really sweet. If it left a bad impression on Surue, it would be a loss. Okay, then Brother Su, just think about it first, and we won't bother you anymore. You are already his father, and you still call me Brother Su. How can you be so embarrassed? I'm much better than you. At least I won't use women as bargaining chips when I come up. If you really want to use it, you have to have it. Several leaders walked outside while arguing with each other. Looking at these leaders who seemed like funny people, Surue wanted to laugh. She didn't expect that the leaders of special departments would have such peculiar tempers. Aren't you two going to leave? I don't provide food. Surue said to Yi Ruoqing and Yi Xingyun. The two looked at each other and realized that Surue had his own things to do, so they didn't disturb them and got up and left. However, what Surue did not expect was that there was still one person in the villa who had not left. That was the red-haired woman whose fighting power could be described as terrifying. Why don't you leave? Do you still want to fight? Surue asked in surprise. He thought to himself that he didn't do anything excessive to her. It was nothing more than tying her up. No, that was a special situation. Who could he blame if the woman started it first? Therefore, Surue couldn't understand the other party's intention to stay at this time, and the woman slowly walked towards Surue after hearing the words, and forced Surue to the corner before stopping. What are you doing? If you do this again, I will tie you up again. Surue warned, then took the bracelet in her hand. You like to tie others up? That's a good hobby. The woman looked at Surue's actions and showed a sly smile on her face. It was the kind of pure smile with ill intentions. It almost made Surue suffer from social phobia. He thought to himself, where did this woman get such social skills? Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I'm just curious. I don't know what cards you have hidden. You seem to be a different person after waking up. Others may not notice it, but I can see that you are much stronger than before. The woman looked at Surue, her eyes seemed to see through her. Surue's heart skipped a beat when she saw this. This woman's insight was truly terrifying. She had noticed something that Yi Xingyun and those leaders hadn't noticed. Maybe you're overthinking it. How can you get stronger after a good night's sleep? If that's the case, then all the fat guys would have become supermen. Surue said lightly without arguing with the other party. However, the woman didn't say much either. She just sat on the sofa and put her long legs on the coffee table. She had no intention of leaving. Seeing the woman acting so shameless, Surue felt a headache. It turned out that curious women were really scary. Chapter 69. Do you have to show off? However, Surue did not pay any attention to the other party. If he wanted to stay here, then he could stay. It was not his house anyway. He might as well use this time to study the martial arts carefully. Then Surue got up and returned to his room, then locked the door and sat on the bed to study the exercises. A day passed like this. Surue did not eat or drink that day, but he felt very energetic, as if he had taken stimulants. This technique is amazing, it's more powerful than adrenaline. I just inhaled a wisp of the so-called qi, and it allows me to go without food for a day. If I inhale enough, can I do the fasting like in the fairy tales? Surue was very excited, and then continued to practice according to the method recorded in the technique to feel the qi around him. I don't know how long it was before the door was suddenly knocked, interrupting Surue's practice. Seeing this, Surue frowned slightly. Is this woman sick? She actually knocked on the door at the critical moment. Then he went to the door with a lot of anger and opened it, only to find that the red-haired woman had turned into a woman with black hair, red lips, wavy teeth, and a voluptuous figure that was mature and seductive. "Ha! Have you changed your body?" Su-Rue exclaimed when she saw this. "Are you kidding? The woman didn't have this face during the previous battle. What do you mean by changing bodies? I'm also taking over other people's bodies. My ability is to change my body shape while in combat, so as to enhance myself in all aspects. In other words, I can control my body and reorganize it at will." The woman rolled her eyes and said, "Oh? Random reorganization? Then, can you make a pair of 36F? I haven't seen them yet." "Damn, don't do it." Before Su-Rue could finish her words, she was hit on the head by the woman. "You are quite a pervert, you dare to tease me." The woman thought Su-Rue looked like a college student, so she should be very honest. Who would have thought she was so mean? 36F, how can a person be a human? Even cows are not that big, right? Didn't you say it can be reassembled? I'm just asking out of curiosity, really. Su-Rue dodged and said speechlessly, "God is my witness, he really didn't covet the other person's body, okay? I won't talk nonsense with you. This is the practice method to enter the organization. There is also the organization's WeChat group later. You can choose to join the group first and take a look." As she said that, the woman handed a business card to Su-Rue, then stood up and left the room without saying a word. Seeing this, Su-Rue picked up the business card and looked at it, and found that there was only a phone number and a group number on it, and there was no other writing. This made Su-Rue speechless, and she thought, why don't you write the name of the organization? The special department is really special. Su-Rue took out her mobile phone to add the WeChat group and quickly entered it. It turned out that there were only 23 people in it, plus herself, there were only 24 people in total. This could be called a group at most, not an organization at all. I give up. What can this organization do? He was about to quit the group. If there were hundreds of people, Su-Rue would have observed them more. But when he was about to quit the group, a message page suddenly popped up with a line of red words written on it: "Quitting the group chat can be defined as treason." Fuck you. Only then did Su-Rue understand that she was cheated by that female transformer. She had directly set a hidden clause for herself, and it was a capped clause. The others would at most pay compensation or be sentenced to a few years in prison, but this might even wipe her off the family tree. Therefore, Su-Rue took a few deep breaths before she managed to calm down. Then she sent a series of middle fingers in the group chat to express her gratitude. After finishing all these, Su-Rue felt a little hungry. She looked at the time and found that it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. She got up and left the villa, planning to go out for a good meal. In the past few days, apart from sleeping, she had been studying martial arts and had not eaten anything at all. No one can suffer, but I can't make myself suffer. What should I eat? Su-Rue couldn't help muttering to herself as she walked on the road. Then she found a small restaurant. Generally speaking, the food in the small restaurants that can survive in the imperial capital is always excellent. However, what Su-Rue did not expect was that as soon as she stepped into the restaurant, the doors slammed shut, and a group of people came out with steel pipes and daggers in their hands and surrounded Su-Rue. "Kid, the money your father owes us has been overdue for half a year. If he doesn't pay it back, I'll use your kidney to pay it off." The burly man in the lead symbolically pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and then said in a cold voice. Su-Rue was stunned when he heard this. As the father of the boss of Longhua Group, how could his father owe others money? If he hadn't gotten the system, Su-Rue might have believed it, but now he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. "Maybe you have recognized the wrong person. This is my first time in the imperial capital. My father has never been here in his life. How could he be in debt here?" Su-Rue said helplessly. "Ha! Don't move for a moment." The sturdy man was stunned when he heard that, then he took a closer look and realized that he had recognized the wrong person. "Damn, this severe myopia is really disgusting," the sturdy man said with embarrassment. He went to the wrong person to collect the debt. If this got out and got to his colleagues, they would be so embarrassed that they would laugh their heads off. "Damn it, you two, what are you doing running around when you have nothing better to do? Why do you have to come here when you can't eat anywhere else? Get out of here right now, or I'll stab you with your legs." The sturdy man pointed at Su Rui's nose and cursed, but before he could finish his words, Su Rui punched him in the nose. In an instant, the sturdy man was knocked out and hit his head against the wall, unconscious on the spot. Damn it, I just got cheated and I have no place to vent my anger, and you are still cursing at me. Su Rui said, gritting her teeth. She was just planning to eat something, so she could tolerate being misunderstood. You said you are not a bitter tea person, so why do you have to pretend to be like this? Su Rui flew forward as he spoke. In less than a minute, all the people surrounding Su Rui were lying on the ground. From time to time, blood-stained teeth could be seen on the ground. After dealing with this guy, Su Rui stood up and walked to the muscular man with glasses. He slapped him in the face, knocking out several of his teeth on the spot and successfully awakening his dormant mind. Don't play dead. Go cook me 4 dishes and a soup. I'll give you half an hour, or I'll chop your dick off. Su Rui said coldly. The sturdy man was about to say something harsh after hearing Su Rui's words, but when he looked out of the corner of his eye, he saw that all his brothers were lying dead, so he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Okay, I'll arrange it for Big Brother right away. I'll go right away. He didn't care about the pain anymore and got up and ran out to buy groceries and cook. As for whether he had any idea of escaping, he definitely didn't. Anyone who has such skills in the capital is not an ordinary person. If he runs away, he will be caught. Then he will probably be beaten even harder. Chapter 70, Never seen it is almost the same as not being able to offend it. Seeing this, Su Rui found a chair to sit down, and then posted the matter in the group. Soon, a girl with the online name by Si Budichijia sent a message. Where is the location? I haven't eaten yet. If it's close to me, I'll go over and have a meal. I've never eaten anything cooked by a big brother in society. Looking at this message, Su Rui wanted to laugh. She didn't expect that the people in this special department were so idle. Then she quickly told the other party the address. The reason for doing so was mainly because she didn't know much about this department, so she wanted to ask through her colleagues. In less than 10 minutes, a motorcycle stopped in front of the restaurant, and a young man with a middle-parted hairstyle got off and walked into the restaurant. Gee? No, you are Jia by Si Budichi? Su Rui asked curiously. She didn't expect this guy to be so fashionable. She would have thought he was a singer, dancer, and basketball player. Yes, you must be Su Rui. I heard from them that you defeated all the Transformers. You are really amazing. The two began to chat. As for the big brother from before, he also rushed back with the food. Looking at the motorcycle parked at the door, the eldest brother was surprised, because he had never seen this license plate number before. It was black letters on a red background. What kind of license plate number was this? Having never seen it is almost the same as not being able to afford to offend. He thought to himself, and then hurried into the kitchen to cook for Su Rui. Half an hour later, the meal was ready. Su Rui couldn't help nodding as she looked at the prepared meal. She didn't expect that this guy's cooking skills were quite good, so she started eating right away. Su Rui didn't get up and leave the restaurant until she had eaten and drunk her fill and finished chatting with Si Budichijia. After watching the two plague gods leave, the gangster heaved a sigh of relief and started calling people to send his men to the hospital. On the other hand, Su Rui was thinking about the content of his previous conversation with Si Budichijia. This time he asked in great detail and obtained a lot of useful information. For example, this organization does not have a name so far because it is difficult to define the nature of this organization. First of all, it is an organization directly under the official responsibility. Its role is to search for people with special abilities, absorb them into the organization, train them, and gradually expand its scale. Of course, this is only one of its functions. The other is to deal with various emergencies at home and abroad, and search for some special items, such as the water that Su Rui found in the tomb before. I'm afraid I'll be very busy after joining this organization. I really have to think of a way to slack off. Su Rui muttered as he walked. Soon he returned to the villa and lay down on the bed to rest. Nothing happened that night. Su Rui woke up quietly the next morning. Seeing that the weather was good, he went to the top floor of the villa and began to absorb the chi between heaven and earth. Half an hour later, Su Rui stopped practicing with satisfaction. According to the exercises, his current cultivation level is not enough and his body cannot absorb more chi, otherwise he will explode and die. Therefore, the amount of chi absorbed every day is fixed. Just when Su Rui had finished her practice and was about to have breakfast, her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and found it was Wu Jinyan, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Why did Jinyan call me so early? Did something happen at the company? Su Rui was a little surprised and quickly answered the phone. Boss, are you planning to live in the capital permanently? You don't care about the company anymore. Sales are booming right now, and it seems like the supply is insufficient to meet the demand. Also, an enhanced version of the anti-cancer drug has been developed. Why don't you come back and check it out? Wu Jinyan's somewhat resentful voice came from the phone. Su Rui felt a little embarrassed when she heard it. She was indeed a bit too much in being a hands-off boss. However, she couldn't leave now, so she could only explain the reason to Wu Jinyan. When the latter heard that Su Rui had something important to do, he immediately restrained himself and said that Su Rui could come back anytime and there would be no problems in the company with her around, which made Su Rui very satisfied. After chatting for a while, he hung up the phone. But right after he hung up, the phone rang again. This time it was Yi Ruqing calling. Could it be that Mr. Su is ready to treat me to a meal? Su Rui said as she quickly answered the call. Pack up. Mr. Su is inviting you to a banquet this afternoon. Don't embarrass yourself in that kind of occasion. If those people cough in the imperial capital, the ground will tremble 3 times. Yi Ruqing reminded. Su Rui nodded after hearing that, then washed up and started waiting. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. Yi Ruqing's car arrived at the right time, and soon the two of them rushed to the banquet destination. By the way, what is the purpose of this banquet? Is there anything we need to pay attention to? Su Rui asked Yi Ruqing curiously. Thank you for saving my life first, and secondly, we want to discuss the formation of a group of people with special abilities. Anyway, you are responsible for eating, and you are not responsible for anything else. Yi Ruqing thought for a moment after hearing Su Rui's question. Su Rui was very satisfied after hearing this. As long as she was responsible for eating and drinking, she didn't have to worry about anything else. This was the real way to attend a banquet. But don't make it like a banquet, that would be embarrassing. Yi Ruqing thought about it and couldn't help but remind her, worried that Su Rui would make a fool of herself. Of course not. You've seen a pig run before you've eaten pork. I've seen this kind of plot many times in novels. Su Rui said with a smile, signaling Yi Ruqing to rest assured. Novels, read less if you have nothing to do. They can easily affect your IQ. Yi Ruqing said speechlessly after hearing this. Not long after, Yi Ruqing spoke again. What color am I wearing today? Hey. No, why do you always ask me this question? Seeing that he was being tricked by Yi Ruqing again, he suddenly felt unhappy. Then why do you always look at me with your X-ray vision? And you still have the nerve to ask me? Yi Ruqing was furious at this moment. It was no different from being naked in front of Su Rui. It was really infuriating. Okay, I won't watch it anymore. You're so stingy. Su Rui looked at Yi Ruqing angrily and muttered to herself. As a result, Yi Ruqing almost drove the car into the ditch. Fortunately, he was going to attend an important banquet, so Yi Ruqing held back and drove the car into the manor in a short while. The scenery is beautiful, the facilities are comprehensive, and the security measures are very strict. From the moment they came in, Su Rui felt that many people were staring at them. These people had no ill intentions and were obviously security personnel. Stop looking around and follow me. The party venue is far away and we can't drive there. Yi Ruqing looked at Su Rui, who was looking around, and reminded her. Su Rui then withdrew her gaze and followed Yi Ruqing into the manor. On the way, she met many people who also had special abilities, including Sister by Si Bu De Chi from yesterday.